Synopsis. London, 1969. During a parade, 9-year-old Magnus gets separated from his mother and rests beneath a quiet tree in the park. But this is no ordinary tree, it holds the ancient legacy of a powerful wizard and a legendary king. After centuries of waiting, it finally finds someone worthy. Why Magnus? What makes him so special? As fate stirs, this single moment sets in motion events that could change the world forever. A magical journey begins where destiny, mystery, and wonder intertwine. Chapter 1. I died. It wasn't by some special means, it just happened in my sleep. So how do I know I died? Well, I'm in a white void and I read enough fantasy books and fan fictions to know what that means. I getting reincarnated, you can't see 'cause I'm a soul but I'm dancing. So it wasn't such a surprise when a god came said I'm dead and that the other person who died was Harry Potter, so because there is a prophecy I will take his place, and just before he sent me to Harry's body I said one thing, what about wishes? So he gave me wishes but said that for each wish I will lose something equally important, so when I asked for eidetic memory he said all my past life except the Harry Potter books and fan fictions will be forgotten. When I asked for my second wish to be with Tony Stark's IQ he took most of my EQ, and when almost afraid, I asked for Lee's work ethics and enthusiasm for work, he took my ability to have youthful thoughts. I almost thanked him for that when he said it means I will be with adults. Mind but no experience because he takes my memories, and just when I wanted to cry he snapped his fingers and then I was gone. Chapter 2. Harry's POV. Hey, my name is Harry Potter, and this is my second life. I don't actually remember my first life but I do know I had one. How? Because I read about my second life in my first, or at least I hope so, otherwise I'm just crazy. Anyway, today I am 5 years old and this is my first time outside the house of my aunt and uncle, which means this is my first chance to escape from this place and make sure that I'm never going back, so I ran away. I know what you're thinking, but what about the blood wards? Well, screw the blood wards. Let's see how long can you deal with name calling like freak and boy and being hippie fat adults. Anyway, I'm out. Author POV. Officer Wilson is a man with honor, so when he swore to protect the little men he meant it, just kidding. Officer Wilson is a below-average cop, he just wanted to do 8 to 5, get his paycheck and maybe a little bribe, but even he has boundaries, and if there is one thing he can't stand seeing is a child in distress, so when he saw the little boy look around with a shy but lost look he just had to go and see if he was okay. Hey, do you need help? Are you lost? Where is your mom? The boy's eyes widened in terror, so Wilson said quickly, it's okay, don't be afraid, what's your name? Freak. Wilson was in a little bit of shock. What? I don't think I heard you right. Freak, that's my name. Who calls you that? Officer Wilson asked without raising his voice, even though he wanted to shout it because he was afraid to scare the boy away. Sir and Aunt Petunia, and how does your mom and dad calls you? Freaks don't get mommy and daddy. At this point Officer Wilson was ready to kill the boy's guardians, but right now he needed to take the boy to the police station. 5 hours later. Police station. After hours of searching, Officer Wilson found the boy's name, Harry Potter. When he told Harry his name, Harry hugged him and thanked him for giving him a name. At that moment Wilson decided that he won't even take the chance of giving the boy back to his aunt, so he called some favors from some shady people in the adoption center of London that helps transfer children from abusing houses and got him a new identity, Harry Malcolm. And that's how, with one day out, good acting and a lot of luck, Harry managed to screw the timeline. Chapter 3. Harry POV. 4 years ago. What's going on? Where am I? Who am I? As I was coming to my senses my memories came back, the god, the wishes, the downsides, the Harry Potter books. Oh my god, I'm Harry Potter, I have magic. But the excitement disappeared quickly when I realized 2 things. 1, I'm a baby. And 2, I'm in a small dusty place that people walk on, the cupboard under the stairs. Then for the next few hours, I freaked out, cried, yelled, and in the end when I got claustrophobic, I tried to break the door to get out. When nothing worked I calmed down and tried to drift when I understood the curse of boredom I got by combining the first and third wish. The first wish made me not having a lot of things to think about, the third made me want things to think about. So after a little bit of thought, I did what every self-respecting Harry Potter fan would do, I tried to do magic. 3 months later. So, magic? Fuck, that's hard. The problems were: A, I didn't have a clue what I'm supposed to do. Yeah, I have the books inside my head, and yes, I became a super genius thanks for my second wish, but all of that didn't matter because the books don't really explain how wizards, and witches, I'm all about equality, actually do magic, and my IQ needs information to really help me. B. Even if I use what they explain about magic in the books, I don't have a wand. And C. My perfect memory begins just after my reincarnation. I don't remember the books perfectly, one which meant I used 2 weeks to remember everything I could, timeline, important places, bits and bits of everything I could think of. Most people would have given up after a few hours or maybe a day, but I had the most broken power of all. I am a genius of hard work. So I managed to complete most of the books in my head. After that, I tried using the easiest magic I could think of, Lumos, over and over. Hard work to the rescue. It took 2 weeks till I understood that hard work isn't enough, and I started using my brain to figure out what's wrong. In the end it was an easy answer. Hard work is for after you manage to use the magic. Before that you have to find your magic, which is easier if you have a wand that draw your magic or a strong emotion that feeds your magic with a great need, which makes your magic combust out of you. As a baby with adult's mind, my emotional range was too great and too under control to use the second one, and I didn't have a wand for the first one, so after searching my memories of the books I found only 4 kinds of magic that were without wands. 1. Accident magic, which is actually an emotional magic. Even Tom Riddle's magic in the Orphanage is one, he just managed to make happen again and again with the same type of feelings. 2. Mind magic, most known as legilimency and occlumency. 3. Animagi magic, animalistic shape-shifting. 4. Metamorphmagus, humanoid shape-shifting, a magic which felt actually like emotional magic but could be useful to try make into an unemotional magic. Out of all of those magics, the only one that was explained how to do, at least the first stage, was occlumency, the art of protecting your mind and controlling yourself, which is also coincidentally, the perfect art to learn with adult's mind, as it is all about emotions, thoughts and controlling them, so it shouldn't be a surprise that in 2 months of being mostly alone and with a lot of hard work, I managed to make myself thoughtless and emotionless when I really tried, with the side effect of being able to feel my magic when I occlude. Now for my family, let's just say the original Harry was a saint, or more likely, Dumbledore used more than enough potions, obliviations and manipulations to make him think about this place as home. They fed me just enough to not feel like I am starving but not enough to be full, changed my diaper only 3 times a day, which sucks, as even with adult mind I didn't know how to control my body. I guess losing my memories is worse than I thought, and didn't change my clothes. Thank God they didn't notice my clothes from when I came were charmed for self-fitting, self-cleaning and temperature changing, but I knew it wouldn't last long before they were ruined. The only thing they did like actual family is bathing me with Dudley, as it didn't cost them more money or time. 2 years later. Not much changed in the last 2 years, my relatives still suck, I get less showers but more time out of my cupboard, mostly for toilet. I started working out inside my cupboard, as I am still small enough to do things while inside. And lastly, my occlumency got much better, as I can now stay thoughtless while doing everything, but I feel like there is a next level which I can't see, the level where I can use magic while occluding. Which is why I decided to go to my most unreliable source of information, the fanfics I remember from my past life. Now, I didn't already do it for 2 reasons. A. I didn't want to mix between canon and fanfiction. B. I just wasn't there occlumency-wise, and I wanted to perfect it. But one downside I didn't think of, is that my memory of past life isn't perfect, so after racking my brain, I only found one way to the next level. I needed to create barriers and mind palace. Well, that's gonna take a lot of my time. I said to myself and got to work. 1.5 years later. That's it, I have finally done it. I have finally managed to create a mind palace which let me think while still occluding my mind. It's not perfect as it's only basic, but I created it without real guidance and with only basic knowledge about the world. Another thing is that now I can feel my magic at all times, but using it is harder as I haven't trained it, and also when I use it too much my body can't handle the stress, so I can't train too much. The last thing is that my family started hitting me whenever I got caught using magic, so I decided to leave this house first chance I got. Now I just need a chance. Chapter 4. Harry's POV. 2 days in the orphanage and I love it. I eat 3 meals a day, have clothes that fit, take a shower once a day, and I even have a shared room. I know you don't think that's a lot, but remember that I don't have memories of my past life, except for the books, so for me it's like a fairy tale. Anyway, for the past 2 days I tried to become friends with the other kids, but as I have an adult mind and didn't have any experience with making friends, I didn't know how to. It might also had to do with my lower than average EQ, as except for being polite, something Vernon always insisted about, I didn't know how to behave in front of anyone. It took me 3 weeks to figure out how I should behave in front of the officer so he would believe me. In the end I decided that I can become friends with children, but I would have to pretend, and it just wasn't worth it. Now I need to learn how to read and write. 1 week later. 1 week, that's how long it takes to learn how to read when you are a genius. It's 1 day to convince one of the supervisors to teach me without being annoying, and he was annoying, he just didn't notice it. Low EQ. 2 days for the letters and words and 4 days grammar. Could have done it in less, but now I have more stuff to do than lay in my cupboard. I eat, run outside, help the supervisors with the chores I can, so 1 week can go to preschool. Supervisor Anna, or Sister Anna as she told me to call her, was so impressed that she gave me a whole new notebook for myself, which really helped, cause I needed something to write a timetable for my works. Time for weekdays. 7:00, waking up. 7:30, breakfast. 8 to 1500 hours, babysitter time, trying to use that time for occluding. Ever tried to block the chatter of children while still listening to the babysitter to pick up important information? I don't know how people do it without a clemency. I also use this time to move my magic around my body as much as I can and working out whenever possible. 15:00, lunch and back to the orphanage. 15:30-19:00, reading anything the orphanage has in the library. There isn't a lot, mostly fiction, but knowledge is power and I already have magic, so who am I to say what's real? 19:00, dinner. 19:30, dishwashing, and organizing everything I learned and did today on useful and not so useful. There is no useless things, just not useful for now. 20:00, shower. 20:15, getting into bed and using magic until I'm tired, then occluding and sleep. Time for weekends. 7:00, waking up. Why does all the kids angry about this? It's like they don't want to wake up at this hour. 7:30, running around the orphanage as a way to be healthy. 8:30, shower. I don't know why Sister Anna cares if I shower in the morning or the evening, but apparently after sports you smell bad. 9:00, breakfast. 9:30 to 1500 hours, going to the library to read as we can't borrow books until we are 6. The other kids go to the park. 15:00, lunch. 16 to 1700 hours, playing in the park as a way to build muscles. 17:00-19:00, back at the orphanage helping, trying to help, make dinner. And learning about food. 19:00, dinner. 19:30, dishwashing. 20:00, shower, when Sister Anna saw me dirty when I got to bed with the excuse of, I showered in the morning. She took me by my ear and washed me. 20:15, getting into bed and using magic until I'm tired, then occluding and sleep. That was my way of living for 2 weeks and I got better at a lot of things. My body got strong and tall enough to be on the same level as kids my own age. My magic got so much better that now instead of using Loomis to tire myself up, I use levitation. I don't really use words in magic as it doesn't make sense to me, instead I use intent, to lift a pen and move it around. My body also got used to the magic so it doesn't hurt as much as it did when I use it. I just hope that one day it won't hurt at all. My occlumency got much better. I read Sherlock Holmes and the Mind Palace he explained about was similar enough to use as reference, and Lord of the Rings gave me ideas for shields like a lava pit. So now all I need is more experience and knowledge about the world to create better shields for my brain. In the library in the orphanage I read all the books, and in the public library I read everything they had about health, which is a lot, so I know what to do health-wise with my workouts. And last but not least, Sister Anna figured out that I'm really smart, so she convinced the matron to test me, so tomorrow I get to go to school for first grade. 1 day later. First days sucks, we didn't learn anything, just played around. I just hope it gets better. 1 month later. It did and it didn't. The other kids still don't know how to read and write, and it feels like it would take all year for them to learn. Math and science was also something I enjoyed but was too slow. Actually everything was too slow. The only upside was that I noticed my body's getting stronger and faster by moving my magic around it. 2 weeks later. That's it, I am going to do it. Excuse me, Mrs. Hannigan. I called my teacher. Yes, Mr. Malcolm. Can you please get me something harder to do? Mr. Malcolm, please have your matron come see me tomorrow so I can discuss your situation with her. It took a few days, a lot of tests and even an IQ test where everyone was shocked. I got 270. But in the end I moved to 3rd grade and kept moving up the grades until by the end of the year I got to finish 6th grade. July 31st, 1986. Today is my birthday and also my 1-year anniversary in the orphanage. In this year I did a lot. Study-wise, I read all there is in the orphanage's library. I moved up 6 grades and I read the history books of high school, only so I can finish with it forever. Body-wise, with my workout and magic I am taller than average and more compact, so I look 7 years old and not 6. Magic-wise, after getting used to levitating the pen, I started to focus on control. So now I can do my homework with magic by levitating the pen and writing with it, and I'm about to start my second pen, to work extra fast. And finally, acclimacy-wise, my growth in it was minimal. I can now multitask and think about the things together while still keeping up my shields, but except a lava wall and electric wall I can't think of anything more to put, and I still can't decide what my mind palace would look like on the inside. Anyway, today for my birthday I get a library card and to go to the movie, something called Star Wars and all the 3 movies. I'm so excited. One day later. That was epic. I decided, my mind palace is a Death Star and my shields would have to completely change. From now on I have battleships, force field and clones and robots with lasers as defense, and more importantly, my memories and knowledge is gonna be encrypted and inside a computer. Let's see people in my mind now. Ha 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 ha. Sorry it came evil. July 31st, 1987. It's been a whole year and now I am 7. This year was even better than the last one. Study-wise, I finished middle school and finished with the English, literature, Latin, French and pretty much all for high school except math, science and music lessons, so I guess next year would be my last at school till Hogwarts. Body-wise I am as tall as a tall 8-year-old and I am still compact enough to win a fight with a 10-year-old. My acclimacy got much better and I can now say most people won't break inside my brain. And finally magic-wise, I started doing 5 homeworks assignments at the same time with levitation magic, and before bed I tire myself up by using the strongest and most harmless magic I know of, the Patronus charm. I can only create small fog for now but I'm working on it, plus the more you use magic the more magic you have. Not all things are perfect though. At school my schoolmates tried to bully me, but when a 6-year-old boy tells the teacher that he is being bullied by teenagers, let's just say the teacher listens. In addition, when people see a 7-year-old in high school they start asking questions, and when they ask questions you don't have answers for, like, where is his paperwork? You get into trouble, at least I would, if Officer Wilson didn't have connections with some forgers which made me instead of an orphan a foster child, so people won't try adopt me. Again, perfect, if I wasn't someone everyone would love to be a foster parent to. Which is why for this year's birthday, I get to move to a new house with my new foster parents, Mr. and Mrs. Wilkerson, or Dan and Jenny, though when Jenny started to say their names I could swear she was about to say Daddy and Mommy. So now I move to a new house, never home. I might someday would have to use the blood wards and they should keep working as long as I keep thinking about that place as home, a new school, and what really thrills me is a room just for myself. I don't know if it's possible but let's hope next year would be even better. Chapter 5. July 31st, 1988. This year was incredible. I finished high school and with Dan and Jenna's encouragement got into 2 afternoon classes, robotics and jiu-jitsu. Even though I'm only 8 years old I am as tall as an average 10 years old and can kick ass of 11 years old in my jiu-jitsu class. In acclimacy I started creating a basic second mind, so when someone invites himself to my mind he will see the second mind. It's still a work in progress but I have nothing if not time and willingness to work hard. Magic-wise, I can now do a basic animal-shaped Patronus, but after I use it I'm exhausted, so I am always use it only before sleep. Next year I start studying at the university where Jenny teaches, Cambridge, so she can take me every day there with her, where I will learn math, physics, biology and chemistry, because after a discussion with my foster parents they convinced me not to limit myself as I am only 8 years old and have time to decide what I want to do. Dan is also going to teach me coding and advanced robotics as a time together. Now Dan and Jenny are incredible. They are loving and understanding and I'm thinking about calling them Mom and Dad, but I am worried they don't want me to, need to think more about that. July 31st, 1989. 9 years old and I'm rocking it. Finished first and half of the second year of all of my bachelor's degrees, shocked the hell of my teachers when I asked to do half of second year's test also, got my blue belt in jiu-jitsu and built a computer with my dad. Also I call Dan and Jenny Mom and Dad. When I first asked Mom, what's for dinner? It was by mistake, but when Mom started crying and hugging me so hard till I thought I broke a rib, I just didn't have the heart to stop, so I kept calling them Mom and Dad until it came naturally. My acclimacy got even better, my second mind looks realistic enough for even a passive look to go unnoticed, and I starting to work on a basic shielding for it where I would use lava, electricity, and all the old basic shields. For the thing I am most proud about, I created a corporeal Patronus. It looked like winged horse with a skeletal body, which I guess is a thestral. Makes sense. I died, which is what made me who I am, and that's what protected me from becoming canon Harry Potter, so Death Horse as my guardian. A nice side effect that happened as a result of the corporeal Patronus is that my magic transformed. it used to feel like air inside of me which moves based on intent, but now it feels more like liquid that flows with my blood, something that makes more sense as I thought about why some wizards and witches don't have a corporeal patronus, they don't have a concentrated enough magic. And now every night I just put all my magic in my corporeal patronus as I make it stronger and stronger. July 31st, 1990. 10 years old and only 1 year to the start of Hogwarts. Another great year, so great I almost don't want to go there, almost. I finished year 3 in my bachelor's degrees and I am almost finished coding my own computer. Next year I'm going to help Dad to build a car he wants to create, says it is going to change the world of sports cars, he calls it Corvette. I'm so excited. I'm almost a purple belt in jiu-jitsu, and I am going to be in a tournament next year. I finished making the shields for my second mind and figured out a nice side effect of having a second mind is that it lets me get around the curse of low EQ, as that mind is like an average 10 years old. A not so nice side effect is that now I have some kind of schizophrenia as I can hear a voice in my head, but I have a plan to fix it eventually. I just need the second mind to grow emotionally and then unite the main mind and second mind to create a person with high IQ and average EQ, but that's for later. Magically there wasn't much change, my control got better and I got somewhat stronger, but it is not satisfactory. Mom and Dad got me a pet for my birthday. Of course I asked for a snake and I got a rosy boa named Lola. Can't say snakes are interesting conversations, but I really want to control my Parseltongue gift. Last important thing that happened is that I told my parents about the Dursley. I told them about the cupboard, the hitting and the running away, and when I finished, I told them that I am sorry I lied and that I love them. First time I said it. They hugged me, told me that they love me too and that I am safe now. A few weeks later they started sending me to a shrink to work on my problems. It really helped and I'm still going once a week to Dr. Loren. July 1st, 1991. Today is the day. Today I get my letter. The last year was packed. I finished all my bachelor's degrees in math, physics, biology and chemistry. My dad and I built the Corvette, more like he built and I helped. He sold it to some American company and got lots of money and reputation. I got my purple belt and was on the tournament. I lost but had fan. My occlumency didn't improve much, but I got better at changing minds and ignoring the second mind. And magic, that's the real kicker, though I still didn't have much improvement power-wise or even in control. I finally have a theory of how to become a metamorphmagus. It was at one of my biology classes. We were talking about the DNA and how every little change in it can affect how you look or what kind of a living being are you. That's when it hit me. By being a metamorphmagus you are born with the natural ability to tweak a bit with your DNA subconsciously and even consciously, but not totally. That's why you are becoming clumsy, because the one thing you don't ever change is the brain, which is why you can't become animagi, as you can't change everything. As for animagi, the only explanation is that you separate your brain and mind to two separate things, while your brain is in your body and changes your mind is in your soul. Now for the part we all, me and second mind, been waiting for, the letter. I ran for the mailbox and shifted between letters, but except for bills there wasn't any mail, so, disappointed, I took the letters home. When will it come? July 30th, 1991. I don't know what happened, the letter just didn't show up. I will wait one more day and if it won't come I will send a letter to Hogwarts, though I really don't want to, as I shouldn't know about it yet. While thinking that the door was knocked, Dad went to open it and then shouted, "Sweetheart, Harry, come here quickly." As I ran to the front door I could see a man who looked like an adult version of me. "Hey, my name is James Potter and I am your dad." The only thing I could think about is, oh fudge. Chapter 6. Oh fudge. Harry. Sorry Mom, I thought I said it inside my head. I'm sorry about that, but it's a surprise. Would you like to drink something? Yes, thank you, water would be lovely, the man who should be dead said while getting to the couch. After Mom brought water for Mr. Potter, and sat down there was a silence so awkward that even I could feel it. So, it wasn't surprising when I couldn't deal with it anymore and asked, "Who are you?" "I already said it, I'm your dad." "No, this is my dad," I said while pointing at Dad, Dan, who smiled proudly. "Who exactly are you?" "I am your father," he said while raising his voice. "I am the one who impregnated your mother, I am the one who changed your dippers and I am the one who abandoned me." I interrupted his monologue. "You're the one who left me at those disgusting people." I could see his head becoming smaller yet at the same time redder. "You're the one who left me, so why are you here? What do you want?" Maybe I shouldn't have been angry, after all I'm not the original Harry, but this is the only life I know, and the one constant thing I was sure of since my rebirth is canon. But if James Potter is alive I should throw canon out the window cause I'm not there. Just let me explain. He finished his water with one swallow. "First of all, have you ever noticed something strange happening around you?" You mean except of someone I thought dead knocking on my door? By using my second mind I created a sarcastic response and then looking guilty towards my parents. Yes, what? When my parents asked, about a few months ago, I said while using the memories I planted in my second mind to act like it's the truth. What weird thing, Dad asked. I can make my hand glow whenever I want it. At the beginning it happened by mistake a few times, but after that, I made my hand glow. Why didn't you tell us? I was going to, but I didn't know how, and if you would think I'm a freak. My voice became small while the mom put her hand on my head and said, "You're not a freak, you're special. You are a wizard, Harry." For the first time since seeing James I was shocked. How can Mom know about magic? My great-aunt is a witch, Harry. She smiled at me, and now my son also is one. After a few minutes where Mom and Dad explained about the little they knew about the wizarding world, about Hogwarts, and how at 18 they were planning to tell me, an awkward cough interrupted our conversation. Can I continue? So yes, you are a wizard and I came here today to take you back to the wizarding world, back home, to your family. He finished the sentence with a smile, like it explains why did they abandon me. Changing quickly to my second mind again, I sarcastically said, "Oh, why'd not say so? Let me just pack my things and let's go." A frown grew on his head. Can we maybe go shopping for your school equipment and talk about it? Let's do it, Harry. Since I married Jenny and heard about magic, I wanted to go see the wizarding world, even though I wanted nothing more than kick the man in the balls and shove him out. What came outside my mouth was, sigh. Sure, we can first buy things and then talk. So just hold my hand please. It's going to be a little uncomfortable, but it will be over in a second. After holding his hand with worry and praying to God that he wouldn't splinch any of us, we appeared to a place with a sign which said, Diagon Allies designated apparition spot, please move to the side so you wouldn't make anyone splinch. As my parents asked what splinching is, we moved into the Allies main street and it was incredible. Just kidding, maybe magic is incredible, but Diagon Ally wasn't. It looked like an old street that nobody bothered to clean with stores from 100 years ago. There were only one place that looked like it's filled with wonder, Gringotts. It was all white with no spot of dirt on it with the name of the bank in purplish royal gold, and if you looked at the doors you could see the corny song which made the first and 7 books move along. Enter, stranger, but take heed of what awaits the sin of greed. For those who take, but do not earn, must pay most dearly in their turn. So if you seek beneath our floors a treasure that was never yours, thief, you have been warned, beware of finding more than treasure there. After we came in it took 15 minutes for a goblin to come take us to the vaults. While James kept talking, I didn't really listen till he said the thing that made my blood boil and want to scream. You would have 100 gallons a year till you're 17, which should be enough for your schooling, as 1 gallon is about, God do you call it, 50 pounds, but that's all because the rest is for your twin older brother, heir apparent to the Potter lordship, Marcus Potter. That's the moment I realized canon was doomed because I'm in a WBWL story. Chapter 7. Harry's POV. Well, my plans need to change, but I should at least hear the entire story. I thought while suppressing my anger and the second mind impulsiveness to kick the man's balls. James didn't see anything wrong and continued, you probably don't know yet, but your brother is the boy who lived. The savior of the wizarding world and the destroyer of, he who must not be named. He finished with such a big and proud smile, Harry had to resist rolling his eyes. But I will explain more later, for now let's take the money and go shopping. A few hours later. Third POV. Dan was starting to get impatience. In the last few hours his world got turned on its head. First his child biological father showed up on the front door. Then he finds out that his boy is a wizard. Even though he knew magic is real since the wedding, he never thought Harry would be one. And finally they came to the most disappointing magical place and bought almost everything Harry would need. They went first to the trunk store but decided they would buy a large suitcase, as it's more practical. Then to the clothes store where he finally had the courage to ask why is everyone in robes, and when James explained that's what all magic people wear, he wanted to take his family and get out of this weird place. At the potion ingredient store they also bought a dragon gloves which made him wish he could see dragons, a cauldron, and phials of crystal cause they already had glass ones at home. They should have also bought a brass scales, but Harry said his on at home for his studies was a better one and Dan agreed with him so they decided not to buy it. James looked kind of annoyed at this. Then they bought the books in list and a few others like magical traditions, everything a young wizard should know, basic ingredients and the way they affect your potions, and even the tales of Beedle the Bard. For Jenny as a professor in myths, she was enchanted with children books and the myths inside of them. They didn't buy a telescope after seeing the high price and low quality. Instead they decided to buy a telescope in the regular world. Normal, like freak, is a world that Harry's shrink said not to say, so Dan and Jenny decided not to even think those words. After buying everything except for a wand, it was time for lunch, so they decided to buy it after eating. They went to a restaurant and sat in a booth. After ordering and getting their chosen meals, James finally decided to start talking. I don't really know how to begin the explanation about why we left you. I guess it all began at 1970, there was a war in magical Britain, the light side versus the dark side, and at the head of each side were Dumbledore and you know who, but I don't know who, Harry said, and both Dan and Jenny could see his eyes change color a little bit, just like whenever he said something he thought is funny which people don't understand. James took out his wand, flicked it a few times and then said, no one says his name since the middle of the war, when he put a curse on it. Even now when the curse was removed people are still afraid, but his name was Lord Voldemort. James looked like he needs to throw up but continued. The war took 11 years and in the middle of it my wife, friends, and me joined the light side, but we were losing, and then we were told that you know who is after my wife and I, just after Marcus and Harry were born. We went into hiding, but on Halloween 1981 when we had a meeting with everyone on the light side, our house was attacked by you know who. My parents-in-law were killed and apparently he decided to kill my children too, but as he threw the killing curse at Marcus the magic somehow turned on him, so he died while Marcus survived with only a V-shaped mark on his forehead. When we came home and found it out our boys survived we were so happy, but after taking you to the hospital, we were told that while Marcus had a serious magical depletion, you were almost a squib, a person with too little of magic to use it, so after that we took the two of you home, and in the next week, we started to receive death threats. When we asked Dumbledore for help he helped us put a blood magic on you, so as long as you're living with blood family at a place you call home, you, Marcus and us would be safe. But a bad side effect of this magic, is that it takes all of your magic and as you didn't have much already, we decided to put it on you and bring you to your mother's sister to have a good muggle life and to help keep your little brother's life. Now when we got your letter for Hogwarts and figured out you have magic, I came to take home. Dan couldn't be angrier for his son's sake, they abandoned him because they thought he didn't have magic and they are now coming back without apologizing and want to take him from them. Jenny couldn't be more worried, after all, they were only his foster parents, if they tried to take him there was nothing Dan and her could do. Harry was angry, hurt and confused as for what should he do now that the plot went down the toilet. And James just continued, your mother wanted to be here but she had a birthday party of her godchild, Neville Longbottom, to attend. Chapter 8. Harry's POV. When James finished talking we have already eaten our food and wanted to finish shopping. We went to Ollivander's wand shop and got inside, then Ollivander came from the second floor. James Potter, how is your wand? A 11-inch, mahogany, pliable if I'm not mistaken. James rolled his eyes, yes it's perfect, thanks. And you are? Ollivander asked me after seeing a lightning scar instead of A.V. Harry, I said, not sure if I should what family name I should say. Marcus twin, James said with a smile I wanted to smack out of his face, that's what I'm gonna be from now on. Not Harry, but Marcus's twin. Didn't know you have another child, but no worries, let's find you a wand. What is your wand hand? I'm right-handed. Every Ollivander wand has a core of a powerful magical substance, Mr. Potter. He said while going to the side to bring a wand, we use unicorn hairs, phoenix tail feathers, and the heartstrings of dragons. No two Ollivander wands are the same, just as no two unicorns, dragons, or phoenixes are quite the same. And of course, you will never get such good results with another wizard's wand. Here try this one 8-foot, holy with an hair of unicorn. Harry touched it and felt his magic move toward the wand yet the wand resisting to let it in, so that's why wizards and witches use wands. Something about the way you make wands, make the magic rush out. After giving the wand back and getting new wands for 15 minutes straight. Ollivander finally brought the 11-inch long, holly, with a phoenix feather core, so imagine my surprise when it didn't work also. A really tricky customer, no worries, I can find anyone a wand. After a few more minutes we finally found it a wand for me. It was old but unused wand that Ollivander's great-grandfather made. It was a 13-foot, walnut wood and a curupra hair, an unstable wand, a jack of all trades but a master of none. This wand is the definition of the wand chooses the wizard but the wizard make the wand. I expect interesting things from you Mr. Potter. That would be 7 galleons. After paying the man we left the store, we held James' hand, and he apparted us back home. Yes, home if I'm not the boy who lived, I can have a home with someone who's not the Dursleys. After James left with the word see you soon, we sat in quiet for a few minutes until Mom said, we should talk about everything we learned today. Harry, how do you feel? At this point while my main mind was focused on how much the information I learned today changed the story, I let my second mind rant and get his feelings out. He is not my dad, in fact he shouldn't be anyone's dad. Who leaves his son just because he is different? And his wife, my biological mother. I spit the two words. Not only she left me, with her terrible sister, who she should have known is a monster, she didn't even have the decency to come with her husband to explain her side of the story. I don't think they ever checked on me when I was there, and if they did I would hate them more than I already am. At this point I was crying with my parents while they hugged me. Don't worry, you are our son, and you will be forever. After a few minutes, we all calmed down and my main brain finished deciding on what to do next. Now, we know you are going to Hogwarts, you already finished 4 bachelor's degrees and you have amazing opportunity to study something new with children your own age, not to mention magic. Yes, you are right. In addition I can keep study in the summer for the master's degrees, it would take more time but it's nothing hard work can't do. Now, let's talk about tomorrow, what do you want to do for your birthday? Chapter 9. Harry's POV. It was 10:30 p.m. and I was at my room. Tomorrow we would go to London and to Diagon Alley to buy all the other things I might need that aren't at the list. As a present my parents will buy me a really good telescope. Lucky Dad makes a lot of money from the cars he made, and I said that with all my left money from shopping, 50 gallons, I am going to buy us all kinds of cool SHT. But now I am going to understand why does all the magical people uses wands. So after reading the entire magical theory book and understanding it I took out my wand. I could right away feel my magic rash to it. I did open my charms book to the page of the levitation charm, pointed my wand at a pen and said, Wingardium Leviosa. The pen flew. Next I said, Wingardium Leviosa, while moving my wand in a swish and flick and finishing while pointing my wand at the pen, and instantly, my magic left me and my pen flew up till it touched the ceiling. After cutting my magic and the pen fell, I pointed my wand at the pen and only willed it to raise, just like I did without using a wand. It worked. That's when I understood the way wands work. They are training wheels. When you don't have a lot of magic and also a good grip on your magic and intent, using a wand and movement is a great way to draw the magic out, and words are perfect for sharpening your intent. When it was created it was probably a way to teach children magic, as till the age of 17 your magic develops the most, according to the magical theory book, but after a few centuries, probably by the time of witch hunting, this was forgotten and became the only way to use magic. It's pretty good device if not for the downsides. 1. If you don't learn how to use magic without a wand, you will never be able to do it except for maybe some party tricks. 2. As Ollivander said, every wand have specialties of its own, and I think after using only wand magic for a few years, your magic becomes tuned to the specialties. 3. Wand is like a helper in using magic, so you don't use as much as you should. While it's a good thing when in battle or at hard work with not a lot of magic, when you practice you lose the building of magic you get while exercising your magic. It's like a muscle. When you need help to lift something heavy it's great to have someone to help you, but when you're doing sets of weight lifting it won't be help if someone lifts the weight with you. So it's decided, unless I'm in battle I won't use my wand for magic, but I will make everyone think I use it. No need to show all my cards. Next morning. After waking up and eating a special breakfast, pancakes, we drove to London. We arrived at 10:30 at a technical store and bought a celestial telescope. Then we went to Leaky Cauldron. It was super easy to find. We just went to Charing Cross Road and asked around for the pub, and in 5 minutes we had arrived. After entering Diagon Alley again, I heard Mom whispering, "It wasn't a dream, it's really this lame." After laughing out loud we started walking and looking all the things there was. Dad was excited about the Quidditch store and game, while Mom about the weird candies they had. So after thinking what to buy we decided to buy the basic enchant your own broom so we could enchant a car. That's the dream baby, and a little from the candies, Bertie Bott's beans, cauldron cake and chocolate frogs. While deciding to come each birthday to try something else. After looking around for another hour we went inside a place called Nocturne Alley. It looked shady, but by our standards everything looked shady, and in the books they didn't really explain why this place is bad. If it was illegal won't it be stormed by Aurors? So I didn't say anything about the place and we went in. After a few minutes of looking around at the place, which except for being lighted badly didn't look as terrible as you would think by reading the books, we came to the most special store of Wizarding World, Borgin & Burke's. Chapter 10. Third POV. It was a regular day at Borgin & Burke's, the best antique shop in the Wizarding World of Britain, and don't let anyone tell you different. After all, this is the only place you can get almost any ancient thing. They even had Salazar's necklace for a time until they made a mistake and sold it to old Mrs. Smith. But after the last Wizarding War, where a lot of the rich purebloods fought for the losing side, people started to think this place is evil, because purebloods no quality, so most of them went here. After the war, except for the occasional mistaken up-and-coming Muggleborn, the only ones that come here are the dark and grey purebloods, and even they come in hoods. Just for everyone to know, not that they would tell anyone, Mr. Borgin was a half-blood and Mr. Burke's great-grandfather, the one who helped create the shop, was a Muggleborn. They didn't care for blood status, just money. So when me, Burks or Daniel saw 2 adults and a child coming in with Muggle clothes he didn't care at all. well maybe a little, not because of the muggle part, because they were new to this world so maybe he can make a lot of money out of them. "Hey, how can I help you today at our antique shop?" he asked with a smile. "We are looking for something interesting for the boy, after all, it's not every day you're turning 11. If this world was SpongeBob and not Harry Potter, Daniel's eyes would become dollar eyes, and if he was a metamorphmagus his hair and eyes, maybe even his skin, would have turned gold, but as it was neither this nor that, the only change he had was a smile slightly bigger than before. "And what would you like, young sir?" he asked and paid attention for the boy for the first time. "Well, what is the most exotic magic book you have?" That was a difficult question. Daniel had lots of exotic magic books as it wasn't illegal to have books about illegal magic, but if he brought the boy a book too bad he won't get it and leave, then an idea came to mind. "You look like a smart boy, I have just the book for you." Daniel went to the back and brought back a book. It was A Clemency, Defend Your Mind. If it was 200 years ago, Daniel wouldn't have sold it, after all it was one of the only clemency books in existence. Usually, you learn clemency from a master who were taught by his master, but luckily for Harry, clemency was a dying art and the store was in bad shape, otherwise he could have never get it. "Harry, we have to buy it. What if someone would mess with your mind?" "That's not a present, it's a necessity." Daniel almost smiled his real smile and not just his business smile. He could see this family becoming one of his best clients. "This is 10 galleon and 15 sickle, but because it's your first buy I will round it up to 10 galleon. If it's not a gift, can I interest you in something else, young Harry?" Daniel saw in the corner of his eyes the mother taking out the coins while Harry was saying, "Well, do you have an interesting invention?" "My dad and I like creating new things and tweak with things, so that would be nice." "That is it, I can finally get rid of that thing, but I have to sell it right so I won't lose my new customers over this," Daniel thought, and if he wasn't with people you would see him rubbing his hands. "I might have something. It's a device which manufacturing way disappeared about 300 years ago, the vanishing cabinet. It is said, that if you have this device and its brother, if you get into one you would come out of the other, no matter what kind of wards there are in place. Sadly I only have one, otherwise, I wouldn't be selling it for less than 1,000 galleons cause now it can only be used as a garbage disposal and for tweaking with it, so I will sell for 23 galleons. The eyes of Harry twinkled in excitement and Daniel could already feel the galleons, especially when he heard from the father the words, "We have to buy it, a semi-working teleportation device." "That's the dream." "You already said it about a flying car," the woman said. "Can't a man have two dreams?" In the end they bought the vanishing cabinet. As a bonus he added an expended suitcase for 1 galleon to put the cabinet inside. In the end, when they left, Daniel was happy as he made 34 galleon in one sell, not knowing that in 6 years, for only the cabinet he could have made 150 galleons. Chapter 11. Harry's POV. Best birthday presents ever. The telescope which they bought at the beginning was enough, really. But they said it was a school requirement and a way to remember that even if I have magic, I also have science. The clemency book. Just seeing it was enough for me to be almost drool. After years of working on my own I finally have some guidance in this department. And finally, the cabinet. The only teleportation device that can breach the Hogwarts wards. Pure gold. The only birthday day which was better was the one when Mom and Dad took me from the orphanage. Anyway, we just returned home, and I couldn't wait to read the clemency book, so when we finished eating dinner, I told my parents thank you for everything and that I'm going to shower and to bed. After showering I came to my room and started reading. 1 hour later. I have bad news, and good news. After reading the entire book, I discovered one thing about my method of creating a second mind. Everyone who did it went crazy when the second mind matured. The good news is that as I am a child with adult mind I can still fix it. You see, the second mind is a young mind and therefore weak, so I can just destroy it. Then I went inside my mind and the battle between the main mind and second mind began. Third POV. It wasn't an easy battle, it was a battle for survival and sanity, so everything was used in it. It was the battlefield of nightmares, science and magic, of fiend fire and nuclear weapons. Even star destroyers were seen on the battlefield. The main mind threw to the battlefield most of his emotions and the second mind threw most of his rationality, but in the end when both sides were exhausted and the main mind thanked the heavens above for helping him find the book before the second mind got even stronger, they decided on compromise, as they both lost too much in battle. Instead of destroying one another, they would merge into one mind as the main mind was planning since the creation of the second mind. No one would die, they would just become one. As the process began, it was so painful that the only ones that could have said to be in more pain were the Cruciatus curse victims. Only after 3 hours of the march it was finally over and Harry fainted. Chapter 12. Harry's POV. When I woke up, it was like the world changed. It was like I used to be colorblind and now I can see the whole range of colors. New emotion attacked me about everything. I felt love for my parents like I never felt before. It was so powerful yet beautiful, that I started to cry. I never thought that the downsides of low EQ and adult mind would affect me that terribly. Now it's not like I'm suddenly with high or even regular EQ, it's just I can now understand my emotions a little better, and I still have adult mind, just a mind that has better touch with his emotions than regular adults. While it will make me less rational, maybe I can have friends now. A week later. A week passed and I did a lot in it. I read all the school books I have got, and practiced most of the charms in them, both with and without wand. Now my theory about wands being a training wheels feels even righter than before. Herbology, potions, data and history of magic were lessons I could only read about until the start of the school year, and after reading about transfiguration, not only did it make no sense how you can change one matter to another temporary. It was so scary thinking about the accidents that can happen, that I just left it. The idea that I was most proud of is about astronomy. After reading the school book, except for the fact I couldn't see what magic had to do with stars, I couldn't help but see that the wizarding world was far behind and sometimes even wrong about the outer space. They still think the sun moves around the earth. Anyway, I decided to bust some muggle books about astronomy and astrophysics. It took me 3 nights, but I feel that I am ready to prevent myself from learning mistaken information. Maybe I should be the astronomy professor, I to myself while eating breakfast when Dad brought a letter to me. I got it from an owl. I think it's for you. Dear Harry. We would love it if you would be willing to join us for a week from tomorrow. We really want to get to know our son and brother before the school year begins. If you can't, please send your owl. If you don't send, we will pick you up at 8:30 a.m. Love. Dad, Mom and Marcus. I can't believe they call themselves that. I was so angry I couldn't even think straight. They are not my parents, they are a sperm and egg donors. Why the hell would I want to be with them for a week? After the march my emotions were amplified, my love for my parents got bigger and my dislike for the Potters became a full-on hate. Now. Calm down, Mom said gently, understanding my anger. Let's just think about it. You have absolute right to be angry at James and his wife, Anne. If you don't remember, James never said Lily's name, so Harry's parents don't actually know it. But what about your twin brother? He didn't do anything wrong, don't you want to know him? Mom had a point there, even if it's not the one she thought she did. I need to get to know Marcus, as I need to know more about the person who has so much power over magical Britain. In addition, I suddenly realized we don't have an owl for sending letters, so a little reluctant, I agreed to go. The next day. It was 9:30 and they were still not here. I woke up early to do my workout and they didn't even bother to be on time. By the minute I was beginning to think about what is the most creative way to kill 2 magical people. Just when I was at using a time turner to make sure they would be in the house when Voldemort arrived, I heard a knock on the door. Opening it, I saw James Potter with a red-headed woman which I was pretty sure was Lily, but as I shouldn't have known her name I just said, I was waiting for over an hour. Where were you? I'm sorry, the new Nimbus came out today, so we just had to take Marcus there, but it doesn't matter, we have a week to get to know each other, James said, as if my reason to exist right now is to get to know them and that my time is meaningless. Now let me introduce you to Lady Lily Potter, the smartest witch of her generation, but you should call her Mom. Hello, Lady Potter. I said and bowed the most sarcastically I could. Oh, Harry, call me Mom. I'm sorry, but the only person I would ever call Mom is at the university right now, so the best I could is call you Lily. Lily put a sad face on her face, but I could see the anger in her eyes and swore to myself to protect my parents. James on the other hand was much angrier by my words as he couldn't keep a smile on his face. Don't talk to your mother that way, but Lily just touched his hand and shook her head. That's okay. He is angry right now, but he will understand that we love him and did it for him and Marcus to be safe. I couldn't believe they were talking about me like I'm not even there, but just wanting to move along with all of it, I took my expanded suitcase with all my books, wand, enough clothes for the week and the vanishing cabinet. Apparently taking a heavy thing outside the suitcase requires magic, and most importantly, the master's degrees books my parents got me so I won't be bored, in one hand, held Lily's extended arm with the other, and we apparated away. A second later, we arrived near a huge mansion. Welcome to Potter Mansion, the ancestral home of the Potter family. We moved here a year after the war was over as my parents died from dragonpox. Come inside and I will give you a tour. An hour later. It was the first time I was sorry for having perfect memory. For the last hour, James didn't stop talking about the history of the Potter family. Even Lily left after 10 minutes of the tour saying she is going to look for Marcus, like she can't ask a house elf to do it. So that's how an hour after I came to the mansion I knew more than I ever wanted to know about the Potter family and didn't know what of my knowledge is true and what is the imagination of James. And lastly, the most exciting place in the house, the Quidditch pitch, where if I'm not mistaken you would meet your brother. Chapter 13. Harry's POV. Let's just say Marcus E.S. and mine first meeting wasn't the best. I was near the pitch when he came down from his broom. We looked almost the same, we both looked almost like James, but while he had more fat on him, he wasn't fat, just a little fuller. I was skinnier and had more muscle. While he had average height for an 11-year-old, I was as tall as an average 12-year-old, and most noticeably he had brown fudge eyes while I had emerald green eyes. What I didn't expect, is that while we checked each other, he opened his mouth and said, "Why is he taller than me? I'm the boy who lived, I should be taller." He sounded so much like Dudley in the books that I felt like God is punishing me for leaving one by giving me another, a thought that made me laugh so hard on the inside that I mumbled about a toilet and ran there trying not to laugh out loud. This is gonna be a long week. A week later. Marcus was the most insufferable child I've ever met. He is an idiotic child who thinks he's always in the right, and every other sentence of his is about how amazing he is and how, as the boy who lived, he is greatest thing that happened since the invention of sliced bread. Let's just say, after a week with him, any thoughts of being brothers disappeared from my mind, and I was sure his power over his parents and magical Britain was enormous, cause otherwise someone would have pulled his head out of his own ass. It was funny at first, but now it's just annoying. In addition it's a little disturbing. Is it just me or every wizard is a bad parent? Even if you're not including James and Lily, who left one child and destroyed the other, just from what I know from the books, Sirius's mother, Draco's and almost every pureblood's entitled self, the racism in the wizarding world, bullying all the different people at school, hell even the Weasley's family with the overbearing mother, meek father, Percy the perfect son, who abandoned his family in time of need, Ron the jealous boy and Ginny the crazy fan, if we are honest, only a small percentage of the wizards are good people and even smaller aren't muggleborn, like Tonks, Neville and Luna. Suddenly I don't want to be at the magical world anymore, but I keep telling myself, remember that you came to this world because of the prophecy and if I don't kill Voldemort he would kill me one day. Plus magic. Anyhow, my week is over and I can see my parents again. After this long week, I decided that my first project for the year would be an enchanted mirror so I would be able to see them every day. Harry, it's time to go. Lily yelled, unless, maybe, you prefer to stay. In the past week Lily did everything she could to make me feel welcomed, and if I was a regular child it would have worked, but not only I was not a normal child, I had my parents who I loved more than anything in the world, and also, I really didn't like the look in her eyes when I refused to go along with the act and wouldn't sign the rune document they gave me with the excuse of making sure you're happy with your parents, the only time they called my mom and dad my parents. So, politely I said that I miss my parents, took my suitcase in one hand, Lily's arm held with the other, and we apparated home. After arriving at the closest ally near my house, Lily gave me an awkward hug and told me I can always contact her if I need anything and that she would see me at the train station and disapparated. 5 minutes later, I arrived where my house is and there was cops everywhere. I ran so fast inside that they didn't manage to stop me and that's when I saw them. Something I would never forget. Chapter 14. Third POV. The room was messy with all the electronic devices were taken, but Harry didn't even notice, his eyes were on the ground trailing the blood to the kitchen. When he walked in, he first saw his mom. Her eyes were closed and her face so peaceful that if she wasn't on the floor and with a slit throat he would have thought she's just asleep. Then he looked at the other person there, it was his dad, just next to her looking dead as hell, and that's when Harry got in shock. August 21st, 1991. Harry's POV. The last week was hard and chaotic, it took 2 days until I got out of my shock. The police came and told me it was a robbery gone wrong. I thought, poppycock. Then a social worker came and started asking questions about relatives, and telling me I can have a say with who I and should live. I told her that I'm not their biological or adopted son, that they were my foster parents but they were my parents, that they were going to send me to a gifted children's school which is a boarding one and that it's paid already. After a few hours and a lot of talking she agreed it was the best option for me and left. By that time I was tired as hell and went to sleep. Next day, a lawyer came. He said my parents left everything to me, so now I'm one of the youngest millionaires in the world. Apparently Dad got a lot of money for his inventions, and I just had to lose the only 2 people that ever loved me and that I even loved. Why? It took 3 days since the moment I woke up to understand one thing, it was related to the Potters. It can't be a coincidence that the week when I went there and kept refusing to be with them my parents died. Now if I was a regular child I would have come to them for comfort, but I'm not and I won't. Instead I swear I would destroy everything they care about and everyone. I might have to kill Voldemort or I would be killed. but it was never said I must be on the light side. It won't be quick, but I will have my revenge. After all, revenge is a dish best served cold. August 31st, 1991. Harry's POV. It is the last day before school starts. I sold my parents' house cheaply and bought with that money a condo in Muggle London about a block from the Leaky Cauldron. I quickly and quietly, with a nice little charm called the Confundus, managed to convince a judge to sign my emancipation's papers, so in the Muggle world I'm adult, and I tied all the loose ends with my jiu-jitsu sensei and told the university I'm moving far away so I won't continue my degrees there. I even bought a computer to take with me in my enchanted suitcase so I won't be cut out of the world, and now I am finally ready to go to Hogwarts and play the game of chess that's called the Wizarding War, but I won't be black or white, I will be purple. Lily's POV. Why didn't Harry contact me yet? He should have done it right after he found out his caregivers died. After all, who can comfort him better than his own mother? Well, maybe he is still grieving alone, and I will see him at the train station tomorrow. He will have a year at Gryffindor to connect with his brother, and we will be at the end of family again. Now I just need a plan to convince him to sign those papers and make Marcus the real heir. After all, isn't the boy who lived the perfect heir of the Potter house? Chapter 15. September 1st, 1991. Third POV. This was a moment all the first years have waited for as long as they remember, but no one waited longer than Harry Potter. After all, since the first moment he remembers, it was the thing he's been preparing for. So you wouldn't be surprised if you were told that Harry woke up extremely early. Actually, he didn't sleep at all last night. Too bad it had nothing to do with excitement and more to do with the fact his parents were murdered, and he was going to meet their killer's child, at least if he is not mistaken about the killer's identity. So at 6 a.m., after a long night of occlumency and suppressing his feelings, Harry was more than ready to meet everyone with a smile. He did his morning workout, showered, made breakfast, and after eating it he packed everything he owned in his expending suitcase except the vanishing cabinet and left the condo to the King Cross station. When he arrived there, he saw a curly-haired 11-years-old who, if he had to guess, must have been Hermione Granger. For a moment he was happy to meet the person who's supposed to be one of his best friends, then he remembered a couple of problems. 1. He is not the original Harry. Actually he is very different. He doesn't like Quidditch. It makes no sense. He didn't live with the Dursleys since he was 5, and he already decided not to be Gryffindor as he wasn't sure if he could keep himself in check and not kill anyone. Marcus. 2. This wasn't canon, and until he figures out who's good and who is bad, he is not going to be friends with anyone. 3. Hermione was always a stick-to-the-rules person, or at least until Halloween, and sneaking dragons and hacking friends as an 11-years-old, while before we could get killed or worse, expelled. Best line in 7 books, and even later she was always pro-Dumbledore. She would never agree with revenge, the one thing Harry wouldn't compromise about. So that's why he waited 5 minutes after she walked through the wall, then moved towards the wall while putting a hat on so he wouldn't be mistaken as his brother. It worked perfectly. After all, even though they are similar, he is taller, skinnier, wore a hat, and most importantly, he came alone while everyone knew the boy who lived would be with his parents and lots of reporters. So Harry got to the first year's section of the train, found a wagon with no one in it, and decided, as there was about an hour and 15 minutes till the train hit the road, to take a nap. After all, he didn't sleep last night. 45 minutes later. Third POV. While Harry was still sleeping, outside the train there was lots of touching goodbyes, but none looked more touching than the Potter family goodbye. After all, it's not every day that your little boy leaves you for a year, and there were reporters everywhere. Everyone wanted an opportunity for a boy who lived exclusive, but the Potter family was aiming higher. They wanted a front stage, which is why they were waiting for Harry, because what says front page more than the one you didn't know about, the sacrifice of the boy who lives brother. 25 minutes later. It's ridiculous is what everyone of the Potter family thought. We can't wait anymore, otherwise Marcus, would miss the train. So they kissed, hugged, and shed a tear one last time. Then Marcus, that never had friends as his parents were too afraid to let him out of the house without them, went and met his new followers, read as friends, for the first time. The day later a story would be posted on the Daily Prophet. There would be an article about the Potter family loving or codependent. A look on the family of the boy who lived. And that's how, accidentally, by coming early and taking a nap, Harry managed to destroy a little bit of the Potter family. Chapter 16. Third's POV. It was 3 hours into the 8 hours long trip that a knock on the door woke Harry up. While stretching he called the person to come in. The door opened and a small pudgy boy asked shyly, "Did you see a toad?" "I lost mine, he always escape." That's the moment Harry recognized the boy. It was Neville Longbottom, the bravest Gryffindor, as he is the only one who's afraid and still does what he believes, and it looked like he isn't as different as you might think from the books, so Harry decided to help. No, sorry, but I heard there is a spell to bring stuff to you, why won't you ask one of the older students to use it? Thanks anything for a friend. Are we? Sorry, I didn't meant to presume. I'm Harry. Neville. So Neville, when you find your toad, would you like to sit with me? I would love to. Neville smiled and closed the door while Harry thought, my first friend is a Gryffindor, that would make things interesting, and went back to sleep. 15 minutes later. Third's POV. Hermione was starting to really regret suggesting to help Neville search for his toad. She knew it wasn't nice, and her parents educated her to always help when she can, but she really hoped to meet someone she could call a friend before they arrived to the castle, because she knew that afterward it would be harder to find a friend. After all, even though Hermione wasn't dumb, she was a little naive, and she really thought that everyone here would be as excited to learn and about school, so while she really didn't expect to find a celebrity when she opened the next door, when she saw the wagon packed with people and everyone looking at someone doing magic, she just couldn't help herself. Oh, you're doing magic? Let's see it then. She didn't mean to sound so demanding, she was just really excited about magic. When the boy said Lumos and a light was shining out of his wand, everyone clapped excitedly. To be Hermione thought it's a little strange that they were so mesmerized about a simple spell that took her 5 minutes to learn, but when she heard the red-headed boy saying, of course Marcus can do magic before school, he's the boy who lived. She understood. You're Marcus Potter. Did you know that you were written about in modern magical history, the rise and fall of the dark arts, and even in great wizarding event of the 20th century? Of course I know about it, it's me that is written about. Hermione started not liking this posh of a boy, she just wanted to leave the wagon, so she quickly asked if anyone has seen a toad, and when they replied negatively she left, just not before hearing the red-headed saying, whatever house I'm in, I hope she ain't in it. So, hurt and without much will, she decided to check one more wagon, and one far away, so there won't be a chance to meet one of the kids in Marcus's wagon. 3 minutes later. At the other end of the first year's side of the train. Hermione took a big breath and told herself that she would just come and ask about the toad and then go find someone who could become her friend, even if not now, maybe in the future. Now she just hoped for a familiar, maybe friendly face who she could have an interesting conversation with. She knocked on the door, and after a second someone said come in with a yawn. She got in and asked in a quiet voice. Have you seen a toad? A boy named Neville lost his. Actually, Neville was already here. He took my suggestion to go to an older student and ask them to use magic to help. Oh, really? So I guess I would go now. Just as she was about to get out he said, wait, do you want to sit together? I could use someone to talk to, maybe we can be friends. Nodding while smiling she came in and closed the door. By the way, I'm Harry. Hermione, I hope we can be friends. 4 hours later. Harry's POV. I'm not sure how it came to this. First, I was sleeping in the train when Neville asked for help, while seeing him like that made me impulsively help him. I decided it would be worthwhile to become friends with a pure blood with money on the light side. Then when Hermione showed up looking so defeated and asked about the toad, even though I decided not to get involved with any of the main cast, even if it would change the future even more than it's already changed, and even though I had my reasons not to trust her, I couldn't leave her alone and invited her to stay inside with me. Then Neville came and soon we were all talking about the classes and what were we excited to learn. When the trolley lady came I bought some chocolate frogs and licorice wands, and we all ate them. Even Hermione ate, though it took some convincing. Just when we finished every candy, another knock was sounded, then the door opened and one blonde and two big kids walked in. One of the big kids were even at my height. The blonde kid, who I immediately assumed was Draco Malfoy, said, have any of you seen the boy who lived? And Hermione immediately said, he is at the other end of the first-year wagons. Thank you, Draco simply said and left. Well, that was anticlimactic, Harry thought. After that incident, they went on to talk about houses. I hope to be Gryffindor, like my parents, but I will probably be a Hufflepuff, Neville said with a low tone. What's wrong with being a Hufflepuff? Harry asked, do you have a problem with loyal and hard-working people? No, it's just that my grandmother really want me to be in the same house as everyone else in the family was, and I also want to be brave. You are brave, Neville. You want, even though you are afraid, to every wagon to ask about Trevor. Bravery isn't the absence of fear, it's doing the right thing despite it. I'm sure that you would be a Gryffindor if that's what you want. Thank you, Harry, it means a lot that you said it. Yeah, so let's all three of us become Gryffindor, Hermione said with a smile. I don't really care if I'm Gryffindor, I like all the houses. Harry lied, as in truth the only house he didn't want to be in was Gryffindor. Really? Even Slytherin? Hermione was shocked. What's wrong with ambition? But that's the house you know who was in. Neville exclaimed. Really? What year did he graduate? I don't know, how is that relevant? Because when I heard his name I did a little research and there was never a student named you know what in all of Hogwarts. Of course not, it's a fake name, it's just that no one knows his real name. Neville answered, exactly, so how do you know he was a Slytherin? And remember, because everyone said so isn't an answer. Neville and Hermione looked thoughtful, so the rest of the ride was done quietly. Chapter 17. Third's POV. It was evening by the time the train stopped, and the last people to get of it were the first years, and as everyone got down the train, they couldn't help but hear the baritone deep voice yells, first years, over here, there you are. Is there anyone missing? No. Great. Now get into the boats, 3 or 4 in a boat. After everyone went inside the boats they started moving. They could see the giant octopus and Grindylows swimming in the water. They were so amazed by the lake that they almost jumped when someone said look. When they looked up they saw the Hogwarts castle. It looked majestic, and old yet beautiful. Even Harry couldn't help but think, this is how you should be introduced to the magical world. After they arrived they all got into the castle quickly. The first years, Professor McGonagall, said Hagrid. Thank you, Hagrid. I will take them from here. Welcome to Hogwarts, said Professor McGonagall. The start of term banquet will begin shortly, but before you take your seats in the Great Hall, you will be sorted into your houses. The sorting is a very important ceremony because, while you are here, your house will be something like your family within Hogwarts. You will have classes with the rest of your house, sleep in your house dormitory and spend free time in your house common room. The 4 houses are called Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw and Slytherin. Each house has its own noble history and each has produced outstanding witches and wizards. While you are at Hogwarts, your triumphs will earn your house points, while any rule breaking will lose house points. At the end of the year, the house with the most points is awarded the House Cup, a great honor. I hope each of you will be a credit to whichever house becomes yours. The sorting ceremony will take place in a few minutes in front of the rest of the school. I suggest you all smarted yourselves up as much as you can while you are waiting. Her eyes lingered for a moment on Neville's cloak, which was fastened under his left ear, and on Ron's smudged nose. I will return when we are ready for you, said Professor McGonagall. Please wait quietly. As they waited Harry could see everybody were nervous, even Hermione and Neville, who should have calmed down after their conversation at the train. Suddenly Hermione said, let's make a promise, no matter what house we would be let's stay friends. Sure. Of course. They waited for another 15 minutes while the ghosts came and go, talking about peeves. Finally the sorting time began. They went inside the Great Hall, and it was amazing. The ceiling was really beautiful with the flying candles and then the hat sang. Oh, you may not think I'm pretty. But don't judge on what you see. I'll eat myself if you can find a smarter hat than me. You can keep your bowlers black. Your top hat sleek and tall. For I'm the Hogwarts sorting hat. And I can cap them all. There's nothing hidden in your head. The sorting hat can't see. So try me on and I will tell you where you ought to be. You might belong in Gryffindor, where dwell the brave at heart. Their daring, nerve, and chivalry set Gryffindors apart. You might belong in Hufflepuff, where they are just and loyal. Those patient Hufflepuffs are true and unafraid of toil. Or yet in wise old Ravenclaw, if you've a ready mind, where those of wit and learning will always find their kind. Or perhaps in Slytherin, you'll make your real friends. Those cunning folks use any means to achieve their ends. So put me on. Don't be afraid. And don't get in a flap. You're in safe hands, though I have none. For I'm a thinking cap. Then they started to call names, Abbot Hannah, Hufflepuff. They continued like that but Harry was interested in the changes he might have made. The hat's power wasn't looking inside the mind, it was the power he got from Gryffindor himself, the power to see the possibilities of people. Most people would only grow strong in one house, some won't complete their studies if they are not put in specific house. Those children were the easiest to sort. The difficult ones to sort were those who would fit well in all houses and those who fit at none. So when it was Hermione's turn, the hat really didn't know where to put her. You could see the loyalty to friends she would have, you could see her mind expand while she learned, you could see her bravery and nobility when she fights a lost cause at all cost, and you could see her change the world with her ambition. So in the end when the hat didn't have a choice he asked, and when she answered he yelled, Gryffindor. In Neville's sorting it was easier, the boy didn't have much ambition and he didn't want to know everything but he could be so loyal and so brave and noble even if he didn't know it. In the end they had chosen to put him where he can do the best for the school. Gryffindor. Another difficult one was Draco Malfoy. He had courage and loyalty to his family, but his family expectations didn't let him think about being anywhere else but Slytherin. More than that, in more futures than one, being in a different house killed him, so even though he should have been a Hufflepuff, the Hats quickly called Slytherin. There were earlier and harder ones after that. He even split twins for their benefit, but it was hard. Then came the strongest challenge of his semi-life, sorting Harry Potter. Chapter 18. Third's POV. Just as the Sorting Hat finished to sort Parvati into Gryffindor, the moment everyone had been waiting for arrived, yet it felt like Professor McGonagall suddenly started speaking in slow motion. Put here Harry, so it wasn't a surprise when one of the braver yet dumber kids shouted, "Don't you mean Marcus, 20 points from Gryffindor, and please be quiet Mr. McLaggen." As Harry went to the stool, everyone whispered around him, "Who is he? Is he related to the boy who lived? Why didn't we heard about him?" Harry could hear all the whispers when he decided to talk about anything important in the Great Hall if he didn't want the teachers to know about it. But as he put the hat on, it suddenly became quiet. Then he could hear the hat speak. Difficult. Very difficult. Plenty of courage, I see. What the fuck? Who are you? Why can't I see more than two blurry futures of you? Wait, you don't look into minds? That's a relief. Of course I don't look into minds. Did you think as a person everyone had only one definitive character in them? I choose by seeing 5 years in advance or 7 if it's really hard, and look for the house with the best outcome. It might not tell me everything, but it does help me choose. So why did you let Tom Riddle be a Slytherin? How do you know about him? Doesn't matter, I choose the house for the students based on the best outcome to them in school. Now, I can't say more than that cause I can't talk about predictions for other students. Let's talk about you instead. A boy with only 2 futures means you have a prophecy about you. That's fine, but tell me, how is it possible that I can't see even one moment before the prophecy? The Hat was genuinely interested. After 1,000 years of sorting students, finally he had something new to expect. After all, even though seeing the future is awesome, knowing what's going to happen always kind of sucks. Now if Harry trusted the Hat, maybe he would have told it everything, but as he read in another life, Mr. Weasley saying to his daughter, never trust an object that can think if you can't see where its brain is, and it's not an advice someone should ever forget. Especially with magical objects. After all, you have Horcruxes and a lot of other kinds of magical objects that can think. Plus the Hat most probably tells the headmaster a lot, so even if it's a harmless magical hat, Harry would never tell him anything. You are so careful, and you have a prophecy on your head. There is only one place you would be, Slytherin. Chapter 19. Third's POV. After Harry went to Slytherin, Professor McGonagall called Marcus. Again there were whispers, but this time it was about the house he should be in and not about who he is. When the Hat looked into the boy's future, he once again didn't know where to put the boy, as the boy's ambition was to stay loved by the wizarding world could be accomplished in any house. The Hat decided to eliminate the houses he cannot put the boy in. Slytherin was out, as he didn't see one future where Marcus survives. Whether he is killed by accident, a Dark Lord fanatic, or his own brother, he just won't survive. Hufflepuff was also out. No matter what, he won't become a hard worker, and by being placed there he can create a cult, something the Hat despises, as it creates boring futures for the next century. Just look at Slytherin. Ravenclaw was the next one out. The boy might have a brain, but he would never study seriously and would affect the entire house, so in 7 years it will become a joke. In the end, the Hat chose Gryffindor, which surprisingly was also the house the boy asked, so he said, in that case you should be, Gryffindor. The entire Gryffindor house started cheering. Fred and George screamed, "We've got Potter, we've got Potter." After coming down, the sorting continued. The next few students were much easier, but then Professor McGonagall called Weasley Ronald. When the Hats heard that name he wanted to cry. Since the first of the Weasley brothers came, every one of them except Charles was a nightmare of its own. William and George should have been in Ravenclaw, Fred a Slytherin, and Percy was just like Marcus. It didn't fit anywhere. Every time we had was about to make his decision, he could see their mother abandoning them, which is why when Ronald put the hat on he just said, "Another Weasley. Better be Gryffindor." Let's just say, when the sorting was over, the Hat was sad he didn't have a digestive system, cause he could really use a drink. The sorting was over, and everyone waited to eat. After all, it was already after 8 p.m., and they were starving, so when Dumbledore stood up beaming at the students, almost everyone missed the disturbing eye twinkle he had when he looked at a few of the new students, and how the twinkle disappeared when he looked at Harry. One of the few people that didn't miss it yet was Harry himself. "Welcome," he said. "Welcome to a new year at Hogwarts. Before we begin our banquet, I would like to say a few words. And here they are: nitwit, blubber, oddment, tweak, An amazing way to make everyone put their guards down around you, Harry thought. The idiotic ones would think you're just crazy, smart ones good thing you just want to make yourself look crazy, and because they figure you out, they would know what to expect, when in fact they would know nothing. Severus Snape's POV. Severus wasn't sure what to think. On one hand he hated the fact James Potter's child was in his house, on the other it was kind of a sweet revenge. He also wanted to make James's kid life harder, but he took an oath to himself that he, as a different of Slughorn, would make sure none of his snakes suffered unjustly. As for the fact he was Lily's child, it didn't matter to him anymore. After all, you need to be really pathetic to hold a candle to a woman for more than 11 years, not to mention the fact she changed. She became just like the people who bullied and made fun of him. He also didn't like the dark look Dumbledore gave the boy. Let's just take the wait and see attitude. Voldemort's POV. Voldemort really wasn't sure who's the boy who lived. He didn't remember much about that night when he lost his body. He remembered his spy helping him get into the house. He remembered old Muggle people, 2 children, killing curses being thrown out in pain. When Quirrell told him everything he knew about Marcus Potter, he assumed that he killed the other child, but now he was sure it was an evil scheme of Dumbledore. But is it so he would think the boy who lived is Harry, or so he would think that the boy who lived is Marcus? He needs to think about it. Dumbledore's POV. It was a difficult summer for him. July 1st. When he looked at the names of this year's new students, he saw a name he was sure he would never hear about again: Harry Potter. The boy was supposed to be a squib. Even if the test isn't 100% accurate, having a 98% accuracy was enough for him, but now it came to bite him in the ass, as the older and future Lord Potter was coming to Hogwarts and there was nothing he could do. After a few moments of thought, he was sure he should just give the ladder to his parents and have them explain the boy. After all, they were family. July 2nd. He was wrong. Apparently the Potter left the child the moment they heard he was a squib. Most parents would wait till the Hogwarts ladder with a little bit of hope, but they didn't. Well, they should just find him and explain. After all, they are blood. July 31st. Shit. He was wrong again. After almost a month of searching, James found the child, but he had a new family. No matter, he should just get to know his real family. He would forget about the Muggles, just like all the Muggle-born in school. August 15th. That's it. The boy had been with the Potter family for almost a week and he still hasn't warmed up to any of them, not even Marcus. But after much thought, Dumbledore had a plan. There is nothing more uniting than a loved one's death. Those Muggles would serve the greater good. August 31st. The boy didn't come back. In fact, he disappeared. Where is he? Why did none of his plans work after all? He is the headmaster of a school. Every time his students were having a choice, he made sure it would be the right one with his plans. The last child of whom his plans didn't work on was Tom. He would have to keep an eye on young Harry. September 1st. This boy is so similar to Tom it's scary. A Maggle-raised, half-blood, sorted to Slytherin, and he even have the same polite yet distant look when he speaks. Yes, he would have to keep an eye on the boy. He then raised and said his practice speech, ahem, just a few more words now that we are all fed and watered. I have a few start-of-term notices to give you. First years should note that the forest on the grounds is forbidden to all pupils. And a few of our older students would do well to remember that as well. Dumbledore's twinkling eyes flashed in the direction of the Weasley twins. I have also been asked by Mr. Filch, the caretaker, to remind you all that no magic should be used between classes in the corridors. Quidditch trials will be held in the second week of the term. Anyone interested in playing for their house teams should contact Madam Hooch. And finally, I must tell you that this year, the third-floor corridor on the right-hand side is out of bounds to everyone who does not wish to die a very painful death. He stopped till the students finished murmur. And now, before we go to bed, let us sing the school song. While laughing inside about the fact that the teachers would once again have to suffer this noise just like he did before he became a headmaster, apparently the headmaster spot had a unique spell which changes the yells to a wonderful music when the music words appear. He gave his wand a little flick, as if he was trying to get a fly off the end, and a long golden ribbon flew out of it, which rose high above the tables and twisted itself, snake-like, into words. Everyone pick their favorite tune, said Dumbledore, and off we go. Hogwarts, Hogwarts, Hoggy-Warty Hogwarts. Teach us something please. Whether we be old and bald, or young with scabby knees, our heads could do with filling with some interesting stuff. For now they're bare and full of air, dead flies and bits of fluff. So teach us things worth knowing. Bring back what we forgot. Just do your best, we'll do the rest. And learn until our brains all rot. When everyone finished he said, ah, music, wiping his eyes. A magic beyond all we do here. And now, bedtime. Off you trot. He really wanted to go to bed, he had a lot to think about. Chapter 20. Draco's POV. Draco had a confusing day. First he met the boy who lived, who apparently didn't want to be friends with him. Why the bloody hell not? Was all he could think about since Potter refused to even shake his hand. What a pons. Then he arrived at Hogwarts, got into his dream house, and he was thrilled, for about 5 minutes, till he heard there is another Potter and he also was sorted into Slytherin. Then we thought that's my chance for revenge. After all, as the Prince of Slytherin, Draco would make sure he knows his betters. Well, that's what Draco thought like until he saw the Potter twins start taking with everyone in the table. It felt like he knows everything. When Theo talked about the herbology class he is interested in, Potter started talking with him about the difference between mundane plants and magical plants. When Zabini began talking about transfiguration theory, he started to talk about energy transformation, and when Greengrass started talking about potions, without even blinking he started talking about the reactions every ingredient with another. So when they finally started talking about their homes, even though most of them already knew each other, Draco felt it's his time to shine. I'm a pure blood, of course. I was being prepared to Hogwarts since the moment I was born, as you wouldn't expect anything but the very best out of the son of Lucius Malfoy. He was sure, no matter what they would hear next, he would become the leader of this year's Slytherin. After all, he had Crabbe and Goyle as minions, Pansy as a friend, Theo as an ally, and even Greengrass as a colleague. Even if Zabini and Davis want to be independent they would cave. After all, who else can become the leader? Then it was Potter's turn. I'm a half-blood. I learned about Hogwarts from James Potter about 1 month ago, so if I don't know anything I should, please tell me. He said it so politely that Draco was so impressed, he didn't even notice it until Theo asked, "What do you mean, you heard about Hogwarts just a month ago?" I was raised by Muggles as my biological parents wanted to focus more about the boy who lived, so that's why we never heard the Potters had 2 sons. So which one are you? The older or younger twin? Greengrass asked with much interest. Older. Why? That means you are the heir of the Potter lordship. Zabini exclaimed. That's huge. It was at that moment Draco knew his plans were destroyed. Zabini and Davis now had a different opinion of a leader. Greengrass will play both sides and Theo would do as always whatever he wants. No, I have to find a way to make sure he knows his place. With that thought, Draco joined the other first years as they were leaving with the Perfects. It took about 5 minutes to get from the Grand Hall to the Slytherin dungeon, and that's only cause we were going slowly. When they arrived at the entrance it was located behind a bare stretch of stone wall, exactly as his father told him. The Perfect told them never to reveal the password to any student who is not Slytherin, then told the wall, Merlin. When they arrived Uncle Severus was already there. They all stood before him when he started talking. You were all deemed worthy to become part of the elite group who is called Slytherin. It means you're ambitious, cunning and smart, but that's not all Slytherin is about. It's also about the drive to excellence and fraternity. Even in the Hat song he says, in Slytherin you'll make your real friends. That's why, we have a few rules in here. 1. I don't take points from you, but if I punish one with detention everyone is punished. You see, every good Slytherin knows that the house point system is idiotic. Answering questions, points. Doing something wrong, points. So as I expect better from you, I decided to make the system crash. That's why you would hear about how unfair I am point-wise, because when I give you points you should look proud but feel ashamed, as the more points you get from the less benefits you will have inside the house. If you get less than 10, you can have a private room, less than 25 a private study but room with other kids, less than 50 a regular study and room, and more than 50 detention. I really hope we won't win this year. 2. If we are family, it's natural we will have a fight in here. I will say it only once. Arguments would only happen inside our dungeon. Magical fights will only happen in the arena. Outside we are united. You will have the first man in a private room everyone. My office hours are Saturday from 10 to 12. Go to sleep. As Draco laid on his bed, he went over what Uncle Severus called them, and his last thought before falling asleep was, maybe I could use this. Chapter 21. Daphne's POV. When Daphne woke up, her mind was filled with thoughts from the last night. So much happened yesterday. She came to Hogwarts, found out the boy who lived has a secret twin brother, and was told the reason why Professor Snape was hated by 3/4 of the student population. And yet the thing that made her worried the most is about the fact that she got sorted to Slytherin. After all, she wanted to be a Ravenclaw. No, she needed to be a Ravenclaw. Where else can she learn enough to save her sister from her blood curse? But the Hat wouldn't even listen to her, said that in Slytherin she would become great and maybe be able to save her sister. And now here she is, and after thinking about that, she understood the Hat might be right. Where else would she find smart people who are fine with stepping on the lines of law for what they want? For what is right? Ravenclaw might be for schoolers, but the curse didn't have a known cure. She needs innovators with ambition to change the world. After thinking about it so much, she understood one thing: she can't do it alone. Hell, if she wanted to do it, she would have to find the right people in Slytherin and make sure they work with her. The first people she should choose from are from her year. They were 10 in this year. Her, Zabini, Davis, Parkinson, Bulstrode, Knott, Goyle, Crabbe, Malfoy and Potter. Out of them she couldn't think of Parkinson, Crabbe and Goyle doing anything, so they were out. She is good with potions, Zabini loves transfiguration, Knott knows almost every exotic thing there is, Bulstrode knows about the stars like no one else, and Davis has passion for charms. The only two she really wasn't sure about were Malfoy and Potter. Malfoy was good with potions and had a lot of money. He even had a library at home with a lot of dark arts and curses, but he is super bossy and she wasn't sure if she could have him join while keeping the others. Potter was a quiet boy, with a lot of interesting ideas, at least from their conversation last night, but she didn't know what he could bring to the group and she wasn't sure if she could wait until he catches up with them knowledge-wise. She would have to think about those two more. First class, herbology. It was the first class of the day and they would be filled with dirt. Great. Daphne thought while she managed to get a spot near Knott. After Professor Sprout gave them instructions, they began to work. Just as they were finishing the assignment, she managed to strike a deal. He would join her research group and she would help him get him a Mimbulus Mimbletonia, whatever that may be. In addition, the group would help each other study so they would get at least EE. They also agreed to call each other by their first names. Second class, Dada. As everywhere else was taken, and she would never sit next to a Gryffindor, she was forced to sit next to Goyle. If that wasn't a terrible thing, you would have to admit that the professor was terrible. He stuttered the entire class and by the time he finished a sentence, she didn't understood a thing he said. She knew she would have to study this subject on her own. As an afterthought at night, she noticed Potter had quite the blank expression during class. If he keep that explanation up, people would think he is an ice queen. Third lesson, charms. This time she managed to sit next to Davis. It wasn't her taste of class, as until the middle of October they would only talk about magical theory, but she knew the basics are important. Her father told her that enough times when she asked to learn cool magic. The problem was that she already knew all of it, as have all the others pure bloods, as they were taught magical theory since they were 5. On the plus side, she managed to get an agreement from Davis to join her group with the EE deal, and the fact that none of them was the leader, well, that will make getting Draco into the group hard. And why did Potter stayed after class to talk with Professor Flitwick? Well, she got 2 out of the 6 she's thinking about on her first day. That's a start. Chapter 22. Harry's POV. As usual, Harry woke up early. He did his workouts, took a shower, and by the time it was fully clothed it was already time for breakfast. As he went to the Great Hall, he couldn't stop thinking about a difference between the points of view in the books and real life. In the book, Snake was a petty man who gave points to his house and took them from the other houses as revenge for his childhood. But in real life, he's a man who pranks the school so it would stop using an idiotic method. Which is kind of sarcastic, as his mortal enemies in the school were the Marauders. Breakfast at Hogwarts so unhealthy he decided to speak with the house elf in the evening, but for right now he decided to take eggs, and a lot of them. First class, herbology. This class is a great way to start your day, Harry thought while helping his partner Bulstrode taking out weeds, as the professor told them, the first thing you need to do while gardening is weeding. After a few minutes of doing that, Harry felt his mind is ready to try building another defense. For the last month he waited for his mind to completely heal from the damage the war and Marge, and while it was done he figured out a trap. He also decided that this would be his last trap until he finished the next part of Occlumency, the mind maze. So just as the class was coming to an end, while talking to Bulstrode and telling her to call him Harry as there are 2 Potters in the school, so you can call me Millie. He decided exactly how his trap should work. It's gonna be an emotional memory trap, as according to the Occlumency book you can't use legilimency and occlumency at the same time, so whoever came in my mind would feel the emotions I feel in my memory. The memory I decided to use is finding out my parents' bodies. A side effect of this kind of trap is the inability to forget even a little of the moment you choose. That's why most people don't use this kind of trap, but me. I already can't forget anything, so it doesn't matter. The best part is that because it's a strong memory and my first line of defense, as it's before any other defense, the emptiness and the mind palace, until they get past that defense they won't even know I use occlumency. With those thoughts he left class just behind Padma Patil. Second lesson, Dada. This lesson was with Gryffindor, which also meant the first lesson with Marcus. It was both good and bad. Good, as Quirrell would be focused on Marcus. Bad, as he really wanted to choke the boy with his arms. Instead, he waved to Hermione and Neville and sat next to Zabini. This class was great especially as he managed creating more than 80% of his trap by the time the class was finished. Lunch was a cholesterol disaster, he was now sure that magic was the only thing preventing wizards from looking like Vernon. Third class, Charm. This class was pretty good for a theoretical class, the professor knew how to keep children interested and alluded to possibilities that everyone thought were fantasy. As the lesson finished and the students moved out, Harry stayed to ask a few questions. "Hi Professor, can I ask some questions?" "Sure, Mr. Potter. What can I help you with?" "You see, I read the magical theory book and there was a lot of subjects that weren't explained." "Like what?" "For example, how did people use magic before there were wands? Actually, we don't know. We think it was possible to use magic with just your mind, but this method was lost in time. Now only the most powerful wizards can use a wandless magic, and even that is just a wand's magic without wands. We do know people used rituals and still do, it's just that it's much harder to use and need more information than a regular 16 years old has. That's why we teach rituals as a choice for the 7th years who got in the NSFW courses of runes and arithmancy." "Anything else?" "Yes, someone told me that Dumbledore is one of the strongest wizards in our day. Is magical power something you are born with, or something you acquire over time?" "Magical power is one of the things we will discuss more in the charm class of the NSFW, but mostly it's something you acquire with hard work." "Well, we have to finish. Those were quite the questions, young man. If you want to talk, my office hours are between 8 to 10 on Sunday." With that, Harry left. Harry asked those questions for 2 reasons. 1. He decided that he would be known in school as a theoretical genius and enthusiastic, but an average practical wizard. That way, no one would ever be suspicious about his questions about subjects that are way over his school year while he could still ask and read related books. 2. He wanted to know what the knowledge of the wizarding would about magic, and after more than a week at Diagon Alley he couldn't find a book more advanced than magical theory, so he decided to ask the only professor that asking the question to won't be weird. As Harry went to the kitchen, he thought, mission accomplished. At Harry's room 8:45 p.m. It was a long day. Apparently house elves never heard about any kind of healthy food, so after hours, he finally finished teaching them how to make basic healthy food, and now he is the great master chef Harry Potter. Sir, to the house elves. Harry did the regular full-powered Patronus charm and went to sleep. Chapter 23. Harry's POV. The second day started like the first, waking up, work out and shower. It was in breakfast that the first change came. When he sat at the table, a plate with granola, honey, fruits and cultured milk. People gave Harry weird looks, but he paid them no mind. Just as he was about to finish, an owl came for him with a ladder. "How dare you be sorted into Slytherin?" was the first sentence he read. There was not one Potter heir in Slytherin since before the status of secrecy was invented, and there won't be one. "We will come Friday to take you from Hogwarts at Friday to the Ministry to disinherit you. James Potter, Lord of the House of Potter." He declined to keep the ladder as evidence, so he took it to his room and then went to his first class, History of Magic. First class, History of Magic. It took exactly 5 minutes for everyone to understand this class was useless except for getting more sleep, so it was not surprising to find everyone snoring while Professor Binns was talking. What was surprising, is that one boy wasn't asleep, but followed the ghost's words in the book, or at least that what you would think he did if you looked from afar. Actually, Harry was learning biology from the master's degrees books he had, as if there was one thing he didn't like was wasting time. By the time the class was finished, he was 2 chapters into the book. He hoped that by the end of the year he would finish the first year of every subject, but he wasn't sure he could do it. Second class, Transfiguration. As one of the classes he's been waiting for, Harry was the first one to be there. Well, it might have to do with the fact this class was with Hufflepuff, just like History of Magic, which meant the other students had to wake up from their nap. After seeing it's just him and McGonagall in cat form, he decided to pat McGonagall as a way to make good impression, without meaning to, but she just hissed at him, so he took a sit. When the time for class came, Professor McGonagall shifted from her cat form to her human form. He raised his hand and said, "Sorry, Professor McGonagall, I didn't know." "It's fine, now let's talk about Transfiguration." Transfiguration is some of the most complex and dangerous magic you will learn at Hogwarts. Anyone messing around in my class will leave and not come back. You have been warned. Now, one of the things about Transfiguration is the fact that you are changing something completely, but only temporarily. One technically can change something forever. Enough magic, but even Marlin himself didn't have enough magic to change a spoon to a fork. That's why you should never transfigure something non-edible into an edible substance, and never change the state of the staff you use from solid to liquid or air, as it could kill you and everyone close to you. Now, we will see where everyone are at the subject. Take a match and change it to a pin. The rest of the class passed quickly as they were all trying to change their matches. After a few questions and explanations, Harry finally understood how transfiguration works. There is only one way known to everyone in doing transfigurations. The basic way that most people use is learning some basic formulas for explaining how much magic you need to use and let your magic do the rest. This way of doing transfigurations makes sure that the only thing you need to do for transfiguring everything you want is a perfect control of your magic. That's also why it's one of the hardest magical studies in Hogwarts and why every minute change of your wand work can affect your creation. Another way to use transfigurations that Harry thought about is by understanding how everything is created by atoms. As such, when you change one substance to another you need to attract or push electrons, protons and neutrons, so the atoms would change completely. This is also the reason why transfigurations go back to their original forms. The particles go back to their original situations when the magic energy can't hold itself in that state anymore. Because of the fact you work with atoms, you need much better control over your magic than the regular way, but Harry prefers to do things with his brain and not heart, so he decided to use this method to learn transfigurations. That's why, by the end of the class, almost everyone managed to change at least the colors of the match while he only managed to make it pointier. But he didn't care. He knew he was on the right way to use transfiguration, he just need more knowledge in perfecting his energy control. After lunch, the Slytherin and Ravenclaw had a free afternoon, as at night it was time for astronomy. Most students went for a nap or doing their homework, but Harry had a meeting with a very important room. He did notice me not charm, invisibility charms were hard, oaky, as he didn't want any of the students, stuff and more importantly pictures to notice him. As if there is one thing that the books confirmed is that pictures could be used for spying, and he wouldn't say it's beyond Dumbledore to use them. After an hour of searching, he found the pictures of the dancing trolls. He went 3 times next to the wall while thinking about a room to help perfect magic control and went in. Chapter 24. Harry's POV. The room Harry entered into was filled with Tesla coils. Harry was surprised by that and didn't know what he is supposed to do with them to practice control. After looking around for some time, he found a desk with a book on it. The book was called Master's Control, The Way to Master Your Magic and Transfiguration, by Nikola Tesla. The books had notes belonging to a professor. Tesla apparently was a wizard from America that by using magic and science together managed to create a lot of inventions. Then he made sure to make his inventions with only science and sold them to the Muggle population. The Tesla coils were an invention of his that was supposed to help children control their magic better, but even though he was a brilliant scientist, he was an average wizard. That's why almost no one believed him, except the professor for transfiguration here at Hogwarts in the year 1888, and bought a lot of the coils. But just as he was about to start using it, something happened, and it never happened. Tesla was never respected for his inventions and he moved to live as a Muggle forever. Interested to know what happened to the professor, Harry left the room, asked while walking 3 times to know what happened, and got into a new room with only a desk and a book of Hogwarts, a history. Apparently the professor was caught with a student and was fired. Harry then came back to the Tesla coils room and finished reading the book that explained how to use the coils to learn control. You use your magic to send pulses of energy to the coils, and the coils release the energy in different types of currents, and by controlling the type of current you learn to control your magic better. Harry decided it was time to try and started using the device. 5 hours later. It only took 5 hours and Harry was already magically exhausted, yet he could already feel the difference in control. He couldn't wait for next class to see his improvements, but knew that even if for now did knowledge is enough. He still has much to learn about the atomic and molecular structure of most things to become great in transfiguration, and to do that he needs to focus on chemistry in his Muggle books. So with the room to better his control and amount of magic, and chemistry books for the knowledge, he was sure he would be great. After that he got out of the RR, went to dinner, and then took his telescope to the astronomy tower. 3rd class, Astronomy. This class was an educational class for most students, but for Harry, he wanted to puke. He had 2 reasons for that. 1, 60% of the information was about the mystical elements of the stars, non-related to divination, and while interesting had no effect on magic. 2, 25% of the information was wrong. The professor was talking how the Earth was the center of the universe, and that every star, moon and sun was moving around it. And as we all know, as Galileo already said, it's the Earth that spins around the sun. Worse is that no Muggleborn was trying to say anything. He thought that a Muggle born in Ravenclaw would, but it looks like he has the "I have magic" flu, and by the time he would get out of it he would be too deep to realize that the information is wrong. He would have to help Hermione notice this before it was too late. The only plus side was that while everyone else used old telescopes, he used the telescope his parents gave him, one of the last things they gave him. Chapter 25. Daphne's POV. Since the first day, Daphne got almost everyone she wanted. In addition to Theo and Tracy, she managed to get also Bulstrode. Bulstrode, or Miley as she asked to be called, agreed to help in exchange for help in class and 15% of anything profitable. For a bull-looking girl, Miley was more like a shark. There were only two she must have, Zabini and Potter. Zabini, as much as it amazed her, managed to complete the transfiguration assignment in class on the first lesson, something that showed his talent in it. As for Potter, there was something about him that made her have a gut feeling she should take him in. It might have to do with the fact he is a hard worker, it may also be because he's so mature about everything. She didn't know. What she did know is that she had to get him to join. As for Malfoy, he prefers to act stupid, bully other people and make trouble for the boy who lived, so she preferred to leave him and his gang to themselves. So when in lunchtime she found Zabini alone, she made sure to talk to him. "Hey, Zabini, I have a proposal for you." "What is it, Greengrass?" "You can call me Daphne. Anyway, I start a research group which is also kind of a study group where we learn together for class and invent things to help us." "Oh yeah, what do you want from me?" "I want you to join us. You're the best transfiguration student in Slytherin. It would help you too. We will walk first to make sure everyone has at least EE on tests." "No thank you, I can learn alone." "What do you want?" "First of all, I want to learn the real reason why you start a research group. My sister is sick with a blood curse. I want to find a cure, and if there was no cure invented yet I want to invent it. I'm not sure what it would take to invent a cure, so I gathered around the best students in Slytherin to work together." "So, would you help me?" "I would help you, if while we are researching a cure I find something that interests me. We would also research it, no questions asked, and of course a binding oath, as I would never believe a Slytherin in future promises." Daphne grind her teeth but said fine. They bind the oaths and went separate ways. Now I just need to pull Potter in. Chapter 26. Marcus Potter's POV. It's been one hell of a summer Marcus had, and one weird of a week. Since Marcos was a younger boy he wanted to go out, but as the boy who lived he couldn't really go anywhere as it was too dangerous. Yes, he sometimes went to the ministry for events, and Diagon Alley was one of the few treats he got whenever the word special occasion. He even sometimes got to go to his godbrother's house for birthday or something like this. But I didn't really have any friends. Well, he always had his father and mother to keep him company, so he never felt alone, but he did feel he missed something. So 2 months ago his parents told him he has a brother. He was super excited. Then for the next month he waited for his father to find that brother, and after all this time his father found him, but he didn't even want to come home. Apparently he had a new family. Marcus wasn't worried, he was sure his brother just didn't know he was the boy who lived, as everyone wanted to be friends with the boy who lived. Whenever he came to the alley people always wanted to shake his hand and kids always wanted to be his friends. So he was sure if Harry knew he was the brother of the boy who lived he would come running. A week later his brother came. He didn't look so happy about it, so Marcus did his best to mention the fact that he's the boy who lived without just saying it. He complimented even his brother by saying he wished he was as tall as him, but his brother didn't care, he even looked less impressed. After that, Marcus used the week to try to impress his brother with his tales of heroism in Quidditch plays and about all the books people wrote about him, yet at the end of the week, every time Harry looked at him there was an emotion in his eyes he couldn't figure out, felt like how he looked about carrots, in disgust, but that couldn't be right, they are brothers, that's what he thought. A few hours later his mother came and told him his brother is at a Muggle hospital and that Harry's new family died in a robbery, so in a few days he would live with them. Marcus couldn't have been more confused about his feelings. On one hand it was happy how I was going to live with them, on the other he was sad for him for losing his new family. It is the day passed, Harry didn't show up, he disappeared from the hospital and they didn't know where he was. The feelings of sadness and happiness changed into feelings of anger. Harry left them again just as he left them as a child. So when the time came to go to the train, Michaels didn't want to look for Harry at a train station. He didn't even care about the newspaper. He just wanted for things to go back the way they were before he knew about Harry, when his parents' attention were on him and not about how they would look someone found out about the fact they had a son who left them. So when he didn't even show up at the train station, Marcus was only a little bit angry about it. Then he went into the train and once more he found out everyone wanted to be his friends. He met his new best friend Ron Weasley, his other friends Dean and Seamus, and a lot of other friends. In the middle of the train ride came Draco Malfoy to befriend him also, but as soon as he heard the last name he remembered his father telling him about that Malfoy who is a Death Eater, so he told him right away, I don't become friends with Death Eater filth. After that, when they arrived at the castle and the salting began, he couldn't wait to be sorted to Gryffindor just like his mother, father, godfather and probably even his brother would be. So you could imagine your surprise when he heard the hat screams for his brother Slytherin. At the beginning he was sad for his brother, then he understood everything, why his brother didn't like him, why he didn't show up after his new family were killed. His brother was evil just as all Slytherin are. He probably even murdered his new family. Then the hat shouted Gryffindor for him just as he asked, and again he was the talk of the school. A day later wasn't their first lesson, they arrived late at Transfiguration, and Professor McGonagall was pissed. Then when she gave the assignments to us only one student finished it, which was the muggle-born know-it-all, Hermione Granger, the friend of his godbrother. The days went by and he started to notice something weird. Somehow the professors weren't as impressed with his status as the boy who lived as everybody else were. They even made him do homework, even when he told him he didn't want to. So when potion class came Friday morning and everybody told him about Professor Snape, he wasn't excited about the class at all. Severus Snape's POV. Snape wasn't sure if he was expecting this class or not. This is the class we have Marcus Potter, the boy who lived, destroyer of the Dark Lord himself, or if you like to see it, James Potter's son, the most narcissistic man he ever met, whose son is even more narcissistic. Hell, when the teachers talked last night about their students, he even heard Minerva wanted to spank this boy after he told her he doesn't want to do homework, so he won't do it. Severus was sure of one thing: he would make sure to pull the boy's head out of his ass. On the other hand, you have Harry Potter, also a son of James Potter, but one wasn't raised by him, at least if the papers were true, and he was inclined to think so. One who was given away. A polite, smart boy, at least if what the teachers said was true. One who wasn't strongly into theoretical knowledge, something every potion master needs to have talent in. Plus he had the Greengrass girl home if he read her mind right was good, and the theoretical knowledge of potions, and Draco who taught himself. Maybe, just maybe this year won't be full with dunderheads. Harry's POV. We were all sitting in class by the time the lesson was supposed to start. Snape, like Flitwick, started the class by taking the roll call, yet he paused just after Harry's name. "Ah, yes," he said softly, "Marcus Potter. Our new celebrity." Harry almost felt sorry for Marcus, almost. Snape finished calling the names and looked up at the class. His eyes were black cold, much different than when he talked to them after the welcoming dinner. They were cold and empty and made you think of dark tunnels. "You are here to learn the subtle science and exact art of potion making," he began. He spoke in barely more than a whisper, but they caught every word. Snape certainly had a gift for theatrics, as there is little foolish wand waving here. Many of you will hardly believe this is magic. I don't expect you will really understand the beauty of the softly simmering cauldron with its shimmering fumes, the delicate power of liquids that creep through human veins, bewitching the mind, and snaring the senses. I can teach you how to bottle fame, brew glory, even stopper death, if you aren't as big a bunch of dunderheads as I usually have to teach. More silence followed that little speech. "Marcus Potter," said Snape suddenly. "What would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood?" "I don't know." Marcus said, as he should. It was a question for 6th year. "I guess celebrity isn't everything in life. Let's try again. Potter, where would you look if I told you to find me a bezoar?" Again, a question for a 2nd year. "I don't know, sir." "Thought you wouldn't open a box before coming, Potter." "What is the difference, Potter, between monkshood and wolfsbane?" Finally, a real question, a question for a first who read a few chapters in his potion book. "I told you I don't know, okay?" 15 points from Gryffindor for disrespect. Greengrass, last question, what's the answer? "They are the same thing, sir." "Good, Malfoy." 2nd question. Stomach of a goat, Professor Snape. "Great, the second, Mr. Potter." 1st question. Harry was so glad he had his future knowledge right now, otherwise he could just tell by the components it's a sleeping potion, not exactly what it's. Asphodel and wormwood make a sleeping potion so powerful it is known as the draught of living death, sir. You see, Mr. Celebrity, if you just open a book it would be possible for you to answer. Another £25 for laziness. The class later continued just as the books told. Chapter 27. James's POV. If James had to choose a moment he deeply regrets, he would choose the moment he gave Harry to Lily's sister. No, he wouldn't choose to keep Harry, he would just make sure to disinherit him first. After all, a baby doesn't know he's being disinherited, so he wouldn't fight for it in the future. But, how did his wife said? Don't cry about a spilled milk. The boy gave him the perfect chance to disinherit him by becoming a Slytherin. Dumbledore didn't like his plan, said too many things can go wrong. That they need to keep the boy on a leash. James knew that. He also knew that if he won't do it now he might not have a chance later, as the ministry has a lot of rules for disinheriting. So Dumbledore needs to find another way to put the boy on a leash. After all, Marcus has to get his deserving place as the heir of the Potter's lordship. It was a quiet trip from the headmaster's fireplace to the ministry's Wisengamot bureaucracy. After a few hours of paperwork, James pulled out his wand and said, "Lord James Fleamont Potter, with a sound mind and a strong heart. Without any compromising potions or mind-changing spells. With no threats or blackmail. Take my son Harry James Potter's right as an heir to the Potter's lordship. Knowing that by doing so, he is no longer my son. Knowing that he would get 100 galleon for every year he's left until he is 17 and full payment for his studies from the main vault. I give the heirship to my son Marcus Evans Potter, with the knowledge that once I died he would inherit me. So mote it be." Loomis, a strong light washed over the room, and James smiled. Harry's POV. Harry really wanted to finish all of this quickly. He's finally not a Potter, so no, he just need to choose a different family name. He had quite a few options. 1. Wilkerson, as a memory for his parents. 2. Malcolm, as he was called by that name for 7 years. 3. Peveril, as an old name which would also symbolize his past life and death. In the end he chose Peveril for a couple of reasons, but none were more important than the fact that it would drive the Potters and Dumbledore insane. The Potters, cause it would be like saying that instead him being disinherited, he just didn't want to be with the Potter last name, and Dumbledore because he would wonder what does he know about the Deathly Hallows. I take off my name Harry James Potter, and take on the name Harry DJ Peveril. I take my middle and last name off, knowingly that by taking them off I could never take them on. So mote it be. Loomis. After that James went back home and Harry went to Gringotts. Chapter 28. Harry's POV. It was 5 p.m. when Harry got into Gringotts. It took 15 minutes to get a private room with one of their senior bankers. "Hello, Mr. Peveril, what can Gringotts do for you today?" "Well, I was thinking, how do you like to take most of the money of one of the most prestigious and richest families in Wizarding Britain? As you must know, Mr. Peveril, we at Gringotts have our honor above all else, which is why we would never let someone steal from us and we would never steal from someone else. I'm not talking about stealing, I'm talking about business with a little bit of cunning." "Oh. Well, let's hear it." "My previous name was Harry James Potter, I was just disinherited by James Potter. When he used the magical binding oath to disinherit me. He used their standard oath. Do you know what is the standard oath? If I recall correctly, I believe it's to pay 100 galleons a year and for your magical studies, is it not?" "Not exactly, you were right about the first part but slightly mistaken about the second one." "How so?" "It's not for magical studies, it's for all studies." "I don't see the difference." "Did you know that in the Muggle world to learn to be a healer costs about 180 galleons a year?" Harry could see the bloody smile on the goblin's face. "How intriguing, and you say it's all in a binding oath?" "Yes, indeed. More than that, you know, I've always been interested in smithing and economy." "Really? I've never heard of a wizard so willing to learn from a goblin that he is preparing to pay 300 galleons a week to learn." The goblin's smile couldn't have been bigger even if he was on a cheering charm. After that, they fixed the details and agreed that from October, Harry would come every Sunday December 5th to learn all he can about blacksmithing and every Saturday December 5th to learn about economic. "Is that all?" "No, I believe I didn't got this year's stipend the oaths promises me." Chapter 29. Harry's POV. Except explaining 100 times about his new name and the circumstances behind it, the rest of the weekend passed quickly. Harry practiced his control on the coils in the Tesla room, practiced his charms at the experiments room and learned more chemistry in the study room. And all that without going out of the RR. He was starting to fall in love with the room. Yet, Harry still got out. He made sure to visit Professor Snape at his office hours to ask some questions about the interaction of ingredients in potions and about the difference between clockwise and counterclockwise. Apparently, while the ingredients are used to extract the magic in every one of them, the way which you spin your potion is more about the potion's final form, which means that if you don't spin correctly you don't create the best potion but you can still make a workable one, so Harry decided to focus more about the best ways to extract the magic out of the materials before figuring out the ways to create the best potions. Harry also used lunchtime to sit with Hermione and Neville, as while he doesn't have much time due during the week and study with them. While he finished his homework at the RR, he could still study something different while being with his friends and helping Neville with his. Neville's POV. Neville wasn't sure if you supposed to be happy or sad. A notice was just pinned up in the Gryffindor common room that made almost all of them groan. Flying lessons would be starting on Thursday, and Gryffindor and Slytherin would be learning together. While most Gryffindors hated all of Slytherin, he didn't, he only hated most of them. He had one friend in there, Harry. And while Hermione was his best friend, Harry was his first one. Sure, he had played dates with Marcus, and he met a lot of pure-blood children as a child, but till Harry, no one called him a friend. So that's why he was happy to have another class with Slytherin. The only way it could have been better is if Malfoy wasn't there. Malfoy was a bully, he was rich pampered boy who made sure everyone knows he's the best even if he wasn't. He was also Marcus's archenemy, as those two kept going and fighting all the time they met. Which was why Neville wasn't surprised something like that happened. Give it back, Malfoy. Why? The squib needs you to defend him. Gryffindors stay together, even if some of us are squibs. Neville couldn't help but be hurt, he knew Marcus was a bastard. He knew it since the time Marcus destroyed his birthday party with the saying, "Thing is my birthday party, as the boy who lived I deserve too." But he really thought that they were at least allies. Allies don't say stuff like that about their allies, but apparently Marcus didn't have allies. He had fans, groupies, followers and enemies. But no friends or allies. What is going on here? From behind Malfoy, Professor McGonagall said. And nothing, Malloy said. He was trying to steal Neville's remember ball. Ron shouted. No, I didn't, I just wanted to see it up close. Malfoy put the remember ball down and walked away with Crabbe and Goyle. It was in the middle of the flying class and Neville couldn't wait for it to be over. He never liked heights, but he really hates it since his granduncle tried to activate his magic by dropping him from the second-floor window. At least he wasn't alone in his feelings, as apparently, Hermione also hated heights, so he had someone to share his unenthusiastic feelings. Not that it was the only thing they shared, they always sat one next to the other, she trying to help him with most class, and him helping her with herbiology and making sure not only to study but also having fun. Speaking of someone always studying, Harry was doing it, and not even to class. Actually Neville didn't think he ever seen him doing homework, but whenever asked he always said he has already done it. Not that they were always together, actually, Harry almost wasn't with them, having either different classes, different dorm rooms and different housemate, yet he made sure to always be there when needed, just like now in class. They have just put the broom between their legs when Madame Hooch said that she would count to 3 and when she whistled they should push themselves up into the air, but before she got to 2, Neville was so nervous that his broom wouldn't work that he pushed prematurely. The broom began to fly higher and higher and he had zero control. Finally, when it reached 12 feet high he fell, yet when he reached the ground the earth was soft like a trampoline. He looked around confused, searching for whoever did the magic that made sure no harm reached him, yet not only no one stepped forward, everyone including the teacher looked confused or worried. Everyone except Harry who only had a concerned look on his face. While Neville went to the infirmary, he could only think, how the hell did he do that? Ron's POV. Since the start of the school Ron had the best time of his life. He was best friends with the boy who lived, he was in Gryffindor, he was suddenly in the center of attention and best of all, the food. But like with everything good comes some bad. He actually has to do homework, show up to class and learn things unrelated to Quidditch, like it's ever going to help him when he become a keeper to the Chudley Cannons. Who cares how to create a lousy potion when you can stop quaffles? That's why he was so excited for this class, flying class. And that's why he was so angry about the squib's actions, by flying and falling, Neville made sure he would have to wait a week until he gets to fly. And he knew whose fault it must be, Slytherin. After all, who else was evil enough to prevent Marcus and him from flying other than the baby Death Eaters? So when he heard Malfoy saying, "Look what I found," while holding the remember ball, Ron didn't even let him finish the sentence before saying, "Give it back, Malfoy." Malfoy looked insulted but Ron didn't see it. "I think I should put it where Longbottom can find it, how about at the top of a tree?" Malfoy was on his broomstick. "You should come down before Marcus kick your ass," Ron yelled while helping Marcus onto a broom. Marcus started chasing Malfoy across the field on his broom and you could see he was a natural talent on a broom, as even if they both knew how to fly from before, Marcus could fly much faster on his broom than Malfoy could his. Ron started feeling something ugly and familiar when looking at Marcus fly, but before he could identify what it is Draco dropped the ball by mistake. Marcus dived for the ball and just before it hit the ground he caught it. It was that moment everyone heard Professor McGonagall shouted, "Marcus Potter." An hour later when Marcus told him he got into the Quidditch team, Ron knew what that emotion was, jealousy. Chapter 30. Third's POV. The next week every student was talking about Marcus Potter as not only the boy who lived but also the youngest Seeker in a century. Well, everyone except Harry D.J. Peveril, as not only he was not interested in talking about it, the fact that he was disinherited was on the Daily Prophet, which made him an outcast to everyone except Hermione and Neville, yet even them couldn't be with him a lot. You see, being disinherited in the wizarding world was practically being told by the Lord of the House of the Disinherited that you were not good enough to be the heir, and being forced to change your name means you are not good enough to carry the name, something which was the ultimate shame. Usually even when you kick someone out of the family you let them keep the name, only squibs are unable to keep it. So it didn't matter Harry was the one who chose to change the name and that he disconnected his connection to the Potters. If the papers said he was forced to change his name he was forced. This situation changed Daphne's decision to make him join her group. She didn't want him to be part of her research group as if she ever needed an outside help she would find it much harder to get one as his name became taboo in high society. It also lessened Snape's complicated feelings for the boy as now he wasn't James Potter's son anymore but just another Slytherin student. It also helped confirm Voldemort's thinking about Dumbledore using the boy as a distraction from Marcus Potter and the Philosopher's Stone. But the one person who those news confused more than ever was Dumbledore. He wasn't sure how the boy knew about this name and how much he knew about the Deathly Hallows, so he had to think hard about how to proceed from here. Harry's POV. Harry continued his routine. He went to class, researched magical plants' effects and the best ways to put them inside potions in the library, experimented with charms in the aura, he kept studying chemistry which helped him with potions and transfiguration in history of magic, completed his last trap in his mind in Dada and worked on magic control while draining his magical energy in the Tesla room. After a month of that he was really glad with the results, his ingredients knowledge grew by a lot and with the help of Snape's office hours he managed to ask questions that helped him avoid mistakes in the preparation process. His magic control and chemistry knowledge improved by so much that now he managed to complete most of first year's projects. Yet the two things that he felt most satisfied about were magical power and charms. His magical power after a few years of growing slowly started growing faster, yet he wasn't sure if it because of his new way of draining his energy or because of Hogwarts. After all maybe there was a reason why Hogwarts was built where it was built, another thing to test, he thought. As for charms, Harry managed to completely master the four most important charms for him right now: shrinking charm, invisibility charm and doubling charm. One of the interesting things he found out is that there were some spells who couldn't be used with the same versatility wandlessly as they could be used with a wand. One of them was the doubling charm, as when he used it wandlessly he only managed to create a clone of himself, and while it was interesting, this clone couldn't move at all and disappeared after something touched it. Mastering the charms meant it was time to take Hogwarts' vanishing cabinet. September 29, 1991. 11:30 p.m. Slytherin's common room. Harry's POV. Harry charmed himself with invisibility and notice me not charms. He then moved to the first floor. After arriving near the vanishing cabinet, he casted another notice me not charming the cabinet, used the doubling charm to make another, and then he used the shrinking charm on the real cabinet, took it into his packet, and levitation charm on the fake cabinet and moved it to the exact spot the original was. Then he went back to his room and to sleep. October 4, 1991. 1930. Teacher's Lounge. Third's POV. It was the time for the first update of the first year's situations academically. While for other years the teachers did it every 3 months, first years got once a month so that the teachers could help them to the best of their ability to get better learning abilities. After all, for all their magical world native students it's the first time at school, while for the Muggleborns it's the first time learning about magic. The only reason why they didn't start yet was because they were waiting for their headmaster, who is always late. Even though he never talked in those meetings, he still listens and calls teachers for a private chat to discuss their students. "I'm sorry for the delay, I was stuck with the minister." The headmaster came and sat at the head of the table. The teachers started by the names of the students. Miss Abbott, Professor Spout started, is a lovely young Hufflepuff lady. They continued talking about students until, "Miss Granger is one of the most dedicated students I have ever had the pleasure to teach," Professor McGonagall stated. "She is also smart and always willing to help a friend, especially Mr. Longbottom, who has become a good friend with her. In addition, it can be seen that she also became a friend with Mr. Peveril, previously known as Potter, and you can sometimes find them studying together at the library and eating together. I don't see what we can do to make her a better student." "I don't agree entirely," Professor Snape said. "While she's indeed an above-average student, she has some problems. Firstly, she keeps giving textbook answers, and while it means that she would succeed at tests, it also means she doesn't truly understand the subject she is talking about, as it's more about memorizing with her than understanding. It also means that while right now she succeeds in her works, in 6th year and 7th, when it's more about putting the knowledge into practice she would fail hard." "I never saw it that way, Severus." Professor McGonagall said. "Is here anything else you can add?" While most students hated Professor Snape because of his bluntness and favoritism towards Slytherin, the teachers really appreciated him. Snape, while not the nicest man, was always able to look out for every student and if they noticed, help them identify a way to better themselves. As for his favoritism, the teachers themselves didn't care at all about the house points as more than a way to keep students out of control, and Snape made sure to only give detentions when it's deserved, as he would have to watch them. One more thing then, I don't know how she helps in your classes but in mine she helps Longbottom by preventing him from making mistakes, and while it's good to always be helpful, it prevents Mr. Longbottom from learning from his mistakes and makes sure he believes he can't do anything without her. I will talk to her about it, Severus, you have my word. After that they continued to talk about more students till they arrived to Neville Longbottom. Longbottom is a sweet boy, though I'm not sure why is he Gryffindor. While he has difficulties with transfiguration, I can't know until a later date if it's magical problem, a talent he doesn't have or just a bad start. Theoretical problems he won't have. Professor Flitwick said, while he doesn't have a lot of passion for studies, he is a hard worker by what I see with his homework and his friendship with Miss Granger and especially Mr. Peveril. He is also a natural with plants. Professor Spout told everyone. If I have to put my finger on his main problem, Professor Snape said, it's his lack of confidence. I suggest we all try to make him have stronger confidence and a backbone, as without that he would never succeed with most spells and potions. After a little while it was about Malfoy. While Malfoy is an above-average student right now, Professor McGonagall started, it feels more based on his previous studies and less like he tries. I will speak to him. Professor Snape told them and they continued. Mr. Peveril is a little more complicated I'm afraid. Professor McGonagall started, while his homeworks are perfect his class work is less than average, while it looks like his wand work is almost perfect, it seems like his magical power or talent is not good enough to become one of the best. What? Professor Flitwick exclaimed, he is the brightest student I have ever had the pleasure to converse with. While he doesn't answer questions in class unless asked, after class and at my office hours he comes asking some of the simplest yet hardest questions to be asked about. He is also supremely clever, I have no idea how you got him Severus, with his mind and theoretical passion he showed, he should have been a Ravenclaw. I agree with most of what you said, Phileas. He has talent and potion of the best kind, a hard worker one, while he doesn't have any premature knowledge most children from magical households come with, he has passion and willingness to work hard to fill the rest I believe he might be a potion master material. When they finished talking about Harry Peveril, they continued to his ex-brother, Potter is one of the worst students I have ever had, Snape stated before anyone could say anything, he does his homework half-heartedly, he doesn't follow instructions and he is sure the sun comes out every morning of his ass. Severus. Professor McGonagall yelled, watch your words. While his words are extreme, I can't deny any of them, Professor Flitwick said. Be that as it may be, he is still a teacher and he should still watch his words, Professor McGonagall said, and I think that the best way to do it is by treating him like any other student, a little too late, Minerva. As you already showed him that he can break the rules and still get a reward, did you not? Professor Snape said snarky. We needed a seeker, and he is a natural. And if you were a coach in a professional Quidditch team it would have been the right thing to do, but you are not. By giving him the spot you told everyone in your house that by breaking the rules, if you succeed, you get a reward that usually should be impossible. More than that, you give the rest the feeling that as long as you have connections or if you are famous, you can do everything you want. Professor Snape's voice was raised by the end of his speech and there was a couple of seconds of awkward silence. You are right, she answered him in the end with a low voice, but what am I supposed to do now? It won't matter if I take it from him now, would it? No, it won't. Now we need damage control, as much as I would hate it, Potter should have his position, but we should use it to make him do his homework with the threat of taking his position. As for the other kids, we just need to make sure the rest of the year he doesn't get special treatment and they would forget it, but give him special treatment one more time and that's it, we have 7 years to teach students who think being famous and rich is everything. After that talk, for the next few students the mood sucked. Then came the talk about Ron Weasley. He is the laziest boy I have ever met, surprisingly it wasn't Snape who said it but Flitwick. Out of the 4 homeworks I have assigned he did one and I know for a fact he copied it from Mr. Longbottom as even the name was copied. When I asked him if he copied he told me that I asked for a written page and he wrote it, so what is the difference between copying or not? I suggest the latter to his parents and for you to talk to him Minerva. I agree, I will talk to him. They finished quickly after that and at 22:30 you couldn't see a single soul in the lounge. Chapter 31. Harry's POV. It was the first Saturday of October, and Harry was on his way to Gringotts. He left through the vanishing POV which he put in the RR, came out in his apartment in London, cast a notice me not charm on himself and went to Diagon Alley. After getting into Gringotts it took less than 5 minutes for a goblin to come in and start their lesson. Hello, Mr. Peveril, my name is Bogrod and I will be your teacher for the economics class which, and you know, you will have every Saturday until we both feel you are ready. First thing you have to know about economics in the magical world is that wizards are idiots. Without knowing that point by heart, even if you are the best businessman to ever grace this world, you are doomed to fail. Now, you are probably wondering, why is he saying it? It's because it is true. Let me explain. Do you know that goblins are treated with contempt in the wizarding world? That we are treated as magical creatures? Think about all the goblins wars we had with you. Have you ever won them? No. After all, who would give the losers control over the money industry? In fact, every single war ended with a peace treaty where the goblin came on top. And if your history books say differently, it's because, as I said before, wizards are idiots. Second thing you need to learn is always treat a goblin with respect, as he control your money, and even if the goblin's honor won't let him steal your money, doing deals to get around it is all they would have to do. Just look at James Potter and learn from him. By the time this year's school year is done, I believe 2/10 of his family's money would disappear, and he won't even notice it unless he comes counting his coins. The lesson continued like that while Bogrod gave him basic rules for wizarding economy, and by the end of the lesson Harry felt he learned a lot. Next day. It was time for blacksmithing lessons, and Harry was super excited. After all, he was about to learn to create magical artifacts. My name is Ragnarok and I will teach you the magical art of blacksmithing. As you probably know, just like goblin don't do wand magic, wizards don't do blacksmithing magic. What you probably don't know is that goblin can do wand magic. It's just that it's beneath us. After all, how can a wooden wand could ever compare to the creations of magical artifacts? And when I say magical artifacts, I don't mean the lame creations of wizards with runes and enchanting charms. I mean real magical artifacts like the sword Gryffindor stole from us, a sword that would never work for anyone except the original creator and Godric as it was intended. Now let's begin. Before any blacksmithing can be done, we must talk about metallurgy and gemstones. There are many different kinds of metals who could be used in blacksmithing, but only a few which could be used in magical one. While iron, steel, titanium and all the other muggle-used metals and might be stronger than other kinds of metals, the only 4 kinds of metals which can be used to create magical artifacts are bronze, silver, gold and platinum. In fact, the reason the muggles consider those metals as precious is that before the statute of secrecy they could sell it to goblins at a high price, sometime even get a weapon out of it. The exact same thing is with precious gems. Those gems are the best materials for the creation of a deep magical core for the swords. When the day ended, Harry learned all he could about the magical properties of metals and gems, and he knew it won't be the end, but he didn't care. After all, what is a little extra hard work? Chapter 32. Dumbledore POV. Dumbledore was deep in thought. The last teachers' conference made him have a lot on his mind. First of all, like always since he first heard the prophecy, his thought went to the Chosen One, who a year after the prophecy was told became known as Marcus Potter, the boy who lived. When he first found out from Lily and James that Marcus destroyed Tom, he was thrilled, but after seeing the scar he knew it was just the beginning, which was why he wanted to start teaching Marcus from that moment magic, but as the prophecy said, it would be a power the Dark Lord doesn't know about which would destroy him, and Dumbledore could only think about one thing Tom would never learn is love. He decided to make sure Marcus knew love instead of magic. Yet, remembering his disastrous relationship with his siblings which left him hateful of them for a while, he convinced James and Lily that giving Harry, as he was apparently a squib, away would be for the best, something which came to bite him in the ass. As when Harry came back to the wizarding world, he had no love for Marcus. Dumbledore thought that when he came to school he would forgive, but then he became a Slytherin. Yet not all was lost, as Dumbledore learned from the teachers' conference that Harry only friends were Gryffindor, and that while he has a lot of Tom's qualities and upbringing, he didn't have his talent with magic and was more similar to Severus with his theoretical and potion talent. Now he just needed the right nudge to bring the two brothers together and make him loyal for the light. Maybe he would use the little plan he read in Quirinus' head about the troll to make it happen. After all, there is no better way to create friendship than by saving someone's life, right? Fred Weasley's POV. If there was one thing Fred was afraid of more than anything else, is becoming a worker in the ministry. Seriously, when they had a boggart in data a few lessons ago, this was what it changed into, him working on a desk. Which was why his brother and him were now in the middle of a serious discussion about what they want to do after Hogwarts. And where is a better way to do such a serious discussion than in one of Hogwarts' secret passages? If thinking about what I love doing, it's pranks and making people laugh. Fred started. Well, I actually like more the creation of magical tricks and potions. George told him. And of course we should work together, right? Fred asked. Oh, yeah. Brother of mine, we would always be together. George answered. I know. A Loomis was lit in Fred's mind. We should open a prank store. That way we can both create stuff and make sure we also make people laugh. It's a brilliant idea, Gred, George exclaimed. If I didn't know better I would say you got the brain out of the two of us. When they left the passage they could feel a notice me not charm make them turn their heads, but as pranksters you have to learn to ignore magic like that so you wouldn't get caught by teachers and otherwise you would get trapped by your own prank. So while they felt the need to go left they went right, when needing to go down went up and continued going in the opposite direction till they arrived in front of a door on the 7th floor. The weird thing that as the owners of the Marauders' map they knew the entire school yet there wasn't supposed to be a room in this place. They even checked the map again to be sure. That meant a new secret room never seen before by them. Right now it didn't matter who was in there, they just had to explore. They opened the door only to see a first year standing in front of a lightning shooting pole and the only word that came from their mouth was, "Wow." Chapter 33. Harry's POV. Wow. Harry heard some voices behind him forcing him to stop his training and look. When he saw that it was the two identical redheads he had only one thing to say, FCK. "Ickly little Slytherin should not say words like that," said the one on the right. "What an ickly little Slytherin should say when he sees us is hey," the one on the left said. "Or but that's only if you are evil," twin A, on the right, said. "Or boring," twin B continued, "but right now you shouldn't be worried as we are interested." "So tell us," twin A said, "what are you doing in this room?" At this point Harry really regretted not learning the Obliviate charm and decided that it would be the next one he learned. Yet right now he needed a believable explanation which would convince the twins about this room and make them not like it. "It's a room to learn transfiguration," he said, knowing the twins were more about enchantments and potions in the books. "You see, I don't have good control over magic, so the professor gave me this room to learn control, as with my knowledge I should be able to do the first exercise of magic." "You shouldn't lie to us, we are the best pranksters this school has seen since the Marauders," said twin A. "No," said twin B, "he isn't lying entirely, Fred. You could see him being truthful about the first part but not the other, which means it is a secret magic control room." Harry decided that after Obliviate he should learn how to lie best to people that read lies with expressions and not legitimacy. "Yes, it's a room I found to improve my magic control, Oki. Now, can you leave? 'Cause if what I heard about you is right you should be uninterested with improving and would prefer to prank someone," Harry said, hoping they would leave so he can go and change the room quick enough to learn Obliviate today. "One more question, could you teach us how to use those things, as we really want to learn being animagus and we have to have excellent magical control so we would come when you are not here to use it," George said. "You don't mind to learn from a Slytherin?" "Hell, no. All the house hatred that is in this school is dumb as after all, to be a good prankster you need cunningness for ideas, brain to make ideas a plan, hard work to make the plan reality and balls to actually do it. The only reason we are Gryffindor is our hair color. So how do we use it?" "I will tell you, for a price," Harry told them. "First of all, this is my workroom, so no one other than us should know about it." "Reasonable request," Fred said. "Second of all, unless you target all of Slytherin you will not target me. So they won't suspect you," George said, smart. "And thirdly, I won't tell you how but I know you have a special map of the school. You will let me borrow it 3 times at my request and when you leave school I would get it. If we do this you would have to tell us everything you know about this room and take an oath." Fred shot. "Only if you take one," Harry shot back. After all 3 of them taking oath Harry explained everything about the armor. By the end of it they all shook hands and said, "This is the start of a beautiful friendship." Chapter 34. Harry's POV. After the twins found the RR, he had a much more interesting yet chaotic month. He managed to keep his routine. Regular weekday, except in an astronomy class day. Waking up. Workout. Shower. Breakfast. Lesson. Lesson. Lunch. Lesson. Charm experimenting at the RR. Studying potions ingredients at the library with Hermione and Neville. They weren't studying the same thing just next to each other. Homework at his private room at Slytherin. Back to the RR for magic control. Shower. Sleeping. He continued learning chemistry and history of magic and started using his unimportant memories to build the maze in his head. One of the things that was explained in the books is the fact that most people don't retain all their memories, and when building the maze the more memories you have the bigger and better your maze is. So as someone who remembers everything, Harry had enough memories for a 25 years old man, not an 11 years old child. It also meant he had a lot of work. During the weekends he went to his economic class and blacksmithing class. While in blacksmithing he only managed to be halfway through the theoretical part of the class. It was in the economic class, or the "why wizards are stupid" class as he started to call it, in which his biggest profit came. In class where the teacher has been talking about different ways to make money out of muggles was when he found his big cash cow, by using everything he was taught about the stock market by the goblin, his brain and several fanfiction he remembered from his past life. Harry bought stocks in several future successful businesses. In the end he left himself 60,000p for bills and happily made his way towards school, leaving his money to make him money. October 31st, 1991. At the Halloween feast. Harry's POV. With Hermione having friends, Ron's comment about having no friends had zero effect on her, which was why Hermione was in the feast. In fact, out of the entire school, the only one who wasn't at the feast was Harry Peverell, as he already saw Hermione being safe and had no intention to lose a night of studies when he would only get to eat a little and then sent away to the dungeons because of the troll. Which was why he was alone at the library with only Madame Pants, of whom he quickly became one of the favorite students, as even as a child he is always polite, quiet, and asked for highly theoretical books instead of the regular requests for books to help with homework or funny spells books. Just as Harry was about to finish the book Potions, Ingredients and Ways of Uses for Advanced Students, he could hear screams. As much as he knew he shouldn't mix with the troll, his curiosity of who met the troll couldn't be contained. He started running toward the noise till he saw a bunch of Ravenclaw students run away from the troll, while 3 of the more adult students cast Stupefy, and missing the troll completely. While using an invisibility, Harry was trying to decide if he should help them or not. On one hand, they don't deserve to be killed by a troll and it might prevent him from completing his ambitions for the year, like taking a piece of the Philosopher's Stone. On the other hand, it might reveal his talent in magic. Still not sure what to do after 10 seconds of thoughts, his decision was taken from him by 4 idiotic children came running. It was Marcus, Ron, Hermione, and Neville. While most people might have been impressed with their bravery, Harry wanted to slap Hermione and Neville for their stupidity while letting Marcus and Ron die. But as he didn't want his friends to die, he decided to act. While watching Marcus trying to use Wingardium Leviosa on the clav of the troll, he instead used the levitation charm on the troll's pants and made the troll fly up the castle, and then turned his body and made him fall from 7th floor to the 1st floor. By then some of the teachers arrived: Snape, McGonagall, Flitwick and Dumbledore. Harry made sure to hide behind the armor, and as he knew Dumbledore can see invisible people, he made sure to deactivate his invisibility charm. What did you do here? The Ravenclaw students were on their way to their tower, but why on earth were 4 Gryffindor students doing on the other side of where they are supposed to be? Professional McGonagall was looking upset. Ron and me were going to defeat the troll, Marcus said, full of pride. After all, I'm the boy who lived. If there is trouble I should always help. And Neville and me were just trying to convince them to go back to the Gryffindor tower, Professor McGonagall. Hermione said, we couldn't just let them go after the troll. 50 points off Gryffindor for endangering yourself with no reason and not following instructions. Now who did this? Professor McGonagall asked while pointing at the troll, who looked dead as a doornail. It was me, Professor McGonagall. This time Marcus had less pride on his face. Harry wasn't sure if it was because of the loss of points or the death of the troll. I tried charming his club with the levitation charm, but somehow his entire body flout. By the time I managed to cancel the charm he was already pretty high and turned around. Then he fell. Is he dead? Dumbledore then cast a spell on the troll and said, he is hurt yet alive. Well, I think that for defeating a troll by yourself in first year you deserve 15 points each, and for the 3 Ravenclaw who distracted it, you also get 15 points each. Now, please go to your towers. As the students went to their respective towers, Professor Dumbledore called, Mr. Peverell, would you mind coming out from behind the armor and tell us what are you doing here? The other 3 professors then looked towards the armor where Harry was hidden. I'm sorry, Professor, I didn't go to the meal as I hate Halloween, so instead I spent my time at the library reading, and when I heard screaming I ran towards it, so when I saw the creature I froze and hidden quickly behind the armor so he wouldn't see me, and when you came I was still too afraid to come out. While Harry was telling the tale he made sure to shake a little and put the picture of the troll laying on the floor in the front of his mind, and just behind it the trap of his parents' death. And look in the eyes of Dumbledore and Snape, feeling them looking into his mind. He then heard Professor McGonagall tells him to go with her so she would take him to bed. When they arrived to his room he thanked the professor, went inside and smiled, thinking, the first reading of my mind went better than I could have ever hoped. Severus POV. Severus was feeling horror about what he had just saw and felt. When he first saw Mr. Peverell behind the armor he felt anger at the boy, felt he is just like his father, and if the boy wasn't shaking while telling his side of the story he would have been sure, but as he saw the boy shaking, wanting to know why he was looking so terrified, he used an eye contact the boy initiated to look through his mind. First seeing the troll looking dead yet where the recent memory stopped an older memory was connected. He saw the boy running in a house and coming to the kitchen seeing 2 people dead on the floor. That wouldn't have bothered him, after all, he has been on the war on two sides and saw a lot of dead people. No, what made him feel horror is the feelings he felt when he saw them, as when you look through someone's mind the only times you should feel emotions while looking into memories is when the memories are a defining moment for a person, something that should usually be way deep in your mind. To feel this much emotion just as you get into someone's mind means he is currently thinking about his defining moment, and feeling this much heartbreaking made Severus almost cry and hug the boy. Luckily Minerva already took him away. Severus needed information about what was that memory and time to think how to help his little snake, cause he doesn't let him stay with those feelings inside. Dumbledore POV. The plan went spectacularly, no one got hurt. Miss Granger helped Marcus and Marcus saved Harry and created a life debt, something which might be useful later. The only thing that was wrong is that when he looked into Harry's mind the only feelings he felt were about his parents' death. Well, he just needs more time to process the loss. I'm sure that by the end of the year he would feel connection to Marcus more than anything else, otherwise, we can always use loyalty potions. Chapter 35. Harry's POV. The next day, the entire castle was full of rumors about the troll incident. Half of the students said it was Dumbledore who defeated it and he gives credit to Marcus, while others said Marcus defeated the troll with the same unique magic he used to defeat you-know-who. The craziest theory were that Marcus summoned the troll and then summoned Merlin himself to combat the troll while he watched the fight with some snacks. Yet everyone agreed that there was a troll, 3 Ravenclaw 7th years and 4 Gryffindor 1st years. So when everyone saw the 4 Gryffindors being friends suddenly, they started to call the 4 the Golden Group, as apparently, students at Hogwarts weren't the most imaginative. As for Harry, after yelling at Hermione and Neville for putting themselves in danger with no good reason, they were in a fight as apparently helping friends was a good reason in their mind even when Harry told them that before the troll incident they weren't friends with Marcus and Ron, he should have known better, as J.K. Rowling 1 wrote, there are some things you can't share without ending up liking each other, and knocking out a 12-foot mountain troll is one of them. So while Harry wasn't talking with Hermione and Neville he managed to improve even more in everything. His chemistry studies were almost in 2nd year as he used the time he sat with Hermione and Neville in meals to study more of it. He finished 1st year Transfiguration and started 2nd year, his charm work was already in 4th year and in potions he finished reading everything the school had about ingredients and ways to prepare them so he moved to data books as he was behind in this subject compared to different classes. The only classes he didn't have impressive improvements in school were herbology, hom and astronomy. 2 of them he only needed more hands-on experience and one that for him right now he didn't have time for. In weekends he kept going to Snape and Flitwick in their office hours for conversation about theory and while with Flitwick it stayed the same, the meetings with Snape were a little different. Hey, Professor. Are you available for a few questions? Sure, Mr. Peveril, come on in. After a few questions the professor made sure he stopped. Mr. Peveril, you are one of the better students I have had the pleasure to teach. While most students don't seem to understand until at least 4 year that potions is more than just following instructions like cooking, you seem to look into the way to make your potions better by looking into each instruction. You remind me of myself when I was your age, which is why I will give to you one of the most overlooked thing in potions making which will help you move your potions making to the next level. While simple potions can be made using only the instructions, for the complicated potions you will learn in your 7th year will have more to do with the intent behind the creation of your potions than just the ingredients. Seeing Harry was a little confused, Professor Snape continued, let's take love potions for instance. While most love potions are about infatuation and attraction, the most powerful love potion known to men, Amortentia, can in fact make you love a person you used to hate. That surprised Harry as based on what he read and remembered from the books Amortentia doesn't create actual love as it's impossible to manufacture or imitate love. The person under the effect of the potion will only hold an obsession for the person who administered it. You don't actually create love, the potion just changes every kind of love you ever felt for a person to only loving the person who gave you the potion. But because the potion's affects are so delicate, to actually create it with those actual effect is almost impossible, as your intent while making it needs to be those of love, and feel all the love you have in you to make it, and it take 3 months to make, so, even though a lot of people can make that potion even with its complicated instructions, making the potion right is something almost no one can do. It's like that with every potion, even if most are not to this degree. If your intent doesn't match the potion while making it, the effect could vary between working averagely like most potions people make, have weird side effects or even literally killing you. Which is why every potion master needs to learn a branch of magic called occlumency, which I am offering to teach you every Saturday at 19 to 2200 hours. After that, as Harry couldn't tell Snape he already knew occlumency, he was taught by Snape in the art every Saturday and surprised Snape by his natural talent in it. Dumbledore's POV. It was the first game of the year and Slytherin were against Gryffindor, just as the world was meant to be. As the game went, Dumbledore couldn't wait till Marcus caught the snitch and becomes Gryffindor's hero. After all, that's the reason he confronted Minerva to put Marcus on the team. So when Marcus's broom started moving uncontrollably, the only one who was more scared than Marcus was Dumbledore. As how could Marcus be Gryffindor's hero if he fell off the broom? So while seeing Miss Granger moving in Cesarus's direction, he made sure to use a tripping jinx to make her fall on Quirinus and activated his charm on the snitch so it would move next to Marcus. He then saw Marcus move toward the snitch, and just when he was about to fall from his broom, Dumbledore made sure that the snitch would get into Marcus's mouth. Yes, it would be a game to remember. Chapter 36. Harry's POV. While November past December came, not much changed in Harry's life. He continued to study every waking second he had, with the exception of his workout time. While they apologized, Hermione and Neville didn't mean it, and neither did Harry, so even though they weren't fighting, they stopped learning and eating meals together. Instead of Hermione and Neville started hanging out with Marcus in the library whenever they could, searching something. After moments of thinking about it, Harry understood they heard about Nicholas Flamel from Hagrid, which made them search for the person's name in books. Harry started to hang a little with the twins in the ROR, where they showed him how to take a simple spell and change it to something nefarious like summoning someone's underwear from them while in battle. In exchange, Harry made sure to write everything Snape taught him about occlumency and gave it to them so they would become better potion creators and pranksters, but not everything he knew from his occlumency book. While doing so slowed his charm learning, he learned how to use every charm he knew to his maximum advantage. In transfigurations, his progress kept accelerating as the more objects he transfigured the easier it became, yet he was sure that when he reaches third year's subject and the turn of live things to objects was when his first wall is gonna be. The only subject he was stuck in was Dada, as a class which worked mostly as charms. Somehow he hadn't managed to use any of the jinxes wandlessly, so after a few weeks of not even one success, he went to Flitwick in one of his office hours. "Hey Professor. Young Harry. Come in, what interesting questions do you have for me today?" "Well, Professor. Today I want to ask about the differences between regular charms and Dada charms. You see, while I managed to improve in charms enough to be average in class spell casting wise, I can't manage to succeed in jinxes. So I wanted to ask, what is the difference between charms and jinxes?" "Well, Harry, there is a lot of differences. Actually, if we look at the start of creation of the charms and jinxes, you would find them as two different periods. While charms were created for the first time at about 5000 BC, the creation of jinx didn't start until 500 BC, 100 years after the first wand came to existence. In fact, those spells were created by wizards who weren't powerful enough to use magic without a wand, as at the time no one except children and magically weak people would use wands, but as we've forgotten how to do magic with no conductors, and the more people learned wand magic, jinxes, curses and hexes improved beyond anyone's imagination. In fact, while charms are the inheritance that was left behind from the wizards of the past, and people all around the world use them. All the attack spells you learn at Dada until mastery are the only magic that only a wand wizard is capable of doing. Flitwick finished with passion. After that, Flitwick continued explaining the differences between the two kinds of spells, but as much as it was interesting, Harry got what he desired. While knowing that some magic could only be done with a wand, he couldn't help but thinking about the magical which are only possible with other conductors, and how can he learn them. By the time Christmas was near, the entire castle was in a festive mood, everyone except Harry, as it would be his first Christmas without his parents since they took him in. So while everyone were ready for a break, Harry went deeper into his studies. As there were no classes, he spent most of his day in the ROR, and when the twins needed the room in the Hogwarts library. He was halfway through his economic class, and in his blacksmithing class he started moving into creating regular knives, as until he prefects every kind of weapon, armor and jewelry creation he wouldn't touch or learn any of the others. In chemistry he was in the beginning of second-year material, and he was hoping that by Easter he would finish everything in this master's degree. Anyway, Harry was swamped with stuff to do, so he wouldn't think about his parents at all. Daphne's POV. Daphne was going back home for Christmas and she was so excited. She hasn't seen her sister in 3.5 months and she missed her terribly. While thinking about the last 3.5 months, she was disappointed that she didn't find a cure, yet knew she shouldn't be. After all, if finding a cure for the blood curse was that easy, it would have been found years ago by one of her ancestors, and she was just a first year. But she decided, if by the end of the year she doesn't find even a lead to the cure, she's gonna start roping Ravenclaws to her study group. Hermione's POV. As they were driving back home, Hermione finished telling her parents about the troll incident and her fight with Harry. Can you believe it? He yelled at me for not abandoning my friends while in trouble. You are right, I can't believe it. Hermione's dad said in a quiet voice, which she knew was the beginning of a shout with him. How dare you doing something that dangerous? Why the heck didn't you listen to the professors? If you really felt the need to help your friends, you should have told a teacher or an older student. And when a real friends comes worrying about you, you stop being friends with them. Is that what I taught you? As her dad continued to yell at her, she just thought, I would never tell my parents about anything dangerous again. Chapter 37. Neville's POV. Neville couldn't say he was excited. After all, being with his grandmother Christmas was kind of a nightmare. It all started when he got down from the train. You would think that as a grandmother who hasn't seen her grandchild, she would hug him and be interested in him. But no, as a pure-blooded lady she had standards. You couldn't expect her to care. You should expect her to be rigid and cool. So instead, she made sure as soon as they reached home by flu she started yelling at him for not doing as good as she expected of him in school. Something that was ridiculous, as he was one of the top 10 in theory in his year, as he was Hermione's best friend. It's for practical, he really didn't know why he had such a hard time to succeed. But he would figure it out. After all, he had the smartest witch of their generation as his best friend. Marcus's POV. Marcus was really happy to come home. He could finally talk with his parents about his year, and all the adventures he had. The flying lesson debacle, the midnight duel, the three-headed dog, the Halloween troll, and the Quidditch incident. His father was proud of him, feeling as if he and his friends were the next generation of the Marauders, while his mother was less excited about the dangers he had to face in school. He really couldn't understand why though. After all, isn't he the hero of the wizarding world? Then his mother asked the question he had been waiting for arrived. What about Harry? Do you know where he's celebrating Christmas? No, Mom, I would never be friends with a slimy snake, especially one who is so hated that he has no friends even in Slytherin. Even Hermione and Neville stopped being friends with him when they saw his real face. Okay, Dad said, let's stop talking about depressing subjects. I have something to give you. I know it's not Christmas yet, but I have a traditional gift to give you, something every father gave his oldest son in the Potter family for centuries in his first Christmas in school. He pulled a wrapped box and gave it to Marcus. The Potter family's invisibility cloak, a cloak that make you become invisible to anyone and that no one can find you or it unless he is of the Potter blood. As anyone would be, the invisibility cloak really exited Marcus. That's awesome. Is this the cloak you used with your friends to sneak and prank people? This is the best gift ever. After that, the Potter family continued having a great Christmas. Harry's POV. It was Christmas Day and Harry didn't get a single gift. While he didn't expect much from anyone, he thought at least Hermione and Neville would bring him something. After all, he got them gifts. He sent Hermione a 2 galleons ticket for Flourish and Blots, which can get her about 13 books, and Neville got a ticket for a new wand at Ollivander's, which cost 7 galleons, but apparently they weren't friends anymore. No biggie. So instead of being depressed, Harry did what he always did. He fully focused on his task, learning everything he can. Something which wasn't that hard, as there were no students in the library. Right now he took a break from studying curses, something that became super boring, as instead of intent it worked on wand movements and actively saying a nonsense word, and was studying rituals of Yule. As after thinking much about that, he realized that he might miss an important date for a ritual that can bring him a lot of benefits, but after searching the RORN library he couldn't find a single mention about rituals, which meant someone removed the books in the library, as there was no way otherwise that no books were made about rituals. But if there was one thing Harry wasn't, is a quitter, so he took a book from one of the history shelves and started looking for references about rituals and holidays. 3 hours later. Harry was disappointed yet excited. On one hand he found lots of references about rituals and holidays, but not one reference had both of them. On the other, he found something very interesting about a certain magical artifact. In 673 BC, the sorceress Diana Marcello created a multipurpose device and became one of the most renowned magical artifacts creators known to the magical kind, and the creator of the first mind defense magical art, something which would be refined later to the magical art known as occlumency. And while there are plenty of dangerous magical artifacts, none is more deadly yet useful than her creation, the Mirror of Eriste. As an artifact used to better her mind defenses, was also used to trap the mind and soul of the creator's enemies. As the enemies didn't have mind defenses, the mirror enthralled her enemies by showing them the thing they want most and planting the obsession to keep looking. In fact, the mirror can also be used to hide things inside that only specific person could bring out, as the mirror can confirm your thoughts to make sure you are truly him. This made Harry realize Dumbledore's plan. By making sure only Marcus can bring out the Philosopher's Stone and bullshitting the hell when asked how it was possible, he makes sure Marcus is always sure in himself, his friends believe in him, and that Marcus trusts Dumbledore even more. All of the above were fine by Harry, as long as he gets to study the Philosopher's Stone, an alchemical masterpiece, which meant getting the stone before Dumbledore can destroy it and make sure if it's the real one, as even though the book said it's real, Harry found it hard to believe. Why would a wizard who created a masterpiece like that and lived for centuries need help with guarding his most famous creation? Not best as he lived for centuries. He must have done something in that time, to create a safeguard when he could just have his wife create a Fidelius charm around a place and make him the secret keeper, thus having a foolproof defense for his possession. No, it is either a fake stone or Dumbledore managed to steal the stone/kill his mentor, and Harry wasn't willing to take chances about whether it's real or not, which meant either coming up with a plan to steal it before Quirrell managed to get past the dog or waiting there and stealing the stone after Voldemort leaves, yet before Dumbledore comes, and after reading about the mirror, he was leaning more for the second option. Chapter 38. Harry's POV. After figuring out his plan for the year, Harry went back to study curses, yet after another few hours of reading more and more advanced curses he realized one thing: as long as he has to use fancy wand waving he would never use any of those spells, which meant either he find another way by researching wand movement or he ask a teacher, and he has enough work. Filius's POV. Filius loves the holidays, as while teaching the students brought him joy. After many years of teaching he felt somewhat bored by the never-changing curriculum. After all, even though the students changed they mostly stayed the same. There were 4 kinds of students. 1. The talented who wanted recognition, whose questions would mostly be to make sure everyone knew he is the best. Usually it would be a Ravenclaw or a Slytherin, though this year's most notable was Miss Granger. 2. The hard worker who truly liked the subject, whose questions would be about the subject in class to truly understand the material. Usually a Hufflepuff or a Slytherin. 3. The lazy ones whose homework is just copying another student's work or the book while only asking questions like "Can I go to the bathroom?" They come from all houses, yet the most notable ones are from Gryffindor. 4. The unpredictables who ask you questions unrelated to class that actually gives you surprises and ideas. You can never know where they come from and when, as those students might not show up at all in a school year while in another they will appear as a group. While teachers shouldn't have favorites, those students were his. Just thinking about the revolutions each student of the 4th group created in society in his mind, Filius was content with staying a teacher and not changing his occupation to a more exciting careers like curse breaking. A few notable ones were Severus Snape, who created his own jinxes by the age of 14 by asking about the difference between levitation and summoning and combined them to make his Levi Corpus jinx. Fred and George Weasley, who although are only 3rd years can use charms way higher level in their pranks and use basic charms brilliantly, such as Ascendio, Arresto Momentum and Depulso to make them sort of fly last year when Minerva said they can avoid detention when they learn to fly without brooms. And of course, Harry Peverell, who while not the best in class, asks the most interesting questions, which made him study again the theoretical studies so he would be able to have the answers Mr. Peverell needs. So, although he was enjoying the peace and quite the holidays brought him, when he saw Mr. Peverell standing at the door he started getting excited and told him to come in. "Hey, Professor. I know it's Christmas, but I am stuck on a problem. Mr. Peverell, my door is always open to students with interesting topics of discussions and love for charm. Well, I read a book on the topic of spell words and the need of them for intent, and while it is said silent casting is possible and that most advanced studies and duels are done that way, it made me think about wand movements. While I understand it's about the math, the way you move your wand, and that it's an option of study in 3rd year, I don't understand the need for them. After all, I am sure in duels or life and death situations, if you want to use a basic transfiguration, you can't have 10 seconds to change a rock to a dog by following the needed wand movements, or if you see someone fall of a tower, do you really need the swish and flick to use a quick levitation charm? That was the reason Filius loved the unpredictable group of students. While hearing this question before, most of the students who asked them were in the 6th and 7th years with dangerous career choices in the future. If he asked this question now, what would he ask next year? It is quite simple actually. There are 2 ways of casting without wand movements. The first one is called point cast. It is hard to do and mostly impossible to do with most transfigurations and advanced charms. Actually the easiest subject to study point cast in is Dada, as most dark charms have less wand movements. What you basically do with wand movements is bypass the arithmancy requirements to use a spell and instead use a pre-made formula of a spell someone already created. In point casting you have to do your own arithmancy to cast, something much harder as you need to memorize the spell formula or create it on the spot, which is why even the most powerful wizards only have a few charms they memorize. Actually, the reason the headmaster is so appreciated in our world is that all his point casts are transfigurations, which are the hardest. The second way is resonance casting. By repeating the same spell a lot in dangerous situations, the spell is so ingrained in your body, magic and wand, that you can actually use the charm just by saying the name of it. This way has a lot of problems, as even if it is easier to achieve, the charm's intentions are changing your mind. So, for example, if you use cheering charm in a dangerous situation you would like making people laugh, yet a torture curse would drive you to sadism. In fact, in the war, because so many used the Expelliarmus spell, it created a generation of Aurors who are unwilling to do damage to their opponents, which made the war much more difficult. After that, Phileas continued having a magnificent conversation with Mr. Peveril. Chapter 39. Neville's POV. Neville was pissed. Apparently, Harry thought he wasn't good enough for his father's wand. He bought him a gift card for a new wand and wrote in a letter how he didn't think he fit the wand. What a jerk. Luckily, Neville managed to hide the letter from his grandmother, who already told him that he didn't deserve his father's wand and that they should buy a new one in the summer. He would prove everyone he is worthy of his father's legacy. And as for Harry, they weren't friends anymore. He is worse than Malfoy. Hermione's POV. Hermione was so happy. She got gifts for the first time from people that weren't her family. She got chocolate frogs from Ron, colored ink from Marcus, and a wand cleaner from Neville. She made sure to gift them a study calendar that would help them studying for tests, yet there was another person who got her a present for whom she didn't get anything, Harry Peveril. He got her a gift card for 13 books and she didn't even got him anything. She felt horrible. Even more so, when she remembered that Neville didn't mention anything about any gift he prepared for Harry, which meant he probably didn't send him one either. Hermione wasn't sure what to do except accepting his apology for his rude behavior when she get back to school and becoming friends with him again. After all, he isn't in Slytherin for a long time yet, maybe there is still a way to save his soul. George Weasley's POV. They stayed in Hogwarts this year, all the Weasley brothers who are still in school, and Fred and him couldn't have asked for a better Christmas miracle. Don't get him wrong, he loved his family, his house, and even though he wouldn't admit it, his mother. But if there was something Fred and George hated was a Weasley's Christmas. It was full of screaming from their mothers about their latest prank, stories about how amazing Percy is in school, and now with the addition of Ron's friendship with Marcus, nagging from their sister about joining her worship cult of the boy who lived to ask for help in scratching his own butt. No, they preferred to be in Hogwarts with the amazing meals, the Christmas pranks and snow fights. Not to mention, their transfigurations training they were taught by Harry was going so good that they managed to do McGonagall's table to pig trick 2 years before it is taught, which meant that after all the students return, Fred and George were going to create untraceable pranks who cannot be blamed on them. Yes, this Christmas is great. Harry's POV. It was the last day of the winter break and all students were disappointed. Most of them just didn't want the vacation to end, and going back to studying didn't sound good to them, but there was at least one student whose reason was different. Harry's reason for not wanting the break to end was the unwilling to slow his studies again. You see, while having no teacher in a subject like potion did slow him, as Snape was an incredible potion master and helped him avoid mistakes, and Flitwick answered most of the questions he couldn't find answers for in books, most subjects in this school were better for him to study independently, and the school year only slowed his studies by a large margin. In fact, while in vacation he managed to finish 5th year's Charms book, improved his magical control to the middle of 2nd year's Transfigurations, and read in the RR all the 7 Dada books from the year of 1900 as it was before Dumbledore taught defense and couldn't screw the curriculum, and his magical power grew by 2% more in this 3 weeks break than before the break. He even managed to complete almost half of his chemistry master studies curriculum and was planning on using his summer break to complete his practical part in tests. Overall, Harry much preferred to continue his self-studying style than return to the school year. Chapter 40. Hermione POV. Hermione was crying. She couldn't believe Harry not only didn't meant the gift as an apology, he also gave such a cruel gift to Neville and was unwilling to apologize, so Neville ripped the gift card in front of Harry and she told him that they aren't friends anymore and that he lost his soul. Even though she knew she was right, she couldn't help but cry. After all, he was her first friend. Marcus's POV. It was the first night at the castle and Marcus put on his invisibility cloak and went on a secret stroll. After about an hour of roaming the castle he came near a room he felt a strong need to go into. As he walked in, he found a large, impressive mirror. He removed his cloak and looked into it. There he saw himself as the hero of the wizarding world a second time, defeating countless Dark Lords. After an untold amount of time he heard a voice behind him. So, you, like hundreds before you, have discovered the delights of the Mirror of Erist. It was Dumbledore. I didn't see you, sir. Strange how nearsighted being invisible can make you, said Dumbledore, and Marcus was relieved to see that he was smiling. I expect you've realized by now what it does. Marcus thought and said, it shows us what we want, whatever we want. Yes and no, said Dumbledore quietly. It shows us nothing more or less than the deepest, most desperate desire of our hearts. So it shows you the life of a man of justice who saves everyone. However, this mirror will give us neither knowledge or truth. Men have wasted away before it, entranced by what they have seen, or been driven mad, not knowing if what it shows is real or even possible. The mirror will be moved to a new home tomorrow, Marcus, and I ask you not to go looking for it again. If you ever do run across it, you will now be prepared. It does not do to dwell on dreams and forget to live, remember that. Now, why don't you put that admirable cloak back on and get off to bed? Marcus was on his way out of the door when he turned and asked. What do you see when you look in the mirror? I see myself holding a pair of thick, woolen socks. Marcus stared. One can never have enough socks, said Dumbledore. Another Christmas has come and gone and I didn't get a single pair. People will insist on giving me books. It was only when he was back in bed that it struck Marcus that Dumbledore might not have been quite truthful. But then, he thought, as he shoved Scabbers off his pillow, it had been quite a personal question. Dumbledore's POV. Everything went perfectly, Dumbledore thought while putting the stone inside the mirror. By using a Confucius charm on Marcus he found the mirror and made the mirror have a contact with his mind just enough to put an object in the mirror linked to him so next time he sees it the object would come out and he even managed to establish himself as an eccentric wise guide so when he gives Marcus explanations in their next meeting Marcus would be inclined to believe. Yes, everything is perfect. Harry's POV. Classes returned and months went by, and it was March already. Harry while losing Hermione and Neville as friends gained another 2 friends by becoming good friends with the twins while being in the ROR and continued with steady steps in his studies, well steady steps for him was gigantic steps for others. His charm study came to the second half of the 6th year and the twins and he started playing the game, who could think of the most horrible way to die by an everyday charm. As a way to think of original ways to use regular charms right now the most horrifying way was ripping your enemy's heart by Accio with second place an overpowered laughing charm that won't stop till you choke. In Transfiguration, finished studying the Transfiguration theory books in the library and he could tell you that while the exercises in class were good to see where you are now, the magical theory in Transfiguration was shit. It was only about the way you move your wand and the different results with different wand movement and intent, and while intent was right, the ideas about wand movements were wrong as it would mean it is impossible to do Transfiguration wandlessly and Harry can. As for all the laws of the possible and impossibles in Transfiguration and Conjunction, Harry didn't believe it at all, it sounded like something the Ministry uses to make sure there are no frauds in gold, as Transfiguration isn't permanent, and that food can't be made in Conjunction as Conjunction is actually transfiguration of gases and it would go back in the end to its base form. His magical control became better and he was nearing the end of 2nd year but he needs to start thinking of new exercises in control as it started to become almost easy to control the frequency of the electricity. His occlumency became better than ever with his mental maze keeping the unsuspecting Quirrellmort in a loop of 1st-6th grade in Muggle school and Snape thinking he is a natural in the art as he become better in each privet lesson. His economic class was finished and he started having double classes in forging where he finished making knives and started making swords, which were similar in shape but had much higher requirements on the balance. A nice side effect of the forging lessons was that Harry's physical strength and endurance started raising again after being stuck on the same level for a long time. March 24th, 044. He couldn't believe it, the Hallow he couldn't get as it was in the hands of the Potters is now his. It is in his apartment in London where it would stay unless he has an important mission until he has either a more secure, easy-to-access place. How he got it? Well, it all started a few hours ago. Flashback. March 23rd, 9:30. It was really close to bedtime when Harry came inside the Slytherin common room. He was on his way to his room when he heard Malfoy say to Crabbe and Goyle, I found out Scarface and his friends are going to sneak their dragon outside the school and I am going to make sure they are caught, as with the points they would lose they would get no chance at winning the house cap and as the person who made it happen, I would finally get my place as the leader of our Slytherin year. Harry wanted to laugh as Malfoy apparently forgot Snape telling them the cap is meaningless but as he didn't want to get caught overhearing, he put an invisibility charm over him and went to the astronomy tower where in the books the heroes forget the invisibility cloak. He waited for the golden group to drop the cloak and give the dragon away when he casts a quick notice me not charm on the cloak and then waited for them to leave before taking the cloak and going to the RR lost and founds where he left the vanishing cabinet hidden, went to his apartment, left the cloak and returned to his room. End flashback. Chapter 41. Third's POV. The detention Marcus got was a detention worthy for the boy who lived, otherwise, why would Professor McGonagall would give a couple of first years detention in the Forbidden Forest to find a unicorn killer? Why would Hagrid split them to 2 groups and leave Marcus and Malfoy with only Fawn? Anyhow, Marcus was prepared to find the killer, and the shaking his hand is experiencing. It is from excitement, not fear. After a while of searching, the excitement, fear and wonder of the forest disappeared, and in its place came boredom, so when they saw a horse-shaped creature running it shouldn't come as a surprise to you that they ran after it. What should come as a surprise is that they actually caught up to it, but as they were in a sight distance, they understood why they managed to come close to it. The unicorn was caught by a human-shaped shadow and it was bleeding. Malfoy screamed and started running in the opposite direction while Marcus was frozen in fear. Malfoy's scream shifted the shadow creature's attention from the unicorn to Marcus, but, just as the shadow was about to jump, a centaur charged forward, scaring the creature away. The centaur went to the unicorn, saw it was dead and bowed to it. That was the point Marcus came back to his senses and started running in the direction Malfoy ran. After all, he didn't want to die. In the weeks to come, while studying for the exams, Marcus also convinced Hermione to read about the magical properties of unicorns and understood one thing: someone was going to steal the stone soon. Harry's POV. Tests were near and like all students, Harry was in a study frenzy. The only differences are that Harry wasn't studying for the tests and that Harry always was in a study frenzy, which was why this time of year's only affix was the use of the history of magic class to do the extra homework with the help of the Notice Me Not charm, and as he finished his second-year chemistry master degree he was only annoyed by the waste of time and not outright angry. He was in the second half of the 7th year's charm book and was planning on finishing it by the end of the year. His forging was going well, and he was becoming better and better at creating swords. His control over his magic was becoming better, his magical energy grew stronger and even his physical strength and endurance grew. The only thing that didn't improve by much was his transfigurations. He stopped at the peak of the second year and he didn't manage to do any of the third year's transfiguration correctly, as while in first year's curriculum it was an inanimate to inanimate, dead is also inanimate, things that looked similar and the same size with not much details, and in second year's curriculum it is again inanimate to inanimate just with more details or bigger sizes with extra points for both. As for third year's curriculum, the first half is inanimate to animate and the second half is animate to inanimate, and while Harry managed to change things like a pot to a tortoise, it was a dead tortoise as he didn't manage to transfigure an inanimate to a live creature, and after thinking about it he started using the wand-waving method and cutting the animals he transfigured while simultaneously doing the same wandlessly and trying to figure out the differences in the end result, and was planning to learn next for his biology's master degree and maybe also biochemistry, as next year the data class was going to be useless. Marcus's POV. The exams were complete and Marcus felt he did the best he could, or at least during the tests, but studying seriously were for Hermione and Ravenclaw. He lost the invisibility cloak, Gryffindor hated him and his friends for losing 150 points in one night, which threw them from first place to last in a House Cup competition, and he couldn't really calm down with the knowledge that someone, likely Snape, was going to try to steal the Sorcerer's Stone and that he didn't know when, so that he would be able to save the stone like the hero he is, and so Gryffindor would love him again. But after the last test was done and hearing Hermione recounting the history exam for the 4th time, he decided to do the noble thing and tell Dumbledore so that he would be prepared. Searching for a professor was easier than you would think, as just as he looked for one, Professor McGonagall came from behind the corner, carrying a large pile of books. "Professor, we want to see Professor Dumbledore," Marcus said. "See Professor Dumbledore?" Professor McGonagall repeated, as though this was a very fishy thing to want to do. "Why?" "It's sort of secret," he said, wanting to get credit from the headmaster himself, but he wished at once he hadn't said it, because Professor McGonagall's nostrils flared. "Professor Dumbledore left 10 minutes ago," she said coldly. "He received an urgent owl from the Ministry of Magic and flew off for London at once." "He's gone," said Marcus, thinking the best time to steal the stone is when Dumbledore is out of school. "Professor Dumbledore is a very great wizard, Potter, he has many demands on his time. But this is important. Something you have to say is more important than the Ministry of Magic, Potter." "Look," said Marcus, throwing the chance for credit away, "Professor, it's about the Sorcerer's Stone." Whatever Professor McGonagall had expected, it wasn't that. The books she was carrying tumbled out of her arms, but she didn't pick them up. "How do you know?" she spluttered. "Professor, I know, that someone's going to try and steal the stone. I've got to talk to Professor Dumbledore." She eyed him with a mixture of shock and suspicion. "Professor Dumbledore will be back tomorrow," she said finally. "I don't know how you found out about the stone, but rest assured, no one can possibly steal it, it's too well protected." "But Professor Potter, I know what I'm talking about," she said shortly. She bent down and gathered up the fallen books. "I suggest you all go back outside and enjoy the sunshine." But they didn't. "It's tonight," said Marcus, once he was sure Professor McGonagall was out of earshot. "Snape's going through the trapdoor tonight. He's found out everything he needs, and now he's got Dumbledore out of the way. He sent that note. I bet the Ministry of Magic will get a real shock when Dumbledore turns up. We're going out of here tonight and we're going to try and get to the stone first. It is like the troll, we have to do it. Let's do it, Neville said after a moment of hesitation with determination in his eyes. My father and mother would have been proud to hear I am doing the right thing. As they were planning how to go tonight, they didn't know near them with an invisibility charm on, Dumbledore stood with his wand up manipulating all of them so they would go tonight to the 3rd floor. Chapter 42. Harry's POV. You would think stalking the Golden Group as they embark of their mission would be hard, that they would use an invisibility charm or a notice me not charm, as Harry stole the invisibility cloak, and that Hermione at least, would cast a reviling charm to check for stalkers. Yet they did none of that. They went to the 3rd floor, and went past the traps like in the books, with the only difference is that Neville was the one who recognized the devil's snare, and he stayed with Ron when he became injured due to the chess game. Even the part in the books where Hermione told Harry how brave and noble he was repeated with Marcus, and if it sounds suspicious, it shouldn't be, as when Harry was following them with his invisibility cloak, it's his now, the twins, flying method, Ascendio, Wingardium Leviosa on clothes, Arresto Momentum and Depulso, invisibility charm underneath the cloak and the Silencio charm to make sure they didn't hear him scream. He used one of the times the twins owed him the map for tonight, and when he looked where he is at, he found out Dumbledore was also following them. And Harry was sure that the weird parts in the traps which made them easy were added by him, because if not, why would Fred and George would have trouble going past the traps as they told him? And yes, of course they went there, it is Fred and George. Anyhow, after the touching moment Hermione and Marcus had, and Hermione and Dumbledore left, she to search for him and him to appear as the all-knowing headmaster, Marcus drank the unknown potion that Hermione told him was anti-flame potion. Seriously, he was thinking it was Snape and willingly drank a potion he provided, and went past the flames. As there wasn't any potion left, and even if there was, Harry was unwilling to drink it. Harry used the bubblehead charm on the fire to make it small enough, and sailed above it. When he came inside, the first villain monologue was finished and Marcus was getting the stone from the mirror. Then the second monologue began, where Voldemort showed his face and started talking about how Marcus should join him and that he didn't need to die like Peter Pettigrew. Peter Pettigrew is dead. Harry thought, then is Scabbers a real rat? A quick look in the map showed him that Scabbers was Peter, so it means Sirius might be innocent and in jail even though the Potters are alive. Something to check later. As he thought about it, Quirrell was jumping onto Marcus in an attempt to get the stone and started to burn. While they were fighting, and after Harry swore he would make it so he understand how Marcus' touch burned Quirrell, Harry quickly used Accio to summon the stone and used Transfiguration to change a regular red stone he had to look exactly like the Philosopher's Stone. He then used Depulso to put the transfigured stone near Marcus. As he got almost everything he wanted from this place, Harry hid behind the mirror and looked as the fight ended with Quirrell's death and Marcus losing conscious. A few minutes passed when the black flames were put out and Dumbledore marched in, put the fake stone in his pocket and then used some spells to take Marcus out of the room. Harry, seeing he was alone and checking with the map to make sure, quickly took out his wand and used the Geminio curse to replicate the mirror. He then shrank the real mirror, put it in his pocket. As I don't know if tracking charms were put on it. Harry thought while getting out of the 3rd floor corridor. I guess it would be perfect next to my vanishing cabinet in the RR hiding room with the stone inside of it, with only me being able to take it out. While thinking it, Harry's smile grew to an almost maniacal size. After all, this is a school and he is a professor, I'm supposed to learn from him. 3 days later. Dumbledore's POV. Dumbledore's plan went perfectly. His chosen one's friends showed him self-sacrifice, honor, and made him believe in himself. Marcus drank the flaming curse potion that made him protected from flames and made any cursed person that touched him for the next hour to burn and die with the expanse of 2 years' worth of life force. And the all-year casting of Confundus made Quirrell forget using spells when trying to kill Marcus, so he touched him and died. And he made sure Marcus believed his powers came from love. He even managed to convince his mentor he destroyed the stone even if he had to use Confundus with the Elder Wand to do it. So how is it possible that now when he looked at the stone he saw it was a fake? Who took it? It couldn't be Voldemort, as he wouldn't leave a transfigured stone, and he arrived 4 minutes tops after the battle was over. Who can it be? Harry's POV. He got his grades today. An O, 90 to 100, E, 70 to 89, A, 56 to 69, P, 50 to 56, D, 25 to 49, T, 0 to 25. History of Magic, Theoretical Surprised Face. Astronomy, Practical, O Theoretical Surprised Face. Potions, Practical, O Theoretical Surprised Face. Herbology, practical, O theoretical surprised face. Data, practical, E theoretical surprised face. Charms, practical, E theoretical surprised face. Transfigurations, practical, E theoretical surprised face. Flying, practical, A. All of them was as he wanted, an excellent theoretical student with an average practical results in wand subjects. This decision was plain so he wouldn't be seen as a threat to Dumbledore while giving him the chance to get the most broken artifact in this world, the Time Turner. Daphne's POV. As they were sitting in the end-of-the-year feast after the headmaster made sure everyone in Slytherin hate him for his bias, as even though they didn't care about the house cup they cared about the bland way he favored Gryffindor as 60 points for bravery. She didn't see him give 60 points for loyalty to a Hufflepuff or even 10 points for ambition to a Slytherin. Daphne was thinking about this year and the next. While everyone on the research group was satisfied with this year, she wasn't, as while she got O in all the practicals and theoretical, EE in theoretical transfigurations and A in history, they didn't make one step forward in the way to save her sister. Hell, they didn't even have direction, and she was truly scared she would fail. Which was why she decided that next year she would ask for more people to join their group and she would start with Harry Peverell, as Professor Snape told her some weird things about him. Flashback. Snape's last office hour of the year. Daphne's POV. Professor, may I come in? Miss Greengrass, I didn't expect you to be the Slytherin to come see me today, he said while gesturing to sit on the chair. What can I help you today? Daphne sat in the chair before saying, as you probably already know, I created a study group with the idea to research magic, and as you probably guessed, the magic researching doesn't go so well. I was wondering if you have an advice about the way to go. While a great ambition, you should abandon it for now. As researching magic can't be done without at least a 5th year's magical knowledge, which is why only in 6th year we start giving research projects. You should instead focus on your studies and try getting more knowledge, just like Mr. Peverell, who while having average talent with wand subjects, can already pass the theoretical part of potions in the OWLs. In fact, he reminded me of myself when I was a first year. End flashback. She has to get the potions genius to join her group. Severus Snape's POV. Looking inside a person's mind when they remembered something about him was always a creepy experience, as looking into someone's mind wasn't like seeing a movie or a memory in a pensive, an emotionless recounting of something, but seeing how someone's mind changed their look in the world and of people. In fact, the only thing worse than seeing how a person saw you is seeing how a person saw someone he was in love with. Yet, even though he really hated looking at those kind of memories, he enjoyed looking into Miss Greengrass's mind this time, as it let him see his scheme was working. Miss Greengrass would make Mr. Peverell join her group to help save her sister. Mr. Peverell would gain friends which would let him not fall to the same pit Severus fell because he didn't have any. And most importantly, this would push not only their year group but at least the next 6 years of Slytherin to succeed in school more, which will destroy the image Dumbledore and Voldemort are trying to make Slytherin look like, the evil, lazy and stupid group who would betray anyone for power. Yes, this is Severus's chance to destroy the stupid chess game before it even began. Chapter 43. Harry's POV. While most children use the train ride home to be with their friends before the summer begins and use magic just a little bit more before having an entire summer without. Well, Harry wasn't like most children. His only 2 friends in school were in Gryffindor, which meant, as he was in Slytherin, that he was unable to be with them even if they didn't have other friends to be with. As for doing magic, the trace was on wands, so as long as there is magic done with them or in a close area to them with no other magical close, it would show as if you have done it, which was why Harry left his wand in the mirror of Eriste with the Sorcerer's Stone to make sure no magic would be detected when he does it, and transfigured a wood to make it look like his wand. So, no. It won't be a magic-less summer for him. But it also meant he had nothing to do in the train except finishing his summer homework, as even to him with perfect memory, advanced theoretical knowledge and the ability to do all of it at the same time would have to work for a few hours to finish it all. At the same time. In another wagon. Third's POV. As much as they were happy that they managed winning the House Cup, all the Golden Group were disappointed with the result of the end of the school year. Hermione found out that while she was first place in their year's scores, she wasn't first place in the theoretical test, nor was she in the practicals. The theory first place was her ex-friend Harry Peverell, who got perfect scores in everything, while even she had a few mistakes in astronomy, herbology and history. And in the practical tests in one subject, students from Slytherin defeat her in different subjects, even Malfoy in data, and in subjects without wand her ex-friend once again beat her. I might buy first place on the overall, but I am more like a third place. Thinking that, Hermione rose her head with fire in her eyes, telling herself that next year would be different. Marcus's problem was also his grades, as while he didn't fail in any of the subjects, his only O was in flying, he got EE in charms and transfiguration and all his other subjects were A. Well, it's not my fault, history and astronomy are useless, her biology is boring, potions are with Snape and how am I supposed to focus with Voldemort in Dada? After saying that to himself a few times Marcus started believing it himself and his depression left. Neville's sadness was related to a different matter altogether. When he first heard about the Philosopher's Stone he had an idea that it could be used to cure his parents and when they went to save it his idea grew bigger and bigger until it turned into hope that hope blew up in his face when Marcus told him that Dumbledore destroyed the stone. It would take weeks until he moves past the sadness this false hope caused him. As for Ron was hangry and was sad that because he didn't pack his things the day before, he lost the chance to eat more. I wonder what Mum is cooking and just like that his happiness returned. Chapter 44. Harry's POV. The next month was Heretic, it was filled with tests, practical chemistry training and more tests with only quick visits to the RR to work on his magical control and emptying his magical reserves but with the help of a lot of money from James Potter's oath for study and a little bit of magic to smooth the edges and Harry got his first master degree as a 12-years-old birthday gift. And it was a pretty good birthday gift, considering his only other gift was the yearly 100 galleons from the Potters. Yet, as it still was unsatisfying for a birthday and as he couldn't help remembering his last birthday with his parents he decided to go visiting Borgin and Burke's and see if there was anything interesting to buy. Daniel Burke's POV. Daniel's day couldn't have been worse. Nay, this summer couldn't be worse and it wasn't because he was once again struck in the store alone while Borgin went on his crazy treasure-finding adventures and quests, as he liked not being in constant danger and instead read some books or tweet with some artifacts. It wasn't because nobody bought anything for the last 2 weeks, even though it certainly didn't help, as it was like that all the time. This store usually wasn't a come and buy store, although they did have those sales. It was more of a high-class lost and found where what you lost isn't what you found. The reason that it was such a bad summer was because for the last month, every day, one Lucius Malfoy came to the store and tried convincing him to buy a diary from him. Now, usually he wouldn't mind buying an object from a patron of his, but this book gave him really bad vibes and in his choice of work, where dried magical hand which lights up in the dark is an everyday object he puts next to his window shop, when an artifact gives you bad vibes you not only not touching it, you are making sure it doesn't come near any of your things. Which was what made this a bad summer, as every day Lucius came and kept trying to convince him to take the book, which he kept refusing and today he finally snapped and told Lucius he is banned from coming to the store for the next year and if next time he came with the book he wouldn't be welcomed at all. Which was what made him so grumpy today, as he knew Lucius Malfoy was one of his best and most spending customers and that he would be facing hard time financially now. Which was why when he saw a boy coming in alone, even if he looked familiar, he just let him look through things. After a few minutes of searching the boy came to him. "Excuse me sir," the boy said politely. "I am looking for something that prevents potions from taking effect, as after reading about potions I figured it is one of the most dangerous things the magical world has. Do you have something like that? Don't we all? Sorry kid, if I had something like that I would have kept it for myself." "Oh, I guess it makes sense. Maybe something else, you seem like a smart kid, how about a rare book?" "That's exactly what you said on this very day last year, when I was here with my parents." It was then Daniel figured out who the boy was. "You are the boy who bought the vanishing cabinet, how are your parents?" "They died a few weeks after our visit here, which was the last full day I had with them." And now he wanted to make his leg bones disappear so he could put his foot in his mouth. "I'm sorry." He never knew what to say in situations like those. "Never mind that, let's talk about books. Do you have any books on the subject of the world?" As apparently all the other stores in the magical world of Britain and even Hogwarts library believes only Europe and ancient Egypt exist as there are no mention of any other country in the books I saw everywhere except a little bit about USA in the form of explaining how it should be part of magical Britain and its help during the Great War and even then in a small pass before telling about Scamander and the legendary duel between Dumbledore and Grindelwald. Daniel went to the back room and came back a few moments later. "Actually I don't have anything about any of them but I do have an interesting book that was written by a Salem Witches Academy about the different methods of animagi training which are done by the Native American tribes which are totally different from ours, but although it is interesting read it wouldn't help much as it is for wizards who use different kind of conducts to do magic. Hook, line and I will take it. Sinker. Pleasure doing business with you." As the boy left with his new book Daniel had smile on his face again. "I might have lost one of my best clients, but as long as this world is filled with an easy-to-fool people I would manage just fine." Chapter 45. Lucius Malfoy POV. Lucius had a terrible month. His son did averagely in school except in data and potions. A new Muggle protection law is about to pass in the Ministry that would let every magical law worker able to come to people's house whenever he wants and take away anything that doesn't feels light, and with all his Slytherin cunningness he didn't manage to think of one thing that would help him repeal the law. Which brought the thing that destroyed his month, the diary. Now, he was never a real supporter of the Dark Lord. He didn't believe in torture or murder. In fact, he was pacifist, as why should you do barbaric things like those when with bribe and a little bit of blackmail you can achieve the same and make people happy about it. Yet, in the end, he was also realistic, which was why when he was kidnapped to a secret location by one of his so-called friends he made sure he sounds as genuine and fanatic as the rest of them while using his occlumency to the maximum, and as he always did, he bribed his way to the top to make himself invaluable to kill, and he managed to survive the war and even use it to his advantage as he once again used money to make himself invaluable just to the minister this time. Anyway, with the new law being prepared and not many options, Lucius opened the diary for the second time since he got it and asked for advice. The first time Lucius opened the diary was Halloween 1981 when the dark mark faded, as the Dark Lord told him that if it were to ever happen he should write in the diary and ask for instructions. As he has yet to know the Dark Lord died, he did as told and went and wrote back with red-colored ink saying, "Hey, I'm Tom Riddle." He immediately cast several detection charms and figured out what this object was, a Horcrux. Something which two things, the Dark Lord isn't dead, and as he was told at this situation to write in the book, he was in a almost death situation and was planning on using Lucius's life to get better. So Lucius used his last option and turned himself to the Ministry saying he was cursed with Imperio and the rest is history. The second time he opened the book he made sure his occlumency shields are as tight as possible before asking for advice as say whatever you will, the Dark Lord did almost win the war, and was from the line of Slytherin. He had to have some cunningness in his bones and maybe a different look on life is what Lucius needed to find a way to make sure the law doesn't pass. But as he wrote in the diary he couldn't help but realize that the Dark Lord is insane. He kept talking about killing all the Muggles and Muggleborns as the solution of Lucius' problems, and when Lucius said mudbloods to Draco one day, he understood the book started to affect him. So he wished to get rid of it, but no one was willing to buy it from him and he was really scared to throw it away or destroy it, as if the Dark Lord was ever to find out he was sure to die, where in a store he can also buy it back, and as long as he has a tracker charm on the book he would always know where it is. But apparently, no one wanted to take a book that every 5th year can who trained a little bit with the dark arts can tell you smelled like death. And that brought him here, to Flourish and Blots. The only official bookstore in the magical parts of Britain, in the busiest day of the year, as both Gilderoy Lockhart and Marcus Potter were signing books in addition to celebrating the Boy Who Lives birthday. With the plan to slip the book to one of the shelves he walked inside the store, so of course it was at that point that his son had to destroy his plans by acting like a Gryffindor who try acting like a Slytherin. Hey Weasley, came here with the hope of getting some money for answering questions about the life of the #1 follower of Scarface. The youngest Weasley boy's face went as red as his sister hair. He dropped his books into the cauldron, and started toward Draco, but his father grabbed him at the back of his jacket. "Ron," said the boy's father, Arthur Weasley struggling to keep him from jumping Draco. "What are you doing?" It was at that point that Lucius had a new idea to stop the new law from passing, by making the family of the person that pushed it the most a pariah in all the Wizarding Britain, and not just with the high class and dark families. Well, Arthur Weasley." "Lucius," said Weasley, nodding coldly. "Busy time at the Ministry, I hear," said Mr. Malfoy. "All those sessions trying to pass this law and the planning for raids, I hope they're paying you overtime." He reached into the Weasley girls' cauldron and extracted, from amid the glossy Lockhart books, a very old, very battered copy of A Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration. "This is the best book to hide another book inside." "Obviously not," he said, trying to get a raise of anger from them to mask him slipping the diary inside. "Dear me, what's the use of being a disgrace to the name of wizard if they don't even pay you well for it?" Weasley flushed darker than either his youngest sons or daughter. "We have a very different idea of what disgraces the name of wizard, Malfoy," he said. Clearly, Lucius said, and looked around him to get something more upsetting, his pale eyes straying to Mr. and Mrs. Granger, who were watching apprehensively. "The company you keep, Weasley, and I thought your family could sink no lower." Weasley had thrown himself at Lucius, knocking him backward into a bookshelf. Dozens of heavy spellbooks came thundering down on all their heads. There was a yell of, "Get him, Dad," from one of Weasley's kids, while the wife was shrieking, "No, Arthur, no." The crowd stampeded backward, knocking more shelves over. "Gentlemen, please, please," cried the assistant, and then, louder than all, "Break it up, there, gents, break it up." The Hogwarts groundkeeper was wading toward them through the sea of books. In an instant he had pulled Weasley and him apart. Weasley had a cut lip that Lucius was really proud of, and he had been hit in the eye by an encyclopedia of toadstools. He was still holding the Weasley girl's old Transfiguration book. He thrust it at her, his eyes glittering with malice. "Here, girl, take your book, it's the best your father can give you." Pulling himself out of Hagrid's grip, he beckoned to Draco and swept from the shop. As he was walking outside the shop, he thought, a good start of a fine plan. Harry's POV. As Harry seen the fight inside the bookstore, he smiled and thought, at least the canon is still useful. Chapter 46. September 1st, 1992. 9 a.m. Harry's POV. As Harry was waiting for the train to start, he remembering his last month. This month was spent by exercising, studying, managing his finances and working on his control. As he wasn't doing much magic, he started pumping more of it into his body, while using his better control to make the magic go into every fiber muscle on its own, making himself faster and stronger, yet with also better endurance. As his body's muscle is a 70% fast fibers and 30% slow fibers, he should theoretically have more strength than endurance, yet it was the opposite, which he believed was because of his third wish, and as he didn't want it to go to waste, he kept pumping the magical energy with 2-to-1 ratio, while knowing that when he become better at transfigurations he would just change the muscle fibers themselves to what he needs them to be during a very specific situation. Which brought him to start studying for his biology and medicine. As with his chemistry master degree, and biology bachelor's degree, the number of books he had to study went down significantly, with his biology having only 5 years worth of books and medicine having 3 years worth of books, not including his biology books, which was the reason that after a month of unrelenting studies he almost finished a year's worth of biology. The only other thing he studied in this summer was blacksmithing, and when his sword creation became good enough to not shame Ragnarok by calling me his student, Ragnarok words not his, he almost cried in joy. His financial was getting steady improvements as all the companies he invested in based to foreknowledge succeeded, and as he didn't have time to work on it, he hired a company to do it for him. And finally his magical control, as his improvement slowed down by a lot and he could control the coils to emit electric charge of whatever frequency he wanted. He couldn't see how he could improve until 2 days ago, when he was doing his evening workout and passed a bar and heard a band play there. The band had a bass player and he couldn't help but compare the bass to the coils and sounds, and then his mind created a new way of magical control. If he had to do music with the coils, the difficulty would be much higher as it needed instant changes with the frequency, which was why he was right now in a wagon of the train, waiting for it to start while he was learning his new bass guitar with a picture book. After an unknown amount of time passed while doing basic bass finger placements and learning the chords, a knock on the door told Harry that people start to come in, and that even though he put a "notice me not" charm on the door, someone noticed, which meant it was someone who trained himself to notice the unnoticeable like the twins taught him. "Come in," Harry called. The first thing he noticed about the person was that it was a she, with her blonde, almost white hair and her extremely delicate face. The second that she was short, unfamiliar, and had no colors on her robe, which meant she was a first year. The third thing was that she wore a robe, which meant she was from a wizarding family and came with magical was, as otherwise she would have wore muggle clothes. The fourth and last thing he noticed was the magazine with the name of the Quibbler in her hand. Even an idiot could have connected the dots, and Harry was no idiot. This was Luna Lovegood. Chapter 47. Luna's POV. As much as Luna loved and missed her mother, some days she hated her, as she left her alone with an unstable father. Today was such a day. Don't get her wrong, she loved her father with all her heart, but getting ready to the first day at Hogwarts was hard enough for an 11-year-old without the need to make sure your dad remembered to wear his day robe and not night robe, or robe jama as he calls it. As she walked outside to see the view of her house for the last time before going to Hogwarts, she could see the entire village, as her house was on a hill, but her eyes couldn't help but wander to the house where yells of excitement, shouts of forgetfulness and bits of screams of annoyance smeared with laughter were a person who used to be her best friend before the incident. As she looked at this somewhat magical house where so many good memories happened inside, as she turned away and thought, I hope I would find a new friend without Raxperts in their ear. 10:30 a.m. It took her more time than she expected, but she finally made it. She finally arrived to the train, and it was marvelous. The train had an aura of similar to a broom, yet also similar to the extended room where her father made his newspaper. Just thinking about her father made her tight her hold over the Quibbler he gave her before she left. It was those kind of gestures and the fact she can see the intent behind them that made her love him so much, and also made her thank her mother, as even though she wasn't with her anymore, her last gift helped her every day. Flashback. April 25, 1990. Luna always loved seeing her mother work, as while her father always told her about magical and mystical animals, her mother showed her magical and mystical spells and artifacts, and as much as she loved animals and stories, in the end she was a child, and children loves visuals. So it wasn't a surprise that when she heard her mother telling her father that her latest research is done and that she was ready to start experimenting yesterday eve, Luna made sure to come home early today from her play date with Ginny and peeped through the cracks in the door of her mother's study room. She watched her mother crave runes that were, if she remembered correctly, Egyptian and Nordic, and in the middle of all of them she could see two large runes shaped like eyes that looked distinctly different from each other, and then her mother stood in the middle, just on top of the eyes, pulled her wand and used some spell without Luna couldn't hear, and then a bright light and nothing. End flashback. When Luna woke up a week and a half later she was in the St. Mungo's hospital, her mom was dead and she was suffering from some known and some unknown side effects. Her hair and eyes color changed to match her mother's and she could see much more than before. It was as if she used to be colors blind and now one eye of hers could see colors. Her right eye could see the magic in everything and everyone with the use of colors and different kinds of shimmering, while the other eye could see the emotions, intentions, character, and sometimes even thoughts of people, with those things taking the shape of the mystical animals her father kept telling her about. While an amazing ability, it was not only undocumented but also deemed outright impossible, and as a kid who read enough of her father's conspiracy theories she knew better than tell anyone about her new abilities. But as she sometimes slipped, everyone started to call her Looney instead of Luna, even her ex-best friend Ginny. Which was why they weren't friends anymore and why she hoped to find a true friend in Hogwarts. After all, her mother used to tell her that Hogwarts friends are friends forever. A few minutes later, Luna spent the last few minutes searching for a place to sit. Every time she opened a door the place was either full or had children who are full with raxperts, which meant they were either stupid, full of dreams without the will to chase them, or full of lies they keep telling themselves and believe it. Just as her frustration reached a whole new level she saw a door that was shimmering with a weird spell. While it looked similar to the spell her house was enchanted with to make it unnoticeable, it had a much purer color in it. Almost like red being purer than pink, as pink has both red and white in it. She knocked on the door and when a boy's voice made her come in she walked in to see a boy holding some sort of sound-producing artifact, and she held her breath, while his magic was powerful, almost as much as the Professor Snape's when she saw him one time in Diagon Alley buying potion equipment. That was what made her hold her breath. Neither was the control she saw his magic moves with, although it was amazing. No, the thing that made her hold her breath was the fact there was not one mystical animal around him, and as she walked closer the animals that were around her left, something that only happened at her mother's funeral and in the cemetery. It was as if he was dead. Chapter 48. Harry's POV. Harry was a lot of things. He was a genius that finished 4 bachelor degrees and a master degree by the age of 12. He was a person who worked hard to become the best he can. He had a master-level occlumency and was apparently the first person in a long time to use true wandless magic. He was a man on a mission to make his parents' murderer pay. He was the chosen one and the true yet false boy who lived. And more than all, he was a person who had foreknowledge about tens of thousands of different kinds of worlds so similar to this one that in some you wouldn't even see the difference without a closer look. But if there was one thing he was more than all, something that was craved into his soul, was that he is a scientist, and that meant that if something in the world doesn't fit the way you see this world, it means the problem is with you. Which was why, even after his meeting with the being who took his memories of last life, and gave him this life, even after learning magic and even after knowing the Potters are alive, his world was never shaken. So what is about Luna that after one train ride with her shook him so much? A few hours before. "Hey, may I sit with you?" the girl who can only be Luna Lovegood asked. "Sure, just answer me this one question as a compensation for not making you go to the first year's lounge," he answered in return, truly curious if she used a different method than the twins' awareness of what there is and what isn't. "Oh, let's play truth or bean as a way to get to know each other. It's like truth or dare, but every time don't want to answer you have to eat one of the every flavor beans I have, and if you do, you can't be asked the same question again." As Harry agreed doing it, she said she would go first. "What is your name?" Harry Peveril, and deciding to be polite asked in return, "What's yours?" "Luna Lovegood." They continued asking basic questions about the other person like, "What house is Harry?" and "What house does Luna want to be?" for a long time, totally forgetting about the beans as they answered truthfully. Luna telling him about her love for animals while glossing over the animals he knew there wasn't any proof exists which she believed in, and him telling her about his Muggle studies at the university level which made her so interested, and asked him why was he in Slytherin and not Ravenclaw, to which he answered, "I have no idea. At the beginning I wanted to be a Ravenclaw, but after being for a time in Slytherin I am happy to be there." As I see it, the idea of the houses is either an idiotic way to control the students in school by splitting the school to 4 houses, telling people when they are 11 years old what are they when they themselves don't know, that they are something specific like loyal and hard worker, or brave and just, or smart and competitive, or ambitious and cunning. You make sure you control the population when they are just children. Make sure that they grow exactly as you want them to be and make them act like sheep when they grow up. Or a way to give someone his best shot at success, as by putting someone who is lazy but smart in a house that values hard work would make him better, and putting someone with great ambitions in a house that values it and teaches how to make them come true would help him grow. Harry smiled sheepishly. Sorry, I didn't answer the question, but while I value all the 4 houses the same, with maybe a little more preference to the house of the loyal and a little less to the house of the brave, I really don't know why I am a Slytherin. Why do you want to be a Ravenclaw? Well, after a rant like that, she smiled teasingly. I would have to think hard what kind of state of mind I want to grow into, as my reasons for wishing to be a Ravenclaw are somewhat childish. I wanted to be a Ravenclaw for 2 reasons. My parents were in this house and they used to tell me about their time in Hogwarts as a bedtime story until my mum died, so it was always a dream of mine to be in that place. As for the second reason, well, it is a way to be closer to my mum. I get it, my parents also died. After that there was an awkward silence for a few minutes, which Luna broke by telling him about the mythological creatures and conspiracy theories her dad published and the way to see past the basic reading of the Quibbler and read about the real news the ministry was trying to suppress. When the article said Fudge was trying to pass laws that allow the use of Imperio on citizens by every law wizard and ministry worker, it actually referenced to the article the Daily Prophet published 2 weeks ago about the Muggle protection law that, while has nice ring to it, allows the ministry to raid any house they want whenever they want and take everything they deem dark, with no definition about what is dark. This is just an example to why, while everyone has a subscribe to the Daily Prophet, all the politicians and smart people has also a subscribe to the Quibbler, while making everyone believe they don't. When there was only 1 hour left to the ride, Harry asked the original question he wanted to ask. What method did you use to see past the notice me not spell? Luna turned to her bag, took out a white-colored bean with black spots which Harry would have bet was something spicy, and ate it. Chocolate chip vanilla. Luna smiled another on of her dreamy smiles with a little bit of sharpness to it, as if saying, don't ask, and asked her question. How many friends do you have? She asked, trying to keep the subject light, and as they only just met, as much as he was curious, Harry swallowed his wish to ask again, as he didn't wish to lose his new friend. 3 including you, he said, and Luna's eyes lost a bit of the dreamy look they always had moisturizing. Do you mean it? Are we really friends? Of course, I don't use so much time in conversations except if they are my friends. As Harry said it, he thought that she truly was someone he wanted to be friends with, as she was probably one of the most interesting and unpredictable people he will ever meet. And when you are in the wizarding world, where almost everyone are predictable and boring with their narrow mind and idiotic lifestyle, every bit of those qualities are worth keeping. Chapter 49. Harry's POV. The ride was over and Harry said goodbye to Luna, who traveled in the boats. He then found one of the Thestral carriages with Blasé Zabini and Tracy Davis and took it to Hogwarts, while thinking if he can see the Thestrals because his rebirth, his Patronus, or his seeing of Quirrell death, well, one of the mysteries I would never solve. As he sat waiting for the sorting, he used the time to study biology as he was planning to study in the train, but instead spent it acquiring a new friend. Not that it's bad, just that he fell a little bit back in his study plan and was already thinking about changing it for times to be with Luna. When the doors opened and first years walked in, he waved to Luna, who smiled back to him, and all his year mates in Slytherin looked at him strange, as they couldn't remember seeing him friendly with someone more than as a basic courtesy since his breakup with Neville and Hermione. And then was a moment Harry has been waiting for, a chance to hear a song from the hat he didn't know from before. Gather you round, and I'll tell you a tale of 4 strong mages who drank lots of ale. There was joy and there was glory, more than you can think. Yes, this is what happened to them when they drank. They built Hogwarts, Hogwarts. They built Hogwarts. They decided it would be fun to teach kids with snots. They said, later, that it is noble. But I can tell you they were drank from ale. And as the years went past and they continued to drink, lots of ideas started to click. They had one drink at the first day of the school for good luck. And with a handsome talking hat they were stuck. Godric said then, let's sort the kids, the kids. Let's sort the kids. I take the brave ones. Course I thought of it first. Poor Rowena still was super drunk. So she chose all the kids who didn't need to be spanked. While Salazar had time to choose. He wanted kids who will make better booze. Helga just wanted another friend, who she can make wish he was dead. So loyalty and hard work she chose. And then took another ale's dose. So let's start the sorting. what kind of person you would be. When on your head there is me. The entire school was in a quite shock, till the twins started laughing and yelled, Salazar is my hero. Which woke everyone of their shock and they started laughing and discussing about the song until Professor McGonagall yelled, quiet. And started calling names and the sorting began. Sorting Hat's POV. This year's song was great. The Hat thought as Minerva put him on a child's mind who he sorted to Ravenclaw, I should totally do more songs like those. Hufflepuff. As the sorting continued he only experienced a few problematic children till he sat on the head of Luna Lovegood. In Gryffindor and Hufflepuff she cannot be, as it would kill her creativity and uniqueness while both Ravenclaw and Slytherin lead to similar paths who end in different places but both great. You are one of the few who gets a true say in where to be, Ravenclaw or Slytherin. I would rather be in the place I can study the best. I see. Chapter 50. Sortin' Hat POV. Better be Slytherin. He then continued to sort the children, making sure they get into the house that would make sure they not only have the best future possible but that they would also have the best shot at surviving, as after 12 years he once again see flashes of war in the future just like he started to see 4 years before the last one began. Ginevra Weasley, he could hear, and even when he saw the almost certain death she would experience everywhere except Hufflepuff he could only yell, Roughfinder, knowing her mother would drive her to kill herself several years later with only her words if she was sent anywhere else. With a heavy heart he finished sorting and was taken by the house elves back to his place. He had a lot to think about and a new song to write, maybe he could convince Albus to give him a drink. Severus Snape's POV. Severus's occlumency shields were really put to test today. Whether it's the Hat song or the talk in Dumbledore's office with the headmaster and his school bully and his family, James, Lily and Marcus Potter. Flashback. Come in, Severus, come in. While Severus didn't know why he was summoned, as heard Dumbledore's cheery voice he knew two things. 1. Inside the office there was more than just Dumbledore as otherwise he wouldn't speak in such a cheery voice when talking to him. 2. As he was summoned and wasn't aware of the reason, it could only mean he was going to hate the request, read as order, he is about to receive. After he walked in and saw the Potter family he did his iconic sneer, he was very proud about the effectiveness of his sneer, sawing fear in young student, unworthiness in older students and anger and uneasiness in adults, and said, What do you need Albus? I was in the middle of a potion experiment when I got your Patronus to come. He wasn't, but rule number 1 of Slytherin is that when someone wants something from you, you should seem as busy as possible to maximize profits. Sorry, he didn't seem sorry at all. It is just that Lily and James has some concerns about the way you apparently treat Marcus in class. He said while his eyes twinkle in a way that made Snape have a need to run away before he is trapped in a way he cannot escape. So, do you want to explain yourself? Now, if Snape was being honest, he might have been harder on the boy than a regular student, but only with snarking comments not in grades as they try to make it appear as such, and even that was only because the entire faculty agreed to treat him as a regular student and then gave him and his friends 15 points for disobeying them during the emergency with the troll, and with him not even doing anything as Severus found out later when he used legilimency on him, so he decided to take him down a peg. But the second rule of Slytherin is, know the situation, and as much as he wanted to throw the truth onto the headmaster, he knew it wouldn't help him, especially with the way both James and Marcus smirked. So, instead he said, as you told me more times than I remember, the Dark Lord isn't dead and is trying to return. What do you think would happen if he returns and find out I treat the boy good? Do you think he would give me the chance to become a spy for you? Severus really thought his explanation was an almost perfect one, but then James Potter had to open his mouth. So you are working for you-know-who? No, I am the headmaster's spy. But by not teaching him potions you would make him unable to become a Auror, James argued, and thus making, he who must not be named, win when he comes back. I think I have a solution to both our problems, Dumbledore said with a tone full of mirth, and Snape suddenly really regretted not pleading guilty in his trial. Let's have Severus teach young Marcus once a week in a one-on-one session to make sure he won't fail, nor would Severus risk his placement as one of Voldemort's inner circle. What? It was the first time the Potter brat opened his mouth since Severus came in. There is no way I am spending more time with this grown bat than I have to. Severus tightened his occlumency shields to prevent him from cursing while Dumbledore, James and even Lily chuckled. Why am I even surprised? Now, Marcus, this is your professor and you will treat him with the respect he deserves. But as I can see you hold no love to each other, how about you let a student teach him in the potions classroom with access to the cauldron? Maybe one of your top students. Snape started to understand Dumbledore's plan. If he didn't agree he would have to spend the next 6 years tutoring that brat who didn't have the courtesy to die, and if he did agree he would let Dumbledore have the Granger girl have access to the lab and thus make her become better at potions, but while Severus didn't mind letting Granger become better, she didn't deserve it, she would get the benefits just because she is a friend of Potter, and that didn't sit right with him. Yet, Severus wasn't a Slytherin for nothing, and rule number 3 of Slytherin is, when in a losing position and no chance for attack, agree to surrender and make sure the opponent hate you for it. I agree, I would let my top student teach him every Saturday for an hour. Snape said with an angry look and tone while tightening his occlumency shields yet again to prevent him from laughing. End flashback. With all of this and the Hat's song, Snape felt that if his shields won't crack, his occlumency would get to the next level. Dumbledore's POV. Dumbledore had a great day until the Hat sang. Severus agreed to let someone teach young Marcus potions, which meant James and Lily would stop complaining about the unfairness of Snape teaching Marcus. And he saw young Marcus test. Severus was kind of generous by giving him an A. But at least everyone came out of the office satisfied. James and Lily getting Marcus a tutor, Marcus thinking he got Miss Granger, and Severus messing with the Potters by making their ex-son teach their son. And of course him, as he got a chance to make young Marcus and young Harry become friends. Severus needs a few more decades until he can tricking this old man. Now, he just need a way to make everyone forget about this song that portrays every one of the founders of Hogwarts as human, even Slytherin. Chapter 51. Daphne's POV. Daphne was happy to go back to school for all kinds of reasons. Firstly, this summer her father started instructing her on their family's unique magic, which was a special kind of occlumency. Flashback. They just returned home from the train when her father took her to his study room, closed the door and started talking. Daphne, you just finished your first year and as one of the top students, and as for why you are only one of and not top student, we will talk about that later. Her father, while a warm man usually, had a cold face on him, which meant for Daphne one thing: this is serious. For now, we will talk about a magic every self-respecting wizard and witch must know, occlumency. Occlumency, or as it most known as, the mind defense art, it's a way to protect your mind from an invasion from an outer source, whether by legilimency, art of mind invasion. This art takes years to get truly proficient with, and if someone tells you he mastered it, he is either an idiot or a liar, as it isn't an art you can master, you can always get better. Any questions? If it's such an amazing and important art, why don't we learn it at school? Excellent question, her father said with a hint of his special smile he had when he was in what she called serious mode, and she asked the right question. It was in fact the ministry who took the subject out of curriculum about 400 as with it legilimency became a useless tool for Aurors, as everyone who studied occlumency can prevent their darkest secret from being found out. It wasn't until 94 years later when a side effect of occlumency was found out. A Muggle-born woman by the name of Gabriel Jones fell in love with the minister, and as he didn't return the affection she gave him a love potion that was considered mild at the time and was used to be a way to make man get interest in you, but the minister became obsessed with her in a way that resembled an unsuccessful amortentia, which is illegal to use love potion for its potency. It was then when everyone understood the side effects of occlumency. It gives the user of the art resistance for mind-altering potions and spells, but by that time it was already too late. The ministry made sure to destroy every copy of occlumency teaching book, and the art became something that is being taught from parents to children. But as parents taught their children, the art became from a generalized art where most defenses are the same into a family art, where every family has its own way to use it, which also made it much better art as the attacker of the mind can't expect the same defense in every mind. End flashback. After that, Daphne didn't have a very fun summer, as she spent most of the summer having headache from her father breaking her defenses and entering into her mind as part training in her family's art of occlumency - fire in a winter storm. According to her father, her great-grandfather had a Japanese Muggle disease which made him call all the spells and magical arts he created with embarrassing names, something called chinibyo. But as he was the person who created the art and so many other family magics which she would learn in another time, he got the honor to make the name. She would have to study the disease and make sure she doesn't get it, as apparently between the ages of 12 to 15 it is highly contagious. Secondly, as much as she hated to admit it, she missed her research group, especially Tracy, as she became her best friend. And lastly, her sister went into stage 2 of the blood curse, in which she started having white hair, and while it can be hidden with a changed color hair, seeing it every day made her become much more motivated to find a cure, and she wanted to get everyone she can think of to join her group. Starting from Peveril. Harry's POV. Harry just returned from his morning workout when Greengrass approached him. "Hey, Peveril, can I talk to you for a second?" "Sure, is it urgent, or can you let me take a shower and talk on the way for breakfast?" "Take a shower." Harry saw Luna walking toward the exit of the common room. so he told her he needs to talk to his classmate on the way to breakfast alone and asked if she could save him a spot, took a quick shower, put his school robes on, and met Greengrass outside the common room. "So, how can I help one of the two leaders of our Slytherin year?" You see, Greengrass bit her lower lip as if she wasn't sure how to start, and he probably would have been blushing and flustered, which was probably her intention, if he was a normal child, but as he wasn't and he had better things to do with his time, like being with his new friend and studying, he just said, "Drop the act and let's cut to the chase. What do you want?" In a second her hesitant look changed into a cold one, a look that he used to think that everyone who occluded had to have before he learned occlumency by himself, from the book and from Snape, a look that gave him a feeling this was the missing piece for perfecting his occlumency. Until now, Harry learned 3 different kinds of mind protecting. There was the occlumency which he created as a child, which was focused on defense by means of offense and defense with his Star Wars style of Muggle technology. The book style was focusing on mind traps like the painful memories he put in front of his mind to make the attacker wanting to escape. As for Snape's type of occlumency, which he learned from Dumbledore himself, it is a deception and shield style, as it lets you create a false state of mind and memories that you use to deceive not just the opponent, but also yourself. It is a style which is perfect for spies and potioneers, as not only anyone who read your mind believe whatever they see after they pass the weak shields you put in front and let you shield your important memories in the back of your mind without anyone noticing, it also let you have better grasp on your emotions. Each of those styles has an upside and a downside, and as they all begin with clean your mind, and he became pretty good with the first 2 before Snape explained to him the history of the art of occlumency. As of now he was only capable to combine the first 2 and switch them with the third one. He was trying to combine the 3 of them but was missing something, and right now, when he saw the look in Greengrass' eyes, he felt she had what he needed, something that instantly made him very interested with her wish to talk to him. "I want you to join my study group. You are the only Slytherin in our year who didn't join my group apart from Parkinson, Malfoy and his goons, as it would let you have friends." Now, Harry was really intrigued. If it was a year ago that she tried to recruit him, he would have thought she was trying to take full control of their year, and if it was before the tests he would have thought they needed help studying, but as it took a year for her to even approach him, coupled with the fact that her group got to be 5 out of the 10 best grades in their school year in both theoretical and practical, he, Hermione, Neville, Padma Patil and Sully were the other 5 in theoretical, while Hermione, Lisa Turpin, Dean Thomas, Draco Malfoy and Susan Bones were in practical. So he had one question to ask, "And what exactly do you study?" After that she told him about her sister and the blood curse research they were doing, and Harry knew his chance to get her occlumency technique was here. Now he just needed a bait. "Not that I'm not feeling my heart reaching out to you, or that this curse isn't interesting to me with the way it interact with a person's DNA, which I have only thought of doing with transfigurations, but I have too much things to study myself, and I am not seeing any benefit in doing research with you. I am forced to decline, maybe in a few more years when I have more time." As he said the last word they reached the Slytherin table and went sitting with Luna, leaving Daphne shocked. Daphne's POV. Daphne was inside her mind throughout breakfast. She wasn't thinking about the fact Peveril refused to join her group even if it was his chance to have friends, or about the fact he wasn't even a little bit flustered when he looked at her with her winning kicked puppy look on. No, the only thing that was on her mind was that he had an idea about the way the blood curse worked, and that she had to get his help no matter what. Chapter 52. Harry's POV. If you would have asked Harry 2 years ago if he has regrets about reincarnating into this body, he would say, no way. As not only he didn't have his last life, so he had nothing to compare, he had everything he could have asked for. A loving parents, interesting subjects to learn and the ability to use magic. If you would have asked Harry a year ago if his regrets about reincarnation, he might have burst in tears, as his parents just died and it was hard not to somewhat blame himself, even though he knew the blame is only with the killer. If you would have asked Harry after last Christmas if he had regrets, he would have started yelling at you about stupid questions which won't change anything. As you can see, Harry's answer would have changed depending on the time of when you ask him, but if you would have asked Harry right now, as he sat with his new friend, all excited about starting learning magic, if he had regrets he would have told you everyone has regrets, but about the reincarnation? How can I have such when I managed to change the way an amazing person like that experienced school? And then obliviate you, as he wouldn't let anyone know he isn't the original inhibitor of this body. From this you can understand Harry truly cares about Luna, which was kinda weird as they only met yesterday and he was already burned once before in friendship. But that's just how Luna is, I guess. She has a way into your heart. Harry thought while truly enjoying the company of the lovely and brilliant person on his side as they were talking about the differences between charms and transfigurations. Which is why I think that while in charms the focus is more on the intent, in transfigurations it is more about the magical control. As you can see in the way charms emphasize more about the words than the way you move your wand, and all the wand movements are simple, while in Transfigurations the wand movements are much more complicated yet the wording is simple. Harry was so thrilled to explain his way of doing magic even while saying it as if it was a wand magic that he went in to explain his theory about animagus. It is also why being animagus isn't such a rare skill in our wand-waving countries, as much as the official recorded would like you to believe, as our way of becoming animagus is completely different to the way the Native Americans become one. While it feels like mastering Transfigurations, and it does involve a level of Transfigurations of about a 6th or 7th year, our type of shape-shifting is more about the intent, as the potion tunes your body to the changing to an animal, while you need to focus more about the intent of being the animal to change to it. And this is also why our type of animagus has no magical properties, as we can't match our intent to that of magical animals. Luna at that point was so excited that she continued his explanation. While places where they teach different ways to control magic, like in Wagadu where they use magic and jewelry to communicate with their ancestors and spirit animals to create magical effect, have much better help in magical control but less in speed or intent, as it take time to communicate with the ancestors, and their magic is more like asking to make something to happen and not show a way for it to happen. Seriously? They can communicate with dead people? It shocked Harry, as the only way he knew about communicating with the dead is the resurrection stone. Not communicating exactly, as the more like pray and it happens, the dead can't talk back to them as far as I know. But on the other hand, maybe it is just a different type of communication, as they answer in a different way. But if they truly communicating with their dead ancestors, what about Muggleborns? Can they do that type of magic considering they don't have magical ancestors? Or do they use the caster's magic to do those magics? And if so, does it mean that to do the same magic, does it take more magic out of the caster to do the same magic as we do with wands? 'Cause it would make a lot of sense, and as while our animagus transformation is more about focused intent, there is more about the control of magic the ancestors has and about perfecting the communication with their spirit animal, which is already known to them, as while we only need them for this specific magic, they use it all the time in magic and make it possible for the strongest of them to have a chance at becoming magical animagus as their spirit animal was used for years in magic till it become part of the spirit animal. I don't think it's only that, it is also that magic becomes such a huge part of themselves, not just as a tool like we use it but also as a way, a guide, and a point of faith, something so large in their personality that their spirit animal reflected. Their conversation continued throughout breakfast, so into it and so happy that they have a friend to talk to, that they almost didn't notice all of the second-year research groups sit next to them with open jaws, almost. Dada lesson. As his conversation with Luna continued, they didn't notice as the time passed and Harry had to run for him to make it into class, something that usually meant sitting in the middle row, as the students almost always divided into two groups, the front sit who wanted to write every letter the teacher wrote, read as Hermione, and the students who were planning on taking the other students' notes before tests who sat in the back, read as Ron. But as he came into the classroom he was confused for a second, as the only available chair was in the corner at the back. But that was when he remembered it is Lockhart's first class in school and he was still considered a great dark creature's defeater, which meant everyone wanted to learn from him, which meant, as he already saw, that he gets to sit as far as possible from this charlatan and even gets to sit where it won't be noticeable to use a notice me not charm even after he cancel it. As he sat in the chair, used the charm and opened his biology book, Lockhart started his class. Me, Lockhart said, Gilderoy Lockhart, Order of Merlin, 3rd class, honorary member of the Dark Force Defense League, and 5-time winner of Witch Weekly's Most Charming Smile Award, but I don't talk about that. I didn't get rid of the Bandon Banshee by smiling at her. There was quiet for a few seconds. I see you've all bought a complete set of my books, well done. I thought we'd start today with a little quiz. Nothing to worry about, just to check how well you've read them, how much you've taken in. You have 30 minutes, start, now. Harry then activated a reverse silencing charm, that instead of making the space around him a place other people can't hear, it is a place he can't hear other people. And no, it isn't a silencing curse, as other people can still hear, and it was done without a wand. So while everyone else were busy answering idiotic questions, Harry was working towards his master degree. Third's POV. As Harry was studying, all the other students were starting to hate Lockhart, well, all the other students except a certain bush-haired Gryffindor. Yes, when all the other students started asking themselves what kind of an idiot asks questions like 1. What is Gilderoy Lockhart's favorite color? 2. What is Gilderoy Lockhart's secret ambition? 3. What, in your opinion, is Gilderoy Lockhart's greatest achievement to date? As a test for data, Hermione was thinking, what a clever way to check if the students read the books, disregarding the fact that he could have just asked questions about the actual stories in the books. But let's not criticize the young lady with the fanatical adoration to teachers, except Snape, who last year she set on fire, as she was just experiencing her first crush. Half an hour later, Lockhart collected the papers and rifled through them in front of the class. Tut, tut, hardly any of you remembered that my favorite color is lilac. I say so in Year with the Yeti. And a few of you need to read Wanderings with Werewolves more carefully. I clearly state in Chapter 12 that my ideal birthday gift would be harmony between all magic and non-magic peoples, though I wouldn't say no to a large bottle of Ogden's Old Fire whiskey. He gave them another roguish wink. Ron was now staring at Lockhart with an expression of disbelief on his face. Seamus Finnegan and Dean Thomas, who were sitting in front, were shaking with silent laughter. Hermione, on the other hand, was listening to Lockhart with rapt attention and gave a start when he mentioned her name. But Miss Hermione Granger knew my secret ambition is to rid the world of evil and market my own range of hair care potions. Good girl. In fact, he flipped her paper over, full marks. Where is Miss Hermione Granger? Hermione raised a trembling hand. Excellent, beamed Lockhart. Quite excellent. Take 10 points for Gryffindor. And so, to business. He bent down behind his desk and lifted a large, covered cage onto it. Now, be warned. It is my job to arm you against the foulest creatures known to wizard kind. You may find yourselves facing your worst fears in this room. Know only that no harm can befall you whilst I am here. All I ask is that you remain calm. Lockhart placed a hand on the cover. Dean and Seamus had stopped laughing now. Neville was cowering in his front row seat. I must ask you not to scream, said Lockhart in a low voice. It might provoke them. As the whole class held its breath, Lockhart whipped off the cover. Yes, he said dramatically. Freshly caught Cornish pixies. Seamus Finnegan couldn't control himself. He let out a snort of laughter that even Lockhart couldn't mistake for a scream of terror. Yes. He smiled at Seamus. Well, they're not very dangerous, are they? Seamus choked. Don't be so sure, said Lockhart, waggling a finger annoyingly at Seamus. Devilish tricky little blighters they can be. The pixies were electric blue and about 8 inches high, with pointed faces and voices so shrill it was like listening to a lot of budgies arguing. The moment the cover had been removed, they had started jabbering and rocketing around, rattling the bars and making bizarre faces at the people nearest them. Right, then, Lockhart said loudly. Let's see what you make of them. And he opened the cage. It was pandemonium. The pixies shot in every direction like rockets. 2 of them seized Neville by the ears and lifted him into the air. Several shot straight through the window, showering the back row with broken glass. The rest proceeded to wreck the classroom more effectively than a rampaging rhino. They grabbed ink bottles and sprayed the class with them, shredded books and papers, tore pictures from the walls, upended the wastebasket, grabbed bags and books and threw them out of the smashed window. Within minutes, half the class was sheltering under desks and Neville was swinging from the iron chandelier in the ceiling. Come on now, round them up, they're only pixies, Lockhart shouted. He rolled up his sleeves, brandished his wand, and bellowed, Pesca pixie pesternami. It had absolutely no effect. One of the pixies seized his wand and threw it out of the window, too. Lockhart gulped and dived under his own desk, narrowly avoiding being squashed by Neville, who fell a second later as the chandelier gave way. As all of that was happening, Harry was still sitting in his chair reading his book, with only one new thing around him after he noticed the pixies even though they didn't notice him, a Protego charm. Chapter 53. Harry's POV. When Harry raised his head from the book next time, he noticed that except the golden group who were capturing the pixies, he is the student in class. He dropped the reversed silencing charm and was about to drop the notice me not charm, but in the last second heard Marcus say, I can't believe we are stuck capturing those pixies. I wish some other student was here so we could have run with the other students, and he was stuck with this same chore. So instead he left the class and went down the hallway before dropping the charm. As it was a double lesson he went straight to lunch, but just as he was about to get into the grand hall he heard Professor Snape calls him from behind. Mr. Peveril, I need to have a word with you alone. Sure, Professor, do you want to go into an empty classroom down the hall, or do we need to go to your office? An empty classroom would do. After that, Harry let Snape lead him to Snape's chosen classroom in absolute silence. It was only after getting into said classroom and closing the door that Snape started talking. Well, Mr. Peveril, as you recall, last year I worked with you on your occlumency as a way to help you become better in your potions making and make sure no one is looking inside your mind. It was at this point that Harry knew Snape was about to ask for a favor, as there was no need to start a conversation with the mention of his help and all the things it did for him. And even though your occlumency leaves much to be desired, which I meant to help you with this year. I'm afraid our lessons can't continue as I was given a new task, to give Marcus Potter extra lessons in potions this year, which will take much of my time. I'm truly sorry. And here is the threat and the way out of it. Now if I was naive I might have thought he was just here to inform me of it and probably would have jumped on a way to continue the lessons. Harry thought. Hell, even if I wasn't naive, but didn't have any acclimacy of my own, I would have walked into the trap willingly. But as I wasn't naive, and even though this method of acclimacy, like the one from the book but not like the one I created, needs someone to attack my mind to perfect it, I hate being pushed into traps like that, and would prefer not perfecting this method as quick as I could have with Snape's teachings, as I already know all the steps for the creation of this type of acclimacy and have an artifact that can read your mind to help me find weakness points of entry, Mirror of Erist, which meant that while Snape's help was welcomed it wasn't necessary. Harry then signed and said, I understand, sir. I would continue on my own to better myself as much as possible, sir. If something changes this year or if next year you have some free time, I would really appreciate it if you could continue our lessons. Saying that, Harry turned defeatedly and went for the door. Severus's POV. Wait a minute, Mr. Peveril. Severus didn't know how it came to this situation. The plan was simple: make the boy have the idea of him teaching his ex-brother, make himself look a little bit uncomfortable with the idea but go along with it and make the boy feel even more in debt than he was already feeling, as he remembered from last year's acclimacy teaching, and if he can make the boy hate the brat who lived and his family for the different treatment the twins keep getting, all the better. So how did it came to the boy misunderstanding the situation? I might have an idea as to how we might be able to continue our lessons. Really? Yes. You are an excellent student in the art of potions, the best in your year. How about you would take over teaching Mr. Potter and I will have the time to continue our studies. Severus felt that with the need to prove yourself every child must have, and the way he praised the boy there is no way the boy would refuse, but not a second later he was proved wrong. I'm sorry, Professor, but as I wish to keep my grades in the height they were last year and maybe do even better, and as I'm also studying Muggle subjects, I really can't waste time teaching Marcus, not that I would have wanted to teach him. Even though Severus was surprised to hear the boy was learning Muggle subjects in addition to the magical. It didn't take him long to figure out the boy was playing him, as practical studies and everything except charms is only done in class, so he didn't have a way to get better at it outside of class, and after having every Saturday a conversation about the properties of ingredients that in the end left even him with new ideas for his potions that weren't something a fifth year could understand, not to mention a first high. He knew the boy was good enough to finish the theoretical nude in potions. And that Phileas mentioned the same to him about charms, even if it was only at the end of the year and not in the middle. So Severus was pretty sure the boy didn't have much need for studying for the year in any class, not even Muggle. But as he didn't know what the boy's reason for refusing and losing the chance to continue working on his acclimacy, he could only watch the boy leaves the room while trying to understand the boy who was slowly growing into a big mystery. And, while Snape's acclimacy art is special as it lets him create new memories and feelings while hiding the memories he doesn't want people to see and make sure no one even knows he has real skill in the art. The acclimacy Harry learned from the book can help him make people see specific memories he has, and he managed to mix a little bit of Snape's skill after Snape explained to him about it, so while he can't create new memories he can shift a little bit the emotions people see when they look into the memories he led them to see, but not by much, just strengthening or weakening the emotions as he didn't truly unite the skills. So when Snape saw the memory of him agreeing to teach Harry, instead of seeing gratitude, he saw the feelings of indebtedness, and when he saw the feelings of Harry's toward the Potter family, instead of hate he saw indifference. Harry's POV. If Harry knew what Snape was thinking he would have been somewhat surprised before starting to laugh, as he was being truthful with the professor, and while he didn't know the professors were observing and talking about him, Snape's thoughts about him not needing time to study was as far away from reality as possible, as with him learning transfigurations wandlessly and of third years, his master degree studies, his blacksmithing every Saturday and Sunday, and the fact he now has a friend, which, as much as he loved having, will take time away from his studies. Not to mention the fact Greengrass for sure would approach him with the subject of her research group again. With all of those, plus the time spent on magical control and acclimacy, he really didn't have time to teach Marcus even if he wanted, which he didn't. As he arrived again in front the door to the grand hall, he was once again interrupted from entering with someone asking him from behind to talk privately, but as he was hungry and wanted to talk with Luna about her first class, he told Greengrass, "Not now," and walked inside. Luna's POV. Luna's first class was Transfigurations, and it was disappointing yet exciting. Flashback. After having such an interesting conversation with her new friend, Harry, she still couldn't believe she has a friend, about his theories and the differences between charms and transfigurations and about their mutual idea based of it about the differences in magical abilities and wand waving and ancestors calling. the way to practice magic in Africa, which one of her father's interviewees told her about. She was expecting to be wowed by the professor. Something she really shouldn't have, but if she was a professor she would have used the chance of teaching young excitable and still eager minds to make them truly have a passion about the subject. Something Harry made her have something that while seeing a cat turning to a person, while exciting, just didn't have the passion in as much as Harry and hers conversation. It felt like while she loved the subject, it just became a routine for her. Hell, even her magic looked like it was bored. After that and the warnings, the professor showed them how to make the transfigurations of a match to a pin and then just gave them the assignment and they started to work. At the first 5 minutes she managed to turn her match to a pin as she followed the exact way the painting in the book showed her how to do it, and as she saw the way the professor's magic moved when she did the magic, earning the Slytherin house 10 points, not that she cared about the points after Professor Snape's explanation about the idiocy of the method. After that she started doing it again and again, every time changed the output of her magic and seeing how it changed the results, and while there wasn't much differences as long as she didn't explode the match with her magic or didn't put enough, she could see by the way the magic behaved that her friend's theory was correct. So while the lesson was a bust, her time in it not so much. End flashback. Just as Luna finished eating lunch while wondering where is Harry, she saw him come into the hall and come sit next to her. Even if all the lessons are boring, at least I have a friend. Chapter 54. Daphne's POV. It's been 2 days since her first time really talking to Peveril, and as much as she wanted it, she couldn't think about a single way to convince him to join her group. His grades are better than theirs. When she proposed she would pay to him, he not only refused but she didn't see any greed for money in his eyes, and he has a friend of his own in the form of the blonde first year. Yet, she felt as if there was something she can give him that he wants, and as she couldn't figure it out, it drove her crazy, which was why after consulting her best friend, she went to the head of her house to ask for help. Severus's POV. Severus was having a headache about a son of James Potter, and for once it wasn't Marcus. Harry Peveril was a mystery that grew as he kept looking into him. He was the biological son of two, as much as he hate to admit it, above-average magic users who have no blood relation and should have created children with above-average magical power, yet, while his twin has pretty good scores on the practical side of the tests, he has a barely above an A in his, they are EE, but it was more like he compensated his less-than-average power with his knowledge. More than that, after asking the wand teachers about him, except Lockhart, cause not only he only had one class with him, he is also Lockhart, Minerva and Phileas agreed that if his practical side of the tests matched his theoretical he should have been at least a third year, but his practical score was worse than Crabbe and Goyle. So he got the boy for a conversation once more to make a deal with him to help him with practicals in exchange for teaching the brat, yet he refused yet again, saying he would rather have no help than help Marcus. Which made even less sense to Severus, as last time he went inside the boy's mind the only thing the boy felt toward the brat who lived was indifference, so what changed? As he continued to mellow in his thoughts, thinking about a way to convince the boy that the smart thing to do is to agree to teach his ex-brother, the voice of one of his second years reached his ears. "Hey Professor, I know it isn't your office hours, but I am having a problem on my mind for the last couple of days that I can't seem to solve. Can you please help me?" As much as Severus wanted to tell her to go away and come back tomorrow in his office hours, when he looked at her face and saw her expression of need, he suddenly remembered his days in school when he was bullied and when he came for the teachers they did nothing, so instead he said, "Come in." Then Miss Greengrass told him about her try in recruiting Mr. Peveril, and while as she started he wanted to yell at her as he thought she was the reason the boy refused his offer, as she continued her story he understood the boy refused her with almost the same reasons he refused him, just without the politeness and the distaste for his ex-twin. And as she told him the fact the boy had an idea about how the blood curse works with only hearing about it once, when even he, Dumbledore and Nicholas Flamel had not a single idea about it when the girl's father approached them, he understood 3 things. 1. The boy wanted something from her, something that wasn't money as it was already offered and refused. 2. The boy wasn't kidding when he said he had much better things to do with his time, as if even working about the blood curse wasn't enough to make him join the group of Miss Greengrass, nothing would convince him to teach Marcus Potter. 3. The boy gave both of them a hint for what he desired. You probably know about the proverb, when you have your back against the wall with no way to escape, the only way to survive is fight, but what you don't know is that in the Slytherin house there is a continuation to this proverb. But if someone holds your family hostage you can only give up. Right now he holds the only known idea for your sister's cure hostage and won't let go for money. And as he told you, he doesn't have time cause he studies, as he isn't a Ravenclaw. He probably gave you a hint about his wants in him telling you this, so I think you should offer him what he seems to desire, knowledge. As he watched the girl thank him and leave the room he thought, I might be unsuccessful in making a deal with Mr. Peveril to teach the brat, but Slytherin always has a plan B, and mine involves making the brat quit with the help of my godson. Daphne's POV. As she left the professor's room, Daphne's thoughts were still on the boy who had a chance to save her sister, and she started to analyze him not as how a predator analyzes a prey as she did till now, as a lonely boy whose family abandoned him because he wasn't in Gryffindor. But as how a businesswoman analyzes her opponents and partners, how her father taught her. The boy had what she wanted and he knew it. To get it she could only give him what he wanted, and according to Professor Snape it was knowledge. Now, if he was clueless about the wizarding world as he and his ex-brother seemed to be last year, she would have used it, but while Potter still seemed clueless, Peveril had a year to change it and she believed he did. Knowledge he can get in school was also out as he is smart enough to learn it from the professors, so she needed a knowledge he can't even find books about, and after a minute of thinking she had the perfect thing, occlumency. Chapter 55. Harry's POV. Harry was having a great start of a year. He showed Luna the day before the ROR and made sure the twins knew not to target her, after which she and the twins hit it off with a conversation about their unique perspective of ingredients in potions. The twins' perspectives of the ingredients were more about the properties of the animal, like how a boomslang is a snake that changes colors, so when they were trying to create a candy that shape-shifted you into a canary they were using it. While Luna's perspective on the ingredients was more about the magic and emotions each animal possessed before taking the ingredients, like how a mandrake is used in waking potions because of its screaming power and scared disposition, even though its properties are more useful toward truth potions and self-discoveries like animagus. In the end of their conversation, Luna was happy she made 2 more friends, the twins were happy they had new ideas about their candy making and about the parts they didn't understood about the animagus potion they were starting to work on, and Harry was happy he learned so much from the conversation as while already learned much about potion ingredients. He has only read about the twins' perspective in all the books he found in the library and ROR, but felt Luna's attitude had some insight toward potions he didn't consider till now. As he got closer toward the Slytherin common room with Luna after his daily magical control practice, to which Luna joined, Greengrass once again was waiting outside of it. "Can we talk again?" After getting into the common room, he told Luna good night as it was almost the first year's bedtime, and took Greengrass to his room to talk. "So," he started after a few moments of awkward silence, "what can I do for you?" "You know exactly what you can do," she almost yelled before calming down and having once more a cold glint Harry was 99% sure was her occlumency shields. "Sorry, I didn't come to yell or beg, I came here to do what 2 civilized Slytherins should do when they either have something or want something, negotiate." "So, you know what I want, what do you want?" Harry knew this is a delicate situation, he needed to make her reach the conclusion about occlumency without telling her outright to get maximum benefits with minimum effort. "Well, as you know, I was casted out of the Potter family, and as you probably noticed, I am kind of addicted to learning. So what I want for my knowledge is knowledge I wouldn't find in Hogwarts." Harry could have swore he saw a glint of a "I was right" look before it vanished underneath her cold gaze. "I might have something you would be interested in." "Oh, really? What?" "How about an almost lost art of mind protection?" "Tell me more." After that Daphne explained about occlumency, legilimency, and the history about the way it was stopped being taught in Hogwarts while not letting a single emotion out of her body, while Harry only let out what he felt was the appropriate reactions. "So?" After finishing telling him all of this Daphne asked. "Do we have a deal? You will join my group and I will teach you occlumency." "No," was his answer, because even though he felt like her art was exactly what he needed, too perfect as occlumency, he truly had no time to waste in sitting with children and helping them study, which was part of the group's objectives. He raised his hand before she could start talking, signaling he has more to say. "But we can do something else, we can trade the knowledge, you would give me 1 lesson about the art, while I, in exchange would give you the idea I have to solve the blood curse, and a basic explanation about the way to go and do it, what do you say?" Daphne's POV. This exchange had pros and cons. Daphne thought after hearing about the exchange Peveril proposed. While on one hand, I wouldn't have to really teach him until proficiency my family's occlumency art, but only give him the way to go if he had a real teacher and still get the one thing I really need from him, which is the way to go in researching the blood curse and the cure to it. On the other hand, he might not only be misleading me but also have more than one idea about the way it works and not tell me, which would mean I would have to go more than once to him, thus make me dependent on him, not to mention he might be completely wrong and make me waste way too much time, but I don't really have a choice, do I? I agree, but with conditions. 1. You have to tell me about related books about the subject so I won't have to search the entire Hogwarts library as I searched for the last 2 days and couldn't find one mention about DNA. 2. We use an unbreakable oath to make sure both of us tell the truth and not let any basic knowledge about the things we agreed to teach the other slip by. 3. If you have more than one idea about the blood curse, you have to tell me about it. Do you agree to the terms? I agree, do you want to bring one of your friends who know how to do it now so we can get the oath out of the way and do the teaching tomorrow, or do you want to do it all tomorrow? Now. She said, not wanting him have time to decide the deal isn't fair and back out. After a few minutes of convincing Theo to be their binder, she returned with him in tow to find Peveril sit on his bed, mumbling something about the difference in transfigurated objects and real objects. Are you ready, Peveril? After this last few days, you can call me Harry. Daphne. Are you ready, Harry? Sure, let's do it. Do you, Harry, promise to do as we agreed upon? As long as you, Daphne, agree to do as we agreed. I do. I do. A thin stream of fire will be emitted from the Theo's wand, weaving around the hands of the both of them before disappearing. So, tomorrow at 1700 hours. Agreed, nice doing business with you and good night. Good night, Harry. As Theo and Daphne left, she felt bigger hope than she knew possible. Chapter 56. Luna's POV. Luna was truly happy she got such a friend like Harry. He was just like her with his passion about magic. In fact, he told her the day before that he thinks that while Hogwarts was the founders' greatest gift to the magical kind, it was also their greatest curse, as while they made sure knowledge won't be lost, and that everyone have education, they also made sure that the magical people would have almost no ambition at exploring the limits of magic, as that think after finishing school they know almost everything there is to know about a subject, and if they go become a master in a subject, the best they do is create new things which are based on old things, without innovation. He then proceeded to tell her about all the amazing things Muggles accomplished in the last 300 years, which brought her to do what she is doing right now. Finish her homework quickly before Harry returns from wherever he has gone to, as he brings her Muggle books about animals, math and science. Draco's POV. As he walked into the classroom with his new student, Draco still was thinking if his godfather is trying to punish him or reward him by giving him the job of teaching Potter. On one hand, he has to spend 2 hours every weekend with Potter in the potions classroom instead of training to beat him as the new seeker of the Slytherin team. Yet, as his godfather has promised to give him one private lesson a month as long as Potter's grades in potions get better, he agreed. What are you doing here? As Potter's yell brought him out of his musing, a small smile was forming on his lips as he remembered his godfather told him he can take 30 points a lesson from the Gryffindor as long as there is good reason. 5 points for yelling on your new teacher. Yes, definitely a reward. Harry's POV. Harry finished his blacksmithing lesson really happy. His teacher said his swords are almost good enough to start working on sabers, and according to what he told him, after he finished sabers, he would start working on defense gear, which is one step closer to his goal of learning the goblin's magical part of blacksmithing. But right now he has another lesson he needs to be in, a lesson where he is the teacher and the student. As he walked into the classroom he and Daphne agreed on meeting, he saw her sitting next to a table with lots of paper and a hovering automatic writing quill. So, how do you want to start this? I would first teach you. As I told you, the art of occlumency used to be something everyone was taught in school, which made it an identical thing in everyone's mind. But with the school teaching being cancelled and the purebloods unwilling to have their children's mind unprotected, they started using variations of the art which are easier to teach one-on-one and improve them until they become unique for every family. My great-grandfather was the one who perfected my family's technique, which is called fire in a winter storm. When Harry heard this, he couldn't help but blurt, Chinibyo. You heard about this terrible disease? After which her explanation about the occlumency technique stopped while he explained what Chinibyo meant, and only after 5 minutes they returned to the main subject. My family's technique is focused about the basics. According to my father, most occlumency techniques he saw while trying to read people's minds which aren't only beginners aren't focusing on defense but more about tricking the opponent by making them think they managed to get past the shields, while the real shields are the memories you don't mind them seeing. My technique works by making the defense impenetrable as make a 3 ways defense. The first defense is the same as everyone else, clearing your mind. You need a clear mind to feel the penetration into your mind and to build your defenses. My family went even farther in that by creating a mind fire as a way to easily clear your mind. The second defense is after you create the basic shields with your magic, you change the properties of the magic to earth and ice, thus creating an enormous ice wall which you make bigger and thicker in time and magic. The last defense is using the fire from the first defense to break the ice from the second while converting your magic into wine to create metaphysical storm that would prevent people from being able to find any memories as they are unable to see. This defense is an active defense that constantly costs magic and destroy your second defense, so only when you know someone is attacking your mind your second defense can't win against you should use it. A side effect of activating the last defense is making hurting both you and your opponent, so use it as only last defense. After that he asked her a couple of questions to clear some doubts and then started his part of the deal. Let's start by establishing facts. 1. The curse is something that has been passed to your sister by one of your parents, correct? Yes, but I already told you that. I am trying to explain to you my idea, be quiet. So if it is a curse that is being passed to you and your descendants, calling it a blood curse is incorrect, as it make you believing it is like the blood boiling curse, a curse that infects the blood, while actually it is a bloodline curse, a curse that infects your DNA. Now, a DNA or deoxyribonucleic acid is a molecule composed of two polynucleotide chains that coil around each other to form a double helix carrying genetic instructions for the development, functioning, growth and reproduction of all known organisms and many viruses. DNA and ribonucleic acid are nucleic acids. Yeah, I have no idea what you just said. Basically, everything in this world is built from atoms, things so small they are impossible to be seen without really advanced Muggle technology. Or magic, right? I haven't yet found magic that can let you see atoms, but I guess it's possible. So how do you know of it? I grew up in the Muggle world. What? You and Marcus Potter grew in the Muggle world? No, just me. The Potters left me in the Muggle world after Marcus became known as the boy who lived. Can we continue? Sure, let's move past the fact the Potters abandoned their 1-year-old heir, she said cynically, but can you explain in a way a magical person would understand? Sigh, think about every person in this world as a spell, and if you are an ice-creating spell then your parents are a water-creating spell and a freezing spell. The DNA is basically the arithmancy you do when you try creating the spell. Understand? So why is there any difference between my sister and me? After all, we are from the same parents. That's where it becomes more complicated. First of all, both of your parents' DNA, let's call it spell sequence, isn't really an easy spell like water creating. It is more like an animagus creating potion or the Fidelius charm, plus you only get half of their spell sequences from each, making it so you are a combination of both, while even this half is mixed, so in the end you become a unique creation. So if this curse is in my mother's spell sequence, there is only 50% chance I would get it, and while I got lucky my sister didn't. Pretty much. So as we know where her curse is from, if we can find exactly what part of it is spell sequence, can we change it? She asked with eyes full of hope. Well, I wouldn't know how to, as this isn't really a spell sequence where removing parts of the spell just prevent it from activating or activating weird. It is your sister body, and if her DNA is destroyed, so is she. And if you play with parts you don't understand, her body can change in unpredictable ways. Eye color, muscle growing outside her body instead skin, and gender changes are the lightest of the side effects of messing with someone's spell sequence, plus the fact you would have to change all of her spell sequences, which she has billions of, and keep growing without destroying her body. But if you manage to do all of that and avoid other problems I haven't thought about, you might manage dispelling the curse. He was so into analyzing the problem, he hasn't noticed that she started crying in the middle of his explanation. So when he looked up he felt so bad he couldn't help but give advice. I know it sounds impossible, but you shouldn't look at the entire road ahead, you should just keep looking on the next step. The first thing you need to do is find a way to see the spell sequence and translate it to an understandable language so you can find where exactly is the curse in it. Just work in steps. Please help me, she said after calming down. I can't do all on this on my own, and my group would never agree to work on something that is based on Muggle knowledge. Hell, if I wasn't willing to do everything to save my sister, I would have stopped listening after you told me it was a Muggle thing. I could barely understand your explanation when you dumbed it down to me. How am I supposed to learn enough to even start experimentations before my sister dies? I would give you anything, just please help me. Harry knew it was wrong to use a desperate woman, but this was a chance he couldn't pass. I am sorry, but I really don't have the time. If there was a way to make more time in a day I would agree. So if I find a way to give you more time, would you help me? Yes. Give me 2 months. Chapter 57. Harry's POV. The next month and a half was full of classes, which except of potions were just an unneeded repeat, but while classes became his greatest chore, and he started looking for a way to use that time usefully, his other projects progressed smoothly. 1. He almost finished all of his biology books. 2. His magical control progressed to a point he can now do Sweet Home Alabama on the Tesla, which while is the easiest song to learn to play, did make his control over magic jump to the level of a third year's if they were using a wand while he was wandless. 3. Trying to understand why his inanimate to anime transfigurations don't work wasn't easy. After almost a month into the dissecting and trying to understand the difference between wand animation and wandless animation, he finally went to the Professor McGonagall. Flashback. October 7th. Wednesday. After transfigurations, last class of the day. Hey professor, when is your office hours? It is just that I can't recall you telling us about them, and I have some questions I need help with when you have the time. When talking to the professor who was the most fair in school according to the Gryffindors and the number 3 most biased according to anyone else, first place, Snape, second place, Dumbledore, and after the end of last year there was a debate according to the twins about switching them, it was important to be polite and maybe a little meek. As I have responsibilities both as a head of house and as deputy headmistress, I don't have office hours, instead you can ask me now. Thank you. Well, I remember that in our first class last year you changed the table into a pig and then made it a table again. So, I was wondering, are the creatures we transfigurations truly alive? If so, don't you kill them when you change them to their original form? Mr. Peveril, I had this question in every third year's class since I first started teaching transfigurations. In fact, I asked this question myself when I was a third year. The answer is that we do not create life, we create a golem that imitates life. You can see it yourself if you take arithmancy. One of your choices in your third year after your fifth year when you are taught the breaking of spells and creating spells, when one of your assignments is creating an inanimate to animate transfiguration spell, and the way you create the spell in a way you give it patterns about how to behave with your wand movements and words. End flashback. This was exactly what Harry was missing in his wandless transfigurations. While he had enough control to transfigure those stuff, and his biology and chemistry studies helped in knowing how it should become, his intent wasn't right as he only thought about the body without putting habits like making sure it breathes, making his nerves to release electricity and all the other stuff. After that he finally made progress, and his transfiguration started catching up to his magical control. 4. As he finished all the 7 years of charm studies last year, he started studying master-level charms, yet was stuck on the first he wanted to study, which was the Fidelius charm. Apparently, it doesn't only super hard to make the intent to make every living creatures forget a place, and even if they remember the place, by being told about it by the secret keeper, if they aren't the secret keeper, they are unable to tell anyone in any way, all of this if it succeeds. More than that, this charm deals with souls as the secret is being kept in someone's soul, so if you don't have a connection to the other person's soul, by being a person you truly trust with all your heart, it is impossible to make the magic truly work. Instead it would work for a time before stopping, something not the caster or the secret keeper would know. This last part explained how Sirius was thought to be the traitor. He wasn't a person the caster trusted with all his heart, so after a time the spell was cancelled and Peter Pettigrew managed to tell Voldemort, then after the night happened they all thought it was Sirius was the traitor. The only problem with the theory is why did Pettigrew keep hiding? Anyway, Harry wanted to figure out how the charm interacts with souls. 5. His blacksmithing finally moved toward sabers, something that he managed to quickly understand how to create, as the difference between swords and sabers aren't much, but learning creating a curved blade instead of a straight one is helping him refine his control over his body and eye-hand coordination, with having to hit exactly in the right place with all his strength. 6. He started working in bed on his last declemency technique. 7. After more than a year after arriving to Hogwarts he finally got his answer about his faster magical strength gaining. It wasn't him starting his teens or him being in Hogwarts, it was both. While his growing body made sure he is physically in his prime years to get magical energy, Hogwarts was a place with so much magic his depleted energy returned quicker than outside of Hogwarts, and after 3 days of experimentations and 1 day of total exhaustion he figured out the best way to enlarge his magical energy pool is by exhausting his magical reserves 3 times a day while in Hogwarts. All of those things made sure he had different schedule than before. Regular weekday, except in an astronomy class day. 6:00, waking up. 6:15, workout. 7:15, shower. 7:45, breakfast with Luna. 8:30-10:30, lesson, using almost no magic at all. 10 to 30-11 to 15, break, going to ROR and training in charms and transfigurations, practicals, until he empties his magical reserves. 11:15 to 13:15, lesson dash, using almost no magic at all. 13:15 to 14:15, lunch with Luna. 14:15-16:15, lesson, using almost no magic at all. 16:15 to 17:15, training his magical control until emptying his magical reserves while Luna studying Muggle subjects, magical animals and talking with him. 17 to 15-18 to 15, Luna training her magical control until emptying her magical reserves while he is studying charms and transfigurations, theory, talking with her. 18:15-18:45, dinner with Luna. 18:45 to 19:45, training in the acclimancy Snape taught him with the Mirror of Erist by creating fake wishes and dreams while Luna does homework in another place. He didn't know how to explain him having a priceless artifact to her. 19:45-20:45, sit with Luna in the common room and read about biology. 20:45-21:00, lay in bed and use all his magic on the greengrass occlumency technique, which after learning he had to say was genius in its simplicity, using the idea of basic magics and the energy of your emotions to create an impenetrable place in which if someone passes he destroy himself and the memories he searched for, while also going with the basics all the way. Chapter 58. Harry's POV. The next 2 weeks passed by quickly. He kept his routine and his progress continued in almost everything. His transfigurations was almost caught up to his magical control. His blacksmithing is almost at the level of working on shields and armors. His occlumency with Snape's technique is almost at a level where the desire that is shown in the mirror look real as before it always seemed to be either disordered and in a mess like couple of dreams smashed together or a blurry image of what he was trying to wish for. His occlumency with the fire in a winter storm technique also got better as his ice walls got thicker and taller, with his every night putting all his magic to create the wall, making sure if anyone wants to break the wall he would have to use a lot of magic. He even had only one last book before finishing his biology studies. The only thing that didn't progress was his work on the Fidelius charm, as he couldn't find any book explaining how magic interacts with souls or anyone he trusted completely so he can use the charm and see how it works. Which was a thing he didn't know which teacher to ask without raising warning signs, as the only student he knew of who asked about souls was Tom Riddle. After almost 2 months of craziness, Harry was really waiting for the time turner he imploded about to Daphne. October 29, 1992. Daphne's POV. As she swallowed down her last bite of breakfast, she saw an owl flying toward her with a package, and as she saw it was from her father, she felt that as she hadn't have training since the age of 5 at how a pure-blood heiress should behave, she would have squealed from excitement. For the last almost 2 months Daphne was in a state of waiting. After reading what Harry told her a few more times, she wrote to her father a version of the things they talked about, just without his name, as after his family disinheriting him, no pure blood would agree to work with him, the fact she taught him their family's occlumency technique, and that the knowledge he told her about is muggle. She did tell him about Harry's problem in not having enough time to research, and her dad told her he would find a solution, and as she trusted her father not to let her down, she wasn't worried at all, but she was really impatient to start already. She quickly opened the letter attached to the box with her name on it. Dear daughter. After sending the last letter about your sister's disease and the idea of solution the mysterious student gave you, I used the time to do 2 things, get you the magical object you need to convince the student to help you, and research this DNA as I have never heard about it. After 2 months, I completely failed in the second objective. In fact, if you haven't told me he took an unbreakable oath, I would have dismissed him as a liar. Instead I would give you until the end of the year to give me some proof it is real, or you won't get any other help in this subject until you finish the L.S. As for the first objective, while I wasn't able to get the magical object I wanted to get, a magical object which would give more time, I was able to acquire an artifact called the fast-reading glasses, which should make him read twice as fast. It is the best I could accomplish in such short notice. Get your helper to agree to it and tell him if he can provide proof I would get the other magical object. Yours truly. Father. As she read the latter, Daphne couldn't help but panic. What would happen if she couldn't get Harry to agree? What if they couldn't find proof and she would have to wait to 6th year to start searching for a new way to save her sister? No. She thought, this would work, it has to. As she thought that, she saw Harry walk with his friend to breakfast. Hey Harry, can I talk to you alone? Luna's POV. As Luna watched Harry telling her to save him a sit and leave with Daphne Greengrass, she once again looked at her friend's aura in wonder. While most people's aura didn't change by much from day to day, with the students becoming from weak to average and more compact as they grow, Harry's aura was changing every day. His power was growing every day, making the only people in school more powerful are the headmaster, the charm professor and potion professor. And he was on the way to catch for the last 2. As for the compactness, he was almost in Professor McGonagall's level, which meant that control-wise he is able to become animagus in 2nd year. And while all of that was amazing, the most amazing things were the changes his colors experienced. Most people either has no color in their aura or only had one, but he had several. When she first saw him, he had red and yellow aura with green intertwine, yet as of 2 months ago he got a hint of blue in it. She really wished to know what those colors meant, especially as the hint of blue he got was the same Daphne Greengrass got. And what is disgusting feeling she got when she saw them walking together. Harry's POV. As they went into the empty classroom, his excitement was through the roof. He was sure the box she held had inside a time turner. Harry, listen, he didn't like how it started. I haven't managed to get a magical artifact to give you more time in a day, but I did manage to get you an object to use time more effectively. She opened the box and inside was glasses. It is called a fast-reading glasses and it let you read twice as quick. I know it isn't what you asked for, but I can promise you that if until the end of the year we can show some progress, I would get you the other object. As much as Harry was disappointed, he really couldn't bring himself to say no, as he really wanted those glasses. If I don't get the other object after I show results, I'm out. He could see relief wash over her face. So you would help me? Yes. October 30th, 1992. 1930. Teacher's Lounge. Severus's POV. There were only the 4 head of houses in the teacher's lounge, talking among themselves. Since the start of Hogwarts, having all the heads together without the headmaster could have meant only 2 things. 1, they were planning on replacing him, just like with Eupraxia Mole, who decided that potions and herbiology are useless, which led to the 3rd Hogwarts professor's rebellion, or the 2nd one against Dexter Fortescue, and we just don't mention the 1st. But if there was one thing they all had before they started, was the head of the houses gathering. 2, it was the time of the year to choose the student who would get the chance at using the time turner to go to 4 classes or more next year. As much as it sounds stupid, every year, when at what time for the yearly gathering, Severus hopes this year the gathering would be about kicking the headmaster out of school. Minerva, please tell me you thought about it and decided to finally listen to me that it is the dumbest thing to give anyone a time turner, to anyone, especially for children. Severus, do we must do it every year? Of course not, you can listen to me this time. This is tradition. As every year since Severus joined the conversation became part of the tradition. From a time they didn't understood the dangers of time travels. You can kill your past self or even just prevent her from making the time jump, thus trapping us in an unending loop of time just before a student wanted to take more than 3 classes, which is the dumbest thing, as divination is with a scammer and the muggle teacher has never had an actual conversation with a muggle. And even if the universe doesn't break, by going so much back in time, the student in the 5th year has lived for 18 years. Something we explain to children. Okay, are we done? If I once again haven't managed to convince you, then sure, let's start debating which of the students we would take years of their lives. Just like every year, as the new classes next year are truly theoretical, we choose from the top 10 of last year's theoretical grades. We can take Mr. Longbottom, Phileas said, as while his scores were in the top 10, not only was he the last one, he also had help from Ms. Granger. If so, we should also take out the Slytherin study group, as the reason for their scores is that they study to everything together, Pomona said. Agreed, the other 2 said together. That leaves Ms. Granger, Mr. Peveril, Ms. Padma Patil and Ms. Lee. We should ask if they want it before coming to decision. No, Severus said, not surprising anyone as he did it every year. I can help you choose students from your house, but I won't let you give this device to any student from mine, so Mr. Peveril won't be told about it. As they finished the meeting, Severus had a smile on his face as he prevented another Slytherin from making such a mistake. October 31, 1992. 1930. Marcus's POV. Marcus had terrible start of the school year. He had 2 new stokers following him, Ginny and Colin, and it made Lockhart give him detentions to help him with his fame, and while it was appreciated at the first month, as everyone realized he was an idiot, his pride at being his apprentice became shame. In addition to that, his new private tutor was Malfoy, and every lesson he lost 30 points for being a dunderhead, something that made him lose over 200 points. If all of that wasn't enough, instead of being in the Halloween feast, celebrating his victory over Voldemort, he was at the dungeons in a Death Day party. Just as he and his friends were in the way toward the Grand Hall, Hermione had to go to the toilet, so they went to the closest one in the 2nd floor, as Myrtle was at the death party. Just as they arrived, they saw Mrs. Norris looking dead. For a few seconds, they didn't move. Then Ron said, "Let's get out of here." "Shouldn't we try and help?" Neville began awkwardly. "Trust me," said Ron. "We don't want to be found here." But it was too late. A rumble, as though of distant thunder, told them that the feast had just ended. From either end of the corridor where they stood came the sound of hundreds of feet climbing the stairs, and the loud, happy talk of well-fed people. Next moment, students were crashing into the passage from both ends. The chatter, the bustle, the noise died suddenly as the people in front spotted the hanging cat. Marcus, Ron, Neville, and Hermione stood alone, in the middle of the corridor, as silence fell among the mass of students pressing forward to see the grisly sight. Then someone shouted through the quiet. "Enemies of the air, beware. You'll be next, mudbloods." It was Draco Malfoy. He had pushed to the front of the crowd, his cold eyes alive, his usually bloodless face flushed, as he grinned at the sight of the hanging, immobile cat. Chapter 59. Harry's POV. While the entire school was focused on the search for informations about the Chamber of Secrets for the next 2 weeks, there were 3 students who didn't care. Harry, who knew everything they would learn in this research from his past life. Luna, who when asked Harry about it he told her everything he knew about the chamber with the exception of its entry point, as he didn't know how to explain him knowing it without making her a little bit suspicious about him for his knowledge. And Daphne, who took on herself to learn biology as fast as she could in addition to potions so she could understand what Harry was talking about in their joint sessions. As for working together, Harry didn't see the point in it. Right now they needed more knowledge on the subjects of potions, spell crafting and microbiology with maybe alchemistry, and as he finished his theoretical biology master degree he used Halloween to go to the university after his lesson of blacksmithing to get microbiology books as he would put and postpone the medicine studies together with his physics and math studies. At least I only had half a year's worth of studying as I already learned the regular chemistry and biology and the studies in the degree, he thought as he saw the books he had to study for his new microbiology degree. The other thing he put on a hold was his study on the Fidelius charm as he has no progress he decided to learn arithmancy as he hoped to not only that it would help him not only in creating spells as part on his deal with Daphne but also explain to him why does specific wand spells control magic in a specific way and how does magic can affect souls. Ron's POV. Ron had a new plan. Last year was great, it started by him becoming best friends with the boy who lived, and although he still wasn't known as his own person, he left the Weasleys' youngest boy stigma. As the year passed, he had adventures of his own. He helped Marcus beat a troll, and beat McGonagall's giant chess game. Him and his friends created their own group that everyone called the Golden Group, Marcus as the hero, Hermione as the smartest witch of her age, Neville as the herbiology prodigy, and him as the strategy man. He became a hero on his own, and he was sure he would be known for it, yet somehow, as this year started, he once again became known as the sidekick of the boy who lived. And he feared this year would be with no adventure, which was why, even though everyone else were afraid, he was only excited about finding the chamber, and he knew who must be the one who did it Malfoy. Now he just need to convince Hermione to help him do it, maybe drop a sudden thought to Marcus about how Malfoy must be the heir of Slytherin after he was in a tutoring with him. November 17, 1992. Marcus POV. Marcus was once again spending the night in the hospital wing, this time not because of an evil dada professor but because of an idiotic one. In fact, he started to wonder if the curse in the dada position isn't a curse against them but against him. How else do you explain someone with Lockhart's extensive knowledge do something like make his bones disappear? He laid on the bed, unable to fall asleep with the itchiness the potion caused him and thinking about all of this, and about the plan to make a polyjuice potion he and his friends made, when he heard a large crack and an house elf was standing on his chest. It took him a few seconds to recognize him as Dobby, the house elf who stole his letters during the first week of summer before he started talking with Neville and Ron in the fireplace, after which he showed up in his room trying to convince him not to come to Hogwarts, before Marcus called Binky, his personal house elf to kick him out. "What are you doing here, Dobby?" Marcus Potter came back to school, he whispered miserably. Dobby warned and warned Marcus Potter. "Ah sir, why didn't you heed Dobby? If Marcus Potter only knew." Dobby groaned, more tears dripping onto his ragged pillowcase. "If he knew what he means to us, to the lowly, the enslaved, we dregs of the magical world. Dobby remembers how it was when he who must not be named was at the height of his powers, sir. We house elves were treated like vermin, sir." "Of course, Dobby is still treated like that, sir," he admitted, drying his face on the pillowcase. "But mostly, sir, life has improved for my kind since you triumphed over he who must not be named. Marcus Potter survived, and the Dark Lord's power was broken, and it was a new dawn, sir, and Marcus Potter shone like a beacon of hope for those of us who thought the dark days would never end, sir, and now, at Hogwarts, terrible things are to happen, are perhaps happening already, and Dobby cannot let Marcus Potter stay here now that history is to repeat itself, now that the Chamber of Secrets is open once more." "So there is a Chamber of Secrets?" Marcus whispered. "And did you say it's been opened before? Tell me, Dobby." He seized the elf's bony wrist as Dobby's hand inched toward the water jug. "But I'm not Muggle-born, how can I be in danger from the chamber?" "Ah, sir, ask no more of poor Dobby," stammered the elf, his eyes huge in the dark. "Dark deeds are planned in this place, but Marcus Potter must not be here when they happen. Go home, Marcus Potter, go home. Harry Potter must not meddle in this, sir, 'tis too dangerous." "Who is it, Dobby?" Marcus said, keeping a firm hold on Dobby's wrist to stop him from hitting himself with the water jug again. "Who's opened it? Who opened it last time?" Dobby can't, sir, Dobby can't, Dobby mustn't tell, squealed the elf. Sir must go home. Dobby thought his bludger would be enough to make. Your bludger, said Marcus, anger rising once more. What you mean, your bludger? You made that bludger try and kill me? Not kill you, sir, never kill you, said Dobby, shocked. Dobby wants to save Marcus Potter's life. Better sent home, grievously injured, than remain here, sir. Dobby only wanted Marcus Potter hurt enough to be sent home. Well, I didn't ask for your help, I don't need your help, and if you are unwilling to tell me about the Chamber of Secrets, stop helping me. Just as Dobby was about to answer, footsteps were heard by the both of them. Dobby must go, breathed the elf, terrified. There was a loud crack, and Marcus's fist was suddenly clenched on thin air. He slumped back into bed, his eyes on the dark doorway to the hospital wing as the footsteps drew nearer. Next moment, Dumbledore was backing into the dormitory, wearing a long woolly dressing gown and a nightcap. He was carrying one end of what looked like a statue. Professor McGonagall appeared a second later, carrying its feet. Together, they heaved it onto a bed. Get Madame Pomfrey, whispered Dumbledore, and Professor McGonagall hurried past the end of Marcus's bed out of sight. Marcus lay quite still, pretending to be asleep. He heard urgent voices, and then Professor McGonagall swept back into view, closely followed by Madame Pomfrey, who was pulling a cardigan on over her nightdress. He heard a sharp intake of breath. What happened? Madame Pomfrey whispered to Dumbledore, bending over the statue on the bed. Another attack, said Dumbledore. Minerva found him on the stairs. There was a bunch of grapes next to him, said Professor McGonagall. We think he was trying to sneak up here to visit Potter. Marcus's stomach gave a horrible lurch. Slowly and carefully, he raised himself a few inches so he could look at the statue on the bed. A ray of moonlight lay across its staring face. It was Colin Creevey. His eyes were wide and his hands were stuck up in front of him, holding his camera. As much as Marcus should have been upset, he couldn't help but being relieved it wasn't one of his friends. Petrified, whispered Madame Pomfrey. Yes, said Professor McGonagall. But I shudder to think, if Albus hadn't been on the way downstairs for hot chocolate, who knows what might have. The three of them stared down at Colin. Then Dumbledore leaned forward and wrenched the camera out of Colin's rigid grip. You don't think he managed to get a picture of his attacker, said Professor McGonagall eagerly. Dumbledore didn't answer. He opened the back of the camera. Good gracious, said Madame Pomfrey. A jet of steam had hissed out of the camera. Marcus, 3 beds away, caught the acrid smell of burnt plastic. Melted, said Madame Pomfrey wonderingly. All melted. What does this mean, Albus? Professor McGonagall asked urgently. It means, said Dumbledore, that the Chamber of Secrets is indeed open again. Madame Pomfrey clapped a hand to her mouth. Professor McGonagall stared at Dumbledore. But, Albus, surely, who? The question is not who, said Dumbledore, his eyes on Colin. The question is, how? And from what Marcus could see of Professor McGonagall's shadowy face, she didn't understand this any better than he did. Albus Dumbledore's POV. Albus was in a real problem right now. He knew where the entrance to the chamber was, how could he not? He has 50 years to find it with the help of Myrtle dying right above it. The problem was that only a Purselmouth could enter, and he wasn't one. So how can he enter that place? Who did Tom use this time to go inside this castle? And is there a way to make it another test for Marcus? November 25, 1992. Harry's POV. It was the day after Lockhart's first dueling club, and while Harry had better things to do, like talking with Luna, study microbiology, which, with the help of his new reading glasses he finished half of, reading arithmancy, he was in 5th year's books right now as it was similar to a 7th year in Muggle school with only bits of differences so he was only reading it as a reference and did not need practice, or practice magic. In fact everything would be better but as he needed to know if Marcus Potter could talk to snakes so he listened to the rumors of Hogwarts for the first time, and heard about the incident of Marcus talking to the snake and being horrified by it, after which his parents came to take him home. As he finished breakfast and was about to go to the RR for a few hours of studying before going to his blacksmithing lesson, he couldn't help thinking about the ramifications of both of them being able to talk to snakes and what did it mean about the Horcrux in his head. Chapter 60. Harry's POV. Time waits to no one, and Harry was so busy he didn't have enough of it. It took him till the start of the winter holidays, but with the help of the fast-reading glasses, he finally knew what he was missing for completing all his basic requirements for beginning to create spells, runes and advanced computer programming. He finished studying the microbiology books, and all of the arithmancy books while keeping his daily schedule, and after reading the arithmancy books he finally understood the idea behind wand waving. You see, arithmancy in its basics isn't about calculating the future like what students are being taught in third year, nor is it spell creation where you calculate the way you need to move your wand to get the desired control for your intent, which you use words for. It is much deeper than that. Arithmancy is in fact the way to calculate the way you do rituals. Just like if you want a software to run correctly you need to not only write it correctly but to create it you need lots of mathematics calculations. In rituals you need to write runes as the code but the arithmancy is needed to calculate how to write it. As for spell creation, it is simply putting basic parameters into known arithmancy equations and then locate the right words, as the only thing it is used for is the control of magical power and the number of words to use in the spell as to make sure the intent is compacted just enough, as the wand does the rest. While in rituals you need to calculate the space, time and a bunch of other things in addition to the magical control and words. All of the above made Harry super confused. How could he use magic without the necessary calculations? It took him a week of confusion and searching for answers in books with no help success till he went where he always went when he was stuck on a problem, Professor Flitwick. Flashback. December 20th, 1992. Hey Professor, may I come in? Mr. Peveril, I'm so happy you came. After last year I have been expecting to continue our meetings but you haven't came till now. May I ask why? Well Professor, after last year when my practicals left much to be desired, I decided to focus a little bit more on ways to improve on that, so I didn't have much time to read as I wished to, plus I started to learn a little bit about next year's electives so I can decide which class I want to go to. It is great idea. In fact I always advise to do exactly that to my house, even if I tell them that only after the middle of the school year. So what help do you need? You see, I learned about the arithmancy's job in spell creation and couldn't help but remembering our conversations last year about accidental magic, wandless magic, point magic, and wordless magic. If you need all of those things to cast a spell, how is it possible that in the past wizards did wandless magic? How is it possible that even people who didn't learn arithmancy to do wordless magic and even instantaneously? How can we do point magic? And how can children do magic with no learning at all? Wow, you came out with the big questions. Professor Flitwick chuckled. Let's take it from the easiest thing to explain to the impossible. There are many ways to classify magic. There is our school's way of charms, transfigurations, potions, dark charms and more. There is our country's way of dark and light. There is the way the religious people in the Vatican and the churches will classify it, as miracle versus witchcraft, and much more ways. But in our conversation we will divide magic to two parts, ritualistic magic and artistic magic. Ritualistic magic is almost the only way we use magic these days. It is a way of doing magic by following instructions, put the ingredients in the cauldron in a specific way to create the desired potion and move the wand and say the words in the exact way you were taught to create the exact spells you need. It is simple, sure way to do magic. As for the second way, it is as its name, more of an artistic way of doing magic. It is more like painting or playing music. This is the way of alchemy and enchantment, and it is also the way of accidental magic. It is an unclear way filled with experimentations and there isn't one way to get the desired effect. Every person would have to go in a way of its own. And while you can learn some of it in books or mentors, in the end, to get to your maximum potential you have to create your own path. It is a way that has less control for more effect. Those two ways, while sounding contradicting, do in fact cross paths. Wordless magic and point magic are two of them. Wordless magic use the calculations you do for the control of your magical power while throwing away all the intent parts in them and in the words by using the caster's intent as a way to skip that part, while point magic take the intent part of the calculations and leave the magical control to either the caster's own ability or, as we discussed before, to the caster's connections to the spell. All of the spells you are learning in school are ritualistic, while only in 6th year you would start learn to use a little bit of arts in the spells in ways of silent casting and sometimes basic alchemy. As for wandless magic, there isn't any way to know which one of the ways is it based on as we have no one who can do it but most believe it is the artistic way to the extreme. End flashback. It was 3 days later that he found the answer to the question. While the intent part of the magic is extremely artistic and for charms it looks like it is entirely artistic, the wandless transfigurations need even better control than ritualistic magic, so it can't be defined in any of the ways the professor told him about, which meant it is a third way, but he didn't believe that his way of wandless magic is the same as the old one. It is a new way. A way that he discovered with the studies of all of those who came before him, Muggle and wizards. A way that combined the intent of the art with the systematic way of ritualistic learning. A way that made bigger demands from its walkers than any other way. A way that you can walk but can never end, as there is always things you don't know. And as a way to honor all the things he had to learn to use it, Harry called it, the scientific way. Chapter 61. Harry's POV. It was Christmas, and the entire castle was filled with joy, except of Harry, who was hoping to have a Christmas with his friend who went home for the break. So after opening the gift he got from Luna, a transfigured tiara that looked like Ravenclaw's tiara in the books, they agreed to only gift each other gifts they used magic to create. He had no one to spend the holidays with, and no spatial plan for the time, but, instead of being depressed, Harry did what he did best, what he did when the thoughts about the future overwhelmed him. When the memory of his parents' corpse flashed in his mind, when his ex-friends left him, throw himself into his studies. Yes, it might not be the most healthy way to deal with things by avoiding thinking about them, but it is one of the better ways to deal. So instead of laying in his own misery like Canon Harry would have, Harry used the holiday to buy Learn C language books he bought before and start programming. He also used the time of winter break to work on the 4 gifts he gave this year. It was his first masterpiece - explanation for idiotic wizards, witches, biology, chemistry and other basic muggle subjects that even dumb magical people should know. Part 1. By Harry Peveril. A book that meant basic misinformation all magical people seem to have, a book he only wrote once and used the Gemini curse to make it have copies for a few days, as although he wanted everyone to read it, he was also afraid of what would happen if it falls into the wrong hands. In addition, he finally managed to do 4th year's transfigurations, which was harder yet easier than 3rd year. The control is harder, as animated to animated transfigurations is more of a partial transformation than a total one, where the parts of the body change shape but not itself, and while it sounds easier, for it to be considered successful it need to be in one spell. Yet, it is easier as you don't need to put as many orders, as it already has basic instincts. If he had say the order of difficulty is plant to plant, small creature to small creature, big creature to big creature, small creature to big creature, big creature to small creature, and plant to animal and animal to plant. The last one is difficult as it is a living thing that works very differently. So as you can see, he didn't thought about Luna at all, not at all. Luna's POV. Luna woke up to and ran as fast as she can to the living room, while yelling to her father to wake up. It is Christmas. She was super excited as this year was the first time she would get present from a friend. As she came down, she sat near the tree as her father came. Hey, Moon Pie. Let's open the presents. Open mine first. After opening the present from her father, a lucky charm with silver raxburts, the yearly pudding gift from Mrs. Weasley, which she ate in 10 seconds, pudding, and her dad opening presents from her, a bracelet made of unicorn hair she got from Hagrid, and from other people, she finally opened Harry's gift. It was a book Harry sometimes joked about creating explanation for idiotic wizards, witches, biology, chemistry and other basic muggle subjects that even dumb magical people should know. Part 1. By Harry Peveril. With a note to go to page 42. When she opened the page it was about a guy named Neil Armstrong. As she read about the guy who went to the moon, she turned the page and saw a card. Inside of it was written: Muggle believe magic is fairy tale, magical believe traveling to the moon is fiction. Both are real, who to say moon frogs aren't? Never stop believing in the impossible. Love. Harry. P.S. The book would disappear after 2 days. As she finished reading the note, Luna understood for the first time what she feels whenever she was with Harry. Love. Daphne's POV. It was Daphne's first time staying in Hogwarts for the holidays. Which also meant it was Daphne's first time celebrating Christmas, as at home they were celebrating Yule like all the proper purebloods. So, while she kind of missed the winter ritual for health, and didn't understand why would wizards celebrate the birth of a crazy wizard who thought he heard the voice of God and that Muggle believed to be God, especially as his religion is the reason witch hunting became so popular, she was excited for one thing: presents. So it wasn't surprising that she, Tracy and Blasé, the only ones of her group who stayed in school, were awake in the common room and ready to open gifts at 7 a.m., together with Malfoy, Crabbe and Goyle, who also stayed in school. What did surprise her was seeing Harry at 7:15, coming from outside sweaty and in short Muggle clothes. Wondering what did he do outside, she was about to ask when Tracy by her side did it. What were you doing outside in summer sports clothes? Exercising. He said with a little bit of a smirk. I know that. Tracy said with an eye roll. I meant, why are you wearing that? It is freezing outside. Well, thank goodness I'm a wizard and no heating charm. Now, if you excuse me, I would go take a shower as running does make me sweaty. After that he left to take a shower and they brought each other the presents they got. Not noticing Harry didn't have his wand on him. A few hours later. After opening the gifts, they talked, joked and played till lunch. After which she went back to her room to sleep only to find another gift with a card on her bed. On the card was written, "Sometimes the hardest things in life are the things most worth doing. It's because we haven't figured them out yet, doesn't mean we want. P.S. Go to page 14 foot." As she opened the gift she saw a book called Explanation for Idiotic Wizards and Witches, Biology, Chemistry and Other Basic Muggle Subjects That Even Dumb Magical People Should Know Part 1. By Harry Peveril. Not knowing if she should be upset or laugh, she went to page 14 where she saw a basic explanation about DNA and how it works. P.S. The book would disappear after 2 days. He might be a jerk. She thought while reading, but he is a nice jerk. The Weasley Twins POV. If there was one holiday the twins loved it was April 1st, with everyone pranking each other, but second place they would definitely choose Halloween, with candies and everyone scaring everyone, not to mention the costumes, and third place would be New Year, with fireworks. After that there is Purim, again costumes and the noise you do when someone say, Haman, Easter, with chocolate and eggs searching. Hanukkah, how can you not love donuts? So yes, they don't love Christmas. They don't hate it, it just wasn't their favorite or even close. If you want to find the reason why, you would have to understand their parents take everything about Muggles literally, so when their family started celebrating Muggle holidays, and their mother heard about the fact that naughty kids get coal and let's just say, they were never calm, and disciplined children, and for a 6-year-old children to get coal when every other sibling get presents, well it was a little traumatic. So, while they don't hate Christmas, they absolutely don't love it and they don't exchange gifts with any of their friends, to all of which they explained it, which was why, when they woke up and saw 2 gifts except from their mother gift they were surprised. Opening the first, they saw weird objects and a card that said, if you open me first, close it and open the second gift. The second gift was a book called Explanation for Idiotic Wizards and Witches, Biology, Chemistry and Other Basic Muggle Subjects That Even Dumb Magical People Should Know Part 1. By Harry Peveril. With a card that said necessity is the mother of invention, which is why wizards don't have much of an inventors. You have a need to laugh, which is why I hope this would help you grow bigger than you could ever need. P.S. Open page 69. P.S. The book would disappear after 2 days. After laughing about the page number they opened the book and saw it was talking about technology, one line especially caught their eyes. Technology can't work in a place with magic is the biggest bullshit purebloods has ever said loud enough and long enough to confuse everyone. And the worst thing is that they believe it themselves. If magic and technology can't coexist, how is it possible that Diagon Alley is in the middle of Muggle London? And that near all the technology of the train station there is the 9 3/4 station? After that the book talked and showed pictures of some technologies which amazed the twins like the telephones and some that horrified them like nuclear weapons. In the end of the chapter about technology there was this sentence. Just like how all magic can be used for good and evil, technology is the same. You don't blame the knife if it stubs you, but the person who did it. With another note at the end. The other gift is some Muggle pranks like the box of candies, go wild with those pranks and the knowledge in the book, but remember, even if you create innocent things, you have to think about the bad things they could be used for. After reading that, the twins looked at each other and said at the same time, best Christmas ever, and began planning to make Ronick in their rat lab for the pranks. Chapter 62. Harry's POV. It was 4 p.m., and Christmas was mostly over when Harry suddenly had a childish idea at how to get the Golden Group in trouble. Why get them in trouble? Well, Hermione and Neville abandoned him, that's enough reason to get them in trouble. Yes, it is petty, but apparently Harry was a petty man. Marcus's family killed his parents, he doesn't need a reason to hate him. And he detested Ron just based on the books, but meeting him made Harry hate the boy. Ron was a brown-nosed bootlicker who acted highly just because he was a Gryffindor. So, because of those reasons, and because it didn't mess with his foreknowledge he was willing to do it. Which was why Harry found himself in front of Professor Snape's office. Severus's POV. Severus really hated this year. Last year was bad enough, having a troll in school, his leg being almost ripped off and being next to the Dark Lord every meal for an entire year. But this year is even worse, with 2 children, a cat and a ghost being petrified and his expensive potion ingredients being stolen, and he didn't know who did it. While lamenting about all of that, a knock on the door woke him from his thoughts. Come in. Hey Professor, Merry Christmas. When he saw the Slytherin in front of him, Severus has mixed feelings. On one hand, this student was one of the best he ever taught potions to, and was the only student whose questions were not only always the right kind but even helpful to him in his brewing. But on the other hand, the boy gave him so many headaches with his refusal to teach the Potter brat and his mysterious Muggle studies, he still couldn't find the school in which he did his middle school Muggle tests. "Merry Christmas, Mr. Peveril, what do you need?" "Well, Professor, I walked just a couple of minutes ago at the second floor and saw Marcus Potter and his friends go into the haunted girls' restroom. Embarrassingly, as I was a little intrigued as to what they were doing there, I waited for them to come out only for Crabbe, Goyle and Zabini to go instead. As I was hiding they didn't see me and after they went away, I went into the bathroom." The boy's face became a little red. "I know I shouldn't have done it, but I remembered you telling the class about the theft of ingredients a couple of ago, and in one of the books I read, the ingredients matched to the recipe of the polyjuice potion." "And where, Mr. Peveril, did you find the book?" "As if I recall correctly, and believe me, I do, this potion is only in the Most Patenti Potions book which is at the restricted portion of the library. I bought it this summer, sir." Severus was amused and angry. Amused, as the boy figured out the easiest way to read the books in the restricted section before his second year, when most students have to be told about the fact that most of the restricted books can be bought. And angry, as by that point of the story he understood where it was going for. "Potter and his gang stole the ingredients and made polyjuice potion?" "Yes, sir." "Follow me." After that, they went to the haunted restroom at the second floor. As they walked in, Severus's sensitive nose, for almost every potion master had one, smelled the polyjuice potion in one of the stalls. Opening the door, he saw that the polyjuice was made inside the toilet and that the amount left made it seems like 4 doses were drank. Remembering Mr. Peveril saying only 3 students came out, he quickly opened the other stall's doors. Finding one that was locked, he knocked and a high-pitched voice was heard, "Go away." Knowing who it was, he looked to his side, seeing his little Slytherin smirking. "Come outside this second, Ms. Granger." A shriek was heard instantly, and after a few moments the door was opened. A quick look was all he needed to see why the girl hasn't gone with her friends. She had a bushy, cat-like tail and extra cat ears on top of her hair. As he looked to the side, he saw the smirk on his, from now on, favorite student growing. He had to use his occlumency shields to stop an equally big smirk from emerging on his face. "Ms. Granger. Explain this instant what happened. And know this, if you lie even a little bit, I would make sure you are not only kicked out of school, but also put in trial." The threat broke her, so she told him everything as she cried. How they wanted to prove Draco was behind the petrifications, how they convinced Lockhart to give them the slip to the restricted section, the stealing of ingredients, the making of the polyjuice and the kidnapping of the 3 Slytherin students. When she got to the point of her changing to a cat person, Mr. Peveril was laughing and even Severus had a small smirk on his face. Idiotic child, it was a air of the girl's cat. As he was about to take her to the hospital wing, her 3 friends returned from their little adventure, paling when they saw Severus. Well, what do we have here? Another 3 criminals who stole from their school and kidnapped their schoolmates. If Severus could see his face, even he would have to admit the smirk on it looked evil. "As I promised, because you confessed I won't press charges against you, I will just make sure you are expelled." As he saw their alarmed faces, his smirk became even bigger. Even though he knew the headmaster wouldn't expel his chosen one, he decided to have some fun and to get maximum benefits from this, for him and his student. After all, he had to make sure the kid had a good example for resourcefulness from his head of house. Chapter 63. Hermione's POV. Hermione didn't know how it came to this. It was supposed to be just like last year, doing research, finding the Chamber of Secrets, who is the heir, and what is Slytherin's monster. Instead, according to what Neville told her when they were in the way to the headmaster's office, they only found out that Malfoy isn't the heir, and she became a Catwoman. And if being a Catwoman wasn't bad enough, she was going to be expelled. The last 2 things made her unable to stop crying as Professor Snape told the Professor Dumbledore about everything, especially as he demanded they be expelled. And it didn't help that her ex-friend, who was her first one, was the one who told on them. For the first time, Hermione understood the need to follow the phrase that made her an outcast and bullied in her old school. Snitches get stitches. Neville's POV. If Neville wasn't small, pudgy and terrified of Snape, he would have punched Harry in the face. "No. It is Peveril now, as we aren't friends." He told on them to the professor. How could he do it to them? His 2 ex-friends, ex-brother and the ex-brother's best friend. Okay. I can see how. But why? It wasn't as if they did anything wrong. But as he heard Snape tell Professor Dumbledore all they did, how they stole ingredients, created a potion which not only need a ministry approval to use, but is also extremely explosive in a toilet where all the girls could walk in and do their needs and could be killed, kidnapped 3 classmates and drank the 7th-year potion that they created, he could suddenly understand why they went too far. Way too far. What would my parents have said? What will my grandma say? A shiver went down Neville's back. Ron's POV. His mother is going to kill him. That was Ron's only thought between the time Snape caught them after their adventure till they were in front the Dumbledore's office. But the second they walked in and he saw Dumbledore smiling toward Marcus, he calmed down. His best friend is the boy who lived, they won't be expelled, the most they would be given would be detention and losing points. So, instead of becoming more and more nervous as Snape told Dumbledore all they did, Ron listened to it as if he was listening to his mother reading to him and Ginny one of the Boy Who Lived books, the second book in his adventure, and he's got to admit, Snape knew how to tell a tale. Albus's POV. Albus didn't like what he heard. No, he didn't care about Marcus and his friend's adventure at all. In fact, he helped them, otherwise, how could a second year create this potion? He switched between the failed creation of the girl with his own stash of the potion last night. No, the thing that Albus disliked was that they were caught, and by Marcus's twin no less. Severus's expulsion threats were also unpleasant, but what made him even more unhappy was that after he heard it was Harry who told on the Golden Group, he used basic legilimency to look into the boy's mind only to see the corpses of his adoptive parents and the feelings they brought flashing on the surface of the boy's mind. Only his years of occluding prevented his expression from changing. While it is possible the boy was thinking about his parents at this time, the intensity of the emotions he felt was almost impossible to still be there after more than a year since they died, which meant one of two things. 1. He was still grieving, which meant this was the best time to give him the loyalty potions Albus was planning on giving, as while it would take time to sink in with his great emotions, once it did, it would be harder to detect as it would be gradual. But now it would be useless, as Marcus and his friends would hate the boy no matter what. 2. The boy knew his kind of acclimacy and he suspected Albus had something to do with his parents' death. His acclimacy, which he only taught to Severus, as he needed it for his spying, was the only kind of acclimacy he knew of that can generate emotions and bring specific memories to the surface. And if he had acclimacy, mind-altering potions would be noticed and wouldn't work as much as he hoped. As Severus finished his accusations, Albus could only hope it was the first option, because if it the second, his life would be much harder. Harry's POV. As Harry listened to Professor Snape was telling his story, he felt someone almost fall to the trap he put in the front of his mind, and as Dumbledore was just looking at him, he knew who it was. While suppressing a smile about a well-executed trap, Harry's eyes couldn't help but wander to the only girl in the room, his ex-friend, the crying Catwoman, Hermione. Not because she was crying, he didn't care about that. No, the only reason he looked at her was her ears and tail, as those things didn't disappear by the end of the hour, he wondered about how polyjuice work. He was sure polyjuice work on the DNA, but does it changes it? How was it possible that by the end of the hour the DNA returns to its original form? Why did Hermione only got ears and tail? And why didn't she change back? After all, the DNA of animals and humans is only different in its way of placement, not the actual building materials. As all those questions and more rushed through his mind, Professor Snape finally finished telling the story, and Dumbledore starting a speech Harry knew would somehow end with the Gryffindors getting out of this with only point lose and maybe detention. The only thing left to do is expel them. First of all, I am very disappointed in all of you. The Golden Group's heads were down, yet he could see a hint of a smile on the only redhead boy in the room. Any one of the things your potion professor told me is a reason for expulsion. Harry saw that Neville also started crying. But, as you are only children, and you had good intentions, I wouldn't expel any of you. Instead, in addition to paying for everything you stole, I would take 70 points from each of you and you would get detention for a month. That's it? Professor Snape sounded outrageous. I think that if you don't expel them, they should at least have to make a public apology and explanation of their actions at the feast when all the students return. Dumbledore looked like he ate sour lemon instead of his sherbet lemon. Acceptable. And we should take away their chances at being perfects and head students in 5th and 7th year respectively, as they showed inability to be responsible. Let's not get ahead of ourselves, Severus. They are young and made a mistake, you should let us see how they change in the next few years. So you are saying if there was responsibility in 3rd year you would deny them the option of getting it? Harry immediately understood the professor was talking about the time turner and could see Dumbledore understood it too. Yes, he sighed, they wouldn't get it. Harry was almost screaming in joy as he really didn't want this sort of power in any of the Golden Group hands. As for you Harry, Dumbledore said, his eyes filled with mirth, which, as he was a clemency master, Harry couldn't know if it was real or not. Take 20 points for telling a professor, but minus 10 for going into the girls' toilets. Now, all of you, please, take Miss Granger to the hospital wing, as me and Professor Snape have something to discuss. Harry was the last one to get out of the office, and didn't expect what came to him as he went out of the gargoyle. Chapter 64. Harry's POV. As Harry went past the gargoyle he saw a lousy fist coming toward his face, and with reflexes worthy of his purple belt, and shamelessness worthy of a Malfoy, he ducked and punched him back with half his strength, only in a lower and more painful zone. As he looked up and saw the redhead with tears in his eyes, he almost felt pity toward the prick, almost. What the bloody hell? You hit me. In the nuts. His hard breathing, squeaky voice, and look of pain made it impossible to maintain an angry look on his face and not to laugh without using a clemency. And you tried hitting me in the face. Well, even if he did, you deserve in hell. Hermione screamed. Ratting on us to Professor Snape just so we wouldn't find out who is the heir of Slytherin. Why did you do it? Is it because Slytherin brainwashed you to hate Gryffindor, Muggles and Muggleborns? Maybe you are the heir. Harry was truly upset. Telling him he hate Muggles is really dishonoring his parents. Me? Does being Gryffindor really kill brain cells, just like everyone says? Or did I not notice? Were you always that dumb? Don't call her names, you filthy slimy snake. Shut the fuck up, you red-headed Nazi. As for you Miss Hermione, always the victim Granger, as someone who lived in a non-magical world, and shouldn't have the bigotry of the wizarding world, you sure have embraced the idiocy of this world. Tell me, as someone who told me at the beginning of first year about how, before knowing about magic, you were planning on being a doctor, when is the last time you learned any non-magical subject? After a few seconds of silence, he went for the kill. Not only you abandoned the non-magical world, you are dumb enough to take everything you learn here from people who believe they are much more superior than the Muggles, while having no idea about it as the holy truth. Taking a moment, Harry shifted his gaze toward Ron. As for you, if you start a fight and the other person hit you back, it is called self-defense, you bloody idiot. Saying what he had to say, the two who talked to him with tears, Hermione because she felt insulted, and Ron because of the punch to the balls. He turned to the left, trying to walk away, when another fist was about to meet his face. This time he ducked to the side and used his full strength to kick the attacker in the ribs, making him smash into the wall, and by the sound of it, cracking them. This time it wasn't only tears and squeaky voice that came out of the boy, but full-on crying. Which was when he realized the attacker wasn't the redhead but his best friend. Of course, with his luck, it would be that moment that the gargoyle moved again and the voice of the headmaster was heard. Marcus? What happened? Who did it? Just my luck. Harry thought when the other three Gryffindors pointed their fingers at him. Severus's POV. As the students were leaving the headmaster's office, Severus was thinking about his little Slytherin. The boy managed to keep an innocent and naive look on his face, but Severus knew it in his bones that the story the boy told wasn't 100% true. There is no way he just happened to be in the right place in the right time to catch the group of Gryffindors is impossible, especially with the fact he looked into Ms. Granger's mind while she was confessing, and he hasn't seen any shadow of Mr. Peverell in her memory of the day. But as much as he would like knowing the true story of the boy knows basic clemency and would know if someone got into his mind. Something he knew was the reason why Dumbledore didn't ask him to escort the catgirl to the hospital wing. And there was no way he would be the one to start talking about that subject. I can't believe you wouldn't kick them out of school. They stole ingredients worth hundreds of galleons. You know I can't do it, Severus. Marcus is our only hope against Voldemort and he can't do it alone, he needs his friends. He sneered at that. Prophecy had ways to fulfill itself without outside help. Well, I won't allow them to get back into my potions class. Yes, you would. Dumbledore raised his voice, and for a second he could see something he only saw a few times. He could see the man behind the mask of a loving grandfather and behind the mask of a merciful yet firm war leader. He could see the man who told a young man who was sent by his bullies to die by the hand of a werewolf only to be saved by them that it was a joke, a man who condoned making a man to get tortured just to make sure his cover as a spy isn't reviled, a man who tell others he believe in second chances and in love, but when someone comes to him, begging to save his loved one and him, he laugh in his face, a man who truly believe in the greater good and is ready to make others do whatever it take to accomplish it, as long as his hands are clean. But like the other times, this gleam of personality, which made him detest the headmaster, disappeared and the wise look returned. Yes, you would, this time he said it quietly. They need to learn it and you need to have a way to interact with Marcus when Voldemort returns. Knowing this was his chance to get another thing from the headmaster, after a few seconds Severus said, fine, but the private lessons stop. He doesn't deserve them and I don't trust him in the lab. When he saw the man sigh, he knew he got his wishes. Acceptable. Now, there was another thing I wanted to discuss with you about, Harry Peveril. He really hoped the old man forgot about it. What about him? I looked into his mind while we were here, and what I saw was deeply disturbing. Really? Could he have gotten better in occlumency without outside help? What did you see? His memory of his adoptive parents' corpses. His parents died? No, his adoptive one did. James and Lily are very much alive. You know what I mean, when did that happen? Are those the people I saw dead in his mind on Halloween? Half a month before his first year. And why wasn't I told about that? Severus was truly enraged. I didn't see how was it relevant, they weren't his real parents and I told you about James and Lily cutting ties with him. It was this kind of idiocy Snape hated the most in wizards. The kind that he tried to be part of when he joined the Death Eaters and the kind he tried to get away from when joining Dumbledore's order. The magical world has the idiotic idea that blood matters the most. The blood purists believe only those who has magical blood in them matter and only those who are pure bloods are truly important, while the light side has the absurd notion those from dark families will have to be dark, unless of course they sort into Gryffindor or marry a Muggleborn. But Snape knew the truth since the first time his father hit him and his mother didn't say anything. He knew it since the time a young red-headed girl became his first friend, he knew it since he saw his pure-blood so-called friends killing family members for not following the Dark Lord, and he knew it since his first friend became the person she is today, a person he despised. Blood doesn't matter, family are the people you love and that love you, which means the boy lost his parents and had no one to talk to about that. How did they die? They were killed. Wait, so where does he live now? There was an awkward pause for 10 seconds. I'm not sure, as his letters go to the post office in Diagon Alley in the summer. I was planning to put this year a tracking charm on his clothes to find out. This is just getting better and better. Severus couldn't talk with Dumbledore about this right now, he needed time to think how to approach the boy, as it has been over a year since their death. So this is what you wanted to tell me? That it affects him more than you expected? No, I wanted to ask if you taught the boy occlumency, as this memory was the only one on the surface while you were telling about MS Granger's caddish situation and he was smiling. This made Severus go through a couple of stages in his feelings. First, he was proud, as it meant Mr. Peveril managed to perfectly conceal his emotions, then he was worried as it meant the boy was probably kept thinking about the deaths of his parents, which quickly turned into astonishment as what Dumbledore said sinked in and he understood the boy didn't only detect the invasion into his mind, but pulled out a memory that would make Dumbledore get out quickly enough for the man to be unable to see anything else. While he hasn't reached the point of creating false memories, and he should have pulled a memory which won't give away his occlumency, he did progress extremely well on his own. As Severus didn't have any good excuse about how the boy knows occlumency, and he knew that telling the truth would only get him in some shit he didn't want to be in, Severus was about to deny any knowledge about the boy's occlumency. But just as he opened his mouth, the gargoyle in the office's door shook and a cry was heard from outside of it, sounding a lot like the Potter brat. A quick look between them, and the headmaster ran down the stairs, the potions professor just behind him, a little astonished at the speed the old man ran at. Marcus? What happened? Who did it? Severus heard Dumbledore says just as he arrived to the end of the stairs and saw 3 of the Gryffindors, out of which only one looked fine, as the girl had cat ears, tail and tears, and the redhead was holding his ballots with one hand and also had tears in his face, even though Severus believed it was for a different reason than his bushy-haired friend. All 3 of them was pointing their finger at his now even more of a favorite Slytherin, as he didn't only saved him from giving an answer before he had time to think about the right answer, he also kicked the boy who didn't have enough decency to die's ass. I really need to think about a way to thank the boy for today. He thought as he helped Dumbledore take 3 out of 4 of the Gryffindors to get help from Poppy. Chapter 65. Harry's POV. Harry was waiting in the headmaster's office while the professors were taking the Golden Group to the hospital wing, and he was bored. Harry hasn't been bored outside of class, where he knows the subject, yet pretend he doesn't, he hasn't let himself being bored, since the time before Hogwarts, the time before the murder, and he wasn't going to start now. Which is why, less than 5 minutes since his unjustly imprisonments, he was going to the thing he was interested the most about in the room, the Phoenix. Fawkes was a beautiful bird, but Harry's interest in it was far more deep than it looks. You see, most magical creatures made sense. Unicorn's magic was so pure it had healing properties, just like how pure magic keeps strengthening Harry. Thestrals look creepy, and were hunted because of that, so their magic made them invisible, yet as they can also fly, it was unable to make them completely invisible, so those who have seen death are able to see them. Even basilisks made sort of sense, as they were created with the strongest venom, which destroys everything it touches in seconds, so to be able to eat. As it was unable to use its venom to catch prey as it would destroy it, the creature's magic made its gaze deadly. The other creatures make sense in their own way, except for the phoenix, who has way too much diversity in its abilities. First of all and biggest issue he had with the bird is its nature. This animal is connected to the fire element more than anything else in this world, yet it doesn't follow any rule of energy in its use of fire. Magic, as Harry noticed, follows the rules of science, for the most part. And for the rules it doesn't follow? It is just that we haven't reached the right rules yet. And one of the most basic physics laws that magic follows is the first law of thermodynamics, also known as law of conservation of energy, states that energy can neither be created nor destroyed, energy can only be transferred or changed from one form to another. If you want to create fire, you have to use at least the same amount of magical energy to create it. This is the reason why transfigurations take finer control, as using more energy would make bigger effects. It is also why charms take more energy, as you have to keep pouring magic into the charm to keep it effective. It is also why most wizards are in greater shape than muggles, as while they eat much more than most of them and by the standard of Hogwarts food, not healthy at all, wizards also spend the energy doing magic. The only fats in this world are those who don't use enough magic in their daily life. Yet, the phoenix can burn itself and raise from the ashes. Not only that, but it is also immortal, while fire can be put down. Secondly, it's being repeatedly told that phoenixes are immortal, yet somehow they are almost extinct, though this can be thought about as if they are hiding. Lastly, its healing abilities. Its healing ability makes sense somewhat as fire is known to close wounds, but the only cure for basilisk venom. Not to mention it couldn't save Dumbledore's life. Those are just the abilities that didn't make sense to Harry about the phoenix. He didn't mention the super strength the bird possessed, as fire is energy, nor its phoenix lament, as fire is one of the things that can touch a person's soul. All of those things made Harry extremely interested in the majestic bird. "You are such a pretty bird," Harry said as if he was talking to a baby, not wanting the bird to feel threatened as he walked closer to the fire incarnation. "I wonder what is your name?" he said, never giving out the fact he already knew it, as he didn't know how much the phoenix could tell the headmaster. "His name is Fawkes." The voice made him jump, as he didn't know where it comes from, till he saw the paintings of past headmasters hanged on the wall. "Hello, past headmasters. It is never bad to be polite." "Hello, young student, what did you do to make you come here only a couple of minutes after you left?" The one who talked to him was a painting of a woman who had a pointy look on her face and a tag name on the bottom of her painting said her name was Heliotrope Wilkins. "Well, Headmistress Wilkins, you probably heard what the other 4 students who were here did." "Yes, we did," said another painting, this time of a man with sharp look and a name tag that says, Brian Gagwild. "Idiotic children, you did good by telling a professor about that. In my time I would have kicked them out." "Yes, well, the 4 didn't agree with you, and just as I went out of the office, I was greeted with a fist to the face." Gaping was heard from several headmasters. "I avoided the fist and punched in retaliation, as my combat instructor told me to never start a fight but always finish it. I don't think there are a lot of combat instructors those days." The last headmaster's painting, with the name tag of Armando Dipet said, "No, there aren't as much as there used to be, especially with unarmed fighting, but I took those lessons since I was very young, so I would never be defenseless." "Good job, I always thought a wizard need more than just a winter M1 to defend himself." Basil Fronsack, as his name tag indicated said. After which, the group insulted my house by stating that I'm an evil person just because I'm in Slytherin, and insulted my dead parents, to which I returned in the same way by telling the girl who said it that she either was born with no intellect, or that being a Gryffindor took most of it. At that point most of the headmasters laughed, a few looked indigent, and a couple grumbled about the shame the kids today bring to their house. After making her cry, I turned around to walk away, only for another fist to greet me, so I dodged and kicked the boy. And now I wait for the current headmaster and my head of house to come back from the hospital wing to give me punishment from defending myself. Defending yourself usually doesn't make a person have his ribs shattered, Harry. Turning around, he saw Professor Dumbledore looking at him gravely. Oops. Chapter 66. Harry's POV. Oops. That's what you say after putting your twin brother in the hospital with shattered ribs? Dumbledore looked really upset, something that would make most kids scared. Hell, it would make most magical adults scared. Luckily, Harry was neither. He's not my twin brother. This is the answer you give me? I won't give you anything else until my head of house is here, something I have right to have, as stated by the official rulebook. Dumbledore looked even more upset, and Harry could feel him trying once more to get into his head, only to stop before the trap. Then he did a quick Patronus, which told Harry he was faking it, and told it to call the potion professor back to the office. After a couple of seconds of silence, Harry decided to use the time he had with the headmaster alone to try to understand what kind of Dumbledore was he dealing with. Is it the senile one, who try to do good, but keeps failing? The greater good one, who has a plan to the future, and would do everything to accomplish it? Or maybe just a real Dark Lord in disguise, whose plan to make himself the ruler of the world? After recalling all the fanfiction he could, if there was one person Harry was terrified of, it was Dumbledore. So, Professor, while we are waiting for my head of house, would you mind if I ask you a couple of questions? His eyes twinkled like crazy. Well, Harry, let's make a deal. We each ask the other person 2 questions, how about it? It took Harry a second to understand what Dumbledore's angle in this. He made it a game of truths and lies, and as a politician and educator he is great in catching people who lie to him. Deal. You ask the first question. Fair enough. Dumbledore cackled. Where did you learn occlumency? So that's what he wanted to know. In school, sir. Harry did his best not to laugh when he saw the man's eyes lose their sparkle as he lost the other question. I meant who taught you. So ask that as your next question, sir. But now it is my turn. Sparkles went back on in full force. Ask away. Harry was going to ask the question that would help him unearth if the man was just senile. When you gave Gryffindor the points in last year's ending feast, did you do it as a way to endear yourself to the Golden Group, or as a way to make Slytherin hate you and Marcus? If Harry wasn't paying attention, he wouldn't have noticed the sparkle in the headmaster's eyes grew a little bit. None of the above, dear boy. I was just giving the students the points they deserved. So not senile. If he was, he would understand his mistake and his eyes wouldn't sparkle when he is confronted with his mistake. So, who taught you occlumency? Harry didn't plan on lying on this question. Daphne Greengrass. As he didn't care about whether the old man was a Dark Lord or not, knowing either way he is an enemy, he decided to use this opportunity to ask the one question about phoenixes that can help him to study them. How did you get yourself a phoenix? It looked like this question surprised him, but it could be because he used his occlumency to look surprised. Well, Harry, it is a hard piece of magic that I found in Egypt. You take. Whatever he was about to say stopped as the door opened and Professor Snape walked in. We would have to stop here, and go back to the reason we are in the office. Mr. Peveril, please tell us why did you hit 2 of your schoolmates? As I told the previous headmasters, they threw the first punch, it was self-defense. Were you also hit? No, I dodged. So why attack them? And why so harshly? To make sure it didn't escalate. You see, if I only dodged they would have kept attacking. It was at this point that the potions master intervened. There you go, headmaster. It was self-defense. They should be punished for throwing the first punch while being 4-on-1, not Mr. Peveril. We should give them another 2 months detention. Are you seriously suggesting, Severus, that the 2 who were beat up so badly that they need to spend the rest of the vacation in the hospital wing would be punished? Not to mention the other 4 children who were present told he started it. Dumbledore sounded outrageous, and as Harry had better things to do in his time than listen to them arguing and going to detentions, he quickly said, Don't you have a way to see memories without going into my head? As I am not going to put down the barriers Daphne taught me. Snape's eyes got a bit of their hardness removed. Yes, there is, but it isn't safe for young children. How about a magical oath? Sure. I, Harry D.J. Peveril, swear on my magic that I didn't throw the first punch today outside the headmaster's office. So mote it be. Loomis. When a bright light came out of the wand, the headmaster just sighed and said, You can't be punished about the self-defense, but we can punish you about the harshness you dealt with them by taking the privilege to go to Hogsmeade next year. Putting a sad and angry face he said, What about them? They attacked first. As they are in the hospital wing, I believe it is enough of a punishment. Walking outside of the office, Harry felt the day couldn't get any better. He made the Golden Group be in trouble, got on Professor Snape's good side and even cracked Marcus' ribs and smashed Ron's testicles. Now, if he could just get a way to secure blood from Hermione while she's still half a cat, it would truly be perfect. Chapter 67. Harry's POV. Harry knew he didn't have much time before Hermione's body returns to its original condition, as while in the books it took Pomfrey weeks to reverse her transformation, the matron didn't know about the polyjuice. Now that she knows the cause, Harry's time to get the blood got shortened to 3 days tops, and probably less. It took him half an hour to decide the best course of actions. Which was why, 4 hours after his second visit to the headmaster's office, he returned from the Royal London Hospital with blood-taking equipment. Putting a Notice Me Not charm around himself, he went toward the hospital wing. Upon arrival, he dropped the Notice Me Not charm on himself, but not on his equipment, and cast the invisibility charm, for safety measures, and, while the invisibility charm is better for sneaking around with noticeable stuff, it has a chance to make people hit you. While the Notice Me Not charm make people avoid you. As he walked in, he wanted to curse. Not only were the 6 patients awake and fighting, as the Gryffindor patients did knock the 3 Slytherin patients out and threw them into a closet and then locked the closet, the matron was still there, so he decided to wait. It took 2 hours. Not only for all 6 patients to fall asleep, but for Pomfrey to leave. After which, Harry casted a huge Notice Me Not charm on the room, took out his wand, and cast 6 quick stupefies, just to make sure none of them woke up, then took a litter of blood from the catgirl, and left as quickly as possible, stopping only to cancel the Notice Me Not charm on his way out. After a quick trip to his house where he had a refrigerator he bought specifically to store blood, and back to Hogwarts, Harry felt he had a pretty productive day. January 4, 1993. Blaise POV. Blaise wasn't happy. As a gift for the first Christmas he celebrated with his friends, the Golden Group of Gryffindor decided to take over his identity by knocking him out and stuffing him in a locked closet, and if that wasn't enough, they put him in a locked closet with Crabbe and Goyle. No, Blaise wasn't happy, he was furious. Now, if they were getting expelled he might have calmed down, but with only detention, point loss and public apology. No freaking way. Which was why, he sat with his newspaper on breakfast with the smuggest expression on his face. After all, what better revenge there is against the boy who lived than destroying his reputation? The Wizarding World Savior. Or a Start of a New Dark Lord. By Rita Skeeter. Not a lot is known about Marcus Potter, the boy who lived, as his parents didn't let him out much as a child, telling everyone it is to keep our savior safe. And even as he started Hogwarts, not much was reviled, which is why, when a Hogwarts student wanted to give me details, this journalist, seeker of truth, jumped on the offer. R.S. Rita Skeeter, hello, Mr. Zabini. B.Z. Blaise Zabini, please, call me Blaise. As a sharp-eyed and tongued journalist it took me less than a minute to get to the chase. R.S. So, Blaise, what can you tell us about Marcus Potter? B.Z. I could tell you a lot. I could tell you he is an average student, a trouble seeker, a student the teachers favor so much that not only did they let him be a seeker on the first year without a trial, they gave him points for breaking rules in school that could lead to physical harm. But that isn't the important stuff. R.S. That isn't the important stuff. Truth be told, I was shocked. Our savior is an average student. The teachers favor him so much that when he breaks rules they reward him. Even those things are signs for alarm, as you wouldn't want the boy who lived to think he can get success without effort. And if those aren't the important stuff, what is? B.Z. No, the biggest things happened this year. First of all, as I know you know, by the articles you did about it, the Chamber of Secrets was opened. What you probably didn't know is that Marcus Potter is a Parselmouth, something we all know was Salazar Slytherin's ability and that passed to his descendants, and also something that is considered dark. At this point my shock was so strong I almost didn't notice the little panic that started in my heart. Maybe the reason no one knows how the boys survived the death curse is that no one ever dwelled into the dark arts as deep as needed to find what is he. But I quickly dismissed the thought, as we all know the boy is light. B.Z. Some whispers started about him being the heir of Slytherin, but I didn't take it seriously, it was more of a joke. Until this winter break happened. It was about 3:30 p.m. and I was walking in Hogwarts alone when I felt extremely sleepy and the next thing I know, I am locked in a closet with 2 other Slytherin. It took 45 minutes until Professor Snape rescued us and told us what happened. Apparently, Potter and his friends wanted to get into the Slytherin common room, so they decided to dose all 3 of us in sleep potion and take our hair and use it in polyjuice potion. For those who don't know, using polyjuice potion without ministry approval is worth 6 months in Azkaban. B.Z. And get that, they didn't get to go on trial, or even got expelled. In fact, except detention and point lose, the only punishment they get is to publicly apologize to the 3 of us. As a truth seeker, I couldn't just believe what he said without proof. R.S. Do you have any proof? B.S. I can give you the memory of the apology. After which he brought out of his bag a silver memory which confirmed everything he said. My question to our readers is, should we be afraid? Is our savior need to be in lockup? And why does Dumbledore give him a free hand? As Blaise read the article, a cold smile went on his lips as he thought, a venom of a snake can kill even lions. Chapter 68. Marcus's POV. Their public apology was quick enough, but the next couple of months were an absolute nightmare for the Golden Group, and Marcus especially. It was filled with disgust from Hufflepuffs, who couldn't believe someone can do something so cruel as to knock out 3 students and put in a locked closet. Snickering from Ravenclaw, who apparently couldn't believe someone was dumb enough to believe Malfoy was the heir of Slytherin. And anger from Gryffindor and Slytherin, Gryffindor, for the point lost, as they lost on Christmas's day almost 300 points, and Slytherin, as they kidnapped 3 of them and got into their common room. All of that led to them being hated by the entire school, and in magical school being hated makes every day full of jinxes and haxes. If that was all, Marcus could have dealt with it, as he wasn't the only one. But Marcus has to deal with 2 more things. 1. Some people still thought he was the heir, and that he went after Malfoy to get the suspicions off him. 2. The article that Rita Skeeter published made all her readers hunt for blood, which meant he got howlers every day from people he didn't know just to shame him. After being told he is Merlin's gift to the wizarding world since he could remember, it was hard to be hated by so many people, which was why his conviction got stronger. He would find the Chamber of Secrets and he would be beloved by all again. Harry's POV. Harry really wanted to go to the press at the moment he heard the first howler. He wanted to tell the entire world how James and Lily Potter abandoned him, and how, a month after they met him again they disinherited him based on his house, but he didn't. He knew that by the end of the year Marcus would once again be a hero, and that all would be forgotten. He also didn't want them wary of him, as his plans before destroying them politically was destroying them financially, a thing that was underway, as with his lessons in blacksmithing and multiple degrees, he planned till the end of the school year on taking more than 2/5 of their money, and with the money he already took, they would have less than half of what they used to have in their vaults. Those 2 reasons was why he left his wish to revile everything. So instead, Harry spent the next few months enjoying the misfortune of the Golden Group and studying. His transfigurations were stuck at the start of 5th year, as although vanishing came easy to him, with the need to just make the atoms separate from each other with a burst of magic, a thing that needed control of a first-year charm but more energy, something he had in spare, but he didn't have the needed control for conjunctions, which needs to make the atoms in the air gather and change quickly. His arithmancy was enough for a master, which wasn't hard, as it was as hard as finishing high school, and he planned when he has time work on using harder mathematical equations that he learned in the university. His charms benefited from his arithmancy studies and he made progress with the Fidelius charm. He didn't master it, as it would need someone he completely trusted, but he finally understood the soul it was talking about. He wasn't sure if it is the same soul they were talking about in creating a Horcrux, but in this case the soul is the magic a person has. You see, as magic work on intent, by using the charm to put the secret in your magic and then give it away, which makes you permanently weaker if it works. If you trust the person completely, the magic unite with the person and he not only becomes the secret keeper, but also more powerful as this part of your magic become part of him. But if you don't trust him completely, the magic, after some time, is rejecting the person and it fails. His potions are another thing that benefited from arithmancy, as he could finally understand the need to stir in exact numbers and do things clockwise and counterclockwise. The number of times you stir determines the amount of magic you put in, just like the way you move your wand determines the control in your magic, and the way you stir strengthens the intent you put inside, just like words do it in wand subjects, but because of the materials you use in the potion the intent can't change beyond the abilities the items had, which is who you need knowledge of the items. All of this meant to Harry that instead of putting his magic unconsciously as he is being taught, he should use his wandless abilities to do those things without the need to stir, which meant that while his grades in class went down, as he needed to experiment on the amount of control, his understanding of potions grew bigger and bigger. One thing that didn't benefit it as much as he wanted was his work on DNA, which didn't progress beyond creating a spell that make a hologram of the DNA of the person you hit with the spell, and even that he managed to do only after Hermione got petrified, which to him meant the start of the end of the second year. His study of runes made him understand that he only need to memorize their meanings, write them correctly and put magic into them when they are complete, which was why he started by memorizing all the runes that are known, and he was still in the middle of it. His blacksmithing lessons continued nicely, with him finally reaching to the creation of jewelry, and he was expecting to start goblin enchanting in his third year. He finally started uniting his 4 occlumency methods, with his Death Star occlumency as the core, fake memories as a diversion outside of it, ice occlumency, greengrass, around the fake memories, and traps and maze in front of his mind. He had 2 reasons to do it that way. 1, both Dumbledore and Snape knew he has occlumency, and he figured out that if the one they knew about was his fake memories occlumency, Snape because he taught him that and Dumbledore because he looked into his mind and saw the first trap thinking it was an enhanced fake memory, so putting the fake memories in front would be useless as they wouldn't believe them. So instead, he put the traps and maze on the front of his mind, knowing that even if they won't believe those memories, thinking they are fake, the biggest problem with the traps, which is the pain, wouldn't be possible to ignore. And even if someone managed to pass the first layer of occlumency with enough power to blast the second layer, he would believe the memories he sees there are the true ones, not knowing it is fake, something that would take time to determine, exhausting the attacker. While every one of his occlumency layers are great, his greatest work is the Death Star layer, in which he started using it as experimentation's field, where every night, before sleep, everything he learns, magical or not, real or not, is used to make it a fortress. He felt sorry for the poor man who managed to reach the star after being emotionally magical and physically exhausted. Lastly, his coding. After learning basic coding and practicing it, Harry noticed how the golems he created in transfigurations work similarly to coding, so he started trying to put the way he put a mind patterns and transfigurations into his coding. While it is hard work, he hoped he could create the first artificial intelligence. Harry continued to think about his accomplishments in this year, as the word open got out of his mouth, even though if someone heard him it would have sounded like a whisper of a snake. As the slide opened up, Harry made a jump to his first visit of the Chamber of Secrets. Chapter 69. Harry's POV. To tell the truth, Harry was terrified about going to the chamber, and with every step he took toward it his fear intensified. After all, who wouldn't be scared about potentially meeting a gigantic snake with deadly poison and killing eyes? But he kept walking, knowing this was his only chance at seeing the chamber before it is ruined by the Golden Boys. As Harry reached the entrance to the main place, he looked to the statue of the snake he should open again and said with a hiss, "Library." Yes, Harry has no wish to go into a place the basilisk could be, instead he wanted to see if he can go into the place where Salazar kept his things. When nothing happened he started calling different places which can't mean Grand Hall or Nest of Snakes. After 8 minutes of saying different rooms, he changed his approach by saying different subjects. He started with potions and continued with the others, saying all the classes they were teaching in Hogwarts except for COMC, can care of magical creatures, for fear of opening the Grand Hall. Just as he was saying divinations, a door was opened to the side of him. Surprised, as it was a subject everyone in this world thought worthless, he walked into the room cautiously, not knowing what was inside, when he saw the room was almost completely empty, with only one table in the middle of it. Surprised, and a little sad, he walked toward the table, where he saw a stone tablet. Looking closely, he saw there were runes on it, and even though he couldn't translate all of them, from the parts he did translate he understood the meaning of them was to measure magic and project something. So he put magic into them, and they started to glow. As he put more and more magic, the glow grew until it released the light toward the wall in front of him and a projection of a woman was showed. If you reached here, it means you passed all the tests. The women started talking. You followed the clues I left behind to find the entrance to the chamber, so you must be clever, you have the ability to talk to snakes so you are either my grandfather descendant or a genius in his caliber, as you managed to do the ritual that granted you the ability, you have enough magic to activate this artifact, so you must be close to the limit of the second magical base at the very least, and most importantly, you can't be above the age of 15, otherwise the room wouldn't have opened up to you. All of that means you are worthy of being my, Anastasia Slytherins, granddaughter of Salazar Slytherin and Godric Gryffindor, legacy inheritor. Harry felt his eyebrows raise higher and higher while surprise could be seen in his face as he kept listening to the projection. As you know, while basic knowledge can be acquired by all who learn in Hogwarts, but if you want advanced knowledge, knowledge that can make you better than the mediocre wizards and witches that are satisfied with the things they learned you have to research for years. The only other way is to inherit a study, but most of the magical people who researched those stuff had strict requirements to get their life's work. I, myself has inherited both of my grandfather's studies. Salazar had an obsession with the intent behind the spoken part of spells and runes, while Godric explored his gift in seeing the future. I continued both of their studies on my own, and created this room, in the chamber of my grandfather, so the inheritor I foresaw would come. Now, you came, learn what you can, take what you need, and remember, the future you see isn't set in stone, you can only see probabilities, the only set in stone future is a prophecy, and it is so vague, it is worthless. As a creepy old man once told you I expect interesting things from you, Harry Peveril. She winked and disappeared. Surprised that she knew him, he nearly missed the wall on his right glow. As the glow disappeared he saw it was filled with writings on it that took him a second to recognize as Latin. The first sentence was, "Divination for Dummies by Anastasia Slytherin." Harry's last thought before starting to read was, "This is interesting." Chapter 70. Harry's POV. It took him 3 hours to read the book on the wall, and in the end of it, it was explained he needed to use magic to see the future to look on the next wall. Apparently, inside the room, the use of divination would only let him see the next part of the writing, and as you progress you would be able to see the walls after that and after that. Harry was fascinated at how it was possible, but he left the question on the side to focus on what he read just now. Divination, the art of seeing probabilities, is an art that can be accomplished in 2 ways. 1. By having an ancestor who was accomplished in it, as some magical abilities go to your descendants in the DNA, just like being metamorphmagus, it is an ability which once you get it, it has a chance manifesting in them. The problem in this way, is that the ability would be unstable without the right training, leading for you seeing only pieces of the future all the time, and you also become a conduct to the universe to pass down prophecies. The only way to avoid this, is to learn the art how it is supposed to be taught, and controlling your abilities. 2. Learn the hard way. Divination is about knowing to open and close yourself to the universe. By doing so, you gain the ability to not only sense what is going to happen next, but move yourself out of those predictions, thus making it possible to change them. It took Harry some time, but he managed to find explanation to this part, sort of. Everything in the universe is made from quarks, and the way they spin and interact dictates how everything works, that to say, those things are also affected by energy, thus, by opening yourself to the magic at the world, and trying to understand the meaning of the way everything moves, you can see the future. It is right to call it an art, because everything you sense is up to interpretation, and the only way to understand it better is by keep trying. After Harry understood it, he really wanted to try this amazing art, but was sad, as he understood the only way to be able to open yourself without being passed the gift is by having your magic change its state for the second time. The first was from gas-like state to liquid-like state, and although Harry felt like he was close to it, he wasn't there yet. So the only thing he could do right now is leave, continue to practice and come back when he is ready. With a heavy heart, Harry left the room. A few weeks later. Marcus's POV. Marcus was pissed, he was so pissed, all of his fears disappeared. He was pissed at himself, he was pissed at Lockhart, but most of all, he was pissed at Ron. He knew Ron wasn't in sound mind when he wanted to ask help from Lockhart, but he went with the idea, as he also heard the teachers talking about Lockhart saving them all, although, now that he think about that, he should have figured out they were sarcastic, but the worst part is that he let Lockhart steal his wand, and Lockhart was now planning on wipes their memories like he did to his previous victims for glory. Yes, Marcus was pissed. Harry's POV. Harry was just returning from the RR where he was alone, as Luna was studying for the tests and the twins didn't show up, to the Slytherin common room, which meant he was going from the 7th floor to the dungeons, and as he passed the 2nd floor he saw Lockhart going toward the girls' bathroom with Marcus and Ron behind him. It didn't take much to figure out Ginny went to the chamber for the last time, especially, as the end of the year tests were near and Harry knew they would be cancelled. After thinking for a few moments, and making sure his secret weapon was in his pocket, Harry decided to follow them, as the chance to see Voldemort's most dangerous Horcrux in action was too tempting to pass. Casting invisibility charm on himself, he went down the pipe for a second time only to hit Lockhart in his fall. Yes, he overlooked the part Lockhart was planning to stunning charms on everyone when they were still shocked about something invisible knocking Lockhart to the ground. Harry started thinking about what was he to do now. Deciding cannon was the easiest solution, he broke Ron's wand, casted a complete obliviate charm on Lockhart and partial one on Marcus and Ron, with a confusion one to make different memories about what happened. After that, he moved Marcus deeper, he transfigured the floor in the middle to look like a ceiling and revived all 3 of them. After a few moments of talking, Marcus decided to move deeper to look for Ginny while Ron kept trying to figure out a way out. As Harry followed Marcus he couldn't help but ponder about whether Marcus has the main character aura, otherwise, why is he so lucky? TMR POV. Tom wasn't sure how, but he knew one of the other Horcruxes his main body created was getting closer. He knew one of them was hidden at the castle, as even before he was created he already knew where he would put one of them, in the other secret room he discovered, the room of hidden things, or the come and go room. But the other, that was a surprise, he could feel it in the castle, but because it was smaller than him by a lot, because he was still weak, and because of all the other people he couldn't identify it. He thought the other Horcrux would meet him down here as soon as he wrote about the chamber on Halloween, but as it didn't work, he tried it again and again. This was his last chance to appear. After that he would take the chance with the other Horcrux, the one who is closer in size to himself, the one who actually has a chance at beating him in the swallowing fight, where one part of the soul try to assimilate with the other part to become stronger, and he could feel the other soul come closer and closer. So imagine his surprise when he saw the one who comes in is none other than the one who defeated his original body, the one who wrote inside the journal before, the one he was sure didn't have the memories of the strongest wizards to ever exist, Marcus Potter. Well, this is interesting. Chapter 71. Marcus's POV. Marcus ran to Ginny, dropping his wand as he got on his knees trying to wake the little girl, disregarding the fact he should be cautious. "Ginny. Are you okay?" "She won't wake," said a soft voice. Marcus jumped and spun around on his knees. A tall, black-haired boy was leaning against the nearest pillar, watching. He was strangely blurred around the edges, as though Marcus was looking at him through a misted window. But there was no mistaking him. Tom Riddle." Marcus cried as he saw the 16-year-old boy. "Hello Marcus." Riddle nodded, not taking his eyes off Marcus's face. "What you mean, she won't wake?" Marcus said desperately. She's not dash. "She's still alive," said Riddle. "But only just." Marcus breathed a sigh of relief before staring at Tom. Tom Riddle had been at Hogwarts 50 years ago, yet here he stood, a weird, misty light shining about him, not a day older than 16. "Are you a ghost?" Marcus asked uncertainly. "A memory," said Riddle quietly. "Preserved in a diary for 50 years. He pointed toward the floor near the statue's giant toes. Lying open there was the little black diary Marcus had found in Moaning Myrtle's bathroom. For a second, Marcus wondered how it had got there, but there were more pressing matters to deal with. "You have to help me. Ginny is knocked out and the heir with his basilisk is somewhere here." Riddle didn't move. Marcus, sweating, managed to hoist Ginny half off the floor, and bent to pick up his wand again. But his wand had gone. "Did you see Dash?" He looked up. Riddle was still watching him, twirling Marcus's wand between his long fingers. "Thanks," said Marcus, stretching out his hand for it. A smile curled the corners of Riddle's mouth. He continued to stare at Marcus, twirling the wand idly. "Listen," said Marcus urgently, his knees sagging with Ginny's dead weight. "We've got to go. If the basilisk comes Dash." "It won't come until it is called," said Riddle calmly. Marcus lowered Ginny back onto the floor, unable to hold her up any longer. "What you mean?" he said. "Look, give me my wand, I might need it Dash." Riddle's smile broadened. "You won't be needing it," he said. Marcus stared at Tom who had a charming smile on his face. "What you mean, I won't be Dash?" "I've waited a long time for this, Marcus Potter," said Riddle. "For the chance to see you. To speak to you, hell, it's been more than 50 years since I started to wish this, but as you don't know anything there is no point to discuss this wish, instead let's discuss a different matter." Marcus was more confused than he was when he got his first tea, more confused than when everyone in school turned their back on him because of his ability to talk to snakes, more confused than when his parents told him he has a twin, and when Marcus is confused he demands an explanation, at least if he wasn't in a deadly situation. "Look," said Marcus, losing patience, "I don't think you get it. We're in the Chamber of Secrets. We can talk later Dash." "We're going to talk now," said Riddle, still smiling broadly, and he pocketed Marcus's wand. Marcus stared at him. There was something very funny going on here. "How did Ginny get like this?" he asked slowly. "Well, that's an interesting question," said Riddle pleasantly. "And quite a long story. I suppose the real reason Ginny Weasley's like this is because she opened her heart and spilled all her secrets to an invisible stranger." "What are you talking about?" "The diary," said Riddle. "My diary. Little Ginny's been writing in it for months and months, telling me all her pitiful worries and woes, how her brothers tease her, how she had to come to school with second-hand robes and books, how Riddle's eyes glinted, how she didn't think famous, good, great Marcus Potter would ever like her. It's very boring, having to listen to the silly little troubles of an 11-year-old girl," he went on. "But I was patient. I wrote back. I was sympathetic, I was kind. Ginny simply loved me. No one's ever understood me like you, Tom. I'm so glad I've got this diary to confide in. It's like having a friend I can carry around in my pocket." Riddle laughed, a high, cold laugh that didn't suit him. It made the hairs stand up on the back of Marcus's neck. "If I say it myself, Marcus, I've always been able to charm the people I needed. So Ginny poured out her soul to me, and her soul happened to be exactly what I wanted. I grew stronger and stronger on a diet of her deepest fears, her darkest secrets. I grew powerful, far more powerful than little Miss Weasley. Powerful enough to start feeding Miss Weasley a few of my secrets, to start pouring a little of my soul back into her. He wanted to interpret, he wanted to tell the boy to go to hell, but just as he was about to interrupt the memory, he remembered his father once told him to always listen to a villain's monologue as it brings out the most important details. Ginny Weasley opened the Chamber of Secrets. She strangled the school roosters and daubed threatening messages on the walls. She set the serpent of Slytherin on 4 mudbloods, and the squib's cat. It took some time, but she finally became suspicious and tried to dispose of it. And that's where you came in, Marcus. You found it, and I couldn't have been more delighted. Of all the people who could have picked it up, it was you, the very person I was most anxious to meet, though if I knew what I know today, I would have been even more thrilled, even if a little afraid. And why did you want to meet me, said Marcus. Unable to keep the anger from coursing through him, and it was an effort to keep his voice steady. Well, you see, Ginny told me all about you, Marcus, said Riddle. Your whole fascinating history. His eyes roved over the V scar on Marcus's forehead, and their expression grew hungrier. I knew I must find out more about you, talk to you, meet you if I could. So I decided to show you my famous capture of that great oaf, Hagrid, to gain your trust. Hagrid's my friend, said Marcus, his voice now shaking. And you framed him, didn't you? I thought you made a mistake, but Riddle laughed his high laugh again. It was my word against Hagrid's, Marcus. Well, you can imagine how it looked to old Armando Dippet. On the one hand, Tom Riddle, poor but brilliant, parentless but so brave, school prefect, model student, on the other hand, big, blundering Hagrid, in trouble every other week, trying to raise werewolf cubs under his bed, sneaking off to the Forbidden Forest to wrestle trolls, but I admit, even I was surprised how well the plan worked. I thought someone must realize that Hagrid couldn't possibly be the heir of Slytherin. It had taken me 5 whole years to find out everything I could about the Chamber of Secrets and discover the secret entrance, as though Hagrid had the brains, or the power. Only the Transfiguration teacher, Dumbledore, seemed to think Hagrid was innocent. He persuaded Dipper to keep Hagrid and train him as gamekeeper. Yes, I think Dumbledore might have guessed, probably cause he could see we are exactly alike. You are nothing alike. Sure we aren't, Tom's voice became sarcastic. But it doesn't matter, I couldn't open the chamber again, so instead I left this diary that while doing what it was supposed to do, it would also continue Salazar's work. Well, you haven't finished it, said Marcus triumphantly. No one's died this time, not even the cat. In a few hours the Mandrake draft will be ready and everyone who was petrified will be all right again. Haven't I already told you, said Riddle quietly, that killing mudbloods doesn't matter to me anymore? For many months now, my new target has been you. Marcus stared at him. And while I didn't expect you to be the one who came in my footsteps, I have many questions to ask you. Like what? Well, said Riddle, smiling pleasantly, like, how is it that you, a chubby boy with no extraordinary magical talent, managed to defeat the greatest wizard of all time? How did you escape with nothing but a scar, while Lord Voldemort's powers were destroyed? But now that I met you I know why. It doesn't matter, what should be the real question is why did he choose you? What is so special about you? There was an odd red gleam in his hungry eyes now. Why do you care, said Marcus slowly. Voldemort was after your time. Voldemort, said Riddle softly, is my past, present, and future, Marcus Potter. He pulled Marcus's wand from his pocket and began to trace it through the air, writing 3 shimmering words. Tom Marvolo Riddle. Then he waved the wand once, and the letters of his name rearranged themselves. I am Lord Voldemort. You see, he whispered. It was a name I was already using at Hogwarts, to my most intimate friends only, of course. You think I was going to use my filthy Muggle father's name forever? I, in whose veins runs the blood of Salazar Slytherin himself, through my mother's side. I, keep the name of a foul, common Muggle, who abandoned me even before I was born, just because he found out his wife was a witch? No, Marcus, I fashioned myself a new name, a name I knew wizards everywhere would one day fear to speak, when I had become the greatest sorcerer in the world. Marcus at that point has to summon all of his courage to say the next words. You're not, he said. Not what? Snapped Riddle. Not the greatest sorcerer in the world, said Marcus, breathing fast, sorry to disappoint you and all that, but the greatest wizard in the world is Albus Dumbledore. Everyone says so. Even when you were strong, you didn't dare try and take over at Hogwarts. Dumbledore saw through you when you were at school and he still frightens you now, wherever you're hiding these days. The smile had gone from Riddle's face, to be replaced by a very ugly look. Dumbledore's been driven out of this castle by the mere memory of me, he hissed. He's not as gone as you might think. Marcus retorted. He was speaking at random, wanting to scare Riddle, wishing rather than believing it to be true. Riddle opened his mouth, but froze. Music was coming from somewhere. Riddle whirled around to stare down the empty chamber. The music was growing louder. It was eerie, spine-tingling, unearthly. It lifted the hair on Marcus's scalp and made his heart feel as though it was swelling to twice its normal size. Then, as the music reached such a pitch that Marcus felt it vibrating inside his own ribs, flames erupted at the top of the nearest pillar. A crimson bird the size of a swan had appeared, piping its weird music to the vaulted ceiling. It had a glittering golden tail as long as a peacock's and gleaming golden talons, which were gripping a ragged bundle. A second later, the bird was flying straight at Marcus. It dropped the ragged thing it was carrying at his feet, then landed heavily on his shoulder. As it folded its great wings, Marcus looked up and saw it had a long, sharp golden beak and a beady black eye. The bird stopped singing. It sat still and warm next to Marcus's cheek, gazing steadily at Riddle. "That's a phoenix," said Riddle. "Fox." Marcus breathed, and he felt the bird's golden claws squeeze his shoulder gently. "And that dash," said Riddle, now eyeing the ragged thing that Fox had dropped, "that's the old-school Sorting Hat dash." So it was. Patched, frayed, and dirty, the hat lay motionless at Marcus's feet. Riddle began to laugh again. He laughed so hard that the dark chamber rang with it, as though 10 Riddles were laughing at once. This is what Dumbledore sends his defender. A songbird and an old hat. Do you feel brave, Marcus Potter? Do you feel safe now? Marcus didn't answer. He might not see what use Fox or the Sorting Hat were, but he was no longer alone, and he waited for Riddle to stop laughing with his courage mounting. "To business, Marcus," said Riddle, still smiling broadly. "Why did he choose you? What is it about you that is so special he went after you to the point of losing his body? Tell me everything. The longer you talk," he added softly, "the longer you stay alive." Marcus was thinking fast, weighing his chances. Riddle had the wand. He, Marcus, had Fox and the Sorting Hat, neither of which would be much good in a duel. It looked bad, all right, but the longer Riddle stood there, the more life was dwindling out of Ginny, and in the meantime, Marcus noticed suddenly, Riddle's outline was becoming clearer, more solid. If it had to be a fight between him and Riddle, better sooner than later. "I seriously have no idea why, but it doesn't matter. I defeated you twice and I will defeat you again." Riddle's face contorted. Then he forced it into an awful smile. "I guess it doesn't matter. I have to defeat you to survive and become stronger. I will win. Let's see if you can use your specialty." "Mine is controlling the basilisk." Taking a big breath, Tom yelled. "Speak to me, Slytherin, greatest of the Hogwarts Four." Marcus wheeled around to look up at the statue, Fox swaying on his shoulder. Slytherin's gigantic stone face was moving. Horror-struck, Marcus saw his mouth opening, wider and wider, to make a huge black hole. Harry's POV. The horror Harry felt from the speech of Teen Voldy was unimaginable, as although most of the speech was mostly the same as the one in the books, the part that changed said it all. Horcruxes could sense each other and apparently devour each other to grow stronger, which meant he had to find a way to not only find if he is a Horcrux, but also to get rid of it as soon as possible. As Harry saw the mouth of the statue open, he clenched his secret weapon inside his weapon, a pinky-sized stone. Chapter 72. TMR's POV. As the basilisk came out, Tom was ready to celebrate. After all, even if the boy had a spatial ability that made his main body choose him as a Horcrux, and even if you consider how he is still weak, the boy's situation was much worse. He is not only with only 2 years training in magic, nor does he have the memories of the original body. Hell, even his teacher for this year dadass suck. And even if he has had all of the above, this is Salazar's 1,000 years old 50 meters long, eye-killer, venom-melting basilisk. The boy had no chance. Tom would devour him, move to devour the other Horcrux in Hogwarts, and then search for the main soul to devour it too. He would become real. He would gain the spatial abilities the bodies of the other Horcruxes possess. As he was daydreaming, he almost missed Dumbledore's phoenix flying from Marcus' shoulder and scratched the eyes of the gigantic snake. "No!" He yelled, "Kill him!" It was at that point Marcus started running, hat on his head and the basilisk in his footsteps. It didn't take the basilisk long till he caught him, and even as he saw the boy taking a hilt of a sword out of the hat he wasn't worried. After all, he just has to kill him, not mentioning the fact that not all the sword came out, it looked stuck. But just as he was about to win, a rooster's crowing was sounded loudly in the chamber. "No!" Tom yelled, cursing Dumbledore, who he knew was at fault, but it was too late, as the basilisk died. Tom almost fell in despair, till he saw the basilisk's fang nick the boy. "Fawkes," Tom heard the boy say thickly. "You were fantastic, Fawkes." The stupid bird lay its head on the spot where the serpent's fang had pierced Marcus. Thinking about every Dark Lord he read about, Tom remembered this as the part he is supposed to mock the boy. "You're dead, Marcus Potter," he said, laughing. "Dead. Even Dumbledore's bird knows it. Do you see what he's doing, Potter? He's crying." He saw Marcus was crying also, which made him truly wonder what the main soul saw in him. "I'm going to sit here and watch you die, Marcus Potter. Take your time. It is like this entire year I was eating regular boring food, but today I'm feasting. So I'm in no hurry." Suddenly a piece of information passed through his mind. "Get away, bird," he said quickly. "Get away from him," I said, "get away." There was a bang like a gun, and the phoenix took flight again in a whirl of gold and scarlet. Phoenix tears. "Get away, bird," said Riddle's voice suddenly. "Get away from him," I said, "get away." Harry raised his head. Riddle was pointing Harry's wand at Fawkes. There was a bang like a gun, and Fawkes took flight again in a whirl of gold and scarlet. Phoenix tears. He cursed quietly, staring at the boy's arm. "Of course, healing powers, I forgot." Smiling, with way less confidence than he wished he had. "But it makes no difference. In fact, I prefer it this way. Just you and me, Marcus Potter, you and me." He raised the wand. Then, in a rush of wings, the phoenix had soared back overhead and threw something at a fang of the basilisk, and only halfway through he realized what it was. "No." Tom at that moment forgot about Marcus. He forgot he wasn't entirely alive yet, but most importantly, he forgot he was a wizard. He jumped, trying to catch the diary that housed his soul, but he was too late. The diary was stabbed and he was doomed to die. Knowing it was his last chance, he released his soul from the container, and with only the soul parts connections he threw himself into the most important fight of his life, a fight for a vessel. Harry's POV. A little bit before. When Harry saw Marcus trying, unsuccessfully, to get the sword out of the hat, he wanted to laugh, and he would have, if it didn't mean giving away his location. Instead, he did the one thing he didn't want to do, as doing otherwise would mean having himself under Dumbledore's watch. He saved the boy. It wasn't hard. He took out the rock in his pocket, casted an invisibility charm and sonorous on it, and then released the transfiguration he did before going down to the chamber for the first time, changing the rock back to the rooster, who released a crow that with the amplification charm made the cave shake, or maybe it was the giant snake falling. Either way, the cave shook, and Harry used the time to change the rooster back to a rock and go to a corner to sit there and watch the rest of the movie-like scene. A few seconds after the diary was stubbed by Fawkes with the basilisk fang, Harry felt something moving past the first trap in his mind and trying to find a way past his maze. How is it possible? He heard the transpasser yell and identified him as Little Voldy. How can this boy have such an advanced occlumency at this age, yet be as idiotic as he seems? If Harry was a character in the book, he would have talked to the partial soul, maybe give it a chance of survival. But Harry knew that in this world giving someone a chance is asking to die, and Harry wanted to not only live, but to win. Gathering 50% of the magical power he put in the ice occlumency, he created a huge, punch-like block of ice to smash the soul. After finishing, Harry decided to leave the chamber and go rest for a bit. After all, it felt like a long day. Chapter 73. Albus's POV. You can't be named the greatest wizard since Merlin without always having contingency plans. Yes, while everyone thought that to be a strong wizard you need powerful magic and immense power, Albus could tell you the most important thing to have to become almost as famous, almost as influential as Merlin is by knowing everything about everyone and be prepared to everything. It's not that being powerful isn't important. Both Gellert, with the Elder Wand, and Tom, with his natural talent and dark rituals, were much more powerful than him, yet both lost. It is why he made sure divination is being looked down upon by everyone in magical Britain while he has a mastery in it. It is why he hasn't let anyone know Sirius Black is innocent, while making sure Pettigrew think his only way of survival is by staying in his rat form for 11 years, as while the first man was a veritable, while the other man is too useful of an unwilling informant to put in Azkaban but not to stay like in the grace of the Death Eaters he needed to disappear. It was why he fight the Potters not to send their 1-year-old child to Lily's sister, as every time and in every way he used divination he couldn't see the child with James and Lily, so his wish for Marcus to have all the love and attention he can get so he wouldn't be like Tom would happen. And it is because of that Albus, the man who prided himself in being in the know in every situation, was in a distress. This incident, according to what Marcus told him and what he saw in the boy's memories, didn't go according to plan. Tom didn't say they were alike, which wouldn't cause Marcus to try as hard as he can to be different. Marcus hasn't managed to take Gryffindor's sword out of the hat, which meant he wasn't brave enough, but most of all, someone else killed the basilisk, someone he knew nothing about, which could mean someone else has the ability to talk to snakes, and while he knew where Marcus got it and the way to get rid of it, and dizzy face, he didn't know anything about the other Parselmouth. If this was the only incident he would be upset but wouldn't be in distress, but combining with last year's theft of the Philosopher's Stone, Mirror of Erist, and the invisibility cloak, it took him one look into the boy's mind while searching for information about it to know it's gone. It is obvious there is another player in the game of whom he knew nothing about and who knew the situation much more than Albus wanted anyone to. As Albus gave Marcus and Ron 300 points each for doing the right thing and saving the school, enough to win the house cap again, he couldn't stop thinking about the mystery person who changes every important thing in his plans. Marcus's POV. Marcus was so happy until Malfoy Sr. walked in. Marcus didn't care about what he had to say, as they all knew Lucius won't have his wish at kicking Professor Dumbledore from school. No, the reason Marcus stopped being happy when Lucius came in is that his house elf came with him. Dobby. You know my house elf? The pure bloods raised his right eyebrow. Marcus knew that if he would say anything the house elf would be punished, even if only for outside perspective, but it was enough for him. He is the house elf who tried to kill me. Is it because you told him to do it? Another eyebrow went up. Believe me, I did no such thing. I would punish him thoroughly when we come home. As the blonde and the house elf turned around, Marcus stopped looking at them, turning his eyes to the headmaster to ask about how Ginny got the diary, which is why, ironically, he missed the signals Dobby sent him about the diary, missing the chance to get a true friend in the form of the little elf. Harry's POV. Harry really wanted to have rest, but he wanted something else even more, a house elf. Which is why he was here, hiding in the hallway near the headmaster's office waiting for the one elf he knew was soon to be free. But saw Malfoy Sr. and his elf walking with no one chasing them, he knew he had to do something. Luckily, as he was still magically tired from keeping the transfiguration of the rooster for weeks and mentally tired from his one-punch battle with young Voldy, all a person really needs to free an elf which doesn't belong to him is knowledge and ability about how to do a little bit of conjunction, controllable depulso, and a willing elf to be free, and he has all of the above. After conjuring a few underwear on the head of Lucius, he casted a depulso on them to go Dobby's way. A quick catch later and there was one more free elf in the world, but hopefully, not for long. Dobby's POV. Dobby is a terrible elf. Dobby used to be a bad elf, but now Dobby is the worst. Dobby didn't love his masters. Dobby didn't help them in everything Dobby can. Dobby didn't even want to. And all of this is without mentioning how Dobby was trying to sabotage his master's plans. Yes, Dobby was a bad elf. But at least Dobby wasn't a free elf, and Dobby did what every elf should do whenever he fails to complete master's assignment. Dobby punished himself. So Dobby was a bad elf, but Dobby wasn't terrible. At least until today. Today Dobby heard how Dobby's master almost killed a little girl, and in a split of a moment, mostly because of a deep instinct to avoid pain and punishment, Dobby reached toward the underwear that Dobbs' master threw on Dobby, while severing the bond of the bad master with Dobby. Dobby took only a second to regret Dobby's actions. Dobby was now a free elf, but Dobby also became known as an outcast in the elf society, a stigma which can only be removed by having an owner. Dobby knew Dobby should never cry about himself. Crying is only when you are happy to help or unable to help. So Dobby smiled, making himself happy about being free, about having no friends, about having nowhere to live. Dobby is free. He screamed as sniffling of joy fell down as he popped in his search for a new job. Chapter 74. Harry's POV. Dobby. Harry called once he was in the room of requirements. Who called Dobby? Dobby said after popping into the room. Hey Dobby, I'm Harry Peverell and I would like to offer you a job. Mr. Peverell want Dobby as his house elf? Said Dobby with tearful expression. First of all, call me Harry. Second, yes, I would. Do you want to be my house elf? It would be fine if you just want an employment. Yes, Dobby would like that. So let's talk about how much shall I pay you. Harry Peverell would pay Dobby. You could see the concept of payment hasn't even made itself known yet in the house elf's mind. Of course, you are a free elf, you deserve to be paid. Harry knew from the books that Dobby wanted freedom and payment. So Harry Peveril don't want Dobby being his house elf? Dobby asked, confusing Harry. Of course I do, but you are free, don't you want to stay like that and be my house elf? Dobby wanted being Marcus Potter's house elf until Marcus Potter told Dobby's old bad master to punish Dobby. Now Dobby only want a master that is good, who won't ask Dobby to do bad things and won't do them himself. Harry thought he got it. In the books Dobby wanted Canon Harry to be his master, but Canon Harry never suggested it, so he decided to stay free. Now with Marcus betray, Dobby only wanted to have someone else to serve. Oh, okay. If that's what you want, you can become my house elf. Dobby is so happy master want him. A flash of light appeared and Harry could feel the bond between him and Dobby. Now that we are bonded, I have 2 requests. First of all, you should know when I'm outside of Hogwarts, I'm usually in the Muggle part of the world, which means I can't have you call me master, as in the Muggle world it's forbidden, so from now on call me Harry. In truth, Harry wasn't comfortable being called master, so he used it as an excuse. Great MS, Harry is letting Dobby call him by his name. Dobby is grateful to have such a wonderful moss, Harry. It appears that it would take him some time getting used to call me by my name, thought Harry before telling him the second request. Secondly, I need you, whenever there is no one in this room, whenever we are in class or in summer vacation, to come outside this room, walk 3 times where the door is supposed to be while thinking about needing to hide things, and come inside the door that appears. The room is messy and I need you to organize it without touching any of the dark magic. Can you do it for me? Yes, Master Harry. After which Harry went to sleep. He really needed one. A day later. Luna's POV. Luna was so happy, her childhood friend is safe, the school won't close, and most importantly, there are no tests this year, which means she can use the next few weeks to learn magic with her Harry. Her Harry? Where did this thought came from? Though as much as it embarrassed her, if she was honest with herself, she might have a crush on the black-haired boy with his tall, muscling figure, emerald eyes and powerful, yet controlled, colorful yet organized aura, and of course, the peace she had when she was near him, with no small creatures flying near in and out of his ears. Yes, the boy was perfect. If only, a small sigh escaped her lips, if only she didn't have a competition known as Daphne Greengrass, a girl too pretty to be real, a girl who Luna felt was trying to steal her friend, and knew from the Raxpert that came to Daphne's ears and the way they danced whenever she looked at him, that she was trying to use him. It was the reason she didn't like her, it was the reason she was competing with her whenever they were having one of the Muggle lessons about biology once a month in which Daphne joined. She wanted Harry to see she was much better than that girl. Just like now, in an abandoned classroom, as Harry didn't want Daphne to know about the RR, a fact that made her happy every time, and they were learning about blood. Bone marrow is a spongy substance found in the center of the bones. It manufactures bone marrow stem cells and other substances, which in turn produce blood cells. Each type of blood cell made by the bone marrow has an important job. Red blood cells carry oxygen to tissues in the body. While Luna found the subject fascinating, a quick look in the direction of Daphne, she could see the girl had much more fire in her eyes than usually. I wonder why? Luna thought, before putting her entire attention back into learning to the professor. Daphne's POV. As Daphne heard about the bone marrow's job and the Muggle's way of transplanting it, her eyes lit like fireworks. Her sister's blood curse can be cured. It's why she stayed after the class her business partner taught. Why didn't you tell me? What? That the only thing we need to do to save my sister is taking out her old blood stem cells in and create them again with potion? Oh, that. Because it wouldn't work. As I told you before, while the curse might be in the blood, although I wouldn't know without studying her blood. Even if it is, the bone marrow that you would regrow would be identical to the first, which means you would accomplish nothing. And what about transplanting blood stem cells from someone else? While that might work, thought wouldn't know without learning what is that curse, and if it is blood related, you would need someone who is a perfect match to donate their blood stem, which based on what I can tell, would be much harder to find, as I don't know if magical people's bone marrow is affected by magic or affect their magic. I know you wouldn't want to save your sister only to make her a squib, and even if we succeed in everything, she could die from the procedure. Even if the worst doesn't happen, even if everything is fine, her descendants would still have to suffer from the curse. So the only way we have is change her DNA. Her, as you called it in your book, very being. It was at that point that she started screaming and crying. There might be another way, but right now I can't see it. Even though she could barely see him, Daphne could hear the helplessness in his voice. It was then that Harry did something Daphne didn't expect. he hugged her. "Don't worry, we are making progress. We would save your sister, we just need time." It was then that Daphne decided to make sure Harry and her get the device that give a person more time, as she would do anything to save her sister. Chapter 75. Harry's POV. Harry was alone in the RR, in the middle of trying to figure out a way around the need of a trusted secret keeper in the Fidelius charm, one of the few times he had to be alone to do as it involved concentration that left him unable to use a wand to cast in that level as it has too much of waving, and with no tests to learn for this year, Luna stayed with him every second of the day except for classes, and while he loved her and trusted her more than any other human being, he didn't trust her completely with his wandless abilities and with the level of his casting, and in class Daphne started to sit next to him in classes, looking suspicious at how average he was doing in most of them while trying to help him, probably to get him to owe her. That left him small amount of time to work on things like the Fidelius charm. Right now, the most he managed to do is changing the needed soul from a magical human soul to either any human being or a magical creature, although the regular human would take much more magic to cast and the magical creature would need a little bit more magic and the ability to talk as it would need the ability to pass the knowledge to other people. It was at that point that Harry felt sad for the first time about freeing Lola, and his snake. Flashback. 5 days before the start of his first year. Harry was sitting on his new bed, in his new apartment, talking to Lola. It's been 2 weeks since his parents died, no. They were murdered, and the only living he talked to except doctors, cops, social workers and a judge is Lola, a snake whose only conversation topics are food, nests and coupling, and he really didn't need the knowledge of the enjoyment a female snake get from it. Even he could see how unhealthy having her as a companion, mentally, as he only talked to a snake and physically as he could become an enemy of Dumbledore the second he becomes known as a Parselmouth. Lola, if you had to choose, would you like to be free? He decided to give her the choice, for even though he should leave her, he owed her that much. Free. Sand. Ground. Plants. Food. Mail. EEGs. Children. She wants to be outside, that much was obvious, and Harry was happy to provide her the chance to do it. End flashback. Now Harry lost the chance to do this spell for as long as he need a trusted companion as he had no wish to get another snake. Just as he lament about it, Dobby came in with a plate of fruits. Harry would have hugged Dobby if he didn't fear the elf would faint. Have I ever told you how much I love you? No Harry, we just bonded 2 weeks ago. Dobby's face became red while he did an excellent Quirrell impression. Well I do, but most importantly, I totally trust you with my secrets. Really? It's an honor. The little elf's eyes sparkled. Yes, I trust you so much, that I would like you to become my secret keeper. Apparently Dobby knew what it meant as when he heard those words he knocked himself out. It took 15 minutes to wake Dobby up, calm him down and explain exactly what Harry wanted from him, mostly because he kept asking, do Harry really want Dobby to be his secret keeper? But when they were done Harry got himself a secret keeper who knew to tell Harry immediately about the secret. Harry wasn't sure what information should he hide as you can only use the spell once, and only to hide one thing, after that, to hide something different you would have to cancel the previous charm. In the end, Harry decided he would choose the thing that would let him have the best way of using this defensive spell, as an attack. Focusing his intent about his magical power and wandless abilities, he called Secretum Custode Magia Potentia Non Est Magicum. Feeling his magical power leaving him and knowing some knowledge he once had was leaving with it was the most horrifying feeling he ever had. He felt like he was drowning, he couldn't see, he was shaking, and his chest hurt. A small part at the back of his mind knew it was a panic attack but the much larger part was losing its shit. Only by using the part in his occlumency Snape taught him was he able to calm himself enough to let Dobby tell him be in the known of the secret and be able to breath again. He now understood why the instructions said to have as less people as possible in the know on the secret before casting the charm. Knowing something and having it ripped of your mind is an experience Harry never wanted to experience again, which not only meant this was the only time he would ever use this charm, but that his next charm project is finding a defense against it before the 4th year. Harry massaged his head as he thought about that, and decided to take the rest of the day off. 2 days later. This day was supposed to be the first day of testing, which meant that except the 5th and 7th years who had the L and N, E, W, T respectively, the entire school student population was celebrating, except 2 people. Hermione, who wanted to know how good was she doing even if she was petrified for months, and Harry. Harry was spending this lovely day in the Chamber of Secrets, taking everything that is worth anything out of the basilisk corpse after searching for clues and failing in finding Salazar's legacy, of which he heard Anastasia mentioning in her legacy room. Why did he do it today instead of in the summer as he planned? Because of what he heard yesterday. Flashback. Harry was on his way back from the ROR when he saw Professor McGonagall and Professor Snape arguing. As he had invisibility and a notice-me-not charm on himself, he only took his wand out to put a silencing curse on himself before moving closer to the two professors to listen. "Why do I need to explain it to you again?" the Transfiguration professor said with a profound sigh. "Because I can't seem to understand why does the boy who led himself to only run away and was luckily saved by a mysterious rooster cry get the 1,000 years old basilisk's corpse? A basilisk whose body parts could advance the potions industry, magizology, create light armors that can save a few Aurors' life, and cure several dozens of people. Why would we give it to a child who in best-case scenario wished to hang it in the wall of his house like a price, but would probably sell it to the highest bidder, of whom we can only hope won't be goblins, as with this corpse they can probably manufacture war instruments and maybe win the next goblin vs human war?" Harry was happy he has put a silencing curse, as he couldn't help laughing when he heard the ridiculous suggestion that goblins need the corpse to win the next goblins vs wizards war, as the goblins won every single war there was between wizard kind and them. At least according to the history Bogrod taught him, and the little pieces he got from the history professor when it reached his ear, while it sounded like the professor was only talking about goblin wars in his monotone voice because he is boring, he was actually trying to tell the students everything is a lie and to be careful when dealing with goblins. When Harry stopped laughing he missed what Professor McGonagall told Professor Snape, and could only hear half the answer of the potions professor. "Talent to speak with snakes. I would never have let the Potters take the corpse in the summer." After that the two continued to argue, but Harry's thoughts were in the chamber, looting it from everything it is worth. End flashback. After that, Harry went to sleep, only to wake up a few hours later and go to the chamber to the most gruesome and tiring job he had. As basilisks had a magic-resisting skin, he had to work on the skin with the knives he made in his blacksmithing lessons, a thing that would take him all day by himself. Luckily he had help in the name of Dobby, so it would only take all morning. Chapter 76. Harry's POV. Harry used the last week and a half to the best he could. His magical control got to the middle of 5th year, yet his transfigurations is stuck on switching charm, as he still hasn't managed to understand how two objects can switch places. He knew it wasn't really transfiguration as switched objects could stay unchanged indefinitely, but even though he had some idea he couldn't entirely figure out how can two objects change their place, which is why he decided his next master degree would be in quantum mechanics. His magical power is stuck at the peak of the liquid-like state and he was hoping that soon it would change to the 3rd state. Another thing that stoked growing is his physical ability. Right, not as according to his blacksmithing teacher he has the strength and speed of a 15-year-old goblin warrior apprentice, but as it hasn't changed for a few months, he started thinking about other ways to grow his physical power, one of which is that he started eating as much as he can from the basilisk's meat as it's supposed to strengthen his muscles, and as he was sure that part of the reason his magic grew so much is that his body grew as much as it did, and that part of the reason his magic was stick is his age and his body. After all, even if he looked like the tallest 14 years old, he hasn't had his 13th birthday yet. His rune studies are also stuck, as even though he learned all the runes Hogwarts' library had to offer and understood basic rune scams, his problem was that he hasn't become good enough in writing them. His blacksmithing is progressing good enough that at the start of 3rd year he would get to start learning the magical prospect of it. Another thing that progressed well is his potions, with his understanding of the way and number of times you mix the potion and its relation to magical control and intent. He managed to do the last potion in the class perfectly without mixing the ingredients once. And finally, his programming. While he still has a long way before creating a real AI, he created his own book scanning, uploading and organizing by subject program he was planning to use to create his own virtual magical luxury. With all the books he could find, now he just needed to create a device that can hold all of them, which is why while learning quantum mechanics he was also going to learn electrical engineering. He knew it meant to push back even farther his medicine degree, but he felt this was what he needed. His work on the blood curse hasn't improved by much, as while he managed to create the spell that let you see a hologram of the DNA of the person who got hit by it, he still hasn't managed to create a way to translate the double helix, but he felt he was close. He was only missing something. His agreement with Daphne was to go to her house in August 1st where he would show the results of the year, so he had more than a month to figure it out. The one thing that really depressed him was Snape's denial at allowing him to take all the electives when they had a talk about next year, in the end of which he could only choose 3, and as he could see the professor denying him the option to take divination, he had to explain to the man he already learned arithmancy by himself and had no need for the class, which led to a conversation on why did he want it before, and even though he managed to get the teacher to let him go, he was sure the teacher didn't believe him. As Harry went on the train with Luna, he felt this year was good, and could only hope next year would be even better. Severus POV. Severus was in the middle of the 6th Teachers' Conference of the month, and his only relief is that he only had one more to go. The first conference was when the Weasley girl was taken to Chamber of Secrets, in which they knew the school was about to get closed, and were making sarcastic jokes in Lockhart's expense. The second one was a few moments after the girl returned safely, in which Albus told a version of what happened, and after the conference was done Severus and Minerva were told what really happened, and what was to be done with the treasure of the best ingredients ever. Severus was extremely disgusted with the idea that the Potters would take the basilisk's corpse without asking the one who really defeated the snake, but there was nothing to be done as he wasn't Parselmouth, but he never expected that a few days after his fourth argument with Minerva, 2 days before the school's year ended, that he would walk to his class and find 2 things on his table. 3 liter of blood with a note that said basilisk's blood, and the other was a box filled with 3 kg of basilisk's meat. His plan was to consume 1/5 of the meat to strengthen his body, and hopefully his magic, and use the rest to cure people with dark curses on them, while half the blood was going to be researched and the other half is going to be used to create of one of the hardest potions to ever exist, the Felix Felicis. He didn't know who gifted it to him, though he had the thought it is the one who actually defeated the basilisk, but he wasn't going to ignore this wonderful gift, especially after checking the gifts with every detection charm he knew, potion, poison and spells, and founding it clean. The excitement at being able to create this potion is why he was so annoyed at Albus for cancelling the tests, as while it was happy news for 5/7 of the student population, it became a bureaucratic nightmare for the professors who had to figure out where every student is, studying-wise, and which of the petrified and non-petrified students need extra studying with only their yearly assignments. Which is why, they were in another conference, after the children went home, discussing the second years. She got petrified, she should get extra summer studies like the rest of those poor students. Minerva was sticking her foot on the subject, and Severus had enough of that. Minerva, he said calmly, while you are right about Miss Granger getting petrified, we all know the Set Trident already knows the books of the second year good enough to tell the page in which she took the answer to the question the professor asks. You can say almost the same about Miss Clearwater, but we give her the option. Minerva said with a huff that would look weird on the hard professor to any student that sees it. Miss Clearwater is in her 6th year, Phileas said, and being able to get back to where she was studying wise is crucial for her grades next year, while Miss Granger has 3 more years until her first life-changing test. Fine. The Transfigurations professor said. Now we need to talk about the time turner. Minerva said, focusing all the head house's attentions. I think this year it would be Miss Granger. Pomona said, none of the Ravenclaws that were nominated asked to be in all the classes, not one in my house were nominated, and Severus took his wonderful student, Mr. Peveril, out of the question. Oh, don't you remember, Pomona? Severus said with his iconic smirk, the girl lost the chance at this privilege by stealing ingredients from me and brewing a dangerous potion in a toilet. A laughing could be heard from the half-goblin. I guess Severus got what he wanted in the end. I still think one mistake shouldn't cost her the chance to get the time turner. He should be more forgiving, after all she is the most brilliant student we had in this generation. Minerva said with a frown. You are partially right, Severus said, mistake can be forgiven, but she didn't do homework, or took 1 or 2 ingredients. You know what, if she would have made a beauty potion in her room, I would let it slide. No, she made and consumed a potion that is illegal without approval from the ministry, during which, she put sleeping potion inside students' cakes and locked them in a closet, all of that to investigate Mr. Malfoy because he is Slytherin. And except the lame apology Dumbledore forced them to do, she and her friends didn't seem sorry at all. In fact, they tried to hit the student who told on them, and when they failed they blamed him. Does that sound like someone who is mature enough to hold a device that can erase her from the universe? You could see the deputy headmistress trying to bury herself in her chair. As for being the smartest student in her generation, it is simply not true. Then who? She said with curiosity. I can think of a few. It was actually Phileas who answered her, the Weasley twins for example, who even though don't make any effort in class, has invented some amazing things in their pranks, or maybe Miss Lovegood, who seem to have the ability to understand and perform any assignment in a creative way. Minerva had a thoughtful look on her face, but if I had to rate the number 1 student in brilliance, it would have to be Mr. Peveril, who I believe, if he wasn't as weak magically as he is, would have managed to suppress Albus. I have to agree with the last one, Pomona said, while he might not have the plenty of magical energy, he isn't only smart, he is a hard worker. If he didn't have only one friend and wear green, I would assume he is from my house. She paused for a second before asking a question, what were his choices for electives? Everything, but I denied it based on the stupidity of the matter. Severus said and snorted in laughter before explaining the reason for this unusual laughter from him when he saw the eyes of his colleagues filled with confusion. He grew up in the Muggle world, so when I asked why would he need Muggle studies, instead of talking about easy grade or coming out with an excuse like being fascinated with how our world see the Muggle world, he told me that after 2 years in the magical world seeing how idiotic wizards and witches can be about the Muggle world that it would be a class he would take so every few days he would have a good laugh. A snort came out of the other 3 professors. In the end he chose divination, care, and runes. I tried to convince him to take arithmancy, as not only it is an important subject, based in his mind and former Muggle education it would be much easier subject to him than most students, but he told me he has no wish to sit in a class that he can learn in his free time as a second year. The shocked looks were mimicking how Severus felt when he heard it. You can't be saying. Yes, he learned 3rd year's arithmancy this year as a way to pass time. So he has to go to that class. Minerva exclaimed. And do what? Be bored in it? No, my deal with him is better. Every year he would take a test about the subject in the level year above him take, and only if he doesn't get O in it he would change elective. A few moments of silence were over when Phileas said, so no one get time turner next year. The conference was over in that note and everyone left except for Severus, who couldn't help but smirk when he thought, I wonder what their reactions would have been if they knew he finished 4th year too. Chapter 77. Harry's POV. Harry's first month was planned entirely. He was going to use every single part of the weekday, except his daily physical and magical workout, to figure out the next part in the blood curse cure. His only real breaks from DNA studies were his blacksmithing lessons. Right now he only managed to create a spell to show a hologram of the DNA in the living creature the spell hit. He called it the basis charm, as DNA is the basis to life. And the only improvement he managed to do is that by putting a couple holograms on top of each other he can make either the differences to disappear or the similarities, but he knew that to be able to truly understand this genetic curse he would have to find in which part of the DNA the blood curse is. He didn't really thought he could go through each base in a month. After all, the human DNA consists of about 3 billion bases. Even with all of his knowledge, talent and hard work, not to mention magic, it would be impossible. Instead, he was working on minimizing the bases. Human DNA consists of about 3 billion bases, that is true, but it is also true that more than 99% of those bases are the same in all people. Which is why his plan was to hit as many and as diverse people as possible, no matter if it is difference in nationality, British, French, Germans, difference in skin color, white, black, brown, yellow, hair color, blondes, brown-haired, black, and reds, muggle and magicals. Yes, her had no need nor want to find the right DNA base right now, as it would be not only impossible but it might have negative consequences on Harry's wish to get a time turner. Right now he only needed to show Daphne's father it is possible. Thinking about him as an investor while Harry is a visionary helped. Harry didn't need or want to show Mr. Greengrass the complete product, as he wanted his investor to need him and to invest in his research. By showing he can do it, and has made great progress, he can make the investor, who has gained hope, to give him what he want. But if he managed to show the person that he got to the end of step 2 in his cure in less than a year, Mr. Greengrass would have bigger expectations than Harry was willing to put on himself, as it would make him have less time to work on his other projects. Thus started the most grueling week in Harry's life. Every day after his workout he went into Diagon Alley and looked for wizards and witches with different skin tones, hair and eye colors and even differences in height for 3 hours with his Notice Me Not charm on, and with a swift summoning charm go 1 hair from them, before going to London and doing the same. Then he went home and cast the basis charm on every single hair before putting the holograms one on top of the other and making the differences disappear with only separating the wizarding and muggle holograms. By the end of the week he managed to minimize the amount of DNA bases to almost 40 million in the muggle's DNA and 50 million in the wizard's DNA. Knowing his results won't get better by much in Britain, he bought a plane ticket to USA, New York. If there is one thing he felt he was lucky about, it was his choice to buy first-class ticket. He only did it because it was his first time in a plane, but with the illusion he put on himself to look like an adult throughout the flight. His magic was empty at the middle of it, so he closed the curtains and rested until it was full again and casted another illusion. You would think illusion doesn't take a lot of energy, and you would be right. Of all the spells Harry casted, it would be in the middle in terms of magical power needed to cast. The problem with this spell, other than the need for a clear picture of your intended result and the need of same-built body, is that you need to continuously pour magic into it to keep it working, just like the levitation charm and transfiguration, which is probably why even the best wizards prefer polyjuice. He thought about taking a port key, but after a little bit of research he found out that not only is using it as regulated in the wizarding world, but that there are many accidents in which the user loses a part of his body because of the creators. As for making it himself, he didn't even manage to understand switching charm. He won't touch the much more complicated port key creation. Arriving in one of the biggest centers of cultural mush, Muggle and wizarding, it took 4 days before his Muggle and Wizard's DNA holograms reached about 35 million and 43 million respectively. He traveled to Ottawa, Mexico City, Jerusalem, Cairo, Beijing and Tokyo, and as the end of the month reached his Muggle and Wizard's DNA holograms reached about 30 million and 36 million respectively. As he has only one more day before his meeting with Daphne and her father, he took the flight to London promising himself that next summer he would actually see the places he traveled to. Chapter 78. Harry's POV. It was time to meet Mr. Greengrass and Harry wasn't willing to be late. Luckily he had help in the name of Dobby, a quick popping with the house elf, and he arrived. It took the door opened as he knocked, something that should be done by the house elves if he was not mistaken, but could also be a rune scam. As he walked in he could hear footsteps running above him and a little girl that looked like a little copy of Daphne, only much paler and black with grey strikes hair. "Hey, my name is Astoria, are you Daphne's boyfriend? If so call me Tori, as we will be brother and sister when you two marry." The girl had so much energy and questions Harry wouldn't have been surprised to find she took ecstasy. "What is your house in Hogwarts? What is your favorite class? How did you and Daphne meet? Aren't you afraid my father will kill you for stealing his firstborn? He once told us." When she finished all her questions he started answering. "Hey, I'm Harry, no I'm not Daphne's boyfriend, I came here to see if your father would like to hire me, which is why while I'm a little bit nervous he would refuse but I'm not scared. I'm a Slytherin, my favorite." By the time he finished answering all of her questions, both Daphne and their father were already there. "Yes you do. Hello Mr. Greengrass, Daphne. It's Lord Greengrass," the middle-aged man said with a tone of a superior talking to a subordinate, a way of looking at their deal Harry wasn't willing to submit to. "I am sorry, Mr. Greengrass. It won't happen again, Mr. Greengrass." He could see anger flashing through the man's eyes before the coldness returned. "Very well, as we might work together, you might as well call me Mr. Greengrass." He then looked at Astoria. "Have you finished your Latin homework?" The little girl looked like she wanted to say that she did, but with a look at the glint in her father's eyes she told the truth. "I didn't, but can't I do it later?" "No, go do it now." With eyes cast down Astoria walked back upstairs. "Let's sit and talk about how much you accomplished in the last year. How would you go to cure the curse and exactly what is the theory on which you base your cure on?" After sitting on the couch Harry started the explanation he prepared for the wizard, an explanation almost identical to the one in his book. Think about the body of every living being in the world as a unique spell, and just like how every spell is built from arithmancy and runes so does the bodies. The reason we look like combination of our parents is that we are a combination of half of our father's construction plan and half of our mother's. Do you understand? The man nodded his head slowly. "My plan is simple in theory, we find out the part of the construction plan which isn't right and change it to the right one." "Any questions?" He asked like a professor, and as Harry expected, the older man had questions. "A couple. First of all, do you have any proof?" "Of course, can I assume that the trace won't activate in the house?" Harry said, and after seeing a nod took his wand out. Harry didn't really care as he wasn't planning on using the wand but to do the spell wandless and see if his theory about the mind taking the explanation that makes the most sense as the right one. "I'm about to do a charm I invented on Daphne, there are no negative consequences nor will she feel anything." With another nod Harry cast his spell with loud voice while doing a swish, swirl, swish and flick and blocking his magic from reaching the wand. Ex visu vitam vocatio. A shot of light came from Harry's left eye and a DNA hologram showed up, yet the father and daughter didn't seem to think there was anything extraordinary about the situation except for the hologram. Success. Basatil's POV. If he was honest, Basatil didn't have any hope about the meeting today. In fact, on the subject of curing the blood curse he lost hope long ago, just after his wife's funeral. Before his wife's death he went to all of the healers he heard of, and in every possible country, but the only one that could even partially explain what exactly was this curse was an old healer from Wagadu who clarified that the curse was one that settled inside the very being of his wife's ancestor, and the reason why her descendants can get it from her. Even he had no idea how to approach the elimination of the curse, and all the other healers has no idea how to explain the curse could be passed on. So yes, he has no hope about today, no hope about his eldest daughter's research group, and no hope for his youngest daughter to outlive him. But he knew Daphne needed hope, she needed to know she did everything she could to save her sister, that he did everything he could to save Astoria, otherwise she would never forgive him, and he would lose not one daughter but two. Which is why, when she wrote him a letter that she had found someone who can save Astoria but didn't have time for the project and needed a device for more time, even when he knew that person was only trying to get Basatil to give a time turner he didn't refuse, but as he was fully aware it was impossible for him to get his hand on one, he still promised to give one as long as he could see results, even bringing out his fast-reading glasses for a show of sincerity. All of this could show you two things. 1. Basatil would do anything for his daughters. 2. He has no faith the boy has a way to save Astoria. Which is why the situation is so shocking. A boy, which is no older than 13, one that managed to raise his ire with the first sentence he said when they met, managed to not only bring forth the same theory the old healer brought, but an idea for solution. Of course, ideas without practical ability to make them reality worth nothing, and he was conned too many times while trying to save his wife, which is why he asked the boy to show proof, to which the boy answered by taking his wand out and casting a charm of his own invention. A 13 years old. Invented a charm that can show a person's so-called construction plan. The boy is a genius. If his magical power was on the strong side he would one day surpass Dumbledore. Too bad for him it seemed to be on the weak side, but a good thing to meet Basatil thought, as the boy might have an actual chance in curing Basatil's daughter. Which is why I need more time to accomplish it. He seemed to lose track of the conversation but as he didn't want to make himself look inattentive and impolite. Instead of saying he wasn't listening, he said. I didn't understand it entirely, can you repeat it, mister? It was at that moment that he realized he never asked for the boy's full name. Even in conversations with Daphne about the boy, he called the boy her schoolmate, while Daphne either called him a he or Harry, and he can't call the boy Harry without permission. Harry Peveril. The family name ringed a bell but he hasn't managed to place it. I will try to simplify the explanation, Mr. Peveril said nicely. The so-called construction plan of our body is called deoxyribonucleic acid, but we will call it DNA by its initials, and while every person's DNA is unique, it is mostly the same, as we are similar. Think about it like Incendio and the Bluebell Flame's charm, and Fiendfire. While different spells their basis is the same, fire, which would make their attithmancy to show resemblance, and the closer those spells are, the more similarities you would see. So a plant and a person's DNA would look very different, while monkey's DNA would be much more similar, and the differences between one human from another are less than 1%, all of this means, as I said earlier, that all we need to do is find the specific DNA base that make your daughter sick and replace it with healthy base so the contraction from that point onward would be healthy, but, right now I only managed to minimize the number of bases to 36 million and 36 million. How many bases are there? As I said, there are about 3 billion bases. The tiny bit of hope that was growing again started dying but then Basatil heard the boy say, which is why I need more time to accomplish it, but I can have ways to speed it up. Basatil now understood, after all, while he wasn't a brilliant wizard, nor was he a genius healer, Basatil was an excellent businessman. The boy was trying to get an upper hand to negotiate, the only thing he didn't realize is that Basatil would agree to all of his demands. Chapter 79. Daphne's POV. As Daphne watched her father as he listened to Harry, she couldn't help but smirk. After all, not only she was in his place in every conversation and lecture she had with the boy about her sister's blood curse, she also couldn't help but thinking what would be his reaction if he finds out the knowledge the plan to cure Astoria came entirely from the Muggle world. Probably denial, outrage, explaining himself that all that mattered is that Harry is a wizard, depression about the cure being Muggle, and acceptance, just like grieving. What do you need to accelerate the research? Her father's questions brought her back to the conversation. First of all, Harry started, I would need the device that can give me extra time, we talked about, as this thing takes time. Daphne would have rolled her eyes or burst in anger if her occlumency shields weren't cooling her emotions. It was obvious Harry wanted the time device for other things than researching her sister's curse. It is more like the opposite, he is agreeing to research the curse for the device. Secondly, I would need access to all the books you have in your house, as there might be something I missed. He stated. When she heard this, Daphne couldn't help but remembering Professor Snape's advice about Harry, his wants are related to knowledge. Thirdly, I need DNA samples, which could be hair, blood, nails, skin, and so from you, Daphne, Astoria and your wife. What? Her father yelled, my wife has been dead for years. How the bloody hell am I supposed to do that? Daphne has only heard her father yell 3 times in her life and never curse, so her shock from hearing the need for her mother's DNA got even bigger. I'm sorry if I upset you, it's not a must but it will help me quicken the identification process as the both has this curse. You can give me a bone piece if there is nothing else. As he saw her father's face getting dangerously red he quickly said with his hands up, or you can bring me a bone piece from a dead ancestor who has the disease. Her father's face returned to its natural color as he slowly nodded. Lastly, I would need some advanced equipment, really expensive one. There was a moment of silence before her father said with a hoarse voice, the same hoarse voice she heard the day her mother died. How long will it take without everything, and how long will it take with? I estimates that without everything it would take me about 10 years, 7 depending on how quick I manage to complete my other project. As for with them, 3 to 5 years. Your second request is easily granted, so does the fourth, as money is something I don't lack. The third, I can't give you even a little piece of my wife's bones, as I would never desecrate her grave, but I will give you a part of my mother-in-law's bone. As for the time device, it is known as Time Turner and, sigh, I'm sorry but it is impossible for me to manage to get it for you. Is there anything other than that you would like? Daphne's eyes would have come out of their pockets if it was possible. Her father admitted he was incapable to get something. I understand, said Harry, his voice calm but full with disappointment. I am sorry we weren't able to make a deal, but as a thank you for the fast reading glasses I am willing to give you written instructions to preform my spell. This, together with my explanation about how I will go about entreating the curse should help you in this endeavor. Daphne couldn't believe it, just because they didn't manage to get him the Time Turner he is going to abandon her sister. Before she knew it, her right hand was caught in his left hand, close to his face as she attempted to slap him. Why? Her voice was filled with pain. Why? Because you lied to me. Our agreement was fulfilled on my side, as I worked on this project for the last half year while slowing down other endeavors, and your side can't even manage to bring forth to the table something a teacher can give to a third year. What do you mean give to a third year? Her father asked, suddenly calm again, as if that disgusting boy didn't just tell them he is gonna let her sister die. How do you think I know about Time Turners? I saw a third year from Ravenclaw use it and then blackmailed him to tell me what it was. Apparently, the teachers gave it for him so he could study all the electives, as some of them happen in the same time. Still strangely calm her father asked, and why? If you know that, didn't you use the same way? You don't think I tried? The boy she used to almost consider a friend spat, Professor Snape denied this option from me. So if I managed to make it a reality, the glint in her father's eyes told her she was missing something, would you continue the research? As long as I get the option to time travel, of course. You will get it by the start of the school year. Then we have a deal. After they shook hands while Daphne continued to give Peveril, that's right he doesn't deserve her calling him by his given name, a stink eye, he left. I can't believe him. Does he have no heart? Calm down Daphne, her father said, he has a heart, otherwise, would he give us a way to complete our deal? Daphne looked at her father like he was mentally ill. He did it for a chance to get a Time Turner. Come on Daphne, with his ability in healing, arithmancy and charms, even if he is magically weak, he would be able to get the Time Turner the second he reveal it to any of the professors or even Madame Poppy. He for some reason didn't want to reveal it, but to give us a chance, he let it slip the school give a Time Turner to gifted students knowing I would reveal his abilities, so don't say he don't have a heart. As for Astoria, or maybe you, he winked, making her feel grossed, he let us have a chance. Now, I need to go visit an old friend, keep an eye on your sister. He went to the fireplace, threw flu powder, went in and shout, Snape office, disappearing into the fire. Meanwhile, Daphne went back to the couch, lay down and thought hard about the boy who make her feel contradicting emotions. Chapter 80. Severus's POV. Severus's summer wasn't as calm as the previous ones. Usually, he would use the summer to do what every professor at Hogwarts do, use all the resources left in his budget from the year to conduct excitements in his area of expertise. This was one of the reasons people wanted to become professors in Hogwarts, together with having a calling to teach, not having to pay for living, the library and wanting talented helpers. But this year he wasn't doing any research. This year he started making one of the most difficult and expensive not to mention time-consuming potions, Felix Felicis. Making this potion wasn't his plan, but when the rarest ingredient, one that is thought to be extinct in International Confederation of Wizards, show up on your table, you don't just give up on the chance to make the most wanted and useful potion that was ever created, which is why Severus had a busy month, and as much as he hates to admit it, if he want to succeed in making this potion he would have to take a helper when the school year starts, as the hours that the potion need to be looked after are erratic, and he has classes, the only question is who. As he thought about all his students after putting aside all the Gryffindors, the same 4 names that he thought about 4 weeks showed up in his mind, the only ones who might be worthwhile to have as helpers. Ariana Ivan, a Slytherin who is going to be a 7th year, and really talented in potions. The only problem is that she is swamped, she takes 7 NSFW and would have no time to really watch the potion. Jane Shafiq, a soon-to-be 6th year and one of the finest Hufflepuffs he met, one who truly represents the quality of hard work. A shame that although she has a work ethic and can follow instructions, to work on this portion you need to be able to change the number of needed swirls and the side of them based on the situation, and she didn't take arithmancy so she won't know how to. Jacob Cohen, a Ravenclaw soon-to-be 5th year who has both the mind needed for arithmancy and the flair for potions, but even if he wasn't about to have his LS he is still a Muggleborn, and Severus wasn't willing to put the boy in the spotlight, as when the Dark Lord returned it would put him in danger. Lastly, Lawrence Foley, another one of the best Hufflepuffs he has the pleasure to meet, but alas, as a 7th year he is focusing on his NWTS. But no, there was only one student Severus wanted as a helper, no. An apprentice, a soon-to-be 3rd year who by the end of his 1st year could already have conversations with Severus about ingredients most of the 7th year can't, not to mention he taught himself at least 2 years' worth of arithmancy, Harry Peverell. Until yesterday, a free day in which he didn't need to touch the potion, Severus would have thrown the thought about using the boy as a helper away, as he was too young, but he finally managed to find the records of the boy in the Muggle world. After trying to dig current grades unsuccessfully, Severus decided to go to the place which held them all, the Muggle Ministry of Education. It took less than an hour, Confucius' charm and Severus's self-esteem, as he looked for those for 6 months, but he was back in his office reading the boy's records, something that shocked him to the bones. The boy finished high school, the Muggle equivalent of Hogwarts with perfect scores, for bachelor degrees, sort of half a mastery in the wizarding world, and even took one a step farther by getting a master degree in chemistry, the equivalent of full mastery in the wizarding world. All of this by the age of 12. It took Severus almost an hour to calm down from the unbelievable information to remember his conversation with the boy, about him keeping on learning in the Muggle world, after which he couldn't help but think that if the boy wasn't as weak magically as he was, with his experience of being abandoned by one set of parents, who are supposed to be in the light side, and the second set of parents being murdered, he could have been the best and worst Dark Lord to ever exist. Luckily for the magical world he is weak, and luckily for Severus, he wasn't discovered yet, so Severus could take him as an apprentice, someone he could teach potions, defense against the dark arts and dueling without the need to slow down for him to catch on, someone who might be one day a friend, cause if there was one thing Severus truly needed is someone who is both smart and trustable. As Severus continued to dwell on his thoughts, the fire in his office's flue connection turned green and one of his old housemates, the one he doesn't despise, and also the one who never did anything without a good reason, Basatil Greengrass showed from it. "Hello Basatil, how are you?" "I'm good, and you?" "I'm well, what can I do for you today?" "What? Can't a man visit an old friend for no reason?" "A man? Sure. You? No." "Well," Basatil's eyes turned sharp, "I came to collect the favor." Severus' eyes widened for a second before returning to their original size. "You actually came again? I thought that after my failed attempt last time to cure your wife, you know I can't break the curse." "I know, I came to ask from you to give the time turner this year to someone." This time Severus's eyes didn't return to their original size. "What? What are you talking about?" "I know every year one student has a chance to get one, I need it." "I don't know how you know about it, but I can't give it to you, only a 3rd year can get it, not to mention he can only use it for studying reasons. Luckily, the one I want to get it is a 3rd year." Severus was outraged. "You wasn't your daughter to use the time turner. Do you understand that she would lose years of her life? It's not for my daughter, it's for the first person in 15 years that told me he has a chance in curing the blood curse, who said he only need extra time, Harry Peverell." At this point, if it was anyone else, they would have laughed or sneered toward Basatil, but Severus, who respected the man for giving him the chance to become the youngest potions master in the last 200 years by recommending him to Master Harper, and knew about Mr. Peverell's achievements in the Muggle world, Severus just sighed and said, "I will do it, but it is a great request, I want something in return, constant updates on the progress of the research." Basatil smiled, agreed, "Do you want us to start now?" An hour later, as Basatil went back into the green fire, Severus half gloomingly half happily thought, he might be too great for me to take him as an apprentice. Chapter 81. Harry's POV. After Harry left Greengrass's house he went back to his apartment, where he started preparing for the next year. After all, not only there was just 1 month left until the next school year, 2 days ago Sirius Black escaped Azkaban. Which meant, if the plot of canon was right, Lupin would be the Dada professor. Now, Harry had enough problems with Canon Lupin, a man who never checked on the son of 2 of his best friends. A man who would rather believe the news that told him another one of his best friends betrayed them all than to check it himself. A man who abandons his pregnant wife just cause he is scared his son would be like him. Yes, Harry didn't like Canon Lupin, but the biggest problem is that this world isn't like the books. It might share similarities, it might have the same plot lines or destiny, but the people he met, or more precisely, interacted with are not the same. The only thing he hasn't managed to figure out is whether or not it is because he changed them or not. Think about it, if everything Dumbledore said to Canon Harry in the books are true, then it was destiny that a boy would survive Voldemort's attack, but as there were twins, it couldn't work with the sacrifices of Lily, which is why destiny chose instead to protect either me or Marcus in another way. Hermione shouldn't have had friend until Halloween. By having them she grew too much confident and believed she can do no wrong. Neville shouldn't have true friends nor any confidence, but he should have a sense of right and wrong. By making him and Hermione best friends, Neville got happiness but lost his sense of justice. Now, it sounds like everything he changed turned worse, but it isn't true. Luna isn't bullied and have friends, Malfoy doesn't control Slytherin, and the twins' pranks advanced so much that their prank candies are already made, 5 years in advance. The point is that this isn't canon, which, when Harry understood it by the end of the last school year, brought some basic knowledge he had into question. Is Sirius truly an agent of the dark? Who is the biggest threat? Voldemort or Dumbledore? Are the Horcruxes in the same place they used to be? It didn't take him long to understand that the first question would be answered next year, and that until it does, he won't go near the dog Animagus. The second question can't be answered, nor does it important. After all, as long as Harry let the plot work itself, Dumbledore's death is a sure thing, so he just need to make sure the next few years continues as close as possible to the plot and only change unimportant things while he prepare himself to finish Voldemort off and get revenge for the death of his parents. This was one of the reasons he put the Fidelius charm on his magical power, as without enough magical power no one would take him seriously. As for the last question, the diary is destroyed, the tiara is in the room of lost things, and the one other thing he can check on is the ring, something that is supposed to be able to kill Dumbledore. There is no way he goes any closer to it. As Harry can't do anything about all of the above questions right now, Harry could only put them in the back of his mind and focus on what he can change. For the last month, while traveling the world, Harry has eaten only basilisk meat, fruits and vegetables, and while the affects on his magical powers' growth were minimal, the physical affects can be seen. Not only is he 182 small tall, his figure is even better and his muscles are filled explosive power. He knew that he was closer than ever to the next level in his body. In fact, he would have been already there if he only managed to figure out one thing. What is the next level? After getting the goblins to create an extremely expensive lesson about the body, where he only studied books they had about the levels of the body. After compiling all the knowledge they gave him and what he understood before, Harry finally had understanding about the 3 first levels of body strengthening. The first level is a level of regular people. You can get to the pick of it by either working hard or by infusing magic into your body. While being in the pick of the first level doesn't grant you more strength than what regular people can accomplish, it gives you healthy life and foundations to grow with. The second level is maximizing the foundations. By infusing a lot more magic into your body while working hard, your body reached to an extreme. It is possible to reach the middle or even the ladder of this level without magic, but it is much harder. Most wizards are stuck on the first level while only elites are in the second one. Most wizards are stuck in as while they are putting magic into their bodies they aren't willing to work hard. The problem with this level is that it is extremely easy to grow unbalanced foundations, where you have strength but not speed or speed but no endurance. It is another problem most wizards strangle with, as they are usually focused on dueling, which requires spotted but not strength. The third level is more personal. It is a level that every person walked in a different way, a level where you leave behind the general strengthening and focus on your specialty. Which brought the question, what kind of a person is he? The one who strengthened his body to become metal or diamond-like while losing the ability to gain more speed? The kind of person whose body specializes in destruction? Or the kind of person who specializes in creation? Is he like the goblins and would take his body to the extreme? Or like the wizards that use the body only as a vessel? It was like his body try making him choose a path, just like when you go to a university you are supposed to choose one subject to focus on. Just like the magical world did when he was supposed to disconnect from the muggle world. Harry wasn't willing. He knew the body has unlimited potential, and he wanted to be the one who walked on the road to unleash that potential as far as possible. It was why Harry decided to start study the one thing he knew that might help him in the endeavor, the Philosopher's Stone. Chapter 82. Harry's POV. The 2 weeks after he decided to study the Philosopher's Stone were filled with traveling to Hogwarts and the Greengrass house. It only took him 5 hours to determine he can't understand anything about the stone without expensive equipment and learning alchemy. So he did the only natural thing, he went to the big thigh he knew of to hold it, which meant going to Mr. Greengrass and convince him to buy the equipment he needed. Luckily, it was super easy. Flashback. Hello Mr. Greengrass. Oh please, call me Bassadil, after all you are not only a friend of Daphne but a lifesaver of Astoria. Can I call you Harry? Bassadil said with a smile that felt like one a politician would use. Sure. Harry felt his face is trying to mimic the smile Bassadil did unsuccessfully. You probably arrived to know the progress about the time turner. When Bassadil said it his smile brightened. I'm happy to tell you I succeeded in convincing your professor to get you the time turner. His bright smile faltered, though, in return you would have to become the potions professor helper for the year, as he needed an excuse for the reason for the time turner. Hearing this, Harry's happy expression changed for a second before returning to a calm smile. This is acceptable. Now that our deal is complete, I need you to buy the equipment I need to speed the work. Bassadil's smile couldn't have been sunnier. Of course, tell me what you need. Spatial cauldrons. Rare ingredients. Before knowing Bassadil managed to get him a time turner, as the winged person in the deal, Harry was planning on telling him to just give him the money needed to buy the needed equipments, but now that he managed to bring the promised object back to the table they were back on sort of equal grounds. Actually, I thought to buy them myself, if you just give me enough money. No, as much as I know you can manage to do it by yourself, not only getting unique equipment would be hard for you because you are a child, it would also be hard because of the fact you have been disinherited. While Bassadil said it like that, Harry could see the man was just scared he would cheat him and ran away with the money. What I need right now are one Fujitsu numerical wind tunnel or Intel Paragon XP/S140, Harry started to state the needed equipment, an MRI machine, Sony DKC 5000, Toshiba MC200A and a confocal microscope. Bassadil looked confused, likely because he has never heard about any of those things. Why would you need a wind tunnel? And what are MRI and confocal microscopes? I don't know anything about any of the equipment you need. This is why I plan to buy them by myself, Harry sighed, and continued, I will explain to you each one of the equipment and what am I going to use them for. After a quick nod from Bassadil he started. Let's start from the easiest to understand, the Sony DKC 5000, the MRI machine and the Toshiba MC200 are different kinds of cameras which I will use to create something similar to the DNA spell I used, only that one would be of Astoria's body. Bassadil interrupted by asking a question. And why do you need all of those? Can't you create a spell like before? It's not as simple as that. Your DNA is found in every little part of your body, so my spell just need to hit a part of you and I can get your DNA as a hologram. But the body is much more complicated than that. Think about it, while healer have general healing spells, most of the serious problems need specific advanced spells and potions to be cured. Not only that, but healing is the one job that keep creating new magical things in a world that hasn't grew by much. Harry could see a frown grow on the face of Bassadil, reminding himself to stay away from the subject of lack of progress. He continued. The body is one of the most complicated creations, and to create a spell like the basis charm I created for the entirety of it is impossible to do in a short time. It will take me at least 2 years even with the time turner. Harry could see how at the thought of wasting 2 years made Bassadil grimes. And why do you need to create a copy of the body? Think about it this way, if I find a theoretical cure, would you rather I try it on your daughter's actual body? I will buy them, Bile hurriedly said. Let's move along for the next equipment. Confocal microscopes are the other easy to understand equipment. Harry said, this equipment will let me study the DNA better and... Say no more, Bassadil interrupted, it will be bought. The next equipment is either the Fujitsu numerical wind tunnel or Intel Paragon XP/S140, both of them will have multiple uses. They can be used to help in studying, therefore letting me have more time to work on the cure. They can also help in creation of spells, but its main job would be to unite all the pictures the cameras do to actually create the copy of the body and to put the cure in it to make sure it is working. You would have it, next. Harry could see that Bassadil truly loved his daughters as he never once asked for prices, nor did he care those are devices and knowledge was acquired from muggles, both are things that truly made him appreciate the man. So, do you want me to buy them? It would be easier as I know how to deal with the muggle world. Wait. Those all are muggle devices. Why would you use things muggle made when you can use magical objects? Harry would have bust out laughing if he was not worried the man would deny him of the equipment, as while it was possible to continue the research without any of it, not only would it be more difficult, it would also take more time he wasn't to use for different things. Not to mention he need those things to reach as quickly as possible to the next level of body strengthening. Didn't Daphne told you? My entire way of research is based on muggle knowledge. After all, it's not about whether it's magical or not, it is about whether it is useful or not. Harry could see the man wanting to disagree but wasn't willing to let him interrupt him. Just like how the first flying brooms were created from the devices Muggle used to clean their home, I will improve the devices that Muggles invented with magic. Don't think about this as using Muggle devices, think of it as the basis to new magical devices. He could see the effect his partially bullet words did on Basatil. It helped him let go of the little bit of resistance he had about using Muggle knowledge and devices to save his daughter. Fine, came out of Basatil's mouth like a deep sigh. How much do you need? After telling the man the required money and convincing him not to strangle him because of it, Harry left the house with a smile and a heavy purse. Chapter 83. Harry's POV. It took Harry 2 days of talking to his university professors and their contacts to manage to get the cameras and order the MRI, supercomputer and microscope. After doing that he switched his focus to two things, alchemy and programming, and while he was just a beginner in alchemy, and was walking on the basics, his programming was going great. It took him 5 days to finish creating the basic artificial intelligence he worked on for the last year, and while it can't be considered a genuine artificial intelligence as it can't self-improve itself, and can only work with the set of parameters it have, but Harry felt that it might need a little bit of magic for the final push. Right now it can only be used for mathematical calculations, but Harry was planning on giving it knowledge about arithmancy and have it create the spells Harry wanted to help him waste less time. But that would be later. When exactly? After he create a program that combine all photographs, whether it is regular, videos or MRI, with biological knowledge and a little bit of magic to create a virtual body that can interact with the changes Harry does in the DNA hologram, just like he told Basatil. September 1, 1993. It took him 2 weeks, where he read all the books that Hogwarts had to offer about alchemy and the little bit of exotic alchemy books the Greengrass gathered in Basatil's search for a cure, but he finally had basic understanding of alchemy, and it made him both happy and sad. Alchemy can be divided into 2 ways, Western and Eastern, and as of right now his understanding is only of Western alchemy as he only had 3 books about Eastern alchemy that made it look like potions to him. All the Western alchemy books keep talking about 2 ways of seeing the world, the 4 elements, air, water, fire, earth, or as states of water. This was the thing he was stuck on. After all, he knew the best out of all wizards that both theories, of the 4 elements and of the entire world as water, are wrong, as it was proven that the world is made of atoms, so how could those 2 be true? It was only the day before, when he was focusing on his daily magic infusions into his ice barrier occlumency, that an epiphany hit him, helping him figuring out an explanation. When the books explained about the 4 elements or the states of water, they weren't talking about the world at all, but about magical energy. Magical energy has levels, just like the body, and when you get to the peak of one, the next level is a change of states in it. First of all there is air/vapor, the magical energy in that state is enough for regular spells, just like the ones you learn at Hogwarts but can't be used for more. It is a state where it is super easy to control the energy with your wand or other magical conducts as the magic keep on going wherever it can, and when the pressure is enough it can burst with accidental magic. When there is enough magic in the body, the magical energy changes into its second state, water/liquid water state. This state is enough, as far as Harry can tell, for almost all spells. It is a state that highly depends on your personality the moment you achieve it. If your personality is of heightened emotions, happiness, rage or desperation, this state would be like a river, making it even easier to work with the magical conduct, but harder to use without. If you are with a calm personality, it will become like a lake or sea, static and harder to point but easier to flood, which means that while the calm person's magic won't be as potent as the emotional person, he would have potential in wandless magic. That's where it gets tricky, as powerful and talented people usually get to the second level no later than the age of 14, calmness is usually just a pipe dream, which means that the earlier you become a second-level magical person, the harder it is to do wandless magic. As for people with average talent, they usually get to the second level by the age of 17 and have a chance in wandless magic, but as they are stuck with the idea it is impossible, they don't try. The reason why Harry managed to get a lake-like liquid energy is because of his curse about being born with an adult mind. This was what made him happy, as it meant he was for the first time lucky. The next levels are yet to be understood by him as he didn't experience them. He only knew that the next is fire/boiled water, where you can start see the future, rituals and the one after that is earth/ice. And while Harry believed there were levels after that, he didn't know what they were. The thing that made him sad is that it explained what is the Philosopher's Stone and the elixir of life. Even if it didn't explain what it did to a person's body to let him live longer than should be possible, yes longer, not forever. The stone is in fact magical energy in its solid state, most likely one that wasn't taken out of a person's body. As for the elixir of life, changing of the solid state to liquid one, just like how the magic inside your body can let you live longer by slowing your aging the moment you reach the ideal state, and the more magically powerful you are the longer you live, by drinking an external magic you slow it even more. Harry believed the reason you slow aging is that magic fix as much of the damaged DNA a person has as possible and maybe even mutating certain strands of DNA to expand the lifespan. This explanation make it all easier to understand why the Flammels look so old, even if they drank the elixir of life, because it only slowed aging not stopped it. How does the stone change lead to gold, transfiguration with anchoring it to the magic of the stone? Why were the Flammels willing to give up the stone? They reached the end of their lifespan anyway. Why did Voldemort went after the stone? With so much pure magic even a dumb first year could think of ways to get Voldemort another body. As much interesting as it is, it won't help him in his search for the right body for him, which means he can only think of a different approach. As Harry went on the train he thought about the biggest question. How did the Flammels get the stone? And how did it last that long? The only explanation Harry could think of at the moment was talking a powerful magical person's magical energy out of them, and adding the magical energy of other magical being into it whenever it weakened, which means the Flammels were probably one of the few, and maybe the only dark wizards who managed to fulfill their ambition. As Harry thought of this, and how Dumbledore was their apprentice, he couldn't help but shiver. Chapter 84. Luna's POV. Luna's summer was fun, yet boring. It was fun, as she went to a trip in Amsterdam with her father in search of moon frogs, and while it was fun, she missed the soul-stirring conversations she and Harry had, she missed learning to him talk about science and having someone give her different approaches to go to in her search of knowledge and magical creatures, but most of all, she missed the one person who took her ideas seriously. She remembered, in one of their conversations in the beginning of the year, just after another failed try to befriend her yearmates, she asked him why does he waste time talking to her. After all, not only he is super busy and a second year, she is also weird. Harry looked at her deeply, and for a second she feared she was going to lose him, her first friend in school. Closing her eyes to prevent the tears from falling, she didn't notice his hand reaching her till he flicked her forehead saying, "Stupid. Wasting time with you? Who is wasting time? Why wouldn't I want to spend time with you? You are also the only student in this school with a mind." She shook her head with tears starting to fall, knowing it wasn't true. After all, there are all the Ravenclaws, and everyone in her year heard about Hermione Granger. As if he knew what she was thinking about he said, "I wasn't talking about ability to retain knowledge or grades, I'm not even talking about your impressive abilities in understanding people's thoughts and feelings. I'm talking about your mind, your ability to accept that magic isn't omniscient, that there are things we are not yet understand in your search for answers. You are not weird, you are unique, and even if you weren't, you are my friend." He was the third person who treated her that way, and the only one who wasn't her parent. It was only after that conversation that she truly opened up to his unconventional ideas about the animals her father's newspaper was trying to find, of them was the moon frogs, and the reason she didn't want to spend her summer searching for moon frogs in Amsterdam, as they weren't there. She tried convincing her dad that there wasn't any moon frogs in Amsterdam, as they are on the moon, and that instead they should steal one of the machines the book Harry wrote called rockets or spaceflights and travel to the moon to search them, but he only laughed and rubbed her head while talking about the impossibility of anyone to go to the moon. So while the travel was fun, knowing you search for something that was elsewhere was dreadful. While there, she started to wonder, was that what Harry talked about when they had the conversation about the lack of imagination wizards had? She thought he talked about their unwillingness to admit there are anything magical that still hasn't been discovered, and their lack of knowledge about the Muggle world, but could it be he was talking about their unwillingness to open their mind? She used to think her father was the most open-minded person, but could it be he was just a different species of the same kind? That just like most wizards he is close-minded but that his kind is just seem to be open. She might have to admit she was wrong, the greatest curse magical people have, might truly be the International Statute of Secrecy. September 1st, 1993. Luna reaches the train 30 minutes before the time, and couldn't wait another second before starting to search for the compartment that was hidden in a Notice Me Not charm, the one show was sure Harry was in. It took her 10 minutes to find it, and she walked in to see Harry was in the middle of reading a book. His aura became much more powerful and purple, and the weird look of the aura trying to hide itself that started by the end of last year was still there. She really wanted to ask what was that about, but it meant that she need to explain her ability, and she wasn't ready. "Harry!" She yelled in true joy, even if it was hiding curiosity. "Hey Luna!" He hugged her. "How was your summer?" "It was fun, I went to Amsterdam with my dad to search for moon frogs." Even though, Luna told Harry about her summer, excited to talk to her best friend again until the train started moving, only then remembering to ask him about his summer. "And how was yours?" Sheepishly was the only way to describe her tone of voice. "Well, I spent the first month working on the most boring things in one of my projects, and then I used the other to learn alchemy." "What? That's all? That won't do," Next summer you have to do something exciting. While she knew her friend loved learning, she feared that by doing only that he would miss the beautiful parts of life. Chuckling he said, "How about for the next summer we would go for an adventure together?" "Yes. Let's do it." After that they spent the next few hours talking about all the places they wanted to go and see, muggle and magical. They were in the middle of a talk about how could the ancient buildings that were built by magic survive until today, when the train stopped. Luna could feel something was wrong, as not only did the train become much colder, but she could also see auras coming through the door and going to the window before disappearing. Memories of her mother's death flashed through her head, making it seem like it was that day again. "Harry," she whispered, with tears leaking, unable to say it louder. "Help me." Suddenly a bright light came from the side and the feeling and memories disappeared. Looking to Harry's location, she saw a beautiful thestral, looking similar to the ones the school had, only entirely silver, radiating aura of happiness. She didn't know why, as their auras were completely different, and they were both there, but as the room became darker and she lost conscious, she couldn't help but think the silver thestral felt exactly like Harry. Chapter 85. Harry's POV. You think you are ready, that you are prepared, that if you know about them before, if you faced your demons, their influence in you would be minimal. You can't be more wrong. The feeling that being next to a Dementor rays inside of you is hard to describe. It is not sadness that you feel although you might think it is, nor do you feel unhappiness, no matter how close to it might feel. No, it is much, much worse. The best way to describe it is a combination of depression and desperation. While feeling that overwhelming nothingness as they suck your emotions, you feel the need for help without being offered, nor can you ask for help and you also feel the need to make it disappear, no matter what. If Harry was to think of a time in a person's life in which he can feel this way without being near that foul creature, it is before he commits suicide. The only reason Harry could think of, as to why there aren't any suicide cases in Azkaban is that in addition to that, you also have to relive your worst moments, moments you usually aren't able to fully remember, so they overwhelm you and cause more emotions, which the Dementors then suck again, restarting the circle. Well, that wasn't a problem for Harry, as he fully remembered everything about this life. The years inside the cupboard, his parents' corpses and the betrayals, he remembered everything. So instead, Harry only felt the overwhelming need to kill himself, as he couldn't see a point to his life. If being completely honest, what did he have in them? Only learning and revenge. As he made up his mind to finish his life, he suddenly heard, "Harry, help me." The almost unheard whisper felt like a lightning strike in Harry's mind as the memories the Dementor suppressed erupt. The memories of afternoons full of conversations and laughter, of warm hugs whenever she was feeling happy, and of the necklace she made him with all his heart, the one he was wearing since the moment he got it. "Protect her," he yelled in his mind while pouring the warm and fuzzy feelings that came up from the memories into his magic, too far gone to care he didn't say the words the spell need as he shoved the magic outside, letting it change to the Thestral Guardian he almost forgot about, banishing the Dementors away. As they went away and the feelings of helplessness gone with them, he saw Luna in the flow passed out. Checking her vitals with Muggle techniques, he cursed under his breath the fact he didn't study any spells nor investigated the side effects of exposure to Dementors, as while she appeared to be fine, if only extremely exhausted, he wasn't sure if there wasn't any magical side effects. "Dobby!" he called, and a second later the house elf popped into the train. "Yes, Harry? You can pop into Hogwarts, right?" he asked hurriedly. "Dobby can." Dobby nodded his head excitedly. "Good, I need you to pop Luna into the hospital wing, and then, even if Madame Poppy isn't there, get her to check Luna." "Dobby, do that." Dobby said and held Luna, before disappearing. It was only then that Harry sighed in relief, letting the turmoil of emotions of happiness, sadness, anger, and all the other kinds that returned when the Dementors left, emotions that were being held behind his occlumency shields as he checked on Luna, out. As he felt like he is seeing again after losing his vision, he couldn't help but exclaim about the colors and symphonies the emotions gave him, understanding why people might lose their consciousness because of them, as there was only two ways to describe the phenomenon, and although they are somewhat contradicting, the phenomenon is both of them. It was beautiful and horrifying. A few hours later. Hogwarts. Harry's POV. Harry spent the next few hours resting and eating chocolate, trying to get some of the energy the Dementor seemed to suck back into his bones. The reason chocolate helped, Harry believed, is that it caused the release of endorphins that produce the feelings of happiness, so it sort of filled the amount of happiness that is being sucked from you. So while you are still drained magically, the hormonal imbalance the Dementors cause is solved. It also explained why occlumency doesn't work on them, as it doesn't attack your mind, which is defended, but cause natural chaos in the balance of hormones in your brain. As Harry sat in the grand hall, the first-year students came in and the Sorting Hats started singing. This is the time in which you stand and listen to an old hat's song and recollection. Sorting, I did it for 1,000 years. Sat on famous wizards' heads. Now is the turn of you to get chosen instead. For houses, millions of wizards. How did I choose? Well, I go after the criterions the founders let loose. Rowenda chose first. Said she wanted children with brain like water. To them study and knowledge is all they want to gain. Salazar second, wanted those with mind like stone, unshakable in its beliefs and ambition to reach the moon. Helga third, wanted those with hearts of gold. Loyal, hard workers and easy to mold. The last was Godric, who wanted those with balls of steel. Those that will fight even uphill. So put me on your head, as it's time to be sorted, and only then will you be fed. I wonder where Astoria will be, Harry wondered as the sorting began. Chapter 86. Harry's POV. After the sorting was done, Astoria is Slytherin yay, 'cause it is easier to do tests, and everyone was about to finish eating, and move to desert. Harry decided to take off to see Luna, as he did everything he wanted to do. 1. Listen to the Sorting Hat's new song, after last year he was a fan. 2. Made sure Lupin is the new defense teacher, he is. 3. Eaten, as he was starving. The only thing that confused him is the absence of Professor Snape, but he assumed the potions professor might be helping Madame Poppy with all the students the Dementors affected extremely badly. Just as he was about to leave his chair, the doors of the grand hall opened with a bang. I swear, the only reason they close those doors are for grand entrance. From it came 3 out of his top 5 of least favorite people, the Potter family. What the FCK are they doing here? At this point Dumbledore roused from his chair. I'm sorry to interrupt while you are eating, but if I may have a moment of your attention, the headmaster said merrily, even though Harry saw some of the students didn't listen and continued to eat, cough Ron cough, but the food just disappeared from the tables. I would like to present to you, before the desserts, our new teachers, in the care of magical creatures. I'm happy to announce Hagrid will become the new professor. The clapping was slow and only some of the students clapped, probably because, even though Hagrid is a nice person, he wasn't the best person to become a teacher, as he isn't the smartest, nor does he know how to teach regular students. He is better off teaching gifted students who love animals, like Luna. As for the defense position, Dumbledore continued, let me introduce to you, Remus Lupin. Again, the clapping wasn't much. This time, probably because of the unkempt look he had, and the last 2 years of terrible defense teachers. Thirdly, for the Muggle Studies class, I'm thrilled to tell you that for the first time since 1746, we once again have a Muggleborn teach this class. Please welcome Lily Potter Evans. This time he saw most of the school clapping as hard as possible, except for some of the more idiotic Slytherin, those who have not even one cunning bone in their body. Lastly, as you know, the criminal Sirius Black escaped Azkaban, and while the Ministry decided to send the Dementors to protect us, we also got Human Defender. Please welcome Lord James Potter, who will stay this year in Hogwarts for as long as we have need for him. This time the clapping was the loudest, as the entire school went crazy. The racist pure-bloods happy the Defender is from a pure noble house, the racist Muggleborn are happy it is someone who married one of theirs, and those who didn't care about blood were happy there is someone other than soul-sucking demons defending them. The only one who was seething was Harry, as having both Remus, who he never liked in the books, and the Potter couple, whose light he wished to see leave from their eyes, wasn't an option he thought about before. Letting the clapping die down on its own, Dumbledore then told them about the regular rules and to keep away from the Dementors before letting the desserts come up. Harry quietly roused from the chair and left the grand hall in the bathroom direction, as to not get any attention, having no wish whatsoever to talk to anyone right now except Luna. As he left the grand hall and went in the direction of the hospital wing, one of the few people who wasn't in the hall walked toward him. Mr. Peveril, what a lucky coincidence. Professor Snape called, just the boy I was looking for. Hello Professor, how was your summer? He asked politely. Would have been better if I didn't have to work on all the needed forms for you. The crooked-nosed man snarked. Harry immediately understood why the professor was looking for him. He was about to give him the time-turner. Walking quietly, as to not anger the one who was about to give him one of the most incredible devices created by magical people, they quickly reached Snape's office. Have a sit. The professor said. What I'm about to give you is something that I promised never to give to one of my students without them know the dangers, and even then, never for an idiotic reason like being able to be in more classes. He then took out of his pocket a metal box and opened it, showing Harry the time-turner. It looked like a tiny, golden hourglass, but Harry could almost feel its incredibility. This is a time turner, as I know you grew up with muggles, you can think of it as a time machine. The Slytherin head of house waited for a big exchange that never came, confirming his hypothesis about the boy being aware about the magical artifact before the conversation. Now, I can only give this to you as not only we didn't give it to anyone else this year, but I also said you are going to be my helper. The first sentence made Harry almost jump in joy, as it meant he was right and the Polyjuice incident last year prevented 3 chances for the Gryffindor bookworm from having the chance to experience time travel. The second part made him weary. What exactly would I need to do as your helper? You would get every day a later about the exact minutes I needed someone to put ingredients and swirl the potion I'm working about. To do that, as the potion is extremely delicate, you would also have to learn everything there is to know about the potion. That's it? Harry was surprised, as he assumed it was more in the direction of drinking experimental potions. No. Of course not, if it was he would just have a couple of 6th years do it for extra credit. It's not like I have studied potions to master level. You will also have to sit with me every Saturday and tell me about the progress you did in creating the cure for the blood curse. After all, Bassadil asked me to keep him updated about your progress. That made Harry raise his right eyebrow, as he could tell the man was lying, and if you can tell a spy is lying it means he doesn't even try to hide it. I agree, he said reaching for the time turner. I'm not finished, now I will tell you about the dangers of traveling back in time. Harry could guess them, but instead of saying it, he let the man continue. Traveling back in time have dangers you can't imagine. First of all, if you accidentally do something to your past self, or do something that would cause your past self to somehow not to travel back like it was supposed to do, you will make the world end be stuck in an endless loop, dooming us all. Secondly, even if you avoided destroying the timeline, the hours you spend in the past are continuing your growth, thus making you older than you are, and eventually, shortening your lifespan. Harry wasn't really fearing any of those possibilities, as while the first fear was somewhat justified, if regular wizards, who has as much sense as a 5-year-old who ate a metric ton worth of candies, can keep the timeline safe, he was sure he can. As for the second fear, not only does magic makes you live longer and the more powerful you are, the longer you might live, he also has in his possession the Philosopher's Stone that grants a person more years to live. And even if he didn't have all of that, he isn't really losing 1 or 2 years in the future, as he will still live them, just in the past. I understand. He said reaching to the box, this time the professor doesn't stop him and just sigh. I hope you do. After that, they left the office, Snape to give the first year's Slytherin his monologue, and Harry to finally visit Luna. Chapter 87. Harry's POV. While Harry went to the hospital he opened the box. Looking closer at the time turner, he saw the tiny hourglass wasn't truly golden, in fact the golden color came from tiny writing he assumed were runes. Knowing he has enough time to study it later, and that if he takes too much time to get to the hospital wing, Madame Poppy wouldn't let him see his friend, Harry put the time turner back in the box and quickened his steps. As he arrived, he saw 2 things. 1, there were more patients than he expected, something he should have realized, as even though the books made it seem like only Harry was seriously affected by the joy-sucking demons, in the real world, especially in a school where most of the children lived in wartime, there has to be more than just him and Luna that were affected enough to need more than just chocolate to get better. 2, Luna wasn't here. Searching for our friend wasn't hard, as while there were more than 30 students in the hospital wing, most of them were laying on the bed, looking like they are still waiting for the matron to come see them, while the rest were either eating or getting ready to leave. After seeing that Luna isn't there, and Madame Poppy is busy with a patient, Harry took a few seconds to figure out where could she be. Before wanting to hit his head, of course she isn't there, she were the first patient of the year, she was probably already in her room resting. Leaving the hospital wing, Harry decided he would talk to her tomorrow and went to bed, before doing his daily magic strengthening of his isochromancy, and seeing the ice that crashed the soul of TMR, seeing the shaking of the ice die down almost entirely. His last thought before Morpheus's realm took him was, I really need to see what happened to it eventually. Luna's POV. As Luna woke up the first thing that she noticed was the lack of cold, something she didn't understood until she remembered the situation in which she passed out. Dementors, Harry, Thestral. While she remembered the situation it was kind of foggy, but it was enough to make her jump from listening to standing in a second and yell, Harry. Calm down, Ms. Lovegood. A woman's voice came from behind her. Turning quickly, she saw her school's healer, Madame Poppy, was standing there with a potion in hand. Suddenly, she understood where she was, it was the hospital wing of Hogwarts. Hello Madame Poppy. She said back in her usual tone of uncaring lightness, a tone she used with people she had no respect to. Yes, Luna had zero respect for the matron, as even though she was only the school's healer, she was also one of the people who let bullying become a serious problem in this place. She noticed it in her third day at school, after finding Colin, a Gryffindor Muggleborn year mate, with his books and camera on the floor, hair changed to green color, and his tongue the size of a watermelon, crying as he tried organizing his things. After 5 minutes of helping him organize his things, she took him to the hospital wing, where Madame Poppy quickly fixed him and tried to send him away. "Aren't you going to ask who did it?" Luna asked, thinking the matron probably forgot. "It was just an innocent joke," was the answer the healer gave her. "No one was seriously harmed, nor is there any way to prove it was the ones Mr. Creevy says attacked him." Luna knew it was a lie. As a journalist's daughter she could think of more than 5 ways to get the truth. Yet telling that to the matron did no help. "Even if you are right, it isn't my job to prevent the injuries of the school's kids, just to heal the consequences. The only thing to do is talk with Professor McGonagall." While most people would think it was logical, Luna could see how the Raxpert on her head behave. She didn't truly care about the students, nor was she about to actually talk to the deputy headmistress, as she really enjoyed the so-called jokes. This was why she would never respect the woman. "Ms. Lovegood, may I ask how did you came here, as the train isn't about to come for the next hour, and why were you under the affects of being near a Dementor? You are lucky one of the house elves found you here and called me, otherwise I wouldn't have come here until after the opening feast." "I have no idea how I came here." Luna decided to answer as truthful as possible. "One second I was in the train, talking with my friend, when it suddenly became cold and the train stopped. I could see frost on the windows and it felt like I would never be happy again." She could see that while the matron's face looked sympathetic, true feelings were of indifference. Deciding against telling her about the memories of her mother's death and about the silver thestral, the one that felt like Harry. "It was then that everything went black, and I woke up here. Now, was Harry Peveril with me? You are the only one who were in the hospital wing when I was called." It was then that she gave Luna the potion, which Luna identified as pepper up to swallow. Setting Dementors around a school, muttering, she felt Luna's forehead, though why didn't she use a basic illness identification spell, Luna couldn't tell. "You won't be the last one who collapses." Yes, terrible things, they are, and the effect they have on people who are already delicate. At that point Luna blocked whatever the healer was saying, as the joy the Raxpert showed she felt about having Dementors at school was too much for Luna to stay calm while listening for the fake pity. She knew there were 2 things she needed to do as quick as possible. 1. Get the hell out of the hospital wing. 2. Get Harry to teach her the spell he used, as she wasn't willing to get close to that woman if she didn't have to. Chapter 88. Harry's POV. It was breakfast the next time Harry saw Luna, and if he wasn't controlling his strength, her ribs would have been crushed from the hug he gave her. After which they sat down, eating while chatting, waiting for the other person to breach the subject that both of them wanted to talk about. In the end, as much patience as she had, Luna was the first to crack. "Are we going to talk about it or not?" "About what?" Harry said, trying to make it sound like he has no idea what she was talking about. "About how I reached Hogwarts. Or, how about the fact that you managed to do a Patronus?" Harry's eyes grew a little heeding the second part. While he knew she would ask about her sudden appearance in Hogwarts, he never expected her to remember about his Patronus. After all, this is a powerful magic that demands strong magical energy, so it is supposed to be covered by the Fidelius. "How did you, never mind," he said, knowing that talking about it in the Grand Hall would just increase the possibility someone else would find out, especially as he now knew the Fidelius charm didn't work right. "Can we talk about it later today in the RR?" After a second of looking directly in his eyes, Luna nodded, making Harry letting out a small sigh of relief. For the rest of the meal, until their schedules arrived, Harry and Luna talked about their expectations of themselves for the year. As the first class was electives, it was all the 4 houses in every class, except the one Harry went to, as none of the other Slytherin would go to divination, nor would most of the Ravenclaws. So while most hard-working students would curse their past selves about their choice to take divination, Harry would never do it. Why? Because he knows in 5th year he would have the chance to learn from one of the few divinations masters alive, and certainly the only one who is willing to teach humans, Forenza, as by the end of 5th year he was sure to reach the 3rd transformation of magical energy. He was willing to use the lesson in the next 2 years to learn his Muggle subjects and see if he can find scientific explanation to the future seeing miracles. For the next 2 hours, while listening to the professor predicting deaths and explaining all wrong how the shapes of the tea leaves show the future, Harry was reading his books on quantum physics, while wondering to himself how did the knowledge about interpreting the future from man-made objects, a skill that is basic in the divination studies that Anastasia said is the first skill you need to learn after reaching the necessary requirements, was twisted to such extent. There are 3 levels in divination according to the knowledge he found so far. The first is interpreting the future from man-made objects. In this state you cannot watch your own future, nor can you know the world's future, but predicting a person's future. Possible. At the point you manage to succeed in that you are considered as a divinist. The second level is predicting the state of the world, from the clouds, stars, trees and rocks. By predicting the future from nature you are able to foresee the trends of the world. When you are at that stage, you can consider yourself a divination master. It is also the state in which the ability is being able to be passed to your descendants with small or big rituals, so they can do minor predictions based on objects and stars. The third level, which Harry couldn't understand the meaning of, is abandoning the nature and objects, to interpret your magic and let magic interpret you, creating unshakable prophecies. At this point you are called a prophet or oracle, and it is a point in which divination magic becomes part of yourself, and even without any ritual your descendants will inherit this power. The problem is that in both the rituals and the magical inheritance of prophets/oracles, you only have 50% chance to inherit the ability, which make it interesting to see if the reason why it was possible all the centaurs has the ability is that both their parents have the sight. Anyhow, as soon as the lesson was finished, Harry left the class and went to the RR, where he traveled 2 hours backward and did his magical control and energy exhaustion training for an hour before working on his new computer program for another before having his second meal, which Dobby brought, and going to his second class, her biology. Traveling in time 2 hours after that lesson, learning more about runes and healing spells before having his third meal, this time in the Grand Hall with Luna. And finally came the legendary first care of magical creatures lesson, the lesson in which Malfoy gets scratched, the lesson that will make Hagrid lose his confidence, and Harry was planning on changing it. Not because he cared about Malfoy, nor about Hagrid. Hell, he didn't even care about Buckbeak the Hippogriff. No, what he cared about was the teaching of the half-giant not becoming shitty, as he won't let Luna's favorite subject be destroyed by an idiotic blonde Slytherin, and the self-doubt of a professor, more than Hogwarts' own headmaster did by hiring Hagrid as the teacher instead of someone who truly understands the subject, someone like Newt Scamander. Seriously, if you are friends with the #1 authority in the world on the subject of magical creatures, one who published the basic book people learn from about the subject, why would you hire someone whose only expertise is the magical creatures of the Forbidden Forest? Even if the #1 authority doesn't want to teach, he must know more qualified people than someone who 2 years prior locked a Cerberus in a room for a year. There are only 4 options as to why do it. 1. After seeing how magical creatures helped defeat Grindelwald, Dumbledore is truly afraid of people having this kind of knowledge. So by making someone who is incompetent in teaching, teach it. He makes people uninterested. 2. Newt Scamander is dead and Dumbledore doesn't know about any other competent expert on the subject who is willing to teach it. 3. Dumbledore is a fool who sees only the best in people. 4. The subject isn't one Dumbledore placed much importance on, and letting Hagrid teach it gives Dumbledore a loyal man who is willing to die for him, no matter what. And as much as Harry would have liked it to be the third, or even the second, he wasn't native. As the most famous wizard alive, the one who finished the Grand War, who led the resistance against the Death Eaters, and the teacher and headmaster of more than 3 generations, he can't be a fool, nor can he be unknowing if anyone who is capable and willing to teach. And if he had to choose between believing the first speculation and the fourth, Harry was gravitating to the latter one, which means, if it's true, that Dumbledore is the greatest chess pieces creator in the game of world domination, as while Grindelwald might have been stronger, while Voldemort pushed the boundaries of morality farther, and while Harry could become much better wizard, Dumbledore will always be the person who can convince people is willing to die for. Not that Harry wanted people to die for him, it is just that having someone like that as an opponent is extremely scary. With those morbid thoughts, Harry finally started listening to the lesson. Chapter 89. Harry's POV. You have got to stoke them. Harry heard when started to listen, seeing the shock appointing in the students' faces as they watched Hagrid petting the monstrous book like a dog was extremely funny, especially when he had no problem with the book. Having canon knowledge is extremely helpful in the small things. Oh, how silly we've all been. Malfoy sneered. We should have stroked them. Why didn't we guess? I thought they were funny, Hagrid said. Look, even your friend there is sniggering. He continued pointing at Harry. Oh, tremendously funny, said Malfoy. Really witty, giving us books that try and rip our hands off. As for Peveril, he sneered, and Harry has to admit, he was a great at sneering. You can't judge how funny things are from someone who don't have any social interactions, nor have any friends except Loony Lovegood. Harry was now mad. If you make jokes on his expense, he won't care. Nor would he care if you bully him, he would just retaliate in the same manner. But the 2 taboo subjects that no one can joke about are his parents and Luna. Making sure to show he wasn't holding a wand, by holding the book with both of them and making it look like he is going to smack Malloy with it, Harry casted an overpowered levitation charm on Draco's back side of underwear, creating an overpowered wedgie. "Aw!" Malfoy screamed as the underwear climbed higher than it should be possible, making everyone be shocked and laugh, Hagrid included, who only remembered after his laughter stopped to ask Hermione to cancel it. After making sure the blonde boy goes to Madame Poppy, Hagrid went away for a few seconds, knowing the class will go smoothly from now on. Harry relaxed his vigilance, and waited for Hagrid, who quickly returned with the hippogriffs. While they looked weird, with the front legs, and heads of eagles yet with the back legs and body of a horse, Harry couldn't deny they had a unique beauty, a beauty similar to that of a thestral, as they looked like something which is both unnatural yet part of nature. Hippogriffs! Hagrid roared happily, waving a hand at them. "Beautiful, aren't they?" "So," said Hagrid, rubbing his hands together and beaming around, "who wants to come a bit nearer?" Marcus and his friends took a step closer, though they looked a bit green. "Now, first thing you have got to know about hippogriffs is that they're proud," said Hagrid. "Easily offended. Don't ever insult one, because it might be the last thing you would do." Harry felt it was right about everything in the world, unless you are willing to make an enemy out of someone, human or otherwise, never insult them. Hagrid continued explaining about the hippogriffs before saying, "Who wants to go first?" While most of the class took a step back, Marcus didn't, making Hagrid gave him a little push in Buckbeak's direction. "Easy now, Marcus," said Hagrid quietly. "You have eye contact, now try not to blink, hippogriffs don't trust you if you blink too much." "That's it," said Hagrid. "That's it, Marcus, now, bow." Marcus gave a short bow and then looked up. The hippogriff was still staring haughtily at him. It didn't move. "Ah," said Hagrid, sounding worried. "Right, back away, now, Marcus." Harry felt like he was watching a movie for the second time, as he already knew what's going to happen, so while he seemed to be focused on the class, since the moment Marcus neared the hippogriff, Harry was working on his code in his mind. So imagine his surprise when instead of bowing back, like the hippogriff was supposed to do, a sharp talon slashed toward the boy who lived, drawing blood from his left leg, as he jumped sideways to avoid it. Making Harry curse while smiling. Smiling, as he got the chance to see Marcus bleed, something is seriously wrong with him. Curse, as he felt that if everything he did to stop this tiny plot device from happening didn't work, his plans to change the future is going to be much harder, while also now needing to step up to make sure the terrible professor won't become the worst. Hagrid's POV. Having the class scared of the class and two boys in the hospital wing wasn't the way Hagrid envisioned his first class going. He thought this was his chance to change a few students' lives, to show the students the magical animals which most of the wizarding world is scared from for no real reason are misunderstood. Now instead he made sure there are another generation of animals haters. Maybe he should tell Dumbledore he quits. Sighing after letting the students have the rest of the class for themselves, Hagrid went back to his hut, planning on drowning his sorrows in his fire whiskey. It wasn't until he reached the door that he noticed one of his students was still with him, and more importantly, it was the Slytherin student who got his joke. How did Malfoy call the boy? Pit, Pol, Pot, Perevil, that was the name. What do you want? Even if the boy had great sense of humor, he was still a Slytherin, and Hagrid didn't trust any Slytherin, except Professor Snape, because Dumbledore trusted him. Can I have a chance at meeting the hippogriffs? The boy asked him, surprising Hagrid. Even he would have been scared meeting the animals that almost ripped someone's leg off if he didn't know how gentle are the hippogriffs, but the boy was asking less than 10 minutes after seeing it happening to meet them. Aren't you scared of them? Hagrid asked, truly curious. Of course I'm scared of everything that has the possibility of hurting me, but that won't stop me from experiencing this unique experience. The boy truly confused Hagrid. Why would he want to get close to something he is scared from? The boy apparently saw his confusion, as he explained. Mishandling the plants in herbology can kill me, so does learning potions or flying. In fact, every magical subject has the potential of killing me, even history, though it's only from boredom. Hagrid snorted at that. If I wanted to stay safe, I would have stayed in the Muggle world. I'm in the magical world and I want to meet the magnificent magical animals that it has to offer. A Slytherin third year who lives in the Muggle world. It was the first time Hagrid recognized who the boy is, the twin of Marcus Potter. It was then that Hagrid relaxed, as even as a Slytherin, a Potter couldn't be evil. Come, let me introduce you to Buckbeak, and don't call me Professor, call me Hagrid. I'm Harry. A few hours later, after having a wonderful afternoon where he talked to Harry about hippogriffs, dragons, and other Magnificat magical animals, Hagrid came to a realization from the concentration he had with Harry. While most students won't fall in love with the subject, he need to make sure they understand the animals and their desire for peace. He only had to show them that everyone is afraid, including the animals. Harry's POV. As Harry finished his job at preventing the creation of the worst care of magical creatures teacher in the history of Hogwarts, he took out the tiny hourglass and turned it twice. It was time to meet Luna. Chapter 90. Harry's POV. When he arrived near the portrait of the decaying trolls, Harry was already employing his strongest occlumency shields to prevent him from running away. Seeing a door was already created, which meant Luna was waiting in there for him, made his left hand shake a little, and it took 10 seconds to make it stop. From the moment he reached to the door handle till the moment he opened the door took more time than expected, not that it would surprise anyone. After all, Harry was a nervous wreck. Opening the door, he saw the room was built cozily, with 2 couches facing one another similar to the sits in Hogwarts Express and a fireplace. "Hey Harry, glad you could make it," Luna said in her usual sunny disposition while sitting on the right couch. Usually, hearing her voice would have calmed him down. This time instead, he hasn't managed to prevent from his left hand from shaking again. Noticing it, Luna said calmly, "I thought we would play the game we played the first time we met." Talking a big breath, trying to calm himself down, he agreed, to which she said, "Let me start. How did I reach Hogwarts?" The ease to answer question made him calmer than before. Sitting on the couch he said, "I asked my house elf." Seeing understanding and confusion, Harry smiled for the first time since he time-traveled after Hagrid lesson. "Since when do you have a house elf?" Ah. Harry said, letting a mischievous glint show in his eye. "Now it's my turn." "How did you know it was my Patronus?" Looking confused, Luna answered. "Who else other than you could have summoned it?" "Everyone. I'm not strong enough," Harry said with eyes full of conviction, as if saying it would convince the little blonde. Suddenly Luna started moving her hands erratically, as if there was a fly near her which she was trying to catch. "Stop it!" Luna screamed. "Why do you do it? I thought we were friends." It was at that moment that Harry understood what was happening. The Fidelius charm was doing its work, and although a bit lately, and Luna could someone see it. It was his chance to keep his secrets, but it would mean subjugating his friend to the same agony he felt when he did the spell. "Dobby," Harry called, not thinking anymore. "Yes, Harry." The house elf popped. "Tell Luna my secret." The house elf squeaked, as if he was about to see his favorite band. "Master Harry Potter is a strong wizard who is capable of wandless magic." The hands down and the mouth open were the best evidence that Dobby not only succeeded, but overshot. "Oh boy, that will take an explanation." Luna's POV. Seeing the babble of unknowing bees, the best description Luna could come up with how that type of magic looked like, Luna calmed down, something that let her understand what the house elf just said. Harry can do wandless magic. Something that was lost for thousands of years. Even though she had millions of questions flying through her mind, they only out in 3 words. How? When? Why? Sighing, her best friend, or is he? I don't really know him, started talking. How I managed to learn it comes down to 4 things. 1. Ambition. I was unwilling to wait to learn magic the conservative way, as in Hogwarts and with a wand, so I tried learning by myself, just like you and every student have, I'm sure. 2. Hard work. I haven't given up, never quitted trying. 3. Knowledge. With Muggle knowledge of science and basic knowledge about magic I worked out my own way of doing magic, much like how every continent has a different way. 4. Courage. I had to believe in myself, to throw away any self-doubts about failing, and experiment, push my boundaries to the limit and passing it. I guess the founders knew what they were talking about. Luna's disbelief grew. She always knew Harry was special, his strong colorful aura and the control he possessed over it, his knowledge and his maturity. Everything about the boy felt spatial, but knowing that he isn't only the first person to do true wandless magic since forever, he also created his way of casting. When is a bit more complicated. I started way before Hogwarts, but it was more like a semi-controlled accidental magic. If I have to point the time in which it started changing into true wandless magic, I would have to say it was after my first transfiguration lesson. Just like that, Luna understood. After all, they talked and argued countless of times about the essence of transfiguration. About how it is more about control than magic, about how to change one thing to another you have to know both of them to the tiniest detail. Control and atoms, she whispered. Exactly, Harry said, by learning control with the Tesla coils I managed to truly control the magic in me, and by learning science, biology, chemistry, and physics, I managed to create a semi-working system of wandless magic. Semi-working? Luna asked. The shock still ain't enough to take away her curiosity. Yeah, he said, rubbing his head. I still don't understand enough to figure out some of the spells. Taking a deep breath, as if he was about to tell her the biggest part, Harry then continued. As for why, I can't tell you much, except that I fear those who would learn about my abilities before time is right. Luna's head was about to burst, too much information and emotions filled her brain, betrayal, sadness, desire to learn from him, desire to slap him for not trusting her, a need to tell him the truth about her own secret. She didn't know what she felt, what she wanted, she only knew one thing: I have got to get out of here. She mumbled as she stood, I need to think, give me a few days. With those words she could see that broke his heart, that broke her own heart, she ran out of the room, looking back more than once. Chapter 91. Harry's POV. As Harry watched Luna leave, he felt both sadness and rage for himself and for her, for he lost his friend because she apparently can't understand secrets can't remain complete secret if someone knows them, and she lost a friend because he tried to mess with her mind. It wasn't that he didn't understand her points of view, he did, it was just that trusting someone after so many betrayals was extremely difficult, not that she could know, as he didn't tell her about any of that, he could see the problem, maybe he would let her calm down before apologizing. 2 days later. She didn't let him apologize. Instead, she said that she understands but she needs more time, that she isn't upset, she is disappointed. This sentence was one of the few sentences he remembered his dad telling him to always fear hearing from a woman, together with, do I look fat? And the most terrifying, we need to talk. Which is why he decided to back off and let her come to him when she wants to talk. Right now he was going to the first dada lesson he would actively listen to, and even participate. After all, it wasn't every day that you get the chance to see what is your biggest fear. Professor Lupin wasn't there when he arrived at his first defense against the dark arts lesson. He sat down in his usual corner, took out his physics book, unwilling to waste time he could use to study, and was in the middle of reading the 8th chapter, when the professor was finally entered the room. Lupin smiled vaguely and placed his tatty old briefcase on the teacher's desk. He was as shabby as ever, but looked healthier than he had in the grand feast, probably because he got over the side effects of his last turning. Good afternoon, he said. Would you please put all your books back in your bags? Today's will be a practical lesson. You will need only your wands. Knowing they were about to spend most of the time waiting in line for the chance to see their fear, Harry put the book in his backpack and put that on his back before getting up like the rest of the students. Right then, said Professor Lupin, when everyone was ready. If you'd follow me. The class got to its feet and followed Professor Lupin out of the classroom. He led them along the deserted corridor and around a corner, where the first thing they saw was Peeves the poltergeist, who was floating upside down in midair and stuffing the nearest keyhole with chewing gum. Peeves didn't look up until Professor Lupin was 2 feet away, then he wiggled his curly-toed feet and broke into song. Loony, loopy Lupin, Peeves sang. Loony, loopy Lupin, loony, loopy Lupin. Rude and unmanageable as he almost always was, Peeves usually showed some fear toward the teachers. It was interesting to see how the poltergeist showed his respect to teachers who were like him, pranksters, by not fearing them. I'd take that gum out of the keyhole if I were you, Peeves, he said pleasantly. Mr. Filch won't be able to get into his brooms. Peeves seemed to not paying any attention to Professor Lupin's words, except to blow a loud wet raspberry, but Harry detected a small frown before it, as to show his true displeasure. Professor Lupin gave a small sigh and took out his wand. This is a useful little spell, he told the class over his shoulder. Please watch closely. He raised the wand to shoulder height, said, Wadawasi, and pointed it at Peeves. With the force of a bullet, the wad of chewing gum shot out of the keyhole and straight down Peeves' left nostril. He whirled upright and zoomed away, cursing. While everyone else were laughing, Harry only felt sadness and sympathy for the poltergeist, who seemed to look betrayed by an old partner. They set off again, the class looking at shabby Professor Lupin with increased respect. He led them down a second corridor and stopped, right outside the staff room door. Inside, please, said Professor Lupin, opening it and standing back. The staff room, a long, paneled room full of old, mismatched chairs, was empty except for one teacher. Professor Snape was sitting in a low armchair, and he looked around as the class filed in. His eyes were glittering and there was a nasty-looking sneer playing around his mouth. As Professor Lupin came in and made to close the door behind him, Snape said, Leave it open, Lupin. I'd rather not witness this. Even though he said it, Harry could see the curiosity in his eyes when it landed on him, as if he is about to miss a chance to unravel a piece of a puzzle, and the small smirk on Harry's face probably let him know he saw that. The potion professor got to his feet and strode past the class, his black robes billowing behind him. At the doorway he turned on his heel and said, possibly no one's warned you, Lupin, but this class contains Neville Longbottom. I would advise you not to entrust him with anything difficult. Not unless Miss Granger is hissing instructions in his ear. And if the smirk on Harry's face grew bigger. Well, he hoped nobody saw it. Hermione's POV. As her the least favorite professor left the class, the focus was once again on the new professor. As much as she was happy having a different professor than Lockhart, she couldn't help but feel exhausted, having to become the favorite student of a new professor every year, especially as this year she has another two professors to impress, the Runes professor, Bathsheba Babbling, and the Arithmancy professor, Septima Vector, something that she found hard to do as someone else stole it already, her ex-friend, Harry Peveril. Flashback. The first lesson of arithmancy was over, and Hermione could already tell it is going to be one of her favorites. It was a lesson that was considered one of the hardest in the school, and her chance to be seen as more than just the girl's sidekick Marcus has. It was her chance to shine, especially because of the similarities between that and Muggle's math, of which she used to be the best in her class. This class felt like an example to which the whole school experience should feel like, only she answered the teacher's questions, she helped her fellow students, and weren't sneered at even once. Hearing the professor asking for the class's attention, Hermione looked toward the professor. Every year there is at least one student who grew up in the Muggle world or had introduction to the subject in this class, and those students are the most likely to become bored of the classwork of the first and second month of the third year, as it is mostly stuff they already learned. The professor started. Usually, I just let those students deal with the boredom, as every other teacher does, but this year I would like to try something different. You see, I learned someone like you, spent last year learning by themselves in his free time 2 years worth of arithmancy without help. I want to see if it's my method of teaching that makes it slower for everyone else to study, or is that student a genius. For that, I would like those of you who are willing to study by yourself, and to have in every class of mine a test, so I can see how much you progress by yourself. Those tests won't affect your grades, and when you seem to be unable to progress by yourselves you will return to the regular classwork. Any questions? Hermione hasn't even managed to process the professor's words when one of the Slytherin asked those who do it, would they have any benefits? Like not having to do homework? Hearing that, most of the class's eyes were shining only to turn into disappointment and disinterest when they heard the professor's answer. No, just like the other student, you need to complete your regular work before proceeding to learn the extra material, but, if you manage to complete 2 years worth of studying and get a perfect grade by the end of the year in the test of the year above you, you can jump grades in this class. This got a lot of whispering and more questions, but in the end only 2 Ravenclaws, for Slytherins, and her agreed to it. As she walked past the professor on her way out of class, she asked her who in the 4th year is the student who did it. The professor answered, he isn't in the 4th year, he's in the 3rd, he finished the material of 4th year in his 2nd year, too bad he didn't choose my class as one of his electives, hopefully he would drop divinations. The professor probably saw she was confused, as she said, his name is Harry Peveril. Before muttering about how great of a student he can be. End flashback. If being second best to someone who isn't even in the class wasn't enough, runes was even worse. Apparently, most magical parents make sure their children get basic rune class as children, so while she did memorize the book, most of the students in the class were at least in the same level of her, if not ahead. And because of that the professor does a pop quiz every first class to see the level of the students before dividing them into 3 groups. Beginners, those who never seen a rune before. Actives, those who has some experience either by prior class or by self-study but need to strengthen their foundations. Advance, students who already has strong enough foundations. Most of the classes would be dedicated to beginners until they caught up to the actives, while giving the actives and advanced groups books to read to advance on their own, and every 5 classes there would be a question session for the 2 groups, and every 12 there would be a test to see the level of the people in all 3 groups, in which you can advance or fall depending on your results, and by the end of the first class, when she only finished the test, it was obvious to her that she wasn't in the advanced group, while Harry Peveril was the first to finish and one of the only 3 to have the results returned to them while in class. He had a perfect score. He had to have cheated, he couldn't have managed to do all those things, after all he is a Slytherin. All they can do is cheat. But she would show him, she would do better than him while keeping her integrity. And she would start right here, in the data class. Chapter 92. Hermione's POV. Focusing back on the lesson, Hermione heard the professor saying, so, the first question we must ask ourselves is, what is a boggart? Knowing this is the best chance to make a great first impression, Hermione put up her hand. It's a shapeshifter, she said as Professor Lupin nodded toward her to answer. It can take the shape of whatever it thinks will frighten us most. Couldn't have put it better myself, said Professor Lupin, and Hermione was sure her face was glowing. So the boggart sitting in the darkness within has not yet assumed a form. He does not yet know what will frighten the person on the other side of the door. Nobody knows what a boggart looks like when he is alone, but when I let him out, he will immediately become whatever each of us most fears. Hermione couldn't help but start wondering what is her biggest fear, but after a moment she decided to listen to the professor for now and just meet her fear in person. "This means," said Professor Lupin, choosing to ignore Neville's small sputter of terror, "that we have a huge advantage over the boggart before we begin. Have you spotted it, Marcus?" Hearing him focusing on Marcus, Hermione couldn't help but sigh, both in despair as in relief, as she remembered Marcus telling them that the professor is his father's best friend, as it meant that no matter how good a student she would be, Marcus would be the favorite, though it also meant Harry wouldn't be. "Because there are so many of us, it won't know what shape it should be." Putting her hand down, Hermione decided to just listen for the rest of the class. "Precisely, it's always best to have company when you're dealing with a boggart, as he becomes confused. What should he become, a headless corpse or a flesh-eating slug? I once saw a boggart make that very mistake, tried to frighten two people at once and turned himself into half a slug. Not remotely frightening. The charm that repels a boggart is simple, yet it requires force of mind. You see, the thing that really finishes a boggart is laughter. What you need to do is force it to assume a shape that you find amusing. We will practice the charm without wands first after me, please, ridiculous." "Ridiculous," said the class together. "Good," said Professor Lupin. "Very good. But that was the easy part, I'm afraid. You see, the word alone is not enough. And this is where you come in, Neville." The wardrobe shook again, though not as much as Neville, and Hermione was really worried for her best friend who walked forward as though he were heading for the gallows. "Right, Neville," said Professor Lupin. "First things first, what would you say is the thing that frightens you most in the world?" Neville's lips moved, but no noise came out. "Didn't catch that, Neville, sorry," said Professor Lupin cheerfully. Neville looked around rather wildly, as though begging someone to help him, then said, in barely more than a whisper, "Professor Snape." Nearly everyone laughed, and Hermione wanted to hit each of them. Professor Lupin, however, looked thoughtful. "Professor Snape, Neville, I believe you live with your grandmother." Yes," said Neville nervously. "But, I don't want the boggart to turn into her either." This time even she smiled. No, you misunderstand me," said Professor Lupin. "I wonder, could you tell us what sort of clothes your grandmother usually wears?" Neville looked startled, but said, "Well, always the same hat. A tall one with a stuffed vulture on top. And a long dress, green, normally, and sometimes a fox fur scarf." "And a handbag?" prompted Professor Lupin. "A big red one," said Neville. "Right then," said Professor Lupin. "Can you picture those clothes very clearly, Neville? Can you see them in your mind's eye?" "Yes," said Neville, uncertainty, plainly wondering what was coming next. "When the boggart bursts out of this wardrobe, Neville, and sees you, it will assume the form of Professor Snape," said Lupin. "And you will raise your wand, thus, and cry, 'Ridiculous,' and concentrate hard on your grandmother's clothes. If all goes well, Professor Boggart Snape will be forced into that vulture-topped hat, and that green dress, with that big red handbag." There was a great shout of laughter. The wardrobe wobbled more violently. "If Neville is successful, the boggart is likely to shift his attention to each of us in turn," said Professor Lupin. "I would like all of you to take a moment now to think of the thing that scares you most, and imagine how you might force it to look comical." Hermione truly tried to think about what was she truly afraid of, but the only thing that popped into her mind was failing in class, and she couldn't imagine anything funny about it. "Everyone ready?" said Professor Lupin. Hermione felt a lurch of fear. She wasn't ready. How could she make a bad grade funny? It wasn't like the irrational fears the other students had. But she didn't want to ask for more time, everyone else was nodding and rolling up their sleeves. She wouldn't admit she couldn't do what other people can. "Neville, we're going to back away," said Professor Lupin. "Let you have a clear field, all right. I'll call the next person forward, everyone back, now, so Neville can get a clear shot." They all retreated, backed against the walls, leaving Neville alone beside the wardrobe. He looked pale and frightened, which almost made her trade places with him, but he had pushed up the sleeves of his robes and was holding his wand ready. "On the count of 3, Neville," said Professor Lupin, who was pointing his own wand at the handle of the wardrobe. 1, 2, 3, now. A jet of sparks shot from the end of Professor Lupin's wand and hit the doorknob. The wardrobe burst open. Yet instead of Professor Snape, from the wardrobe came a man and a woman who looked familiar even though she was sure she had never seen them before. Harry's POV. A little bit before. While everyone else thought about what is their greatest fears and how to make them funny, Harry didn't. No, it wasn't because he already knew about the exercise before and thought about it already. If he was being honest, he didn't know what is his greatest fear, so he couldn't think about any countermeasures. Instead, Harry was thinking about how this is his best chance to see Boggarts worked. Were they truly digging for your greatest fears, or did they search for the first thing that came to mind? "Hey Neville," he said as he went close to the nervous boy who used to be his friend. "What do you need, Peveril?" He would have rolled his eyes from the hostility if he didn't need the boy to listen to him. "I just wanted to ask, how did you know Professor Snape is your greatest fear, as I have several fears and don't know which one is mine?" Neville looked suspicious about him. "Why ask me?" "Well," he said, feelings and sounding awkward. "I know you also don't have parents, so I thought you might understand some of my fears, like the fear of them not loving me, or fearing the person who hurt them. Which is why I wanted to know how you decided Professor Snape is your greatest fear." Harry could see his words had the effect he desired as the boy's face got even whiter than before and he started mumbling about nor willing to explain anything to a Slytherin traitor, something that would make him angry if he didn't feel a little guilty about his actions. "Never mind," he said and walked back as he watched Lupin getting closer. As everyone took a few steps back, Daphne came near him. "What did you and Longbottom talked about?" she asked. "Let's just say I might have confirmed to the thinking of the other houses about the evilness of Slytherin." A jet of sparks shot from the end of the Dada professor's wand and hit the doorknob and the wardrobe burst open. When a man with Neville's eyes and forehead, and a woman who had Neville's cheekbones came out, Harry knew that he either changed the boy's greatest fears or ours theory about Boggarts was true, and they did use a magical ability similar to legilimency to find the first fear they could find in the person's mind. No matter which one it is, this lesson is going to be much more interesting. Chapter 93. Neville's POV. For Neville, it felt like the world stopped. Like he wasn't in class, with a wand in his hand, while imagining Professor Snape in his grandmother's clothes. Instead, he was standing in front of the two people he adored the most, two people he visits every holiday, yet never truly met. He was standing in front of his parents, and he was more terrified than he ever was. You would think he would be excited, but if you saw the look of loathing on their face you might understand his fear, and if that wasn't enough, it was at that moment that they opened their mouths. "You can't be my son." His father's look-alike spit out, making Neville's eyes fill with tears as he tried thinking about something funny. "No, he is just a squib," his mother's doppelganger said with a chuckle that sounded extremely similar to Parkinson's. "You should have bought a new wand, course don't deserve using my wand." Hearing that, every shred of courage he had, vanished, as he ran outside of the classroom, barely hearing the professor yelling, "Ridiculous," and completely missing the voice of someone running after him as he searched for a dark corner to cry at. Harry's POV. Well, that was something. Harry thought as he ran after Neville. After all, even if they weren't friends anymore, he knew to draw a line between right and wrong, making someone he disliked having to experience his true greatest fear might be in the gray area, but making him traumatized. That's just wrong. He was sure that by being as prepared as he was, knowing he was going to deal with a boggart, having a funny picture in his head, and the spell on his lips, the Gryffindor wouldn't even think before casting the charm, certainly wouldn't just stand and listen to the creature's evil words. So while he didn't like it, he would take responsibility and make sure the trauma is minimized, especially now, as he understand for the first time why Neville hated him after the Christmas of first year. He could have caught up to Neville in half a minute, but he knew the boy needed the run. So instead, here he was, 5 minutes after the incident in class, near the broom closet in which Neville hid, knocking on the door while asking quietly, "Hey Neville, are you alright? Leave me alone, Marcus." He yelled, making Harry rub his head and say, "It's not Marcus, it's Harry." The next few seconds were of awkward silence before Neville broke it. "What do you want? Came to make fun of me again?" The venom in the voice not surprising Harry at all. "I just came to talk. Leave me alone." This time there was less venom and more pleading in the voice. "I don't think you should be alone right now, so either you open the door or I would blow it open." He truly hoped he wouldn't have to do it, but he would, more for his conscience than for Neville. Luckily, after a few seconds the Gryffindor opened the door. His eyes and nose red, and probably more mucus on his robe than inside his nose. "Well, talk. Can we please find an empty classroom to sit in?" he asked while secretly casting a cleaning charm. He saw the boy's face was getting red because of his request, so he quickly added, "We wouldn't want a couple with free period to stumble in onto us in the broom closet when they come in here to snog." After a few seconds Neville nodded and they started walking. After a few minutes they got into an empty classroom and Harry casted a quick silencing charm. "Are you okay? Nobody ever said he beat around the bush. How do you think I'm?" Neville yelled, "Not only did my parents just told me I'm not good enough to be their son, which I always knew, my dad just proved you were right and that I don't deserve his wand. And if that wasn't enough, they just did it in front of the entire class." By the end of his yell he was crying again and a little bit out of breath. First of all, Harry started, quickly organizing his thoughts so he wouldn't say anything that might aggravate the boy. They weren't your real parents, it was only a boggart that transformed to your fear. He could see his words starting to have a positive effect on Neville, but it quickly changed as he said, "What does it matter? It's true, my grandma keeps telling me that." "No, it's not. You are in the top 10 in theory, you know how many in our year can say that?" Only 10-inch. The small smile breaking on Neville's face told him he was in the right path. "As for the practical side of magic, you truly need to change a wand." The tiny smile on his face changed to an angry look as a fist came in Harry's direction, which he dodged. "So that's how it is. You came to play with my emotions. To make me feel a little bit better, only to make me feel even worse." "What? No." Harry said as he dodged another fist, "I meant that while I'm sure this wand was perfect for your father, it's not the one that chose you. That, as Ollivander says, the wand choose the wizard, and to fulfill your potential you need one that is right for you." As Neville heard Harry, he stopped trying to punch him. "Is that why you gifted me a new wand ticket as Christmas gift in first year?" "Yes." Harry said exhaustedly, having 2 emotional conversations in less than a week was way too much for him. "Well, I'm sorry." Neville said meekly. "I completely destroyed our friendship and the expensive gift you gave me over a misunderstanding." It was Harry's chance to fix the relationship, to tell him he was willing to try again, and that he didn't completely destroy it, that they both had a hand in it, but it wasn't something he wanted. "Yes, you did," Harry said, and the broken look on the boy's face looked even sadder. "But that's life, sometimes you just mess things up." After he said that, there was a few seconds of silence, which made Harry even more uncomfortable than the entire conversation. "I'm about to go back," he said, making as I really want to see if Malfoy's secret fear is everybody learning he has a small dick. As Neville snorted a laugh, Harry smiled, made his way out of the classroom and cancelled his silencing charm before walking back to the Dada lesson with a clean conscience. Remus's POV. Remus wasn't sure how it all went wrong. He did the same lesson to the 4th and 5th years already without any incidents. He made sure to make the first student to deal with the boggart has a fear he can change into something that would make everybody laugh, made sure the student was prepared, and that there wasn't anything truly emotional damaging. Instead, after the 2 boys ran, one from his fear, and the other to make sure the first was okay, as he asked in the happiest voice he could master, "Who wants to be next?" Unsurprisingly, nobody volunteered. If convincing the next one to participate was hard, convincing the one after him was almost impossible, as the second was Ms. Granger and her fear of having no friends materialized, and the children understood their insecurities are going to show up. In the end, even Marcus was unwilling to try conquering his fear, and he finished the class early, letting the children go. As he was sitting there, complimenting what could he have done better, a knock on the door woke him from his thoughts. "Professor?" Seeing it wasn't Marcus, yet, a James look-alike, if James was taller, younger, and had as defined body as the boy, Remus knew it must be the twin he never got the chance to meet, the one who barely had the chance to meet his family before being cast out for something he can't control, who, if Remus wasn't too afraid to lose his last friend, might have made Remus argue with James, the boy who went to Slytherin, yet surprisingly was the one to chase the crying Gryffindor. "Yes, Mr. Peveril. The class is over. I could have swore there was another 30 minutes. I'm afraid the incident with Mr. Longbottom made it hard for the other students to participate in the class." A nod from the boy showed his understanding of the situation. Professor?" "Yes. May I try?" He couldn't believe his ears, the boy actually wanted to try. "Are you sure?" At the boy's nod his entire mood changed, even if he only managed to make one student interested, it was a start, right? "Sure, come right up," he said as he walked to the wardrobe. "Now," he said as Mr. Peveril stood with his wand facing the wardrobe, "remember to think about something funny while saying, 'ridiculous,' are you ready?" The nod from the boy made him cast the spell that opened the wardrobe. Harry's POV. As much as he said he was prepared, he wasn't. Sure, He knew the spell and he knew it was going to happen. But the only thing he didn't know was what it would be. Would he be like Neville, fearing his parents' rejection? Did he fear the Potters? Was he fearing becoming like Voldemort? Or like Dumbledore? Yet, as he felt the power similar to legilimency yet different, move in his mind as he took down his shields for the full experience, as the boggart changed shape to a fear he didn't consider, the terror he felt couldn't stop the tiny intrigue about how the boggart's power worked. Chapter 94. Harry's POV. Harry was sure he made peace with it, that the last 12 years were enough to vanish the fear that came with that idea, but he was wrong. As the shape of Harry's fear came to light he had to admit this still terrified him. The shape of the fear wasn't a monster, nor was it a real person, hell, it wasn't even one fear, it was two combined. His fear has the shape of a boy with a book in his hands. The book was named Harry Peveril and the Boy Who Lived, with a painting of himself fighting against Marcus, and as much as the idea of him being a story scared him, that everything he works for, everything he does, is meaningless, it was the words that came from the person who held the book that shook him to his core. The boy looked to be in the same age Harry was, yet small and skinny. He had untidy black hair, bright green eyes, a thin face and he wears round eyeglasses. Yet the thing that was dominating his face was the lightning bolt-shaped scar on his forehead. Yes, it was the original Harry Potter, the one that died the moment he came to this world. You know it's your fault, right? The shapeshifter said, having an angry look on his face. You killed me the day you were born, and if you didn't, they would have lived. Hell. All you needed to do was to stay at the Dursleys' house and they would have survived. The angry look on the accuser's face changed into pity. And for what? The good ending was already known, why try and change it? Why try at all? It's not like any of that is real. The laughter came naturally, with no need of any help or spell, as he finally understood how the boggarts choose the shape to which they change. They don't go after your greatest fears, nor do they go after the first to come into your mind. Boggarts go after the biggest irrational fears, the one that you know doesn't matter, or silly, but no matter what would always be there, haunting you. Neville's irrational fear of Snape was overpowered by the fear of being unable to live to his parents' imaginary expectations, whether because of the few words Harry said before, the gift in first year, or something else, something made this irrational fear to become his strongest inner demon. Lupin fear of the moon make no sense, shouldn't he be scared from something else? Werewolves? Hurting someone? People finding out he was a beast? But the irrationality of this fear is what made the boggart change to that form. Was anything real? Maybe it was, maybe it wasn't. But, did it truly matter? Maybe he was truly a character in a story, maybe the story was written by a character in a movie, which was filmed by someone in a dream. Did his old life which he didn't remember even matters? No, they didn't. He lives in this world, he affects the people of this world, and if this world is just a story, it wouldn't change a thing for him. As for his parents? While it was true that they might have lived if he wasn't a part of their life, by agreeing with the idea that he was at fault he disrespect their memory. They had their own mind, they made their own choices, and the only one at fault for their death is the murderer and those who helped him. He could keep explaining to himself all of it, but it wouldn't matter. The fear of being nothing, the fear of knowing you are the cause of his parents' death wasn't something he could stop himself from fearing. So why did he laugh? Because it was at that moment, when the face of the original Harry Potter told him that he killed him, that if he followed the scripted he would have got the happy ending as it was supposed to be, that he truly realized he doesn't care for canon, he didn't want the happy ending, nor did he want to follow the scripted, and even if he thought about it before, even if he thought he understood, for the first time he felt free, like he can truly change the future. It was that feeling that made that laugh come out, that made the boggart retreat to the wardrobe, and that made him resolute about his future choices. Remus's POV. Remus wasn't sure what just happened. The boggart changed to a smaller size of the boy, who looked much more similar to Marcus except skinnier, and told him how everything was his fault, and how he killed the skinny version of himself. Remus was seriously confused on that part. What Remus was sure about, was that he needed to tell about this to Dumbledore, and as soon as possible. The turning of Harry's body toward him caused Remus to blink his thoughts away as he smiled at the boy. Are you okay? Do you need chocolate? Yes, thank you. The boy replied quietly. As he turned away, he barely noticed the boy pointing the wand toward him, and he didn't have the time to exclaim about the boy doing wordless magic before the red light smashed toward his body and he passed out. Harry's POV. While he felt guilty about it, Harry couldn't let anyone find out any of his secrets, especially not someone who is the Potters and Dumbledore's little bitch. So it was only after a quick stupefy, a little longer obliviate, and a really long confuting, that Harry felt safe enough to leave the classroom, not forgetting to cast a "Notice Me Not" charm on himself on the way out. As he walked out noticing the paintings, he couldn't help but curse himself for not putting the charm in himself on the way in, as he is about to have a long, confuting day. Chapter 95. Luna's POV. Luna was many things. She was a dreamer, someone who refuses to admit in the impossible. She was an actress, showing people a mask. She was even a little bit unhinged, as people like to tell her all the time. But if there was one thing Luna wasn't, it was a hypocrite, which is why it took her less than an hour after her fight with Harry to come to calm down, and while she was still upset he used magic to affect her mind, she wasn't angry about keeping secrets. How could she? When she has secrets of her own. No, she wasn't angry with him, she was disappointed. Disappointed by herself, disappointed by her loss of rationality, disappointed by her stupidity, and more than all, disappointed by her fear. As even though he told her his secrets, even though he trusted her, she couldn't do the same. Oh, she trusts him, more than she trusts anyone, but she is scared, scared of him look at her like a freak, a loony, scared of him looking at her like her dad does sometimes, like all that is spatial about her are her eyes. But if there is one thing she feared the most, is that he wouldn't love her, nor stay her friend, which is why, 2 days after her fight with him, after he apologized and she turned him down because of her shame, she finally gathered the guts to go to him. Harry's POV. Harry didn't expect to see Luna waiting in the room of requirements after the emotion-draining lesson, but he wasn't going to kick her out. After all, for the first time in his life he felt free. He felt free from any known future, free from the thrice-damned books which defined his life, consciously or subconsciously. He was free from repeating the same old story just because he feared the consequences. He was free to plot, take revenge and kill. He was free to be happy, to be loved and love, without the guilt of doing so. So, if his friend wanted to talk to him, he was going to listen. Hey Luna. Hey Harry, we need to talk. For words that every man feared to hear. He couldn't help but smile when she giggled, how he missed her. First of all, I'm not angry that you kept secrets from me, and while I was upset you used mind magic, you didn't have any intention to do it specifically on me, so as long as you swear you wouldn't use it on me, I would, forget about it. The joke was so bad, but the absurdity of it, while the atmosphere was so serious made Harry laugh, which made Luna laugh, and by then it was full-on laughter from the two of them, which made it feel like it came from the hands of God himself that the demonic twins came inside the room at that point. What's the laughter all about? The one in the right asked. Yes, we want to laugh too. The one on the left said. The two of them looked at one another and said together, later. With a nod to one another, the conversation paused as the twins came to join them, starting a discussion about the animagus transformation they are going to perform in 2 days. As dinner was coming soon, and the twins went ahead, Harry and Luna went to dinner together, and as they were about to walk into the grand hall Harry whispered in Luna's ear, I promise. The smile on her face as she walked in could have warmed Voldemort's heart. It was a day later that they had a chance to once again talk alone. As you told me your secrets, I wasn't to tell you mine. Taking a big breath she started talking. My the ritual and herself butipback vardanshity budigata power from the ritual to see invisible animals magic can peopleras, my mother used a ritual on herself, but it backfired and she died, but I got the powers from the ritual to see invisible animals, magic and people's auras. It took Harry a few seconds to separate the words she said and then a few seconds to process the information before he exclaimed, as he didn't imagine she could see magic. He thought about the animals and some stuff she said made him wonder about auras, but seeing magic? Seeing energy? He couldn't imagine how it was possible, and he couldn't help but think about all the incredible stuff that could be done with something like this. He could be a step closer to learn the secrets of the universe. Harry lunges at Luna, giving her a beat hug, not noticing her going red as this was the first time he initiated a hug. Thank you Luna, for sharing this with me, I won't let you down. Not knowing he thought she told this to him so he could duplicate the ability, she thought he was talking about not shattering the secret. I promise too, she said with a smile. Chapter 96. Harry's POV. It was a week later that Harry's new schedule was created. Every day he would start with workout 5 to 7 a.m., then he would have a quick breakfast before going to the RR and Usi the time turner to go back in time to 3 a.m. before taking a shower, consume his entire magical energy in 1/2 hour and use 3 hours to research the body type he is going to choose and have a second, larger breakfast. He then spent his time in classes in which he usually read either advanced material or his muggle studies while having a notice me not charm on, or, in rare cases like potions, because he need the hands-on experience and Snape keeps an eye on him, charms, because he truly likes the professor, COMC, as the creatures are extremely interesting, and data, because he need the hands-on experience. He actually listen and participate in the class as long as it's not a simple information dump. After every class with the exception of astronomy he goes back 2 hours have something to eat, and work on one of his projects. In between classes he makes sure to eat and then he either take a nap or continue to work on his control with the coils, with the exception of Wednesday afternoon, when he teach Luna wandless magic. Saturday and Sunday are still mostly for blacksmithing and conversations with Snape. The only problems in his schedule are the erratic times he need to help the professor with his potion. Flashback, Luna's first lesson. The first thing you need to understand about my way of wandless magic is that it probably isn't the way the magical people of old used to cast, it also isn't the way wizards and witches cast today, with or without wands. In fact, as far as I know, I am the only one who casts that way, but once you get caught to the level you are in the regular way of using magic, it will be hard to go back to use the other versions. Seeing Luna with glowing eyes, he started explaining. My way of using magic is based around 3 things: intent, control and knowledge. Intent is the easiest to explain as it is the most similar to the regular method. You need to know what you want to happen for it to work properly, you need to be able to imagine it, otherwise it wouldn't work. The difference is that in the regular version you have magical words other people created to guide you, so even without imagination you can do it, even if poorly. In wandless magic, and I'm not sure it's just my way, while saying the words might help you focus, you have to do the imagination to actually succeed, which make it necessary to have extremely strong occlumency to succeed in hard magic or any magic during battle. So I will give you several types of occlumency of which you can work on till you become an expert. After this he gave her quick summary of 3 of the 4 kinds he combined, leaving outside the first kind he created, before she chose the trap occlumency as, in her words, nargles are extremely frightening to experience. The second thing is control, something that you shouldn't have a problem with, considering you train with the coils. While control is important, it is only needed for delicate charms, transfigurations and potions. For things like a basic charm, or a patronus, you only need to get as much power as you can while blasting your magic out. Finally, we have knowledge. This is the most important thing in my way of magic as it is the base of it all. My way works on understanding the rules of the world, as by understanding them you can work with them and manipulate them. For example, levitation. How can things levitate? You change the gravitation around the object so it floats or have an invisible hand hold it, it doesn't matter the answer, but it have to make sense. You can't have an answer that it works because it's magic. Then you have to explain to yourself how it works, like the hands are made from the particles in the air or the gravitation field of the earth is being weakened around the object. Basically, the method isn't only about convincing yourself and magic it is real, it's about finding answers to the questions about the universe. End flashback. After the lesson Harry gave Luna notes he made about charms and transfigurations that explained how to do them before agreeing to have once a week a session of studying together. Chapter 97. Harry's POV. The next month was the longest and he had, not surprising, considering he used the time turner to experience almost 2 months in that time. So of course his progress was incredible. By using most of the time in class that is dedicated to theory to study quantum mechanics, he finally managed to have a breakthrough in his transfigurations and succeed in switching objects. He used the idea of principle of locality that states that an object is directly influenced only by its immediate surroundings. If something is still able to influence the said object, it must mean they have some sort of connection between them. By using magic on 2 objects on the same time you connect them in a way that makes it possible to switch the places they are at as if they were the same objects. Sounds like charms. It's because it is, like many other spells learned in transfigurations, it is charm that focus on control. You have to connect your magic to 2 objects in the exact same time without putting more magic in one or the other. After succeeding in doing so, Harry quickly succeeded at inanimate conjuration, something that came easily as it is basically transfiguration of particles in the air. Transfiguring animals to magical objects was harder as he needed to understand the properties of the object before the transfiguration, otherwise it would just be a pale imitation, and while finding out how snitches works was easy, he didn't believe this way of transfiguration had any worth. Now he is stuck on the last part of 5th year transfiguration, vanishing, and that would take some time to research. Another thing that he saw fantastic progress at is runes, one of the few classes he actually paid attention to. By dividing the class into levels, the professor made sure he would be interested in the class, as instead of learning stuff he already know, the professor gave the advanced group the time to study on their own, which he used to study Muggle subjects, seeing his problem right now was his lack of idea how to write runes and not knowledge about the magical written language. Yet, every 5 classes, that to say once until now, a class was dedicated to the advanced group, and this was the first time since first year that he actually learned something new in class from a teacher. Flashback. Rune class. Today the regular group will be reading pages 21 to 34 and answer the questions on the board. Professor Babbling said before looking at the medium and advanced groups, as for you, today we will have time for you to dispel any doubts or misunderstanding you have about the subject. Well, who's first? Thus began the questions. Every student asked no less than 2 and no more than 5 questions, and while the professor answered most of them quickly with a quick explanation of the answer and recommended a book that go into depth, she still answered some of them extensively, if they were something a lot of students get stuck upon. Which is why it took 47 minutes for it to finally be his turn. Yes, Mr. Peveril. My first question is why does runes can be used to do magic yet we can't use Latin, English or other language as well? Excellent question, Mr. Peveril. The short answer is you can and you can't. The professor talked in the excited tone she always used. We don't exactly know how runes became magical, but right now we have 2 theories. The first one is about mind over magic, in which the basic thing you need to understand about runes is that it's a bunch of languages, things that were created by human beings and became magical by having wizards and witches used to talk, cast, and more importantly, think in that language. You see, if there is one thing we know about magic because of accidental magic and wordless casting, is that using magic is related to your thoughts much more than your words, so by having magical people think in a certain language, magic became tuned to it, and able to understand it, therefore able to understand the writing and do as the runes say, and the more time that is given to runes, the more powerful they are as they become part of the magic. The problem with this theory is that we still haven't managed to make Latin a rune language after all that time, which means there is something that isn't right about it, something that is missing. The second theory is numbers of faith. Every known runic language is known to have been thought as the language of the gods, a language that by writing it, it can change the world. It could be that when enough magical people believe the language is divine, magic gets attached to the said language and make it divine, but unless you can make a cult believe something like that, it is impossible to duplicate. Harry felt like he had an idea about that, but he put it aside and asked his second question. How about writing in runes? Why is it so difficult? Is there a shortcut? It is all about practice. If you have struggles in writing runes you just need more practice. Well, most runic experts who use a runic quick quill, but it defeats the purpose of learning at school, so you should just practice. End flashback. After that he purchased a runic quick quill and started using the lessons to practice his own writing of runes. As for creating his own rune language, he has an idea but it's for the future. His lessons with Luna progressed good as well, as not only the girl was extremely smart, she can also use her spatial eyesight to watch him perform magic and see where she has gone wrong in her spells, making her do twice the work with half the effort. In his tries of figuring out how her eyesight works he has gone in the direction of sharks, who can electric fields, snakes who can see heat, sea turtles who can feel magnetic fields, and birds who can see all light. He felt that if you combine the ability of the birds to see all colors, with the ability of the shark to detect magnetic fields you get to see auras, and if you combine that with the ability to feel magnetic fields and see heat, energy, you can see magic. Letting you with all 4 have most of the abilities Luna's eyes possess, as for the rest he need more research. The last thing that improved that month is his 2 new spells, that lets him translate his magical hologram into data in the computer and data in the computer into magical hologram. Which meant he could finally begin solving the puzzle known as the Blood Curse. Chapter 98. Harry's POV. Halloween, Samhain, the Day of the Dead. There are many names for the day, but in the magical world of J.K. Rowling this day is known as the Day of Misfortune for one Harry James Potter, but as you probably noticed, this isn't the story for him. This story is about Harry D.J. Peveril, and for him this day is a day of luck. It's the day he came to the world, the day he separated himself from bad friends, and as of today, this is the day he started learning the magical part of blacksmithing. Yes, it is a day of luck, so why every good thing that came in this day comes with bad news? Flashback. What? Harry exclaimed, hoping he heard right. Don't make me say it again, you have pass, it is time to start learning true blacksmithing. The goblin said, annoyed the boy is that excited. Seeing the boy looking at him with wild eyes, Ragnarok signed before starting his explanation, a bit of a greedy look is appearing on his face. While forging can be done without the use of magic, true blacksmithing always was, and always will be about the infusion of magical properties to the object you forge. That means, that while everything you learned until now can be studied in the outside world, and therefore cheap, all your future studies in a subject are unique to the goblins, and much more expensive. The greedy look intensified by a lot. How much? Harry asked, not really caring as it all going to be taken from the inheritance he would never get. 900 galleons a week. No way. Harry said, surprising the goblin. It is a unique skill of the goblins, I won't take it for less than 1,000 galleons. It was then that the goblin did something Harry has never seen any of the goblins he met do. He laughed, not an evil laugh, nor a greedy one, not even sarcastic one, it was a pure joyful laugh. You are right, what was I thinking, it is 1,000 galleons. He said after his laughter stoked. But I have got to say, you are the first wizard I had the pleasure to beat who insists to pay more, which makes you someone I would help whenever you need, for a price of course. Of course, but now that we moved past the payment, can we start the class? Yes, indeed. There are many ways magical beings can create magical objects. There is the centaurs who mimic the magical properties of the forest and the stars in their bows and arrows, making them poisonous for their enemies yet regular arrows for their friends, simple artifacts for hunting and protecting. There are the dwarfs who mimic the magical energy of the deep underground to make their armors and weapons unbreakable, making artifacts unbending and unchanging, which brought their fall as they couldn't keep with the times. And there are the humans, who use runes and ingredients from magical beasts and magical plants to mimic their spells and rituals in their artifacts, making cheap knockoffs of rap artifacts to cheap knockoff of real magic. The thing that is common with all of their methods is that it's never original, it's always about mimicking, therefore making it impossible for it to be true magic, true artifacts. The true artifacts of the goblins, in the other end, are about independence, about creating something new, and manipulating the properties of what there is to something else. The closest thing to this art in wizarding magic is transfiguration, conjunction and alchemy. Only in blacksmithing you truly create something new, that can evolve on its own, instead of the dead thing wizards create. You see, goblins' artifacts can be theoretically separated to unending amounts of levels, but we will focus on the first four. The first one, is what you did until now, it's creating irregular weapons, armor and jewelry. Only where you are good enough in that level to move to the second can you call yourself an apprentice in the art of blacksmithing without shaming your teacher. The second level is about mimicking the world, doing as all the other magical beings do, and only when your teachers think you are twice as good as any of the other magical beings can you call yourself a blacksmith. The best creations at that level include the sword Gryffindor stole with the ability to assimilate everything, or the locket his friend Slytherin bought with the ability to detect ill intent to the wearer. It is only on the third level that you make your first true artifact and you stop being dependent on mimicking the magical energy and instead work on the basis of the laws of the world. At that point you study the world, and create the objects based on your understanding of it. For example, one of the first artifacts that were created was a diadem that was connected to the Library of Alexandria, a library that is the first fourth-level artifact ever created, made with the ability to copy every book to be made and preserve it, so knowledge would never disappear. The diadem, made by the first goblin follower of the only artist-level blacksmithing who created the Library of Alexandria, was made with the ability to connect the wearer's mind with the library, letting him borrow the knowledge the library has for immediate use. This blew Harry's mind. Could it be that the diadem Ragnarok was talking about is the same diadem that was in the Room of Requirements? Ravenclaw's diadem? The one that became Horcrux? If so, he has in hands reached the biggest storage of knowledge in the world. But right now wasn't the time to think about that, as he was in the middle of hearing about the levels of blacksmithing. The fourth level deals with souls. It can deal with the souls of people, that lets you bind an object to a person's life or a person's life to an object. It can be dealing with the soul of the world, letting you create an artifact that bounds some of the earth's rules to it, and it can be the creation of souls, that lets you create true living artifact. As for the only example I can give you is Library of Alexandria, as it is the only true fourth level artifact. It is a living object, that bounds the world's knowledge to its rule, and it is said to be called the underworld of creators, as it is, according to the legends, trapping every soul in it after death as a shade, thus preserving the knowledge the soul carries with it. As Harry heard it, he couldn't help but having goosebumps all over his body. As much as it sounds like a noble goal, the creation of a trapper of souls who trapped every soul for thousands of years sound extremely evil, especially with the way the word shade made him remember something. What was the name of the creator of the Library of Alexandria? Harry really hoped he was wrong about this. We don't know his name, only that he is the creator of every magical creature, that wasn't created by defective rituals, yet even with his powers of creation, most magical beings only call him by one name in their stories, Death. Chapter 99. Harry's POV. To learn Death, the creator of the Deathly Hallows is real, and that those artifacts were like toys if you consider his greatest known creation would have made almost anyone stop the lesson for the day, but Harry was never a regular person. So instead of leaving, Harry put the new knowledge in a corner of his mind and started working on the first piece of second-level artifact he would make, a pair of glasses. The basic mistake most of the other magical beings are doing is separating the process of true blacksmithing to forging and enchanting. Ragnar said as Harry was choosing the right metal for the frame. They either enchant the ingredients before making the artifact or they make the artifact and then enchant it. The wizards and witches are even doing both with their wand creation by enchanting the core before making it and then crave runes on the stick itself. The dwarfs are connecting the metals that they use to create their swords and armors to the magic in the ground before creating their artifacts. And the centaurs are blessing their trees before taking the needed wood and use it for their weapons, thus connecting the magic in the weapons with nature and ensuring that protectors of nature are unharmed by the poison they dip their arrowheads with. All of those methods are wrong for a simple reason: they make the material resist the magic it is being imbued with. The basic rule of artifact creation is the closer the materials are to the meaning you imbue it with, the more powerful the result would be. The easiest example is that while making a sword sharper is extremely easy, making it heal someone is much harder. But it is much more than just the product that affects your result, the materials themselves are also, so while making metal unbreakable is easy enough for dwarfs to manage, the goblin huffed at those words, as it is a hard material to begin with, they would never manage to make a wooden weapon unbreakable. Exactly the same could be said about wands. They are made from wood, which isn't very conductive for magic, and magical body part of a magical animal that already has a certain properties, yet its purpose is to be an all-purpose magical device. This time the goblin scoffed. The only reason it works at all is the runes and arithmancy your kind created. The point is, that while every method the other magical species created to make artifacts sounds great, they fail at the basic understanding of blacksmithing. You have to change the substance, to create something new. From the second you take the materials in your hand till the moment the artifact is created, magic need to be poured to the materials with the intention of the end product until the artifact is created to make the magical part of the artifact truly a part of your creation. This is the way to reach the limit of the second stage of blacksmithing. And how do you proceed from there? Harry asked. How do you make a third stage artifact? Well, while I'm on the peak of the second level and hasn't managed to reach the third yet, I can tell you what a book I read once said: if the first level is about the body, in which you learn how to forge, and the second level is about the spirit, in which you imbue the intent into the core of the artifact, the third is about the mind, in which you put all your knowledge into the artifact. Now, let's start creating your first artifact. An hour later. After destroying the magical properties in his third try of creating an extremely sharp sword, Harry left Gringotts for the day, returned to the room of requirements and turned the little sand clock on his neck 8 times. It's time for him to get the Marauder's map. Fred's POV. Fred was just about to leave to Hogsmeade with his twin brother when he saw one of his only 2 Slytherin friends. Seeing there isn't anyone near them that could find out about them being friends with a slimy Slytherin and ruin their reputation, Fred went to greet him. "Hey Harry, going to Hogsmeade?" The secret smack his brother gave him reminded him the unjustified punishment their friend was given. "Oh right, sorry, I forgot," he said while rubbing the back of his head. "Yes, while I was hoping to go there, sadly I can't, never mind, maybe next year." A fugitive look from his brother was all he needed to know. They finally reached an agreement on their debate. "How would you like?" George started with a smile on Hour's lips. "If you could go to Hogsmeade," Fred continued, a smile of his own making an appearance. "Today?" they said together. "How?" Harry asked. "Simple, we would make a trade," George said. "We would give you the Marauder's map, and in return you would help us in some of our new products in which we are stuck," Fred said. "But isn't that the secret to your success as pranksters?" Harry said. "You insult us, Harry. Do you really think a pair of inventors like us," Fred said, "wouldn't create our own version of the map?" George said, making Harry smile in amusement. "Take it," they said together, giving their black-haired the map. "Just prank someone occasionally." Together they flicked their wands at each other and casted the new spell they created based on something Harry told them about, creating anime tears on their twin's face, making Harry laugh. Chapter 100. Lily's POV. Everyone has their own traditions for Halloween. Some might go trick-or-treating with their children. Others would party the night as a celebration for the defeat of Voldemort. And of course, there are those that would use the date to speak with their dead loved ones. But if there was one person that their tradition is truly unique, it was Lily J. Potternay Evans. As who else but her would spend the day her little boy defeated the greatest Dark Lord of the century, studying the same sequence runes for the past 11 years. Yes, while the 3rd years and above were at Hogsmeade, and the 2nd and 1st year were celebrating Halloween, Lily was in her room, trying once again to understand what did the ritual she performed all those years ago did. Flashback. 31/10/1981. Lily knew this day would come, since the moment Dumbledore called James and her to his office to tell them and the Longbottoms that Voldemort was going to come after them for their children, but she really didn't expect it to be so soon, as she barely managed to find a theoretical way to save her children. Yes, theoretical, but as she heard the fight between her husband and the Dark Lord goes on, she knew she had to take a chance. Curving the runes wasn't hard, as they were extremely simple. It was only the runes of equal exchange and the runes of sacrifice in 7 different rune languages, as 7 is the most magical number. Anglo-Saxon, as those runes are known for creating explosive power. Elder Futhark, to stabilize the Anglo-Saxon runes. Cuneiform, for their power over the body. Egyptian hieroglyphs, for their power over the soul. Aztec, to strengthen the sacrifice. Anatolian hieroglyphs, to strengthen the equal exchange. Maya glyphs, as the only runes that are known with the power of combining different rune systems, those runes are the core of the ritual. As Lily finished curving the runes, she could hear the footsteps of her soon-to-be killer approach, pouring all of her magic, essence, and love to the runes. She kneeled as she begged for him to spare her children. Please, kill me, just spare them, spare Harry and Marcus. Move aside, foolish girl, and I would spare you. The man who, if he was younger and not about to kill her children, would have been considered handsome, told her. No, please, spare them. She cried, as much as she was willing to die for her children, she didn't want to die. The wand that looked like a bone was raised as Voldemort casted his curse, yet as she lost Couscous she felt terror as the magic wasn't green, it was red. End flashback. She knew the ritual succeeded as Marcus survived, yet she couldn't tell why, and more importantly, what was the sacrifice. She only knew it did, and that terrified her. The basic knowledge everyone with magic knows is that magic comes with a price, usually it's energy. You spend some to create the effect of your desire, and if you don't have enough, it won't work. Yet, there are unique spells, curses and rituals that bypass it by sacrificing other things. The killing curse according to Dumbledore was one of them, as only after you reach the earth stage in your magic, something that only Merlin and Morgana are known for, you can cast it without consequences, otherwise it would break your soul. Fiend fire is also one of those, as without magic in the fire stage at least, you would be unable to control it, making it your likely death. Her ritual was supposed to be another one, sacrificing her life and soul for the protection of Marcus's life and soul, yet, she survived. Dumbledore told her it was her love that saved Marcus, and as much as she wanted to believe him, she knew something is wrong. She changed, she lost something, and the only thing she didn't know was whether or not that something was as important as her life and soul. So, every Halloween she would research the runes, her magic, and her memories to find out what did she lose, as she was sure the answer would explain a lot. Chapter 101. James's POV. As James drank his 4 fingers of fire whiskey, he couldn't help but think back on the day it all went wrong, the day he lost a son, a friend, and a brother. No matter what they told the world afterward, it wasn't Lily's parents who was there the day Voldemort attacked, and they all knew why he failed. But how could they tell the world the reason the light side had beaten the dark side is that they also dwelled in dark magic? Yes, while Dumbledore continued saying the reason was love, James knew the truth. He wasn't an idiomatic first year, nor was he a Muggleborn. He knew the true difference between dark magic and light magic. He knew there was a real reason why rituals and blood magic became forbidden, and it wasn't intent. No, the difference was always about a sacrifice. Dark magic was light magic, a person without enough power use, sacrificing something in exchange for immediate gain, and by doing things the easy way, even once, you just never stop. He could see it in himself, from an Auror who fought against the worst of the worst, to someone who left one of his sons, who let criminals walk free, and kicked his estranged son from the family for the house he was chosen for. He could even see it in his wife, the girl who used to stand against him for her childhood friend, for no reason but because it was the right thing to do, a girl who excelled in charms and potions, 2 of the things that are easy to pass in but hard to succeed. The one he fell in love with, became a woman who only cared for fame, money and her image. It's not to say he didn't love her anymore, but, as hard to admit as it was, they weren't the same people they were before the night of the attack, and he only had one person to blame, Sirius Black. As while Voldemort was the one who attacked, if Sirius didn't betray them, Lily wouldn't have been forced to use that dark ritual that changed her. He wouldn't be in such a daze for the next few weeks because his brother in all but blood betrayed him and killed one of their friends, and wouldn't have agreed to pass Harry to Lily's sister. The court wouldn't consider his testimonies compromised and free Death Eaters, and maybe, just maybe, even if all else would have happened, there would still be his best friend to prevent him from kicking his son out of family, as he experienced the same thing. Yes, it was all Sirius Black's fault, and he would make sure the man would pay for it. Harry's POV. As much as going to Hogsmeade could have been fun, Harry went back to the room of requirements as he needed to process the knowledge he got today at his lesson. Death, at least the one who was written about in the story of the three brothers, was a real entity, and whether it was a wizard, goblin, or some other creature, it was the creator of the best artifacts ever created. In fact, he, or she, was probably the one who created the structured way of artifact creation that goblins and other forgers are using till this very moment. Yet this wasn't the thing that bothered him the most. No, the thing that white in his mind the most was the Library of Alexandria, the liberty that is known as Lost and according to Ragnarok contains not only every book ever written, but also the souls of the dead, and of course his mind was filled with ways to find his parents' souls and bring them back to life, or at the very least, if they don't want to return to life, a way to release their souls from that place, as he know there is something after death, and it must be better than the prison. Like library. But as much as he wanted to do so right now, he didn't know how to get to that place, nor any concrete thing about souls, except how to split them for immortality and that Dementors eat them. It means one thing though, he needs to do research. Chapter 102. Sirius's POV. As a child, Sirius used to love the rain. The sound of the water drops dripping down. Running with Regulus out as they played together. Coming cold and wet from outside into the house with the fireplace heating the house. Yes, Sirius used to love the rain. Now though. Now the rain only triggers one, 12 years long memory for him. Azkaban, the land of despair and rain, where the only sounds you hear are the screams of the other inmates, if you don't count the voices in your head. So, even though his plan wasn't in place yet, even though he didn't get the password to the tower, nor did he manage to find out which bed and room did the red-headed boy whose pet he is trying to kill sleep in, Sirius couldn't wait anymore, not with the rain, not with the Dementors nearby, not with this night being the night when almost everybody he loved betrayed him 12 years ago. So, as the castle became quiet, and everyone slept, Sirius sneaked into the castle from the secret entry near the Black Lake, one that he found 15 years ago, the last day he was at this castle, the last day of his 7th year, the last day he ever spoke to Reggie. Flashback. As Sirius came near the potions classroom he saw the one who sent him the note asking for a meeting, his younger brother, Regulus Arcturus Black. I came, didn't I? What do you want? Sirius said in contempt he usually only showed when he spoke to Snivellus. Please Siri, come home, I will convince mother to forgive you. The way his little brother begged made Sirius' heart waver, yet the mention of his mother made his blood freeze and boiled at the same time. Mother? Forgive me. I'm not the one who kicked her son out of the house just because he was chosen into a different house than the one she expected, just because he isn't willing to do as the rest of the family and kill people who were born different than us. No, I am an adult, I am a Gryffindor, I won't go back on my knees to that bitter old woman even if it kills me. What about me? Your brother. Do it for me, please, if you don't come back, if you aren't there to help me, what am I supposed to do? Sirius won't admit to anyone, but he would come to regret what he said next for the rest of his life. You. My brother. I already have 3 brothers and not one of them is Slytherin. As he finished his sentence Regulus already ran crying as Sirius stood in shock, not believing what came out of his mouth, yet turning around to walk back up before hitting the walls of the dungeons in frustration, surprised to see it opening inward. Walking inside while thinking what should he do with his brother, he comes out in a cave near the Black Lake. End flashback. He never apologized to Reggie, nor did he tell any of his friends about that secret entry/exit, as he didn't want to think about that day, yet it was one of the memories he remembered the best, as the Dementors made sure to play it over and over in his head. As he came out from the secret passage, he was in the dungeons, walking toward the closest stairs that would lead him toward the Gryffindor Tower, yet, as he sneaked around in his dog form, he smelled someone who was kind of familiar yet at the same time not, coming down, frowning, as it was the middle of the night and he couldn't see anyone. He made sure he is hidden behind an armor as he traced the semi-familiar smell to being on his right yet for some strange reason couldn't turn his head. Forcing himself with all the willpower he has, and from the years of resisting the soul-sucking demon's aura he had a lot, he turned his head slightly to the right only to see the man who betrayed him the most, the man who didn't even come to his trial to defend him, James Potter. Yet, just as he was about to jump the man he noticed differences. He was taller, more muscular yet at the same time leaner, glasses free, and had green eyes whose color he saw only in 3 people, Lily, Marcus and Harry. Harry, the thought his godson sent a pang in his heart as he barked trying to look the part of an innocent, cute dog. Hello to you too, you adorable thing, who do you belong to? As the boy talked to him he took another look on the boy's clothes, noticing the green and silver on them he almost laughed at the karma the world seemed to be filled with. He, the heir to a pure-blood supremacist house who pride itself with having only Slytherins and Ravenclaws, went to Gryffindor, while the son of James, who pride himself at being in Gryffindor, went to the house he hates the most. Well, I can't find your owner right now as it is the middle of the night. How about you sleep in my room for tonight? The boy, he still wasn't sure about his name, said as he took his wand out and casted a rope charm around his neck. Figuring that he would have another chance at killing Wormtail and that there are worse ways to spend the night, Sirius thought as he went with the boy inside the Slytherin common room, and as he was going through the door to the boy's room, he noticed the initials on the door were HDP. Harry, he thought as a red light hit his back and the world went black. Chapter 103. Harry's POV. Knowing today was his beat chance for a private conversation with Sirius, Harry waited for an hour looking at the map in 5-minute integrals, looking for the name in the hallways. Now, while during the day the map's ability to show people's location isn't as useful as it sounds, as during the day the sheer number of people roaming around in the castle makes it almost impossible to locate the person you are looking for, at night, it becomes the ideal object to locate people who are at places they shouldn't be. So, it shouldn't surprise anyone that in less than a minute the dog Animagus showed up on the map. Harry was on his way toward him. Getting the fugitive into his room didn't go as he planned: stun, levitate, and grab, as apparently the dog seemed able to sense him even with the notice me not charm and able to make himself see through it. So instead, he talked to Sirius as if he was talking to a real dog and took him to his room with a makeshift magical rope before stunning him in it and taking out the little potion he bought from Gringotts, as apparently the bank didn't mind using Veritasium on people who are caught trying to steal from them. Forcing the dog back to his human form with the Animagus reversal spell, Harry poured 3 drops of the truth serum into the man's mouth and used the Incarcerus charm before casting Renovate. Now, while trusting Veritasium, which isn't impossible to resist, isn't the best choice usually, with the man's unpreparedness, him being stunned and living 12 years in hell on earth, not to mention Harry's foreknowledge about the original story and hate for the Potters, Harry was willing to take his chances. You see, Veritasium doesn't work as most magical people think. It doesn't force you to tell the truth like a robot. Instead, it makes you unable to think of lies by supercharging the dringer's hippocampus and slowing his prefrontal cortex so it would make it harder to lie. The reason Veritasium isn't used in court is that with a clemency and enough preparations, it is possible to make fake memories, therefore bypassing the Veritasium. So by making sure he is unprepared, it is extremely unlikely he would manage to lie. What happened? Sirius asked as he woke and started to struggle against his bindings. Please, Mr. Black, don't struggle. Harry said and waited until the fugitive calmed down. What do you want? The truth, of course. Now, tell me, what exactly happened on the night of All Hallows Eve 1981? I was in a Muggle's pub, as not only they have many more options in what to drink, and which lady to pick, they also didn't have the wretched feeling that seemed to be anywhere in the wizarding world, and while usually I would be with either Remus or Peter, as James was hidden, this night Peter said he had important mission from Dumbledore and Remus still wasn't feeling good from his transformation 3 days before. So there I was, talking to a slutty cat when a weird feeling washed over me, something like when a charm is being broken by sheer power, and then it was like a dam broke in my mind as the location of James and Lily's house, along with the memories in it were flooding into my mind. So wait, you weren't the secret keeper? No, Peter was. Okay, continue. So, knowing something is wrong I ran as fast as I can to my motorcycle before flying it to the Potter's house. Why didn't you operate? By that point I was drunk and unable to do it without splinching myself. As I arrived, I saw from the window that Dumbledore already there and that both James and Lily were up and holding you and Marcus respectively, yet, before I could do anything more than walk into the front lawn I was hit by a stunner. What happened when you woke up? I was in a holding cell in the ministry and being told my trial is about to begin, not understanding what did I do I asked, just for the Auror station there to tell me that it is for being Voldemort's right-hand man and the murder of Peter Pettigrew. I tried telling them I didn't know what they were talking about but they didn't listen, no one ever did, in the holding cell, nor at the trial, not Lily, nor Dumbledore, hell, James and Remus didn't even came to talk to me. In the end after all those years in Azkaban I almost started to believe it myself. It was only when the minister gave me the newspaper with a picture of the Weasley family and I saw the rat on the young boy's shoulder that I knew Wormtail is still alive and he left me stranded on that place to die, and worse, he betrayed your parents. So I broke free by changing into my dog form and starving myself till I was thin enough to slip through the bars and then took the boat of one of the few human guards and drove it the fastest I could. What are your plans? I plan to catch Wormtail and clean my name. So you took this risk and came to Hogwarts instead of leaving Britain out, at least magical Britain, just for the chance to clean your name? Of course, and then after a few well-deserved jinxes to several people who didn't came to my defense, everything would be alright again, I would have my friends again, Remus, Lily and James, and of course, a chance to get to truly know you, my godson. The hopeful look on the man's face almost crumbled at the disdainful look on his godson's face at the mention of his three friends. I see, Harry said as he made Sirius drink the antidote. Well, that's disappointing. Maybe we will talk again after they let you down again, but for now, Harry said as he raised his wand. Obliviate. Chapter 104. Elizabeth's POV. Elizabeth Spriggs, or as she was known to most of the rude children in school, the fat lady, was trying to sleep. Yes, she sleeps. Most people would be surprised that a moving lecture sleeps at all, as usually a moving picture doesn't need much, not considered a living being, yet she was different, spatial. She, along with a couple of other paintings in Hogwarts, were given life, and the ability to not just move like other paintings, but to listen to instructions and talk. Of course, that came with a price. Not only they were given jobs, they also become the headmaster's spies. Not that most of them cared, given the chance to be more than a painting on a wall, moving from one painting of them to another, having the knowledge of the person who charmed you gave you as you look in a muted colorful world. Yes, most of the paintings jumped on the opportunity to become a semi-living thing and interact with the real world and didn't regret a thing. Not her, sure, as soon as she has consciousness she didn't want to give it away, agreeing to become the doorway to the Gryffindor common room, and for a while, she didn't regret it. Yet, as she seen children come in and out from behind her painting, listen to their life, talking and complaining about their studies, their friends and their love, while only calling her the fat lady and giving her the weekly password, she became sullen. She wanted to meet new groups of people, like those muggles who according to one child she overheard has an actor who looks just like her, Elizabeth Spriggs, from whom she took her name. She wanted to meet those weird animals who some children kept complaining about, the slimy snakes or the badgers. Yet, since the moment she got consciousness she couldn't even go to different paintings unless it was the middle of the night, as she needs to keep open and close the thrice-damned painting. Instead, she took to sleep at night as it became one of her only pleasures, along with advising love-struck children. Yet, as much as she tried, sleep kept avoiding her as someone kept trying to open her painting. "We had a deal," she said with a bite in her voice as she unwillingly opened her eyes, thinking it is the pair of red-headed twins, who 2 years ago, after she had enough with them walking her up like that 5 times a month, cut a deal she wouldn't report their late-night adventures to the headmaster as long as they returned before midnight. Yet as she opened her eyes she instead saw a haggled-looking man, with black, unkempt hair and beard and a glossy look in his eyes as if he is still half asleep. "I don't know who you are," she said angrily, in a body tone she kept hearing in the last 7 years from a different red-headed, "but unless you tell me the password you can't come in." As soon as she started talking, the glossy look in the man's eyes went away and instead came a feral look which made her pale as much as a painting could as she recognized the man from a photo the deputy headmistress showed her, Sirius Black. Why you can't come in," she tried to say with as much Gryffindor's courage as she could master, yet seeing the man pulling a knife from his pocket made her lose the little she had as she fled and screamed, "A painting is being murdered. A painting is being murdered." Seeing the only home she ever knew being ripped apart before the man ran away didn't help. She didn't know if she would ever return to be the doorway guard of the Gryffindor common room, or even if she wanted to, but before that she was sure she would need portrait counseling by a trained psychotherapist. Marcus's POV. The shouts of, "A painting is being murdered," woke everyone in the tower up, making Marcus and his roommates put some clothes on as they ran downstairs to see almost the entire Gryffindor house shoving each other trying to reach the exit of the common room. Yet, as Marcus tried to walk forward it seemed as if the students were the Red Sea and him the ancient Egyptian wizard Moses, as they moved aside. Reaching to the exit, a deep sharp intake of air could be heard from his mouth. Where there was once the backside of the fat lady's portrait, now was a hole in the fabric that seemed to be made from a knife. Hearing the cries outside, Marcus, now joined by his roommates and Hermione, ran outside to see the fat lady in a near painting, crying and yelling it was Sirius Black who did this, who attacked her after she was unwilling to let him in. Sirius Black. Just the name made Marcus's blood boil. It was the man who betrayed his parents, the man who killed his godfather, the man who broke out of jail just to kill him, and the man who made him unable to go to Hogsmeade. Marcus now knew, as the teachers were rounding the students in a grand hall to sleep together as they searched for the escaped criminal, that just like previous years, he can't trust the adults to stop the bad guy, he need to do it himself. Chapter 105. Harry's POV. After obliviating Sirius and moving him near the Gryffindor Tower, Harry went back to his room, getting ready to sleep as he waited for the faculty to gather the entire school's populace in the grand hall. And while changing his clothes shouldn't take much time, as he used the time to think about the confirmation that Sirius' story hasn't changed, which meant he has to plan a way to get the full story about what happened the night of Halloween 1981, as his theory about this universe difference except him having a twin brother was having a failed Fidelius being casted in the house with Sirius as the secret keeper, but with Pettigrew being the secret keeper, the Potters being alive, and yet Sirius. In jail it meant he was wrong and confused as hell about the reason the plot of Sirius' life being the same as it is right now. All of this meant one thing, he was really close to get caught by Professor Snape naked as he opened the door. "Mr. Peveril," he said with his right eyebrow up, looking at his student who was just in the middle putting his pajama shirt on, luckily, after putting his pajama pants already. "We need all the students to gather around in the Grand Hall. Sirius Black has managed to penetrate the castle." "Yes, Professor, I would go there right now," Harry said, ignoring the questioning look the potion professor had on his face. The professor, who saw the student wasn't going to answer his unasked question, sighed, before asking, "And what, if I may be asking, were you doing up at this hour?" "Showering after a bad dream." Harry gave an excuse as he quickly used a little bit of magic to transfigure water from hydrogen and oxygen in the air to make his head look moist. While usually, this kind of lie won't work on the professor, seeing as he wasn't only a potion master, making his eye for those kind of details great, but he was also a spy, making his ability to spot lies something that he took great pride in. Yet, Harry had helped convincing the professor, the Fidelius he casted on his wandless magic, while usually made every display of wandless magic seem like wand magic, when dealing with subtle magic, like moisturizing his hair, it just made Professor Snape convinced he just didn't notice it being there. In fact, thanks to the Fidelius charm, as long as he didn't have a wand in hand, people who are unaware of magic won't be able to conceive him doing magic even if they see him, thinking it is a trick or ignoring it completely, thus, making him able casting charm in a street full of unaware muggles without breaking the law. All of it didn't matter right now, as the most important thing was Snape believing his lie about taking a shower, even if he had other theories why, therefore placing him far enough from Sirius to not suspect him. "I see, well, chop chop, go to the Great Hall," the professor said as he went to wake the other students. Harry took off 20 seconds later with all the potions he needs for the night, about to commence his plan for getting the whole story about the night that made him who he is. Luna's POV. Being woke up by Professor Snape isn't a fan experience, being woke up by Professor Snape in the middle of the night only to be told that a murderer has breached the castle walls and that they needed to go as quickly as possible to Grand Hall. Even less so. Putting her blanket around her, as she knew the castle at that time of night would be freezing, she walked toward the Grand Hall, catching up to her friend extremely quick, as it seemed he was drowning in his own thoughts. "Galleon for your thoughts." The look on the boy's face made her laugh. "A whole galleon? Most people would only give a canute." "Well, I might just really want to know, or maybe I only have galleons in me and want change." The laughter that came from Harry's mouth seemed to brighten up the dark castle. "Let this time be a freebie," he said as magic came out of him, covering both of them in a notice me not charm and a silencing one, making her know it is important. "This is another one of the secrets I need you to keep," he said with a trusting voice, making her happier as she could see how much he trusted her. "Sirius Black is innocent, he didn't kill nor betray anyone." "What?" "Yes, I'm not sure about everything that happened, but I do know this." "How? And why keep it a secret?" "Because of 2 reasons. 1, I didn't get this knowledge in a legal way. And 2, I'm not entirely sure who is in on this, and what they would do to keep their involvement secret. So what should we do? We can't let an innocent man go back to Azkaban or worse, kissed by a Dementor. And only after we have the full story can we form a plan to make everyone see he is innocent, and I know who can tell us the full story." By the time Harry and Luna got to the Grand Hall they were the last Slytherin there and had to sleep the closest to the Ravenclaws, not that it made any difference to them. Seeing everybody talking, excited and scared, Luna and Harry each took a book and started reading while waiting for the students to calm down and for most of the teachers to leave to search for Sirius Black. Yet, as much as she tried, the words on the page in the book didn't seem to register in her mind, as her eyes wandered to her right side, looking at Harry, laying next to her with his sharp green eyes in a 5th year's level book on defense against the dark arts, a subject he only started reading ahead of 3rd year this morning. When she did something impulsive, she kissed his cheek. You see, while Luna might seem for the outside observer impulsive, nothing could be farther than the truth. In fact, almost every action of hers is calculated, which is why such unexpected action managed to surprise not only Harry, but Luna as well. Feeling hit rushed to her cheeks, even though she just wanted to bury herself knowing that with her light-colored skin her entire body is probably red, she tried showing dignity and explained rationally why she did that. It is just to show my appreciation for you trying to do the right thing and to thank you for sharing this knowledge with me. Looking back to her magizoology book, she could hear him chuckle, which made the will to bury herself grow as she forced her skin to its unusual color with a quick spell she heard from Ginny's mother when they were still friends, yet it only took her hearing, well, in that case, and a pack on her cheek, for the redness to rush back at full force. This is to thank you for believing me about Sirius and for agreeing to help. After that he returned to reading his book while she couldn't help but smile, thinking she might need to do a few more impulsive things. Peter's POV. Peter knew he was screwed. All of his former best friends were in school with him, one of which broke from prison and came to this school just to catch him. Yet there was nothing he could do. He couldn't show he is alive, not with everyone thinking he is dead for the last 12 years, he couldn't run away, as he tried, and the orange cat, the pet, the friend of Ron, the boy he lived on, owned, kept trying to catch him as a snack, and he couldn't stay, as apparently Sirius managed to come into the school from an unmonitored way and almost succeeded in catching him. No, he had to escape, and he needed to do so in a way everyone would think Scabbers is dead. He needed to fake his own death. Yet as he planned his second death, he smelled unfamiliar, yet familiar smell, one that reminded him of Marcus yet was different, and intertwined with it was a hint of a smell of someone who smelled a lot like his school's crush, Pandora Bletchley. Looking where that smell seemed to come from with unknown unwillingness that for some reason appeared, he managed to barely see red light coming his way. Harry's POV. As he hit Pettigrew with a stunning curse, Harry quickly levitated all the hairs of the rat gently before summoning them, dragging the rat with. After all, only things which aren't alive can be levitated or summoned. Dead cells like hair is one of the things which are best used. Most people would think it is only people or animals who can't be summoned, making Harry think about summoning hearts for quick fights. Yet after some research and experimentations, he figured all living beings, including cells, are unsummonable, something Voldemort probably also figured out, hence why he has no body hair, something Harry plans to avoid it by enchanting his first blacksmithing project, a pinky ring, with creating a dome on the wearer of unsummoning enchantment. Anyway, after making sure no one looked in their direction and that the Notice Me Not charm is still working, he fed the rat the draft of living death, before returning to his sleeping place where Luna kept a Notice Me Not charm on, before removing both his own Notice Me Not charm and an invisibility charm. Got him? A quick nod is all she needed before saying good night and turning over. Harry also went to sleep as it was a long day, and tomorrow might be longer. Chapter 106. Harry's POV. Sleeping on the floor in a sleeping bag in between a few hundred of students isn't supposed to be comfortable. It's supposed to be hard enough to cause back pains, too warm or cold so you would need to get out and in your sleeping bag again and again throughout the night, and being unable to sleep with the snores of your fellow students. So, it wouldn't surprise anyone that as Harry woke up from the great sleep he had that he felt the need to curse every one of his professors who made them sleep in the grand hall, yet couldn't bother to enchant the room to prevent the discomfort. It wouldn't even take much time, only enchanting the floor with cushioning charm, the walls with a mild heating charm so they would be able to sleep without the sleeping bag and not freeze to death, and silencing charm on the ceiling to prevent people from talk or snore. It was in that moment that Harry decided on his next book in the series he writes, Explanation for Idiotic Wizards, Witches, Biology, Chemistry and other basic Muggle subjects that even dumb magical people should know, to focus on healthy logic and magical ways to solve simple Muggle and magical problems, as he felt only people who read those books or lived among people without semi-reality altering abilities. As magic continuously was proven to him to work inside the laws of science, he didn't consider it a truly reality-changing abilities, to use their magic wisely, as why should you transfigure hundreds of sleeping bags instead of beds? Or use the seemingly endless amount of house elves to bring the students' beds into the hall? In the end, Harry had to stop think about the ways wizards seem unable to think about simple solutions to most of the problems in life. In fact, he felt the need to thank magic as if it was a deity. The fact that living in only magical people vicinity seemed to have a mind-deteriorating effect on people, otherwise they would conquer the world, as no matter how strong a bomb is, whether it's chemical, biological or even nuclear bomb, as long as you transfigure it to a teddy bear thing it would stay a teddy bear, and the only thing you need to defeat a country is to imperio a few powerful people. Harry was pretty sure the reason every leader of every country helped preserving the status of secrecy is that they, after even a little explanation about the abilities of magical people, understood that it only truly takes one magical person to ruin a country. It was the main reason, even if he ended up in an epic one-on-one battle versus Voldemort, he won't ever use Muggle weapons, because even if they would manage to kill him, and with the surprise effect and speed of bullets he didn't have any doubt they would, as long as his Horcruxes are gone, as it would plant the idea of fear of Muggles and the need to attack them in way too many people. So with a silent, only half-sarcastic pray of thanks to whatever or whoever was up there, preventing the probable end of the normal people's world, and probably the end of the entire world by the hands of a crazy wizard and the knowledge of any mass destruction weapon and how easy it is to get them, either by taking them from people who has access to them or by transfigurating something to them and keeping the transfiguration until it hits. Anyway, after putting the disturbing thoughts and fears he had on the back of his head and finishing his morning workout, Harry quietly went back to his spot before quietly waking up Luna from what appeared to be a great dream and went with her to the room of requirements to interrogate Pettigrew, who was in a bag Harry brought with him last night. Luna's POV. Luna usually has a great temper. She wouldn't be angry with people, even if they make fun of her, or if they are just mean. Luna almost always able to keep a calm mind. If they were going to interrogate someone on a different day, and with a different person, she most likely would have asked the questions nicely, maybe being the good or in a good or bad or interrogation. Not this morning. Not only did she go to sleep late after being woke up in the middle of the night by Professor Snape, not only has she slept horribly, and heard the snores of not one but 5 Weasleys, she also woke up, way too early if she may add, from one of the best dreams she had, where she married Harry with both her mother and Harry's parents alive to celebrate it with them, only to interrogate Peter Pettigrew. Oh, there is also the fact that he betrayed his friends and caused the imprisonment of an innocent man, and may also caused a few deaths. Even as they arrived to the RR, as Harry told her not to overreact, as her friend administered the antidote to the drought of living death, and as the strongest truth potion was being forced into his throat, Luna kept thinking about ways to force the truth out of him if they find out he resists the Veritasrum. Peter's POV. His thoughts were as clean as they would probably ever be as he woke up, as if someone used 3 different cleaning charm on them. He couldn't remember when was the last time he felt that way, yet as soon as he thought that, a memory jumped to his mind and he heard himself telling it. It was 6th year, Professor Dinklermont, that year's Dada professor told me the previous day that I need to leave class as he didn't know how I got in, as I for sure wasn't smart enough to get in. After begging for another chance he told me I would take the L test again, with slight variations. So, as to not fail a test I barely passed with weeks of preparation, and as it wasn't a ministry-administered test, I made a weak truth potion, easy to resist, yet almost as good in sharpening your memories as Veritasrum. It seems a side effect having it in your system is blurting up whatever memory is surfacing in your mind. Said a voice from his left side, who when he turned he instantly recognized her as Pandora, even as a voice in his head told him it's impossible, that she is looking far too young and that her hair is in the wrong color. Pandora. What happened? Why am I blurting out whatever is on my mind? Interesting, he seems to think you are your mother. This voice came from his right side, and even before he turned he recognized the man speaking as Ron Weasley's best friend. Marcus? Why do you do that? No, something is wrong. He was taller, had broader shoulders, and even with a robe on you could see his defined muscles, and while Marcus lost weight from all his training in Quidditch, he didn't have muscles. The puzzle pieces seemed to be mostly in his hands, and about to fall into place somewhat as the 2 lookalikes talked between themselves. Why didn't it happen to you with Sirius? Pandora's lookalike said. I don't know, but I have 2 theories. Either I didn't give him enough time to think about a different thing, or that his mind, after being forced to watch his most terrible thoughts yet keep insisting he is innocent, made it easy for those memories to come up. Marcus lookalike stoked before continuing. It could also be that his thoughts were already about his friends as he came into the castle to catch one of them. It might also be all 3 of them. Harry, never forget that possibility. The pale blonde, almost white-haired Pandora said. True. Anyhow, we should move on to the topic of conversation, as I don't want to use any more of my Veritasrum on this rat. It is expensive. The moment the bulky Marcus lookalike, now known as Harry, said the name of the strongest truth serum, it all came rushing at him as he understood the situation. Those 2 were Harry and Pandora's daughter, whose name, if he recalled correctly, which, with the help of Veritasrum he did, was Luna, and they made him drink the truth serum, after already administrating it to Sirius, and should have most of the story in their hands. Now, he only had 2 choices, fight the truth serum and fail, or not. Tell us, what truly happened on the night of Halloween 1981? I'm sorry, I failed, he thought as he started talking. Chapter 107. Harry's POV. Tell us, what happened on the night of Halloween 1981? This is it. This would be, until he will manage to get the story from Voldemort's perspective, the fullest version of what happened on that night. I was at home, waiting to be called as I took another glass of ice vodka, trying to calm my nerves as I knew this day would be the last one I would live as I did till now, that no matter if I succeed or fail, this was my chance to make a difference in the world. Pettigrew started telling his story. And then I was called. The pain that damn tattoo shot through my hand was horrific, almost as much as a cruciatus from the Dark Lord himself, something he made me feel once or twice as I failed to show results, and understanding that once again made me rethink my choice, about choosing to do it and having to deal with the guy who won't only kill whoever stood in his way, not only torture them, but would make sure his followers would experience it too, and on a regular basis. But I had no choice, so drowning my third glass of ice vodka, I apparated to the last strange manor, where the Dark Lord spent the night. "Hello Wormtail, how nice of you to join us," the Dark Lord said, making me wince as I once again regretted telling them about the nickname, as they took a friendly joke and made it an insult. Putting a nervous smile on my face I said, "What do you need me for, my lord?" "My patience is running low. I told you that today was your last chance, did you, or did you not found where the Potters stay?" I did, my lord," I said, giving him the piece of paper that was prepared beforehand with the address of James and Lily. "Wait." Harry stopped him there, noticing something weird. "Why didn't you tell him about the address yourself? Why give it in a piece of paper?" "I couldn't, wasn't the secret keeper." "You weren't? Then who was?" "Dumbledore of course. Whose hands would you put the secret that safeguard your life in except the one who scares Voldemort the most? And you got the coordinates of the house from Dumbledore, who knew who you were going to give them to?" "Of course, all of it was his plan to finish the war once and for all. He was the reason I became a spy for both sides before Snape came in and stole my job." "You were a double agent?" "Yes, no one would have suspected me having the courage to spy on the Dark Lord, not even me, but never forget my house, I am a Gryffindor through and through. So when the headmaster himself, Dumbledore, asked me at the beginning of my final year at Hogwarts to help the war effort and infiltrate the Death Eaters, I agreed and managed, little by little, throughout the year, to convince a few of the sympathizers that I agree with their opinions, this making me the official spy in both the Death Eaters and in the Order of the Phoenix. That explains so many things, why Peter betrayed his friends, how Dumbledore didn't seem to know about any of that while in a war with the abilities of a Legillaman, nor with Snape as a spy, yet didn't seem surprised when it was revealed in the original story. It also meant one thing clearly: Dumbledore isn't that good grandfather, who cares about his students even after their graduation as he portrayed in the books until the almost end of the fifth. As long as you don't think too deeply about them, the best situation is that he is the greater good man, something Harry seriously doubted. With the worst is that this so-called war of light and darkness is in fact a war between two evil guys with different philosophies about the way to control the world, playing a gigantic chess game with all magical people as their game pieces. "Continue your tale about that Halloween night," he said, wanting to know what exactly happened. As I gave him the piece of paper I gave a request Dumbledore hasn't told me to ask, something I have never done before but felt the need to do it for the chance to save my friends. "My lord," I said, letting my fear out as much as possible, hoping the rumors of his ability to small fear and his love for it put him on a good mood. "Would you mind, instead of killing James and Lily Potter, stun them so I can do it myself? I really want them dead on my feet. It was my last chance to make sure they survive. Dumbledore already told me the prophecy made sure at least one of the children would survive and that the Dark Lord would die. This was my chance to also save my friends. I don't know why, maybe the rumors were true, maybe knowing this night is the night he destroyed the prophecy the headmaster told me about, maybe it was part of fate just like Marcus surviving the night, or maybe it was the thought of how fun it would be to watch the Potters realize their friend betrayed them and caused the death of not only them but their children, but it worked. Never say Lord Voldemort doesn't repay for hard work." "Thank you, my lord, thank you." I bowed before apparating to the street near the house and changed to my rat form before hiding near the entry door to watch and see if there was something I can do to help, as while I am not that good in wand subjects, I was the second best in potions in my year, just after Snape, and you don't know when a potion might be needed to save someone. As the Dark Lord showed up my nerves went through the roof. As he obliterated the front door I cried, knowing that whether or not my friends would survive, they would never forgive me, but I did it for the entire wizarding world. The flash of red light before the sound of James yelling curses stoked made a relief shoot through my body as I ran toward him just to see he was only unconscious. A red light followed by a scream of Avada Kedavra and a green light made me transform back to my human form as I moved upstairs, as quietly as I could, hoping I could see my hard work paid off, and my godson survives. Yet hearing another Avada Kedavra made me rush up instead, thinking that if none of it worked I would better die as I caused the death of 2 babies for no reason, yet the screech that came right after it convinced me I managed to do it. I saved the world. Rushing even faster upstairs, I managed to change into a rat and hide in the corner just in time to avoid being seen by some sort of smoke with a face that looked like the Dark Lord before it left. Seeing the body of the Dark Lord disappeared, with only his wand where it should have been, I knew the Dark Lord is still alive yet in his smoke state. Making sure Lily is alive I then turned to the twins. One of the twins was crying with blood siping out of his head, and I immediately used some of the Didney's essence I had on hand, before turning to the other, who seemed to be as unconscious as his parents, though was also bleeding from the forehead. Using the rest of my Didney's essence, I made sure the blood stopped gashing from both of the children's head before using a 2-street mirror to call the headmaster. At that point both Harry and Luna were shocked. Both he and Marcus were hit with the killing curse and survived. Was the prophecy different in this world? Unwilling to interrupt the story again, Harry saw Luna was about to speak, but with a quick look in her direction he made sure there would be no interruptions. "Professor," I said, "it worked, they all survived." "They all survived? All of them?" The professor's tone was of a surprised man, yet had another sound I couldn't recognize. "Yes, all of them. I managed to convince the Dark Lord to spare them for the time." "What about Voldemort? Is he truly dead? Who is the one who defeated him? Who did Voldemort marked?" "And no, I don't think he is dead. I saw some kind of a spirit like smoke leaves the room after he casted his second Avada Kedavra, and I don't know which one did he mark, as both boys are bleeding from their forehead. The only difference is that one of them is unconscious and the other is crying." "That is most troubling," the older man said in a grave voice. "Voldemort's survival means only one part of the prophecy was fulfilled, and we have to know who is the chosen one so we can make sure he is prepared. But for now, you must disappear, hide. I will help you make everybody think you are dead, until the day Voldemort returns and you can serve the light again." "But, they would think of me as a traitor." "No, my child, I would make sure everybody believes you to be a hero, no matter what." After finishing the conversation I ran away, and for 3 days I lived in Muggle London, trying to fit in until Dumbledore made contact with me again, telling me everyone think I'm dead by the hands of Sirius and that he is waiting for a trial, before telling me he prepared a home for me as a pet rat for the Weasley family after telling Arthur pet rats were the Muggle #1 animals. Harry felt all the pieces come together. Dumbledore probably changed the Potter's memory of the secret keeper to Sirius, and made sure the prophecy would happen. He was also the one who made sure Wormtail would be the pet of the Weasley family. The only two things he wasn't sure about are how could both him and Marcus survive, something he can't get an answer from the rat Animagus, and another thing, but just as he was about to ask it, Luna beat him to it. "Why did you let Sirius go to Azkaban? Isn't he your friend?" "Sirius? No, he is the guy hanged with my friends in school forcing me to hang with him. He is the guy who made fun of me at school all the time for being with less talented than him and having to work twice as hard for the same results. But I would have kept considering him a friend if he didn't almost made my best friend Remus go to kill someone and either go to Azkaban or be put to death for a prank. No, Remus, who helped me and I him, who was scared to hurt someone so much that he hurt himself, is my friend, James, who saved Remus and even Snape for nothing more than to help a friend, who understood boundaries, who spent more time with me than he needed to practice the Animagus transformation so I wouldn't be the only one in the group in the castle on a full moon, is my friend. Sirius is someone who tried to kill another person for laughs. I consider him being in Azkaban a fitting punishment." Both me and Luna raised our eyebrows at this rant. It felt like he waited for that speech for a really long time. "Well, I think that is all. Do you have any more questions, Luna?" "No, Harry, I'm good." "Well then," I said as I administered the antidote for the truth serum and raised my wand in the most unexpected person in this world that seemed more and more different from the books I have in my mind. Obliviate. Chapter 108. Harry's POV. It didn't take more than 10 minutes to put the rat Animagus near the Gryffindor Tower after obliviating him and return to the Room of Requirements, and by the time he arrived near the room he felt he had to talk with Luna about the only 3 courses of actions which made sense after eliminating the idiotic ones, and ask for her opinion on which path should they take going forward. Yes, them. They were in this together as she chose to join in. 1. Work with Dumbledore without fully trusting him with anyone's life which are important to them. Going in that direction means working with someone who could be an enemy or at least someone who would sacrifice them in a heartbeat, yet they would have more information. Another downside is that for them to make the headmaster to trust them without any binding magic would be almost impossible, making them unable to change options later. This option was one he was almost completely against as the benefits are minimal, yet needed to be said, if only to put everything in the open. 2. Creating a third side to the war. This would mean more work as they would need to find more people to work with, gather information on the Death Eaters and the Order of Phoenix, and, of course, train those people. It would pretty much mean the end of Harry's studies about anything not war-related, at least for the short while, yet the upsides are total trust with everyone he works with, the ability to change the way this war works, and probably save the life of a lot of people. 3. Stand on the sideway as they watch the two sides tire each other before taking both sides out. Doing so would let Harry continue his studies as he did till now, plus make sure there won't be any slip-ups about their knowledge, not to mention that Dumbledore would probably die on Harry's 6th year, taking a veritable that would probably try to kill Harry at some point, off the table. Yet, it would mean having a bigger chance the few people he cares about, and the people Luna cares about in greater risk of death, not to mention that the reason he got his second chance in life is to fulfill the prophecy which meant he would have to be the one to kill Voldemort. Yet, as he walked into the RR, Luna wasn't alone. Instead, there were two familiar redheads talking with her. "Hey Harry, how was your night, sleeping with other people in the same room like us, the common folks?" Rolling his eyes, he answered to him. "Let it go, George, it wouldn't matter if you and Fred had private rooms as A, you would probably just move the bed to the other one's room, and B, your grades wouldn't let you keep the room. Anyhow, what are you doing here? Don't you have Quidditch practice?" "Nope, all club activities were cancelled after the Black Fiasco for today." George answered, making Harry wince. "Please don't call it the Black Fiasco, it sounds super racist." "What's racist?" Fred asked. "Sound pretty cool to me, like a man who participates in a lot of broom races, maybe even having it as a job is racist." "No," Harry said, signing. He had taken upon himself to teach the twins a little bit of Muggle knowledge so he wouldn't have to cringe and have the feeling he talks with mentally challenged people whenever they talked about Muggle stuff like electricity or about stuff like that. "It's the equivalent of being a blood supremacist, only instead of whether or not you have a magical ancestry, it's about your nationality and skin color. Like looking down on the Patil twins or Sully because of their skin color, or looking down on the French because they are not from England." Oh, the twins looked at one another and said, "Oops," before laughing. "Look at us, we are practically red-headed Malfoy." "Well, you can't truly change the mentally challenged." "So," he said after they calmed down, "what are you working on right now?" "Well, we finished our animagus transformations," George said. "Yes, you are looking, right now, on one good-looking, awesome fully controlled meerkat animagus by the name of Timon, and a little bit dumb, yet also fully controlled parrot animagus by the name of Lego." "Yes, as soon as they told me their animagus transformation I showed them Aladdin and the Lion King, making them and Luna officially the first pure-blooded wizards and which to become Disney fans. At least I can fly, not to mention talk in my form." "Yes, you probably want a cracker. If you won't stop arguing about that, I would have Harry make me a lightsaber before using it to make you." Luna said, "Sorry Harry, but this argument started even before you came." So he might have also showed them Star Wars, but it was only for educational purposes, as he needed inspiration for his AI project, he swears. "Anyway," George said after raising his hands in mock surrender, "right now we are perfecting our secondies, yet we don't have much money to do more after that, so probably sell them to earn some." "Well, I might have a proposal for that. How about making me a partner, and in exchange of 1/3 of all future profits I would pay you 500 galleons and of course help creating part of the products. The only two things you would have to promise not to do are to keep my involvement secret, and no matter what, not sell any variation of love potion, and I mean any." The twins looked at one another, and with only a twitch of their head, it felt like they had completed an entire conversation. "We would agree, but only if you told us what is the secret we keep forgetting," Fred said. "Yes, we might sometimes act dumb, but we know something ain't right. It feels like every time we think about something about you we keep forgetting, and when we researched it, every time we reached advanced magic we forgot about it and went to do something else," said George. "In the end we had convinced our minds to stop thinking it's something you did, figuring someone put a spell on you as we searched those kinds of magics, till we found it, who put the Fidelius charm on you and why." The look in both the red-headed eyes became the sharpest he has ever seen in them, as he couldn't help but marvel their genius minds, as they managed to figure out their forgetfulness and the cause even as it's somewhat intertwined with the Fidelius. "Sure, but I need an unbreakable vow from both of you that whatever is said here and now won't be discussed with anyone who's not in this room right now, nor give any hints, let them in your mind or give your memories, and that you won't try wiggle your way out of this promise. Oh, and that the only place you can talk about the subject if I'm not in your 2-meter radius is this room." The shock in their eyes grew as the oath they needed to swear grew tighter. "Tell me one thing," Fred said, "is it cool?" "Extremely." They shared a look and said together, "Fine. Never say Gryffindors don't have desire for knowledge." A quick unbreakable vow later and Harry said one word before they started their long conversation, in the end of which he had 2 more wandless magic student, 2 more to conspire with, and 2 more close friends. This word was Dobby. Chapter 109. Harry's POV. Now that we've finished with this, Harry sighed, thinking about the time he lost today before cheering himself with the fact he not only about to have 2 helpers, in his researches and in the war, but start a wizarding business that would make sure he has more steady income, not only for his future after Hogwarts, but to continue his studies after he makes sure the Potter's riches are in goblins' hands. Let's talk about the future of our business. What's there to talk about? Asked Fred. We create joke products, sell them, make money and smiles. Sure, that's one way to do it, but you know there are multiple ways to make people happy while making us more money. Plus, what about the fact everything needs to be done by hand, making it time-consuming, thus after we start the business creating new products would be much harder. Harry didn't even want to mention the fact that only making joke items lowers the amount of people who would buy the products and the time of year they would buy it, as the buyers would mostly be students, and whether the shop would be in Hogsmeade or Diagon Alley, there would be a time they don't buy there throughout the year. Oh, you mean to use machines like Muggles to produce the merchandise? Luna asked, excited. Bingo. Harry said, if you remember the books I gave the three of you last Christmas. You mean the one that disappeared after 2 days, so we haven't finished reading him after playing with the Muggle joke products you gave us? Said George, still annoyed about that. Yes, that's the one. Harry said, ignoring the irritation in the man's voice. So, as was written in page 69 to 78, Muggle technology and magic don't have problems working together, and in page 143 to 167, how the help is he remembering the exact page? George, he has perfect memory. Fred, oh right, George, don't bother him, he is in his teacher mode. Luna, it's explained that one of the Muggles' advantages are their ability to create products much faster than us, as they don't need to create each one of them personally, and that the reason we can't do that is that our products are created with our magic, which is why even potions have to be created by magical people. But they use electricity, don't they? And you told me it's just a different, less complicated state of magic. Why can't we use the same to create products? Well, Luna, that's partially right. It's more accurate to say that magic is a higher state of energy, maybe the highest, and there is no reason for us not to do it, except that we would need to continually power up machines with magic, or we would need to create an artificial magical generator, and right now I only know of one magical generator, the Philosopher's Stone. You mean that if we create this magical generator we would be immortals? Fred said with his eyes wheeled. No. Harry said, shaking his head hard. The Philosopher's Stone is a semi-natural generator, we would create artificial one. Why not create the Philosopher's Stone then? George asked. For 3 reasons. 1, it took Nicholas Flamel most of his life to discover it, we shouldn't waste so much time on it. 2, we aren't sure how he created it, as much as he said it was with alchemy. Creating something that can create gold and maintain life shouldn't be possible by alchemy alone, as it works on the principle, like all magic, of equal exchange, and that creation is based on creating something out of nothing. What do you mean equal exchange? George asked. You supply enough magic and fire is lit is a perfect example for easy magic with simple exchange. Harder magics require more magic, therefore creating the basic first 5 years syllabus of charms in Hogwarts. More complicated magics require extra ingredients, thereby creating the potion class and data class, as when you do magic you don't have the right price to pay, you pay something else. This led to the creation of dark magic. Wait, let's put aside that potions and dark magic are basically the same, just regular magic that people don't have enough magic to do. Why can't the Philosopher's Stone just be like a potion? Luna asked. That's what I thought, until I searched when were potions created. Did you know there isn't any books on potions, nor mentions of potions in the history books from before 483 years ago in Hogwarts, with the exception of magical people making Muggles pay for colored mud water as a way for quick money? In fact, the first time a real potion was showed to the world was where Russia is today, when a man by the name of Nikolai Agapov, when the Wizarding Council over there debated forbidding rituals, and he gave it as a substitute, and while I have doubts it was truly the first potion ever created, there is no doubt it wasn't good enough to create the elixir of life 200 years before potions became a subject which are taught at school. That means he created it in a ritual, and while it's possible it was a simple one, and that he just continued doing it to keep the stone working, I don't have the knowledge to do it, nor do we have the need, as to create a magical generator can be done much more simply. Really? How? Fred asked. By using 3 things we already have, the coils which can transport magic, the students' love for chocolate frogs cards, and something I learned about in my summer trip to Japan. Have you heard about Yu-Gi-Oh? 1 month later. Luna's POV. It took 3 weeks of constant work for all of them finish creating the products. The twins worked the use of discs to create illusions based on the specific cards that were put on the decks. Harry worked on the taking of magic based on the life points you put inside, so not only would it be possible to take all the losing side's life points to a container he created, but in the end the winner's side also, thus making sure both sides' magic go use in all of their company. Yes, all of them, as Luna was the one working on the card creation, whether it's painting them or researching the right magical animals, artifacts, spells, or people. She became one of the 4 owners of the company that created Monsters Card Duel, the name that they decided to call their game. It then took 1 week of testing, to see it works exactly right everywhere at school by having duels everywhere they could, with the exception of both Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff's common rooms, after another week of extreme work on decks and cards, in which somehow Harry created enough discs for the entire school and Luna and the twins created copies painted magically as it's much faster than by hand, and it was now, at breakfast of the second Saturday of December, that the twins are about to start marketing it. "Hello all breakfast eaters," said George, who was now even easier to recognize with his colorful wings like aura, both him and Fred standing on the Hufflepuff table, as it was in the middle of the hall. "Sit down, Messrs. Weasley," said Professor McGonagall. "Just a second, we're just about to announce something," Fred said, him having a reddish-brown aura now. 15 points from Gryffindor. Professor Snape said, making even Luna roll her eyes. "Seriously, can't he at least listen?" Now, the headmaster said, "Let's see what Messrs. Weasley has to say." "Sure, make yourself the good guy." Since Luna heard Pettigrew's story she couldn't help but see everything Dumbledore said as manipulation. "Thank you, Professor. Now, where was I?" "Hello all breakfast eaters, though now that they are looking at us they aren't eating, with the exception of Ronnikins, Crabbe and Goyle, so we should start differently. How about, good morning students, teachers and occasional owl?" Fred answered to the rhetorical question, "Thank you, good morning students, teachers and the occasional owl, you are about to witness history," George said, dramatically, making a few students, Luna among them, to laugh. "Aren't you tired of the same old boring games?" Fred asked, making people murmur. "Aren't you tired of having no way or resolving conflict at school without getting detention or point loss, as whether it's physically or magical way, you aren't allowed to do anything? If you are, then this game is for you. We, and our associates, created this card game, where your knowledge, power, luck, strategy and anything else you would need in a real-world fight is joined together for an epic duel, one that can show who is superior in every fight. So, do you want to hear the rules?" Daphne's POV. As much as Daphne didn't want to admit it, this game sounded intriguing enough, not to mention it might help stop all the pointless fights some of the students, cough, Malfoy, cough, start. "It's pretty simple actually. We will give every one of the students, free of charge of course, one deck of 40 basic random cards. Some of them might be the same as other students get, some might be unique, and we would give them to the teachers to distribute, so there would be no thoughts of us giving Gryffindors preferential treatment. In addition we would give every student disc duel, on which you fight." As Twin A continued telling the rules, Twin B went to Professor Flitwick with a box that was apparently on the chair next to him, gave it to him and returned. "The game is to use the cards you have against the cards your opponent has to get his life point to 0, there are monster cards, magic cards, and traps. Monster cards can be real magical creatures, important historical wizards or witches, magical plants or even regular animals. They can either be summoned regularly or with a special requirement, and some might have special abilities. Each has attack and defense points, all of which would be written on the cards, and both the attack points of monsters can be raised by using your magic on the cards. Magic cards work as cards of special affects. There are different kinds of magical cards, most of which are charms and transfigurations, but there are also potions, divination and astrology. Lastly, there are traps, which are magical cards that you put in your turn to use in your opponent's turn. It is mostly runes and arithmancy, with potions and herbiology as addition. The first one to make his opponent reach 0 wins. Any questions? Daphne had a few, most of which are about whether or not Harry Peverell was one of their associates, as she could almost smell him over this. There is no way the Weasleys could think about this game, yet before she could gather her thoughts, someone asked them a question she missed. Excellent question. There are 4 ways to get new cards in addition to your original 40. Twin B said, the first is to find improvements to cards. For instance, if someone learns that the Lumos charm was created to keep at bay evil spirits and it doesn't show the effect in the card, tell us and show us your source. If it is true, we would give you a rare pack of 5 cards. The second way is to buy from us, 5 nuts for a common pack, where the chance to get rare is little, 9 nuts for rare pack, where you would get at least 1 rare card for sure, and 19 nuts for unique packs where you even have a chance to get unique cards that has less than 10 copies each. Again, you don't have to buy, you could always play with the free cards we gave you. The only reason we even make it possible to buy is that those things cost us money. Third way is pay us galleon a card, and we will create a pack of your desire. And lastly, unique events, where we would make a game of sorts in school, in which people can even get legendary cards. The first of each is today, and the prices are 10. Professor Trelawney Monster with Great Divination Effect. 9. Professor Vector Monster with Great Arithmancy Effect. 8. Professor Babbling Monster with Great Arithmancy Effect. 7. Professor Binns Monster with Great Sleep Inducing Effect. 6. Professor Lupin, monster with two great secret effects, one that when used could make you win, yet can only be used by those with the knowledge to use them. She saw the Dada Professor pale a little, making her wonder what secret could they mean. 5. Professor Sprout, monster with great herbiology effect and uniting effect. 4. Professor Flitwick, monster with two great dueling effects. 3. Professor Snape, monster with a potion effect and point reduction effect. 2. Professor McGonagall, monster with great transfiguration effect and detention effect. And of course 1, the headmaster, Professor Dumbledore, with 3 effects, 1 transfiguration effect, 1 defense against the dark arts effect and 1 Hogwarts effect. The only person who didn't want to play was probably Professor Snape. If everything they said about the game is true, then not only was it about to become the #1 game, it was also extremely impressive magic. Everyone, students and teachers, get your disc and pack from Professor Flitwick and get ready, the first tournament of the monster duel cards begin. Oh make. He remembered a life before, a life where this world was a book, a movie, so it shouldn't surprise anyone he was bored of this world, as he woke in the body of a fucking history professor's ghost. Why couldn't he be transmigrated in someone alive, even if that person wasn't the main character, even if he didn't have magic? Not to mention this world wasn't exactly the one he saw in previous life, there were 2 Harry Potters, but well, he got used to it, living in a fanfiction, yet, why are there Yu-Gi-Oh discs and fights? Don't tell me that I was transmigrated into a crossover. Chapter 110. Phileas's POV. As Phileas watched the first official card duel, he couldn't help but smile with astonishment as he thought about the amazing job 4 of his students did. Yes, he knew the whole group who created this sophisticated magic and amazing game. After all, they came to him with it the other day for support. Flashback. Professor, Mr. Peveril, come in, I haven't seen you for a long time. Came for a magical trouble or philosophical question this time? Yet, as his favorite student came, 3 more came right after. Miss Lovegood, Messrs. Weasley, what a surprise, and to see you all together, I hope it isn't because of a fight. Phileas asked worryingly, as he truly loved those 4 students. He really hoped they didn't fight, especially if the reason is as dumb as houses. No, Professor. Miss Lovegood said, making the miniature man sigh in relief. We are actually here as the 4 of us created something we hope you would endorse. Really? The 4 of you? Call me intrigued. And he truly was. Those 4 students were each an amazing mind on its own, even if you can't really see it with the twins as they are constantly together. Yes, we created a magical card game that can not only be fun, but also be used in the school to solve conflicts, teach, and make friends throughout the houses and the years. Really? He truly felt doubtful. How so? Well, it's called Monster Cards Duels and the rules are, as the professor heard the rules and saw a fake duel for demonstration, he began to understand how it would teach. As students use the cards they own, they have to explain their affects for them to work, therefore making both them and their opponents know the information on the card, that, plus the need to research your cards for not only spatial affects that aren't written but for the chance of getting new, better cards for free, would make them study on their own about magic, creatures and potions. In addition to that, not only would this game teach them strategy, it would make them use more of their magic each day, to maintain their illusions till the end of the duel, therefore strengthening their magic in the long run, and without using any magic on their fellow students. All in all, he could only say one thing about this: amazing. Incredible. This game would truly help this school become the greatest school in Europe again. So, will you help us? One of the twins asked. Of course I would. Well, only if you promise me 2 things. Phileas said, feeling mischievous. What? The other twin asked. Well, the first is creating a special deck for me, something focused on charms and Ravenclaw. Sure, how about I will create 15 charms magic cards? And maybe 15 duelist monster cards and 10 Ravenclaw's riddles traps. Miss Lovegood said, starting to think about the cards, standard 40, on which you can add 20 more cards of your choosing at a later date. That would great, Miss Lovegood. As for my second request, would you mind creating a card of me? The mischievous in his eyes probably made them sparkle as much as Dumbledore's does, yet the ones he saw in his students' eyes even surpassed that. Who to say we didn't? End flashback. After that he went to the headmaster's office where he explained the game and its consequences, mentioning only the Weasley twins as the creators, as asked by the 2 Slytherin students, and by the end of it the professor agreed it's an excellent way to use rivalry, friendship and time of rest to teach the students and agreed to it. And now, not a day later, he not only saw the first card duel, but had the chance to win a card of himself. He couldn't help but be called for his turn. Minerva's POV. When Minerva heard the twins' idea of the game for the first time, she wanted to yell at them. The only reason she didn't is the whisper of the headmaster. As she saw the illusions that were created, she felt as if her face became purple, as not only those illusions were extremely well done, something that said a lot of the creator's skill in transfiguration. The knowledge that was put in the cards was on a level she expected from magizoologists, charm masters, and a top-class 7th years. Students in potion class, which meant the only reason they were not doing well in school is that they didn't care. It's only when she saw the game proceeds, the combinations that the students preformed, and the excitement she saw on the students' face as they yelled, "Oh, I didn't know you could use those spells like that. And, I want to learn this spell in real life." That she calmed down. Maybe, just maybe, the twins deserved a break. Bathsheda's POV. As much as Bathsheda wanted to focus on the duels, to watch first and second years use rune traps and get excited about third year and their choices, she couldn't, not her and not Septima. Both of them were focused on the discs they got. The disc was a simple product a fourth year, maybe advanced third year could create when you only look about the runes. Yet a masterpiece maybe a seventh year could create for their graduation project when you look at the arithmancy, as no matter how both of them looked, the ability to create such perfect illusions of only two-dimensional cards in 3 dimensions is incredible, and to make it on more than 300 different products without mistakes. They needed to talk with the twins. They can't waste their time doing this. They can change the magical world. Severus's POV. As the 10 students who got the first 10 spots were left, still with not one teacher called to the stage, Severus's patient was long gone. Wasn't the reason each professor got a special deck is so they would have a chance to get their card. He wasn't willing to be humiliated by having an illusion of his fight in a children's game, especially not when the one who apparently won his card was one Lee Jordan, fighting for a Gryffindor. Can there be anything more humiliating? Just as he was about to yell at the demon twins, one of them said, "Now that you got to the top 10, now that you got your cards, it's time to see if you deserve them." And who's better to see how you use a card about the professors, than the professors themselves? The yelling the crowd did was almost as bad as in a Quidditch game. "Professors, if you may." Each one of the professors whose card is on the stake went into the Quidditch field, where all the duels happen, with the exception of Sybil, who hasn't came out from her tower. As Professor Trelawney didn't come, would Professor Potter replace her? As Lily came down from the audience, she looked as graceful as she did for the last 12 years, a sharp contrast to how she used to be when they were friends, and as much as it hurt to admit, he once again had to, his old friend is dead. As he used clemency to suppress his emotions, he focused on the game, he had to win it. Lupin's POV. Even as his duel started he was in a state of panic. Could it be? Could they know that he is a monster, a werewolf? How? How could they? Yet, as he remembered looking into his cards he saw every monster he could think they talked about in class, except 2, vampires and werewolves, and with the area magic he got, full moon, he knew they must have known. Who does that? Who jokes about those kind of stuff? Or is it blackmail? It doesn't matter right now, all that matters is win the duel. I used the magic card Marauder's map. This artifact let me look in your cards as long as I know its activation words, and throw one of them to the cemetery as long as I know the other. I solemnly swear that I am up to no good. Show me your cards. The illusion showed the map being activated as if it was the real map, choosing to throw away the Protego trap, he called, Protego card. Mischief managed. Both the werewolf and the map. He really needed to know who told the twins all his secrets. Lily's POV. As she dueled she couldn't help but look at her hand. She really liked the defensive warrior she just got dash, the boy who lived. While this card has no attack points, and its defense power is lame, it has a special ability. When you attack this card you have to attack him twice to destroy it, and in the second time you can instead sacrifice a different card in your hand. The next turn she would put him on the field. Now I summon Destiny Child, the Fate Seer. Come out Professor Trelawney. As she saw the illusion of the woman who created the prophecy that endangered her son she couldn't help but get pissed, yet as she saw the attack points the illusion had she smiled, she's going to destroy it. I activates the special ability Professor Trelawney possess, Fate's Gamble. I choose one of your cards. If it a monster you have to tell me its name and I choose this. He pointed toward the boy who lived card. Yes, it's a monster. Great, now I can choose whether its attack points or defense are higher. If I'm right, it goes to the cemetery and your life points get knocked down by the number of stars that are on the card multiplied by 400, and I say defense points. It was the first and last game of monster card duels she would ever play. Albus POV. When Albus first heard about the game just last night he thought it was a joke, and when he heard the Weasley twins are responsible for that he was sure, and when just the next day they announced it and explained the rules, he just thought that even if it wasn't, it would for sure be badly made. Yet as he saw game after game, he couldn't help but be impressed. the illusions were great, it was informative, and most of all, it was fun, both to watch and to play. The only downside is that it took about 5% of the magic of an average student for a game. Even so, each student had at most 5 games in a tournament of almost 300 students, so it won't tire them too much, nor would it make their magic grow too much as long as they play it in moderation. Now he just need 2 things to win this game, so he would own the Dumbledore card, and make sure the twins use this kind of influence for good, just like how he made sure Freddo Frindicle, the creator of the chocolate frogs, put only good people on it. After all, we wouldn't want people searching for a Voldemort card, right? Harry's POV. As the energy of all the students who played today gathered around the Philosopher's Stone, Harry was about to do his first ritual. This ritual wasn't extremely exhausting, nor was it heavy with magic. The only thing that was needed is the magical energy of 100 different people that was willingly given, and the more people who gave it, the better. This ritual, before he modified it, was about putting the breath of life inside a golem, thus creating a self-sustaining magical guardian that would serve the first person it sees as its master. As you might guess, Harry was doing the ritual on the code of the AI he created after more than 6 months' work, as he didn't want any chance of it betraying him. Only after doing that and the restraining codes he put inside the AI already would he feel safe enough to let it work. And now, the first artificial intelligence in the world, the one that would revolutionize the magical world from its shadows, is about to be created. Chapter 111. Harry's POV. For the last month he has been preparing for this moment. With the exception of his body workout and magical control workout, he abandoned all his other projects, working solely on the discs, AI code, and magical power container, which is practically 3 rune schemes on a metal box and the Philosopher's Stone in the box, one that put the power that the game player give in a container, one that prevent the stone from taking it, and one that move the power into the machines it relates to. Which can be at most 3 machines right now. The reason he needed the Philosopher's Stone there is that he still hasn't managed to figure out how to prevent the magical energy from disappearing to the atmosphere, yet it is something basic the stone does. As for the second scheme, it's because they need as much of the energy as possible, and by letting it get sucked in and then out of the stone they would lose 7% of the energy. But right now none of it mattered. What mattered that the ritual succeeded, the software uploaded, and the first ever Matai, magical and technological artificial intelligent, was born. Yet, as right now it had zero knowledge, as it was just born, he let it use the scanning magic he put on it, the same one people use for pictures so they can see outside of their frame, and left it with all the books he brought him, which were encyclopedias, Muggle school books for every subject he could think of till after collage, and magical theory books. The only subject he made sure not to put in was robotics, as even with the core rules he put in his core and the golem magic that should make him house elf level loyal, he still can't fully trust it. It's why his core rules were: 1. Never do something that can harm Harry Peverell, directly or non-directly. 2. Never use magic without permission. 3. Even if given permission, never change your core rules. 4. Do the best it can to help Harry Peverell. 5. Never disobey Harry Peverell. 6. Never lie to Harry Peverell. With those 6 rules, his golem ritual, and the fact he would never let it get into the internet, so it won't get viruses, nor would he let anyone, magical or not, near it, made him trust the AI enough to upload it to the supercomputer he got from Basetil and connected it to the magical container, so it can do simple scanning magic and page-flipping magic. Knowing it would take the computer 29 hours to go through the books, Harry left for his long-awaited break. Fred's POV. When Harry first told us about his idea, the sucking energy game, Fred thought the boy was crazy. Sure, it felt like a genius idea at first look, making a game that used 1% of a person's magic to work but sucks 5%, therefore talking 4% of the person's magical energy every game at least, not including the magical power-up that illusions can get. But why would people pay for cards if they can get it for free? It was then that Harry explained his marketing idea. First, give each of the students a basic deck of cards, with only a few students with rare cards. Second, create a tournament with unique cards for the winners, who would probably be those with rare cards, but make sure most of them won't really win anything by putting stronger opponents against them. As for the third, he was just about to announce it. Well, I hope you enjoyed the first Monster Cards tournament. As for our Professor Cards holders, in 10th place the holder of the Professor Trelawney card, the 5th-year Ravenclaw, Roger Davies, who showed never to take the future lightly. The Ravenclaws were clapping and cheering so loud he had to let them stop before he continued. 9th place, the holder of the Professor Vector card, it's Professor Vector, who made sure we understood the math behind her cards. Fred could see how people liked his interpretations, which made him understand why Lee Jordan kept doing them. 8th place is also the Professor on the card, Professor Babbling, showing the power of traps. Seventh, as you all know, is a magical number, which is why there was no battle for that holder, and therefore, the Professor Binns card goes to one lovely Hufflepuff, Susan Bones. Sixth was a surprise, as it came as a tie when Oliver Wood, a seventh-year Gryffindor, managed to use the card Bombarda and strengthened it with his own magic to the maximum, therefore activating the card's special effect that instead of only destroying one monster on the field, he destroyed them all and pulled both his and the Professor's life points to 0, as they both didn't have much left. After much thought, we decided to give the card to Oliver, for a well-done execution. Fifth, it was Professor Sprout who won, showing everyone that plant cards aren't to be taken lightly. Fourth, Professor Flitwick showed us how to win by using the power of dueling like a true, professional duelist. Third, Professor Snape used his potion cards to teach us how potions can be used to bewitch the mind, brew glory, even stop or death. Second place was another surprise, as it went to the sixth-year Slytherin Garrick Ogden by using the Professor McGonagall card to defeat Professor McGonagall. And of course, first place go to Dumbledore, who showed us that sometimes, instead of needing a strategy, you can just smash your opponent with insane strengthening of a card, but remember, it can also spell your defeat. He then let his brother take charge. Now, George said, this is the end of the first tournament, but also the beginning of another, bigger tournament. The audience went wild, meaning that they truly love the game. This one is longer, a tournament based on points, where every person has 10 points, and by winning you get 1 point of your opponent, and the 50 people with most points by the time the winter vacation is over get into a special tournament. With the last 4 to survive, it would each get a founder card, with first place getting the Hogwarts field magic. Again the crowd went wild, proving their idea that people in this school are way too obsessed with houses and founders. Now, if your points are finished, yet you want more chances to play, you can just play for fun, or, if you want to get points, you can bet a card you own versus a point of your opponent. Just go to a teacher so no one would say the other one cheated. Lastly, I think I said a mistake. While the cards are a gift for the students, the discs in which you play them are something that by the end of the year would need to be returned to us, as we will maintain them and make sure next year it would go to the students again. Thank you, and I hope you would win. As George said his last line, Fred saw Luna casting the charm, and instantly on every disc center the number 10 showed up, announcing the start of the second tournament and the start of people rushing to buy cards to improve their decks, for a bigger chance to win. This is gonna be a long day. Chapter 112. 2 weeks later. Marcus POV. The monster cards duel become the number one thing people talk about, whether it's about their duels, someone else's duel, or even just about their cards. It was all everybody could speak about. Even the second break-in of Sirius Black didn't cause much noise, with the exception with Ron, who used the fact he was attacked to gain the pity of his brothers and gained his unique Chudley Cannons deck. That was instantly regarded as the worst deck ever by having him lose all the points he had left in less than 4 turns a game. Marcus on the other hand wasn't doing so bad till today, as he got some rare cards from his mother who said she didn't want to play, and managed to get 12 points. Yet all of it changed, when Malfoy came and asked to bet his 11 points on a game. Marcus agreed. Why shouldn't he? He saw Malfoy's duels, and knew he could defeat him, which is why he was surprised when the duels started and all of the blonde boys' cards changed. I summon a Bogart to stage. Malfoy yelled. While the Boggart has no real attack power, he has a special ability. As long as my opponent have only one monster on the field, he can frighten his monster back to his hand. Now Boggart, scare his Whomping Willow back to his hand. How does you get this rare card? I thought only Professor Lupin had it. He did, before I paid the twins to create this deck that will destroy you. Now I use Accio to summon a card from my deck, and then I activate this card, Ichristi's Abomination. If I sacrifice my Boggart, I can special summon, the immortal, the unique, the greatest terror the world has, the Dementor. Not only this monster can't be destroyed by ordinary means as long as my magic card Ichristi's Abomination is in place. Once a turn I can make it suck the soul of one of my monster cards in hand and deal the damage directly at you. As you can guess, he lost, making him pissed. Why on earth would you let Malfoy get his hands on a Dementor card? If he wasn't as angry as he was, he probably wouldn't have yelled at the twins, as everybody know that it's something that you would regret. Yet right now Marcus didn't care. Don't you have any house pride? Why let Slytherin win? First of all, you know better than to yell at us. The twin on the right, which was probably Fred, said. And secondly, of course we have house pride. We don't want any Slytherin to win, but what can you do? He paid us to create a Dementor deck for him, said it was just for you. I have an idea. How about give everyone in Gryffindor a deck full of the greatest cards? Marcus said, lowering his tone as he didn't want to truly anger the demon twins. We can't, said the twins on the left, probably George. We made an agreement with Professor Flitwick, so he would sponsor our game. that we won't give anyone free cards except on the first day of the game, but, he's stoked to think. But what? Marcus asked in a hurry. If you want Gryffindor to have a costume deck, we could do it, as long as you paid the price, 1 galleon a card. Are you crazy? Just to make myself a deck I would need to pay 40 to 60 galleons. What can I tell you? That's what Malfoy did. In the end he created a deck for himself by asking his father for money and managed to defeat Malfoy, who just went to create another deck. In the end, after the two of them created fire decks each to counter the other, it was only when their dads both denied them the money that they started once again accumulate points by kicking the other students' ass. Only for both of them to be defeated by Susan Bones and her semi-legendary card, Professor Binns, who while has 0 attack points, can make the opponent duelist fall asleep therefore concede the duel. When asked, the twins said it was the hardest card to make till this day, as they not only needed to research the right words for the professor to say, but also keep awake at history class. From that day onwards, there was an unwritten rule for the game: never play against Susan unless you have Exorcism Magic card or Silencio in your deck. Harry's POV. The last 2 weeks were the ones with most progress Harry has ever seen. With the help of Guy, Golemed Artificial Intelligent, every project Harry has been working about moved forward. He has managed to fully isolate the gene strand that is blood cursed. The curse, which was known as blood malediction, had no known cure, nor exact symptoms as they changed based on the person. Yet, after having Guy compare all the strands of DNA Harry had, whether it's human or an animal, and then he compares 2 different strands of DNA he had of the girl, he found that Astoria's DNA was in a constant shift. Little by little her body changed to that of an animal, an Arctic fox, to be exact, which is why her hair color is also shifting, and why her DNA is similar in some way to that of the twins, as they used a potion to gain the ability to change to a specific animal added to their DNA. The problem that probably got her sick, that probably got all the carriers of this born ability instead of gaining it by hard work, is that they only got half of it. Instead of being born with the ability to change to an animal and back, she could only change forward, therefore making their magic instinctively fight their natural ability till it kills them. The only way it doesn't kill them is if they stop fighting, therefore forever being stuck in that form. Harry has 2 ideas to cure the illness, both of them are to his advantage. 1. Continue his research and find a way to specifically change a single strand of DNA, making her truly cured, yet losing the ability to shapeshift her forever. As for him, he would gain the road to make his body perfect. 2. Work on Animagus and Metamorphmagus DNA strands, find a way to combine them, therefore let her gain the ability to change back, and gain the advantage of both of them and the ability to change to any creature of his desire. It would only be at Christmas, as in 5 days, that he would show the results of his research to Daphne's father and decide together with him which path to focus on. No matter what, he would research both. In Transfiguration he finally finished 5th year and started the 6th, in which he straightaway moved to the second part of the year, which was about subtle changing of a living animal, as the first part, just like Charms, was about silent casting the spells of year 1 to 5, as it works on sharpening your control, something he already did, and had a higher level in than all wand users. Speaking of control, as he started using the Tesla coils as a beacon to the magical energy students give to the discs, he started to work on creating a higher level of controlling instruments, by controlling the sound of violin, viola, and cello by magic alone. In his Muggle studies, quantum mechanics, as it was theoretical sub-subject of physics, something I already studied, he managed to completely finish the books. As for his electrical engineering, the progress is the slowest he has ever had on a subject, as even though he was halfway through to finish reading the books, most of the work is supposed to be by working with the material, and while he managed, with the help of the time turner, to create a time of 4 hours a week in which he can come to the university to work on those stuff, it would take him far too much time to finish this degree. All in all, this was productive 2 weeks.